Suyu has already shown a talent that is unrivaled among his peers. How could the human race just sit back and watch? This is definitely against the dark main force. Beishin also has top-notch talent, but the two are sworn enemies. You can say that, whether it is Beishin or Suyu, the death of either one will cause the two tribes to become enemies, and the racial feud will begin from then on. Can the human race be overthrown? No more. The human race has too much luck. If there are no foolish descendants who ruin this foundation, the human race will be like a centipede that will die but remain alive. Even if most of the powerful people of the human race died for a period of time, they would still produce geniuses in a very short time. The human race's Tao body is really too strong. There are corresponding cultivation methods for almost every physique, spiritual root, and bloodline. It is much stronger than the single bloodline of the demon race. In the future it all depends on Beishin himself. If he can kill his inner demon, the situation won't be so absolute. If he can't kill his inner demon, then it will be a life and death battle between him and this guy. No matter what the situation is, the Fox clan must be prepared. Even if Beishin breaks through to become an emperor, he will still go to war with the human race. If they were immortals from other races, they would even dare to launch a war of genocide. But the other party is human. They can't be messed with. There is no way the quasi-emperor could take action. They also discovered at this time that when Baishan and Suyu were arguing, those human quasi-emperors began to stare at them one by one. If they find any unusual movement from them, this group of human quasi-emperors will definitely attack instantly. Outrageous. When did the human race become so united? What they don't understand is that the human race is united because there are people who are the best of their generation and can lead the human race to the pinnacle. At the same time, this person is guaranteed by both Holy Lord Tianyin and Old Man Tianji. The investment of the two of them represents their will, even if it means going against the will of the higher realm. Obviously, he believed that the reward Suyu would bring would be beyond imagination. Suyu looked at Baishan and sneered, a defeated general. Beishin was eliminated by himself and ranked outside the top 70. The rewards he received were not comparable to theirs. Baishan's initial cultivation level was at the late stage of the Great Saint realm, and this tiny reward only allowed him to reach the peak of the Great Saint realm. But he has reached the perfect state of Great Saint. I was able to kill him when I was at the first level higher than him, not to mention that I am now at one small level higher than him. Suyu didn't even need to trigger the Lin character secret or forcibly connect the power of several small worlds to kill him. Beishin is already behind. Alright, silence. When Baishan was about to lose his temper, a faint pressure from the quasi-emperor spread, calming him down from his rage. Tianyan Shengju glanced at everyone and said, since the first place time is 1429 days, the secret realm of time will exist here for nearly 4 years. Of course, you can leave early after you come out of the secret realm of time. You can also stay on Qingmu Ancient Star and continue your cultivation. Because of the existence of the secret realm of time, the passage of time on Qingmu Ancient Star will also slow down. The passage of time on Qingmu Ancient Star is 110 days compared to the outside world. 10 days on Qingmu Ancient Star is equivalent to 1 day outside. Okay, now you understand the rules of the secret realm of time. Don't have any meaningless thoughts in there. Even if you have the skills of a true immortal, you can't kill the enemy in the same secret realm of time. If we discover any of you making any small moves, no matter how high your rank or talent, I will kill you and restore order. The following remarks are actually a bit redundant. Of course, in order to be fair, such words still have to be said. After saying that, Holy Lord Tianyin looked at all the quasi-emperors and nodded slightly. After seeing that all the quasi-emperors are ready. Boom, in an instant, the sky of Qingmu Ancient Star changed. Next second, a fairy sword filled with the power of time appeared in the hands of the Holy Lord Tianyin. After all the quasi-emperors exerted their strength at the same time, they pulled the secret realm of time to descend near the ancient star Qingmu. Buzz, a sword of time burst out, cutting through the sky. In an instant, countless avenue chains appeared, firmly locking the secret realm of time that was being drawn in. The second sword was slashed out. Click, in an instant, a crack appeared in the sky. The power of time spread in an instant. Everyone can feel that their lifespan seems to be washed away and the flow rate has slowed down. Wait until the cracks are completely formed and stabilized. Upon seeing this, the Holy Lord of Tianyin shouted, now, all those holding the secret time command, enter the secret time realm. Boom, at this moment, countless figures soared into the sky at the same time and flew towards the crack. Bang, once everyone entered the secret realm, the crack closed instantly. Only above the sky, the strange sundial clock was turning. Chapter 367, notice the abnormality, 10,000 quasi-emperors set up the formation. After entering the crack, Suyu looked back and found that the crack had closed. There were quite a few people who entered with him, however. After looking around, Suyu discovered that everyone seemed to be separated by a transparent film. He could see but could not touch. And I could only see the other person's mouth moving, but I couldn't hear any sound. Here, you can only see people, but you can't hear what they say, let alone see the trajectory of their skills. What an interesting place. Time is indeed a place full of unknowns and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of Suyu. Remaining stay time, 14,290 years. In the secret realm of time, cultivation is impossible. It is only used to comprehend techniques, martial arts, and secret methods. The brain always maintains the vitality it had when entering the secret realm. Rule 1. Please do not attempt to attack the secret realm of time. Violators will be immediately eliminated. Rule 2. Please do not comprehend the laws of time in the secret realm of time. Violators will be considered intruders and immediately eliminated. Rule 3. Every 490 years constitutes a reincarnation, during which one can comprehend the laws of life and death and the laws of nature. Seeing this information, Suyu fell into deep thought. Can't comprehend time. Could it be that this is the secret realm of time created? Is it just a secret realm created by anchoring the long river of time and intercepting part of the power? So weird. It can enable people to comprehend for thousands of years and keep the brain active. This power is simply incredible. Maybe even a true immortal may not be able to do it. Even if this is the time in the netherworld, it is very likely this was done by a powerful person above the true immortal. Only a powerful being who can easily destroy the universe can control the universe and do such a heaven-defying thing. Never mind. Suyu took a deep breath and murmured, this is my chance. I have practiced too many miscellaneous techniques, martial arts, and secret arts, many of which are only at the minor success stage. Now, give me enough time to refresh them to perfection, and then I will be able to achieve a comprehensive understanding of all the ways. My path should not stop at following in the footsteps of my predecessors. What I have to do is to stand on their shoulders, leap forward, and surpass my predecessors. It would be fine if it were mediocre. I followed the steps honestly, but unfortunately, I am not the kind of person who can stand loneliness. He will use everything as his springboard. Let's get started. Suyu took a deep breath. Then, he sat cross-legged in this endless void of time. Soul simulation, comprehension of the skills, these are all things that must be done. Moreover, he practiced for twice as long as others. The system skills column also simulates 24 hours non-stop, which means that he can get an extra 30,000 years. It took a full 30,000 years to comprehend the technique. First of all, it's this line of secret words. The first secret method that Suyu wanted to practice was the Shin character secret, one of the 9 secrets that was said to have the fastest speed in the world and could even reverse the flow of time. This is definitely a life-saving trump card. The crisis on Qingmu Ancient Star is too great. I can't contend with it now, not even these 10,000 quasi-emperors can. If something unexpected happens, there was a hint of gloom in Suyu's eyes. If the worst outcome really happens, then the probability of these 10,000 quasi-emperors surviving may be less than 1%. Not all of the 100 quasi-emperors can survive. This will definitely be a huge shock. If the Shin character secret is cultivated to perfection, with my great saint realm perfection, plus the power of several small worlds, and the stimulation of the Lin character secret, the speed I can unleash will definitely be comparable to that of a late quasi-emperor. This is what keeps me alive. The innate creature in the center of the ancient Qingmu star is too powerful. If he appears, any space scroll or tearing of the void will be ineffective. At this time, extreme physical speed is very necessary. His body was extremely powerful, and with so much support, there was absolutely no problem for him to burst out at the speed of the late quasi-emperor. As long as I can escape from here, it will be worth it even if I get seriously injured afterwards. Practice. We must not become lazy any longer. Although there is no spiritual energy available here, Suyu is different. In the previous simulation, he can mobilize the spiritual energy stored in several small cell worlds in his body to deal with it. Therefore, he needs to understand the urgent needs mentioned above. The next 10,000 years will be used to comprehend the skills. Suyu spent the following time in comprehension. And in the outside world. At this time, 30 days had passed since Suyu and his companions entered the secret realm of time. There were originally tens of thousands of quasi-emperors in the quasi-emperor seats, but now there are only more than 20,000 left. Holy Lord, all the geniuses of each race have been sent away. The low-level quasi-emperors have also left one after another. A quasi-emperor came to the side of the Holy Lord Tianyan and said, there are still 21,923 quasi-emperors above the third level left here. Hearing this, Tianyan Saint Lord nodded and said, okay. Seeing this, the quasi-emperor couldn't help but ask in confusion, Holy Lord, why do you want everyone to evacuate first? Although the passage of time here is far inferior to that in the secret realm of time, it still has quite a few effects. It would be a waste to just leave like this. The Holy Lord Tianyan glanced at him and said, how could I not know? But, as he spoke, the gaze of the Holy Lord Tianyan gradually grew serious. Something has happened on this ancient Qingmu star. Leaving you here is just to support those geniuses and add a little security. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, there will be great terror. Seeing the other party speaking so seriously about something, the quasi-emperor was also stunned. Great terror. Even the late quasi-emperor Saint Tianyan feels terrified. Could it be? Is it the perfection of quasi-emperor? Or dark chaos? It shouldn't be. Even if there is a dark turmoil, the safety of Tianyan Saint Lord and others should be fine. Those masters of the restricted areas will not be so desperate as to kill Tianyan Saint Lord and others. Unless, it's another level of horror. Holy Lord, you mean dark creatures? Tianyan Shengju shook his head and said, no. He did not explain any more, but said loudly, all quasi-emperors who remain here, follow me to form a formation. The sky-covering formation. Block all the auras on the Qingmu ancient star. As the words fell, 20,000 quasi-emperors fell silent at the same time, and then responded, yes. They naturally knew the methods of Holy Lord Tianyan. If the other party feels it is necessary, then just follow the instructions. Otherwise, if anything really happens, they can't afford it. Just as they began to set up the formation according to the formation diagram given by the Holy Lord Tianyan, countless immortal essences were implanted into the ancient Qingmu star. The center of the ancient Qingmu star, the eyes of the innate creature that was bound by the chains of the great Tao suddenly opened. In an instant, the Tao rhyme vibrated wildly. It was like 2 divine suns emitting brilliant and scorching light. At the same time, a whisper sounded leisurely. Did you find anything unusual? Don't worry, it's not time yet. You blood eaters can still live a little longer. Buzz. Chapter 368. An unexpected event occurs. This may cause trouble. A year has passed since the end of the 10,000 races prodigy competition. This year, one after another, geniuses walked out of the secret realm of time. Some people have achieved great success in the imperial realm, while others have achieved minor success in cultivating immortal techniques. After decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years of accumulation, even a pig may be able to realize the way to the holy realm. This is the purpose of the secret realm of time. Under the catalysis of the secret realm of time, the geniuses who were originally being forced to grow have completely settled down. We truly have the confidence to stand shoulder to shoulder with the veteran powerhouses. More than a year, this day, the crack in the secret realm of time opened again, and Wang Heng and Ji Shijun walked out at the same time. After they walked out, the quasi-emperors of the Wang and Ji families instantly appeared in front of them. The Wang family quasi-emperor smiled at Wang Heng and said, Henger, you have gained over 3,000 years of insights in this time secret realm. Have you gained anything? After coming out of the secret realm of time, Wang Heng first took a deep breath of air. Then he smiled and said, the great void method left by the ancestor has been thoroughly cultivated to the state of great perfection. There are still many insights to be gained, and it needs to be perfected in a place with abundant spiritual energy. But it's not a big problem. This time, I entered the secret realm and gained nearly 4,000 years of enlightenment, which allowed me to perfect everything I learned. The heritage left by the Wang family is still very strong. Even with his talent, it would take him nearly 3,000 years to master everything he had learned. He spent the remaining 1,000 years perfecting the cellular world and sorting out the concepts of subsequent realms. You can say that, now his foundation is beyond imagination. As long as he has enough resources, he can continue to break through. Even entering the late stage of quasi-emperor will not take too much time. Not to mention, the road to becoming an emperor has not yet been opened. Once the road to becoming an emperor is opened and he embarks on the road to becoming an emperor by competing for opportunities, his cultivation will surely improve rapidly. It might not even take him 500 years to reach the state of quasi-emperor great perfection. Waiting for the opportunity to become emperor. In this life, he has no chance of getting the heavenly heart seal. But he was satisfied with being able to become the great emperor. As long as he could become the great emperor, and combined with the words left by the ancestor, he would definitely be able to take the entire Wang family away when he ascended. The whole clan ascends. That is his ultimate goal. He is the hope of the Wang family. The whole clan is full of expectations for him. Even the oldest surviving ancestor of the Wang family has high expectations for Wang Heng. As expected, after hearing Wang Heng's answer, the old quasi-emperor of the Wang family was immediately overjoyed and said, ha ha ha. As expected of my Wang family's young emperor, who possesses the potential to surpass the ancestor. With your achievements like this, I am relieved. As soon as the words, young emperor, were uttered, all the quasi-emperors of other races who were eavesdropping around with their ears perked up curled their lips. But no one denied it. Wang Heng is very talented. If the battle between Su Yu and Bai Shan had not raised the level, his reputation as the third genius would have been enough to shock the entire universe. Certainly, even now, Wang Heng's name is enough to be engraved in history books. The Wang family is truly becoming more and more glorious. Some people were deeply moved. The Wang family is already powerful, and now there is a genius among the younger generation like Wang Heng. In the future, the Wang family may have the hope of being on par with the branches of the immortal sect. When Wang Heng ascends to heaven, he will definitely be rewarded with many precious treasures. And Wang Heng will definitely leave some of these treasures to the Wang family. This is the Wang family's foundation. The quasi-emperor of the Ji family was also envious after hearing this. His Wang family was very powerful, but the Ji family was not bad either. Ji Shijun also has a good relationship with Su Yu and also has great potential. Originally, according to the Ji family's inference, it would be excellent if Ji Shijun could enter the top 1000. Who would have thought? Ji Shijun directly relied on Su Yu's thigh, not only entering the top 100, but also making it to the secret realm of time for more than 300 days. Originally, Ji Shijun's talent did not have such high potential. What can I do? Ever since it was his turn with Su Yu, Ji Shijun's talent has been rising like a rocket, and his foundation has been growing stronger. The luck has also improved. Now it is not only in the top 100, but also in the top 50. Thinking of this, the quasi-emperor of the Ji family looked at Ji Shijun and asked impatiently, Xiaojun, what did you gain? Ji Shijun must be doing well since he can sit at the same table with Wang Heng and Su Yu. Replying to the 13th ancestor, I have also comprehended the Ji family's imperial law to perfection. All my learnings have been completed. Now, I can try to create my own martial arts. There was a hint of anticipation in Ji Shijun's smile. Create your own martial arts. This was what he realized in the secret realm. He practiced the halberd, and what he thought about in his mind was also about martial arts such as the halberd. And he has strong confidence in creating a martial art that reaches the great saint realm. As long as he can create his own martial arts, then he deserves to be remembered. Be engraved in history books. Good, good, good. My Ji family's Qilin child is truly extraordinary. There is also a chance to compete for the 12 great emperors in this life. The quasi-emperor of the Ji family was overjoyed and said, good, 3 times. Compared to their excitement, the other quasi-emperors couldn't help but curl their lips. Show off. At this moment, Elder Tianji suddenly appeared beside the two of them and said, since you two have come out of seclusion, let's return to Xuanyan first. This is not a good place to stay for long. Hearing his voice, Ji Shijun and Wang Heng both bowed and saluted him, saying, greetings, master. Elder Tianji nodded slightly, and then instructed the quasi-emperors of the Ji and Wang families, saying, take them back. Hearing this, the two quasi-emperors immediately bowed and replied, yes. Ji Shijun and Wang Heng looked puzzled at this and asked in surprise, master, why can't we stay here? They actually wanted to wait here for Su Yu to come out. The three of them working together might be able to work out the future arrangements of the cell world. Ever since they saw the move that Su Yu unleashed during the battle against Bai Shan, they had been extremely looking forward to the discussion. That was an explosion that surpassed its own power countless times. It is nothing more than an extremely powerful means of saving lives. Elder Tianji patiently answered the two's questions. We've detected some strange auras on the Qingyu ancient star. We've set up a large formation here to isolate them. To prevent any accidents, every genius that emerges must be sent away immediately. You are not surprised. Go ahead. Obviously, as to what the crisis was, old man Tianji did not elaborate, but instead asked the two to leave directly. Hearing the hidden meaning, Wang Heng and Ji Shijun nodded and said, yes. Let's go. The Ji family and the Wang family jointly operated the same flying boat. After all, if they were separated, their combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly reduced. If the two families went together, that power would definitely make some evil spirits afraid. If you want to destroy them, you have to dispatch all the supreme powers above the 8th level of quasi-emperor at the same time. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Soon, Wang Heng and his team left the ancient star Qingmu. After they left, Holy Lord Tianyan suddenly appeared at the same place. Seeing his appearance, a solemn look gradually appeared on the old man Tianji's face. What's wrong? Logically speaking, the Holy Lord Tianyan should not appear. He is in charge of the center of the formation. Tianyan Shengju's expression was somewhat ugly and incredible. He said, unusual movement that strange fluctuation seems to be targeting the cultivators in the multiple small worlds within the body. Upon hearing this, the master of Tianji Tower's pupils suddenly shrank. There are multiple small worlds inside the body. Wang Heng and Ji Shi allowed them to move strangely because of them, but they did not take any action. But Su Yu, the source, hasn't come out yet. Before they could communicate, they saw an extremely tiny wisp of black smoke penetrate into the crack of the secret realm of time that was about to close. Seeing this scene, both of them were shocked. This I'm afraid we're going to be in trouble. Chapter 369 Wang Heng and Ji Shijun came out of seclusion to visit the Su family. 2 months passed. The flying boats of the Wang and Ji families returned safely to Xuandian, and the two quasi-emperors took Ji Shijun and Wang Heng home. But they didn't stay in the family for long. After only 1 day, they came out again. After leaving the family, the two of them had a very clear purpose and headed straight for the eastern wilderness. Certainly, their whereabouts were not publicized, but they left in an extremely low-key manner. Even if they are from the Emperor's tomb, unless you are in the late quasi-emperor stage, it is impossible to track their whereabouts. After arriving in the eastern wasteland, they did not go to any of the 3 religions. Instead, he went straight to the Su family. Now, in the Su family's secret realm, the arrival of Wang Heng and Ji Shijun naturally caught Su Yuxing's attention. He immediately welcomed the two to the Su family's reception room. Outside the reception room, a Qilin with golden scales and light blue fur was lying on the floor outside with its eyes closed and taking a nap. With every breath, the rhythm of the laws of the earth flows. The entire Su family is filled with the rhythm of Taoism, and it becomes very easy to comprehend the laws of the earth. In fact, this place can be considered a holy place for cultivation. Moreover, this Qilin is extremely extraordinary, and its cultivation has reached the middle stage of the Great Saint realm, which is extremely terrifying. Wang Heng withdrew his gaze from the earth Qilin, looked at Su Yuxing and smiled. This earth Qilin is truly extraordinary. Given time, it will surely become a clan guardian beast. I believe that day is not too far off. In the past, he had fought with Su Yu for the source of life. He took away the most suitable void beast, so he was not interested in the earth Qilin and the ancient phoenix. The Wang family has sufficient financial resources, and these may be icing on the cake, but they are by no means necessary. In comparison, he would rather have the void beast. Because the void beast can take the Wang family's strength to a higher level and make his understanding of the void law more complete. This is the sacred beast that even the ancestor of his Wang family dreamed of. Now, Su Yuxing's cultivation has increased rapidly because of the contract he made with the earth Qilin, and he has now reached the peak of the Saint realm. If it were in the past, it would have been considered a Saint Lord level combat power. Su Yuxing smiled and said with emotion, it's just that I was afraid that the family would be bullied, so he left him in the Su family. These words made the quasi-emperor of the Ji family, who was accompanying the Wang family and the Ji family, envious. Su Yuxing really gave birth to a good son. The Su family is a family that has not even reached the saint realm. According to the trajectory, after the advent of the Golden Age, it can at most become a saint realm family. But because of Su Yu, Shengsheng has the foundation to become a top saint clan in the future. If Su Yu becomes emperor, it is no problem for the Su family to become an imperial family in one leap. It may even be the strongest imperial clan. Moreover, in addition to Su Yu, Su Yuxing has 3 daughters, each of whom possesses extraordinary talents. It is said that the words of the future quasi-emperor are also circulating in Tianshuan. But their younger brother was so dazzling that other people didn't notice the 3 sisters, let alone the changes in the Su family. Anyone who has been here once will find that the Su family now has a preliminary foundation. Especially there are such magical creatures as the Earth Qilin and the ancient phoenix. Su Yuxing even made a contract with the Earth Qilin, and they would share life and death in the future. The Earth Qilin was also the most powerful divine beast on Earth. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be easy for him to reach the quasi-emperor state in the future. If he were immortal, it would be inevitable for the Earth Qilin to become an emperor. As his contractor, Su Yuxing will also possess an impressive cultivation level. Even if he lies down and does not practice from now on, as long as the Earth Qilin continues to grow stronger, he will continue to grow stronger. Even if someone from the Qilin clan from the upper realm came, they would take Su Yuxing away and ascend to the upper realm. Because their life and death are bound together. After sighing, Su Yuxing looked at Wang Heng and Ji Shijun. The 2 people sitting in front of him were super geniuses famous throughout the universe. I wonder why you 2 came to my Su family, Su Yuxing asked softly. He is not in the habit of groveling. Even if these 2 were from imperial families, and even if there were quasi-emperors by his side, he would not flatter them, let alone curry favor with them. Of course, he didn't know the relationship between the 2 and Su Yu. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng and Ji Shijun looked at each other, then took off a storage ring from their fingers and handed it over. Looking at the actions of the 2, Su Yuxing was a little confused. For a moment, I didn't know what the other party meant. Brother Su and I are close friends. He is currently trapped in the secret realm of time and cannot come out. Before entering the secret realm of time, he specifically instructed us to come to the Su family and provide resources to help Earth Qilin improve his cultivation. Wang Heng explained softly, Uncle Su, here are 10 resources for advancing from the Great Saint Realm to the Quasi-Emperor Realm 3 realms. Please accept them. My resources are relatively few, but I do have the cultivation resources needed for the Great Saint Realm, as well as all the resources for the Quasi-Emperor first level. I also have 3 Great Saint War weapons and several Quasi-Emperor techniques. Uncle Su, please accept these, Ji Shijun said with a sincere expression. Compared with Wang Heng, he is more grateful to Su Yu. Su Yu is the noble person who gave him a new life, and also the only true friend that Ji Shijun recognized. The Ji family does not have many resources, and being able to give these to the Su family is already their limit. Certainly, if he can be promoted to Quasi-Emperor, the power of the Ji family will be fully open to him. After hearing what the 2 said, even though Su Yuxing had seen a lot of the world, he still couldn't help but be shocked. How can this be done? With so many resources, how dare I ask for it? Too many. That's too much for 2 people. Upon hearing this, the Wang family Quasi-Emperor smiled and said, Master Su, please accept this. This is a gift from my young master. Compared to the help that the noble young master has given my young master, this little bit of resources is nothing. Not to mention the entire Wang family, even I can come up with this much resources. The resources given to the Su family were nothing more than the entire savings of a 2nd or 3rd level Quasi-Emperor. Not worth mentioning, the Wang family has accumulated countless resources over the years, and this amount of resources is just a piece of cake for them. Why is it so difficult to cultivate independently in the world of immortal cultivation, and why is there a serious gap in power below the Emperor level? Naturally, high-end resources are controlled by the top sects and families. The Ji family's Quasi-Emperor also nodded in agreement. That's right, Master Su, please don't refuse. This is just a small token of your appreciation, not worth mentioning. For the Su family, this kind of resource is not worth a storage ring in front of them even if they sell it 1,000 times. But, who made Su Yu's actions make their family's top genius leap into the top 50 of all races? Worth. Besides, if Su Yu is not dead, the Su family will have a very bright future. Making friends with him now is truly a timely help. This investment is totally worth it as we will have a powerful ally in the future. Su Yuxing still refused after hearing this. This is really not possible, the Su family. The words were not finished. Wang Heng interrupted, Uncle Su, you don't want the Su family to hold Brother Su back, do you? Brother Su never dared to mention his origins when he was away. He's not embarrassed, but he's afraid that someone will attack you and use you to threaten Brother Su. These words touched Su Yuxing's heart. He was silent for a long time, and finally nodded, saying, then I will accept it. If my Su family ever rises again in the future, I will definitely repay you many times over. At the same time, in the secret realm of time, a black mist shuttled through the space-time barrier, as if looking for something. Chapter 370, a great terror appeared in the secret realm of time. The 2 geniuses fled in fear. Where's the person who will make my theory a reality? In the black fog, there was an extremely weak divine thought repeating this sentence. He is searching. Some are impatient, some are excited, and some are greedy. The black fog passed through layer after layer of time and space barriers, but was still unable to find it because the interference of time and space made it impossible for him to accurately locate it. But, the only people left in the secret realm of time are Bai Shan, Su Yu and Sun Shengwang. They are the only ones who stayed for more than 2 years. But there is so much time and space, even if he has a sense, he cannot immediately locate the exact direction. Just relying on perception, instinctively heading in one direction. Just after the black fog passed through the next layer of space-time barrier, he came to the space-time where Sun Shengwang was. However, he did not waste any energy paying attention to Sun Shengwang who was still gaining enlightenment at this time. Instead, he continued to repeat his previous words and moved on to the next level of time and space. Where are you? The faint fluctuation of divine consciousness caused Sun Shengwang to withdraw from his cultivation state. He woke up with a dazed look on his face, and then his eyes quickly fixed and gradually became solemn. Looking at the black fog passing by in front of him, his golden hair instantly stood upside down. What is this? Just as he woke up, the black fog that was still moving suddenly stopped. Then the black fog came to the front of Sun Shengwang and circled around him, as if it was sniffing his scent. After circling once, the black fog immediately retreated. It's not him, it's not him. Looking at the black mist leaving his body, Sun Shengwang's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he was shocked. A strong sense of crisis spread in my heart. As the fighting saint Abe, he has an extremely keen sense of danger. Just one glance can make him feel as if he is facing a formidable enemy, as if he will die in the next second. The black fog before him was definitely not something a quasi-emperor could possess. Fortunately, the black fog was not targeting him. Where are you? After saying this, the black fog opened another layer of space-time barrier and then drilled directly in. Watching the black fog completely disappear and the space-time barrier heal, Sun Shengwang's tense body finally relaxed. In less than 10 seconds, he felt as if a knife tip was pressed against his throat. Even at his level, he would still feel a chill on his back because of this black fog. What is he looking for? Even though there was no fierce battle, Sun Shengwang was still gasping for breath and said with lingering fear, great terror. This is absolutely terrifying. Not even his emperor parents had ever made him feel so terrified. It's like, this black fog is far more terrifying than the emperor. Can I stay in this secret realm of time? Until this moment, Sun Shengwang had no intention of practicing. He was thinking about quitting. Anyway, I have almost figured it out. If this black fog finds the person or something else it is looking for, and once it erupts and disrupts time and space, it may cause one to get lost in the secret realm of time, or even fall into the long river of time and fall into a certain time node. This is extremely terrifying. As the emperor's biological son, Sun Shengwang has some understanding of time. After all, this is an area that even his parents dare not easily step into. Once you get involved, you will be seriously injured at best. If it's more serious, you will be directly destroyed by the way of heaven. The way of heaven is the embodiment of the will of the entire universe, and the combat power it possesses is comparable to that of a true immortal. Anyone who cannot transcend the universe, all heavenly laws can be destroyed. Even though the lords of the restricted areas are so crazy, slaughtering lives wantonly and treating them as blood food, they dare not commit acts of genocide. All they harvested were creatures above the innate realm. Under the innate, that is the basic foundation. If anyone dares to do so, heaven will never allow the restricted area to exist. He could tolerate the lords of the restricted areas doing whatever they wanted, but he absolutely could not tolerate the lords of the restricted areas slaughtering all living beings. In that case, is the universe still a universe? It's better to say it's a dead world. He's gone. After some hesitation, Emperor Sun Shengwang decisively chose to give up the opportunity to continue his enlightenment. Anyway, the skills in martial arts he practiced have been perfected, and the rest of his time is spent on creating new methods and perfecting his ideas. It is better to lose this little time than to risk losing your life. Don't look at him fighting against heaven and earth, and daring to fight to the death in battle. That's because he can die in battle, but he can't die in such a miserable situation. Sun Shengwang took out the scoreboard and decisively crushed it. In an instant, under his feet, a crack in the secret realm of time opened, and Emperor Sun fell down without hesitation. At the same time, in another time and space, Bashan, who was about to cultivate his immortal skills to perfection, also felt something in his heart and then opened his eyes. I am just a little bit away from completing the immortal technique bestowed by my ancestors. I never thought it would be so difficult to cultivate this immortal technique to perfection. Without the nine-tailed fox's foundation, it would take thousands of years to cultivate a true immortal technique. I haven't done anything in these years. I've been concentrating on conquering the immortal arts. Finally, there's hope. Thinking of this, Baishan couldn't help but smile and sneered, Suyu haha, wait until my immortal skills are perfected, and then we'll fight again. Who will live and who will die may be uncertain. Just as Bashan had the idea, suddenly, as he watched, the space only 3 feet away from him suddenly cracked, and then a black mist slowly emerged from it. At the same time, a subtle whisper of divine thought exploded in his mind. It was like heavenly music, shaking his soul. Where? Hearing this voice and seeing the black fog rushing towards him, Baishan's mind went blank for a moment. The sense of crisis of death made his feminine and handsome appearance turned into a fox at this moment, becoming a human body with a fox head. Roar! Baishan growled in fear. However, just like before, the black fog only lingered around him for a moment before quickly disappearing. It's not him. Watching the black fog leave, Bashan's pupils were filled with horror. Who is he? How terrifying. He can actually travel through the secret realm of time and open the space-time barrier at will. Could such a method belong to the great emperor? No. How could there still be a living emperor in this era? The restricted area is still dormant, so it's impossible for an emperor-level fighter to appear. No, I can't stay here any longer. Like Sun Shengwang, Baishan also felt the breath of death and did not dare to stay any longer, even though he still had nearly 500 days left. Compared to cultivation, life is obviously more important. Click. Bashan crushed the scoreboard without hesitation and quickly left the secret realm of time. He and Sun Shengwang appeared almost at the same time. After they came out, a group of quasi-emperors immediately surrounded them, asking in surprise, why did you two come out so early? Baishan and Sun Shengwang were both breathing heavily, their voices filled with horror. A great terror has appeared in the secret realm of time. What? At this moment, 20,000 quasi-emperors lost their composure at the same time. Chapter 371, Who is he? Deducing time, the shock caused by Su Yu. Swish. At this moment, a space door opened, and Saint Lord Tianyan and Old Man Tianji walked out at the same time. As soon as the two appeared, they looked solemn and said in a deep voice, tell us in detail what happened to you in the secret realm of time. Great terror. It really exists. Seeing the Holy Lord Tianyan, Sun Shengwang and Bashan calmed down, and the sense of crisis in their hearts dissipated a little. The identities of Saint Lord Tianyan and Old Man Tianji are too special. It is equivalent to the spokesperson of the upper realm and the lower realm. Many things will be transmitted to the entire universe through Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower. No one dared to move between the two of them. Sun Shengwang calmed down, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, I was practicing the technique earlier, when suddenly a black mist opened the space-time barrier and came out. This black fog is terrifying. It makes me feel like I'm going to die. And, most importantly, he can freely travel through the barriers of time and space. Baishan also said, what I encountered was also black fog. He gives me such a terrifying feeling, countless times more terrifying than a quasi-emperor. I think his fighting power should be no less than that of the great emperor. Hearing what the two said, Tianyan Shengju's heart sank and he said, being able to travel through the barrier of time and space is not something that a simple emperor can do. At the very least, only a great emperor who has lived for more than 3 lifetimes can have such means. The third great emperor, the accumulation of 3 lifetimes of cultivation has surpassed that of ordinary enlightened emperors. This is the emperor who has been reincarnated into the mortal world. But, why would a forbidden existence of the great emperor level, who has cultivated for no less than 3 lifetimes, travel through the secret realm of time? Just as the Holy Lord Tianyan was pondering, Sun Shengwang and Baishan said at the same time, after he appeared, there has been a faint divine consciousness that keeps repeating a sentence. Where? He is looking for him, Sun Shengwang and Baishan said in unison. Search. The Holy Lord Tianyan's eyes fixed. Could it be Su Yu? Impossible. Su Yu is only at the Great Saint realm, and even though many of his methods were extraordinary, there was nothing particularly special about him. It shouldn't take so much trouble for someone who is suspected to be the incarnation of the third great emperor. Unless, suddenly, Saint Tianyan and Old Man Tianji looked at each other at the same time, with horror in their eyes. Small world. They all thought that Su Yu could condense several small worlds. Maybe that's why. It's troublesome. If this is true, Su Yu will be in big trouble. Of course, at this point, they couldn't speak openly. After thinking through the cause and effect, they instructed the Fox tribe quasi-emperor and a quasi-emperor third-level heavenly expert left behind by the ancient royal clan. Take these two people and quickly leave Qingyu Ancient Star and return to your respective clans. Yes, the quasi-emperor of the Fox clan and the quasi-emperor of the ancient royal family did not dare to be arrogant and nodded in response. Then he took Beishan and Sun Shengwang away from Qingyu Ancient Star. After watching the flying boat sail away, Tianyan Shengju finally came to his senses and said to everyone, when Suyu comes out, you and I will banish Qingyu Ancient Star into the void. No matter who he is behind, he cannot remain in this world. Yes, the quasi-emperors of all races responded at the same time. Although they have their disagreements, this is a sensitive period. If we are not careful, there will be a crisis that will destroy the universe. If you still don't understand unity at this time, then just wait for death. Although everyone in the Fox clan wanted to kill Suyu, now is not the right time. Gotta do it. It's also done openly. If they still want to make any small moves at this critical juncture, I'm afraid that humans and other races will be the first to hate them and kill them. After all, no one wants to have a traitor behind him. Soon, Tianyan Saint Lord and others joined forces to set up the exile formation, waiting for Suyu to leave the secret realm of time and then start the exile. Right now, within a space-time barrier in the secret realm of time, Suyu sat cross-legged in the empty space, his eyes slightly closed, and with every breath he took, the rhythm of his martial arts flowed through him. Past, present, future, everything you see is me. It can evolve everything that has happened in the past, present, and future. It can cultivate an external incarnation, evolve everything, and deduce time the supreme method. There were streams of immortal energy flowing outside his body. This is the characteristic of practicing immortal techniques. In his opinion, the Huashang technique is beyond all immortal techniques. After all, comments are awesome. It is referred to as new or busy. Of course, it is naturally difficult to cultivate to perfection. Ever since he obtained this martial arts technique, the system helped him to automatically achieve a small degree of success, and he has not made any progress since then and has always achieved a small degree of success. No matter how he realizes, none of them can deduce transformation to the next level. The skills will be gradually accomplished until they become subtle, and then to the point of mastery, and finally to the state of great success. Now, he has not even been able to feel it in detail. Not to mention entering the house. Right now, the help that Huashang provides me is limited to expanding the spiritual energy reserves in my Dantian. I haven't discovered any other special methods yet. I guess, only when one reaches the ultimate state can this immortal technique begin to show its true potential. Suyu sighed. It is so difficult to get into details. Even if he practiced quasi-emperor martial arts, it would only take a few years to achieve perfection. It took him only 50 years to master the corpse immortal heaven tribulating method. But it was Huashang that made him stay the longest. There is no hope of improvement at all. However, even without any special effects, he could rely on the strong spiritual power brought by practicing transformation to be on par with Beishan who practiced immortal arts and even surpass him. The technique records the deduction of time. Perhaps I can try it here. Suyu's heart was a little excited. He wanted to try it, but he was afraid of being wiped out by the rules of the secret realm of time. I feel itchy. I want to move but I dare not. Never mind, let's deduce it. After thinking for a while, Suyu gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that this technique is so powerful and yet it can be so bad. A lower world universe can't possibly punish even those who practice techniques that surpass the true immortal method or even the immortal lord method, right? Having made up his mind to give it a try, Suyu no longer hesitated. He began to practice the time-deducing formula recorded in the Huashang technique. In an instant, a chaotic and hazy feeling swept across the space-time barrier where he was. In just a moment, the secret realm of time was shaken. Crash. Even Suyu couldn't help but feel frightened by this kind of formation. Could it really be deduced? He waited for a long time but did not find any sanctions from the secret realm of time. Seeing this, he completely let go of his worries and began to work hard to deduce time. As he continued to practice his skills, the secret realm of time began to tremble, as if it was disturbed by an almighty power, causing the secret realm to tremble with fear. However, Suyu didn't care about that. As long as you don't punish me, I will practice with all my might. Just when Suyu was immersed in deducing time and forgot everything else. In a space-time barrier not known how far away from him, a black mist suddenly stopped after sensing this change. Immediately afterwards, a hoarse, excited voice came from that subtle divine consciousness. He, I found you. Chapter 372 Black Fog, ambitions not concealed at all, who is he? Who are you? Hearing the divine message coming from the black fog, Suyu's brows furrowed, and a hint of solemnity slowly rose in his eyes. Because, he felt danger, the black mist surrounded Suyu, as if it was constantly sizing him up. For a long time, then a divine thought entered Suyu's mind, you are really talented to be able to realize my theory. But this body of yours is mine. With the foundation you've laid, in my own strength, it's enough for me to leap into the realm of true immortal in one step, and lay the foundation for my future as an immortal monarch. The greed in his mind was not concealed at all and was released without any scruples. Hearing this, Suyu's expression instantly turned cold. He then pinched the black mist and said coldly, you want to take over my body? Are you qualified? Fairy light and chaotic energy appeared on his palm, allowing Suyu to successfully pinch the black mist. However, even when Suyu pinched it, the black mist didn't react at all, but the greed in its mind became stronger and stronger. Okay, since you can catch me, I am even more interested in your body. Don't worry, you can still live for a while. When you reach the end of the Emperor's path and defeat many who have attained enlightenment, that will be the time for me to be born and receive the heavenly heart seal again. Your body and everything about you will be mine. Crunch. Suyu's eyes became sharper and sharper, and he gradually tightened his grip on the black mist. I don't care who you are. If you dare to attack me, even if you are the Emperor, I will do my best to kill you. Suyu's voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, and there was already murderous intent in his tone. Emperor, how dare you set your sights on him and give yourself the opportunity to reach the 9th level of quasi-emperor realm. By that time, I will kill the Emperor too. Facing Suyu's words, the divine consciousness in the black mist didn't care at all. He just said enthusiastically, if you can realize my theory and reach the great perfection of quasi-emperor, you will definitely have the combat power to defeat the great Emperor. But so what? The Emperor is not difficult to kill for me. Even if your divine consciousness level is comparable to that of a great Emperor by then, I can still destroy you with a single blow. Don't worry, you're not ripe at this stage yet, so it's not time to pick you yet. When you grow up, you will be all mine. Perfect body, perfect immortal base, too perfect, too perfect. It's like a perfect work of art, it drives me crazy. Ha. The divine consciousness was crazy and greedy, and he greedily felt everything about Suyu. Chaos body, immortal magic, immortal light. The small world theory has been proven to be feasible. Everything was what he had always dreamed of. After taking over the body, the foundation of the immortal king will be yours. Even if it is an extravagant dream to reach the realm of the supreme immortal king, it is not impossible. Listening to the other party's words, Suyu felt cold in his heart. He was being targeted by this unknown thing. And he is a person who surpasses the emperor. Who is? No matter who it is, if they dare to target me, they will play with their life. If it were any other chosen one of heaven, even if they had the appearance of an immortal king, they might be possessed by him. But Suyu was not like that. He had more than one trump card. System. It is his greatest guarantee. Snort. Immortal light burst out in chaotic energy surge, causing this space-time barrier to tremble. The next moment, with a bang, Suyu crushed the black mist into nothingness. I will find yours again, my most perfect body. They're all mine. Ha ha ha. The last wisp of divine consciousness dissipated, and the space-time barrier calmed down again. This black fog was very strong. If he really took action, he would definitely cause the secret realm of time to collapse, but he did not do so. He did not even resist Suyu's actions at all. Because, he found it. Also marked. Suyu is now his prey. As the black mist shattered, on a dead star that is who knows how far away from the ancient star Qingmu, the wind is fierce and the fire of hell is burning fiercely, fueled by the soul. The entire planet is like a huge fireball, but it also exudes a cold and strange aura. However, in the very center, there is an incomparably mysterious and majestic masculinity. In the fire palace, a figure in a Taoist robe sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and a dangerous and strange arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very nice. After 6 lifetimes of waiting, I finally encountered such a perfect body. Sure enough, I am the true destiny. When I ascend to immortality in the future, I will definitely be able to occupy a place in the upper realm. Those guys, haha, they are so narrow-minded, how could they possibly know my talent? Said. He paused for a moment, then said in a cold voice, pass on my order. Next, contact the restricted area on Xuanian. I will enter Xuanian. Respect the king's order. In the fire palace, a ball of flame flickered, and a divine thought appeared, then flew away from the dead star. Well, the great world is the great world after all. It's worth it that I exchange the elixir of immortality for the qualification to persevere in this world. I have encountered this great opportunity to make medicine. Heaven is on my side after all. The sound dissipated, and the hellfire on the dead star burned even more fiercely. The souls that were used as fuel were roaring, making this ancient star even more terrifying. At this time, inside the space-time barrier, after Suyu crushed the black mist, his expression kept changing. Being targeted by an almighty power, even though he was confident that he could avoid being devoured, he still felt very uncomfortable. It's like stepping in shit. The originally good mood suddenly turned bad. I still have 10,000 years to gain enlightenment. Since the black mist has no intention of killing me now, I will make full use of this time. You want to take over my body while I'm preaching? Suyu's eyes were icy, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Then let's give it a try. If I can't kill you, when I become an emperor, as long as you are not a true immortal, I will kill you like a chicken. He just has too little time to accumulate experience now, but he is not without potential. His potential has not yet been fully realized. If he could comprehend the transformation, in depth, or even reach the highest level, then no one below the true immortal would be his rival. Such a dangerous person. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely dig him out and the forces behind him and grind them to ashes. There must not be any hidden dangers left. Continue. After adjusting his mood, Suyu also realized that there was no time to rush. Anyway, the other party would not kill him before he achieved enlightenment, so this amount of time was still enough. In that case, there is no need to worry about him. After he has achieved success in his cultivation, if he dares to come out again, his entire clan will be turned into ashes. Soon, Suyu began to meditate again to comprehend the technique. He is fine. However, in the outside world, on the ancient star Qingmu, the expressions of all the quasi-emperors changed again and again. The secret realm of time is shaking. What happened inside? Why is there such a terrifying fluctuation? Looking at the secret realm of time surging in the sky, the 20,000 quasi-emperors were all horrified. Boom. Just when they didn't know what to do, the secret realm of time in the sky suddenly disappeared. Not good. The secret realm of time is closed. Chapter 373, Self-Exile in the Secret Realm of Time, Suyu disappeared. Seeing the secret realm of time closed, the expressions of both Saint Tianyan and Old Man Tianji instantly darkened. The others were dumbfounded. Why did the secret realm of time suddenly close? Suyu is still in there. At this moment, the coffin containing the 6th patriarch suddenly opened, and the 6th patriarch walked out of the coffin. At this time, he was no longer as terrifying as before. On the contrary, he had regained some vitality. Although he is still skin and bones, he is in excellent condition. It has a bit of a rejuvenation feel. What's going on? As the 6th patriarch came out of retreat, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Holy Lord Tianyan and Old Man Tianji did not reply. They just took out the quasi-imperial divination tool and started to tell fortunes. Soon, the Holy Lord Tianyan groaned and a streak of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. What is this divination? It even made a figure like the Holy Lord Tianyan bleed. The Holy Lord of Tianyan wiped away the blood, and then said to the 6th patriarch in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Suyu is fine, he is just being targeted by Supreme Being. Now, even I can't tell what he is like. I only know that he is not dead and is still in the secret realm of time." Old Man Tianji also put away his tortoise shell, which was shed from a divine tortoise that had lived for 10,000 years and could calculate the secrets of the Emperor realm. The secret realm of time has activated its self-defense and randomly exiled into the void. Its movement cannot be detected. The only thing we can be sure of is that Suyu is not dead, but his whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing the news that Suyu was not dead, the quasi-emperor of the human race finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu's talent is unrivaled throughout history. If he dies, the human race will suffer a great loss. I'm glad you're not dead. However, being targeted by Supreme Being. This is the most shocking thing. Upon hearing this, the 6th patriarch nodded and said, "So what should I do now? I have to go find this kid." Suyu is a leader recognized by the 3 religions of Eastern Wilderness. If he died, I'm afraid everyone in Jushao will go crazy. Tianyan Saint Lord said, "There is no need to look for him. When the time comes, he will appear." His words calmed the 6th patriarch down a bit. As long as nothing happened, it would be fine. If anything happened to Suyu under his care, he would probably be spitted to death by those old guys whose bodies were half buried in the ground. Compared to the worries of the human race, the other races did not have much emotion. On the contrary, they were still feeling grateful. I hope Suyu dies in it, especially the hundreds of races headed by the Fox clan. If Suyu dies, then the tilt of heaven will be mainly in Dacian's favor. They will be the beneficiaries. Okay, the 6th patriarch nodded. Then, his eyes gradually became fierce. After scanning the surroundings, he said, "Let's banish this ominous place, Qingmu Ancient Star, now." Since the secret realm of time has been randomly exiled to avoid the crisis, there is no need for the Ancient Star of Qingmu to exist. With Su Yu's current cultivation level, even if you come out at the end of the universe, you can still return to the ninth heaven. Even if you can get in touch with them, you can be brought back in no time. We cannot stay in Qingmu Ancient Star, this evil place. That's exactly what I meant. The Holy Lord Tianyan's gaze was stern. How can we stay in this place that breeds evil? Having made up their minds, the 20,000 quasi-emperors did not hesitate and walked out of the Qingmu Ancient Star at the same time and came to the void of the universe. The 20,000 quasi-emperors formed seals at the same time, and in an instant an invisible aura began to rise. Rumble. In the void, the roar of destruction continued to sound. The void behind the huge ancient Qingmu star was cracking, just like a complete mirror was cracking. In an instant, the breath of nothingness swept through, and in the broken void, chains of great Tao appeared one after another, like tentacles, blocking up the ancient Qingmu star. There was a huge sound. It was the great Tao divine chain dragging Qingmu Ancient Star into the void. The turbulence in the void is raging. Even if a powerful saint falls into the turbulent flow of the void, there is no chance of survival. As the ancient Qingmu star was dragged into it by the great Tao divine chain. In an instant, the broken space healed as if nothing had happened. Finish this. The faces of the human quasi-emperors were all very cold. Everyone dispersed, wait for the Emperor Road to open, and then enter the Emperor Road to compete. After saying that, the Holy Lord Tianyan summoned a flying boat and boarded it with old man Tianji to fly to the ancient star Xuantian. Seeing this, the others also began to leave on their own. Time passes by little by little. After the quasi-emperors return, the news about Su Yu disappearing with the secret realm of time spread throughout the universe. Today, Su Yu's reputation is more famous than that of most quasi-emperors. Among all the races in the universe, no one does not know the name of Su Yu, the #1 prodigy of the human race. The news of his disappearance shocked countless people. What? Su Yu is still in the secret realm of time? Wang Heng, who was practicing in the Wang family, was stunned when he heard the news reported by his clansmen. Qingqiu Ancient Star, the sacred mountain of the Fox clan. Bai Shan, who was comprehending the immortal arts, was stunned at first after listening to the little fox's report, and then he laughed wildly, ha ha ha, good, good, good. This bastard is finally dead. Although he's not dead yet, he has been targeted by that terrifying existence and there's no chance of survival for him. This life is finally the time for me to be respected. At this moment, Bai Shan's thoughts became clear. Although he was still a little unwilling, he finally figured it out. He had come into contact with him. How terrifying is that black fog? Even the Emperor may not be able to compare to it. If Su Yu could still survive after being targeted by him, then there would be something fishy going on. Xuantian, the ancient ancestral land deep in the Taiku mining area. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Sun was stunned for a moment, then he pondered, he shouldn't be a short-lived person. As long as he's not dead, there's nothing to worry about. In front of him, leaning against the wall of the stone cave, was an immortal from the ancient demon royal family, who also belonged to the ancient royal family. In the competition among the top 100, we won the top 15 places. The ancient demon emperor clan and the fighting saint Abe clan are close friends. This immortal species, like him, was sealed away from ancient times. They were good friends at first. However, the fighting saint Abe clan has become extinct, and he is the only one left, but the ancient demon emperor clan is not the same. The ancient demon emperor clan still has more than 1,000 members, each of whom has reached the saint realm, and there are also many quasi-emperors. Even if the fighting saint monkey is not here, they still took care of Sun Shengwang, and the quasi-emperors of the demon emperor clan were also quite optimistic about him. Are you so optimistic about this human boy? The ancient immortal from the ancient demon emperor clan looked at him with a smile. Sun Shengwang nodded slightly, as if to acquiesce, and said, he will be the leader of this era. The immortal clan of the ancient demon emperor was startled when he heard this, then laughed and said, this is the first time I've heard you praise someone like this. Back then, you looked down on everyone. He knew how arrogant the fighting saint Abe was, and Saint Emperor's son perfectly inherited the advantages of his parents, even surpassing them. With great emperors as parents, it goes without saying how broad his vision is. But, he, who started from such a high point, was optimistic about the human race. Perhaps your judgment is correct. My clan is also interested in making friends with him. Would you like to go visit his poor family together? It is said that he is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Hearing this, Emperor Sun nodded and said, go. Chapter 374, The Demonic Killing Skill, Taking Yansha Sutra. The Su family, ever since the news of Su Yu's disappearance in the secret realm of time spread, Su Yuxing has been frowning all day long, and his brows have never relaxed. Well, the backyard of the Su family, this is the residence of the head of the Su family. It is also a courtyard that belongs exclusively to his family. He sat in the pavilion in the garden, with a pot of spiritual tea that had long since gone cold on the stone table in front of him. Su Yuxing sighed. The palms on the stone table suddenly clenched, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, Ayu, it's my father who is useless and can't protect you. My cultivation is too low. If he had powerful cultivation, comparable to the Lord of the Holy Land, how could he be like this? Why should his own son join the so-called Holy Land? He alone can protect him well. There's no need for him to take risks. Master, the young master will be fine. As this still somewhat childish voice rang out, the sound of hooves could be heard in the garden. Su Yuxing turned his head to take a look and said with a forced smile, yes, as long as there is no news of his death, then nothing will happen to Ayu. You made it through when you were so weak, how can you die now? The one who came was not someone else, but the Earth Qilin. The Earth Qilin is about 10 feet tall, its scales are golden, its hair is light green, and it looks extremely handsome. After he walked in, he stood outside the pavilion and said in a resounding voice, I have observed the young master's destiny. She is a person of destiny. She has great luck and it is impossible for her to die. Moreover, after the young master's experience in the Tiandao competition, his cultivation should have broken through the great saint realm. Instead of worrying about you, master, you should first think about how to deal with those people with bad intentions. After accumulating countless resources, Tu Qilin's cultivation has long been comparable to that of the late great sage realm. If it were placed in the Dharma ending age, his existence would even make the top holy places think twice. But, now that the Dharma ending age is over and the golden age is approaching, quasi-emperors are rampant in this world. Even those in the late stage of the great sage realm are not completely safe. Certainly, the Earth Qilin is not without a trump card, but it can only repel those who have just entered the quasi-emperor level. Even so, it is more than enough to use it to guard the family. Su Yuxing was startled when he heard this, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. We don't need to worry about those things. With the protection of the 3 sects of the eastern wasteland, the Su family will not be in danger. However, his words were refuted by Tu Qilin. Master, do you want to be protected by others for the rest of your life, just like how I protected the Su family? Do you still hope for protection? These words made Su Yuxing stand there in a daze. Do you want to? No, I certainly don't want to. If I have the ability, why would I need others to protect me? But unfortunately, I have a son like Su Yu, so no matter what I do, I must not cause trouble for him. For now, in his opinion, the best outcome is to be protected. But are you really willing to do that? Crunch. Su Yuxing quietly exerted force with his clenched fists, his nails even digging into his flesh without him realizing it. No, I don't want to, but what can I do? The resentment in Su Yuxing's eyes faded, and finally turned into a bitter smile in silence. I have ordinary talents. Now, if I hadn't been lucky enough to make a contract with you, I don't know when I would have been able to break through this realm. Seeing this, Du Qilin also sighed. Finally, those big eyes flashed with a ray of light, and he said slowly, Master, it's not that there's no way. I am the last pure-blooded Qilin of the Earth Qilin clan in this universe. In my bloodline inheritance memory, there is such a technique. He can improve his cultivation through killing, and can even devour the cultivation of others. Of course, there is a price to pay, and that is becoming bloodthirsty. Only those with great perseverance can suppress this price and turn it into their own motivation. Some people are righteous and hate evil. They practice this skill and become chivalrous warriors. They kill all evildoers they encounter. There are also evil people who, after practicing this technique, become bloodthirsty and murderous. To improve their cultivation, they will slaughter cities and exterminate entire clans, becoming peerless demons. As he spoke, two streams of white mist containing spiritual energy spurted out of the Earth Qilin's nostrils. Master, what kind of person do you think you are? Having said that, Du Qilin stared at Su Yuxing with his big eyes, his deep gaze seemed to see through him. After hearing these words, Su Yuxing was stunned and fell into deep thought. Is it evil or good? Can you guarantee it yourself? No, I can't guarantee it myself. What he was thinking about now was not so-called protecting the world or punishing evil, he just wanted to fulfill his duties as a father. The children left home to make their own way before they even reached adulthood. And myself, I just took care of them until they grew up and never gave them much help. In turn, they helped the Su family grow to where it is today. Although it is difficult to repay the kindness of parents in raising us throughout our lifetime, are we giving birth to them so that they can repay us? No, that is one's own bloodline, one's own continuation. At the beginning, didn't I also want to grow up to be a strong man like my children, and give back to protect the Su family? Su Yuxing fell silent. He was silent for a long time, and he didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing him like this, the Earth Qilin did not continue to make any sound to disturb him, but opened its mouth and spit out a beam of clear light that flew towards the stone table. The light faded away, revealing a stack of yellowed parchment. There was nothing special about the parchment, it was just quietly placed in front of Su Yuxing, inconspicuous. After doing this, Du Qilin turned and left. Before leaving, it only left a few words. Master, if you have figured it out, then take it and begin practicing. You and I will conquer the universe together, achieve the supreme throne together, and let our family out of this universe that is about to collapse. My origin is from the Qilin immortal realm in the upper realm. When you decide to practice, you will leave your small world. Outside there will be evil people coming. Let them serve as nourishment and become the first step on the path of killing and attaining enlightenment. When the Earth Qilin disappeared, Su Yuxing was the only one left in the entire back garden, sitting alone in the pavilion, staring at the parchment in a daze. 3 days passed like this. Finally, at dusk on the third day, Su Yuxing's eyes suddenly showed a ripple. His clenched fists loosened quietly and moved little by little to the parchment. He grabbed it in his hand and took a closer look. The first page was filled with a few ancient characters that he could barely understand. The 5 ancient characters are vigorous and powerful, as if containing the ultimate truth of killing in heaven and earth. The murderous aura stung the skin, making it impossible to look away. Su Yuxing muttered to himself as he read out the words above, taking Yansha Sutra. Boom! Outside the Su family's small world, several figures walked out of the space door at the same time. Each of these figures has the cultivation level of a great saint. As soon as they appear, the air within 100 miles around them seems to condense into substance. This is the Su family, right? Once the adults have restrained the 3 eastern wasteland sects, we will set out to capture all the members of the Su family alive and bring them back to the holy sect to report. Behind him, hundreds of powerful people in the realm of heaven and man appeared at the same time, and then knelt on the ground one after another, with a sound that shook the sky. Yes, Holy Order. Chapter 375 Jushao. Are you ready to bear the consequences of offending my holy church? East Wilderness, the holy land of Jushao. Inside the sect's main hall, the relaxed atmosphere was gone, but instead it became extremely dull, not only because of Su Yu's matter, but also because of other reasons. First place, the elegant Saint Lord's cultivation had become increasingly solid at this time, and he seemed to be able to become a quasi-emperor at any time. He sat high up in the first seat, and below him was a supreme elder at the quasi-emperor level. In the 9 skies, the Holy Lord is the person who decides the direction of the sect. Even the supreme elders and retired sect leaders must obey his orders. Have all the copies of the Eternal Life Sutra that the 6th Patriarch brought back been completed? Upon hearing this, the quasi-emperor realm grand elder nodded slightly and said, it has been replicated, and it consumed a lot of resources. The Holy Lord also nodded gently and said, no matter how great the cost, it is worth it. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. He said, this immortal scripture given by Su Yu can enhance the foundation of the old men of the 3 sects countless times. Perhaps one day, we won't need to actively dig graves, and we'll be able to have a powerful quasi-emperor in charge of the sect. The 6th Patriarch had only been practicing for a short period of time, but he had already almost suppressed the death energy. Maybe it won't even take 2 years. You can achieve complete success, extend your life by 1,000 years, or even live another life. In this way, not only will the number of powerful people who die in the sect be greatly reduced, but with such a long lifespan, it may be possible to create countless powerful people in the late quasi-emperor stage. Yes, the quasi-emperor level supreme elder also smiled after hearing Su Yu's name. This kid is really, it's of great help to Jushao. Although Jushao treated him well, the resources consumed were really pitifully small. Originally, they had planned to let Su Yu use the sect's resources at will, but Su Yu refused to ask the sect for permission. He was able to rely on his talent to cultivate step by step to reach his current level. After a while, who knows, you might not even be able to use the things in the Jushao treasure house. The Holy Lord thought for a moment, then said, since the Holy Son is still cultivating in the secret realm of time, his family will be looked after by Jushao. If the Holy Son doesn't have the necessary cultivation resources, then send them all to the Su family. This kid is very good to his family and his own people. This is what he values most. Because he loves the Su family, he also loves the Su family. The Su family is honest and there is no arrogance or domineering behavior. Naturally, he is willing to cultivate the Su family. If Su Yu becomes an emperor in this life, then, the Su family will become a top imperial family. Under the influence of the future emperor, the Su family's strength will grow rapidly. It might even be the second Wang family. The Su family's foundation may not be strong yet, but Su Yu's 3 sisters have begun to show their invincibility. Each of their cultivation levels is improving rapidly, and some have even broken through to the Great Saint realm some time ago. If ordinary people chose to support the Su family at this time, it would be icing on the cake. But Jushao is different. He had been optimistic about Su Yu since he was young and started investing in him. Today's Su family has a strong sense of identity with Jushao. As he spoke, the Holy Lord turned his head to look at the 9th elder who was sitting beside him, and said with a smile, this matter will be handled by you, 9th elder. You have a very good relationship with the Su family, so it is most appropriate for you to handle it. Yes, the ninth elder was stunned when he heard this, then he stood up and bowed in response. After responding, the ninth elder raised his head, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, Holy Lord, the Su family now controls the Earth Qilin and the Ancient Phoenix. It consumes a lot of resources. Adding to the consumption of the Earth Qilin and the Ancient Phoenix, I think Jushao should prepare more resources to help the Su family quickly cultivate the Earth Qilin. This will also be of great benefit to me, Jushao. Hearing this, all the elders were startled, and then they all nodded. Holy Lord, I think what the ninth elder said makes sense. The Holy Sun family should be well nurtured. As for the issue of resources, more should indeed be allocated. The elegant Saint Lord nodded and said, I am aware of this as well. If that's the case, then we will allocate 30 portions of cultivation resources each year, enough for those in the late Great Saint realm to the third quasi-emperor realm. In addition, an additional 1,000 Dharmakaya resources and 100 celestial being resources will be added each year, plus 5 holy realm resources. If these resources were placed in the outside world, they would be enough to cause huge waves. But here in the Jushao Holy Land, it's just a little more expenditure. Jushao has a very deep foundation, not to mention that it controls 1/3 of the spirit stone veins in the eastern wasteland. Even if he had to support the cultivation of another top-level holy land with no income, he would still have a lot of surplus. In the nine skies, there are many disciples of the Dharmakaya celestial being. Every year, thousands of Dharma realm cultivation resources are distributed. Yes, the ninth elder bowed slightly and then walked out of the hall. After watching the ninth elder walk out, the elegant Saint Lord instructed the quasi-emperor realm grand elder, Elder Dongfang, you will secretly escort the ninth elder to the Su family. In addition, he stayed at the Su family before Suyu appeared. I'm afraid some guys won't be able to hold back. Elder Dongfang nodded upon hearing this and said, yes, Holy Lord. The immortal method provided by Suyu greatly enhanced Jushao's potential and allowed him to not worry about his lifespan in his later years. Protecting the Su family cannot repay this favor. But it did make him feel a little relieved. After Elder Dongfang left, the Holy Lord's expression gradually turned gloomy. Peak Masters, please tell us about the current situation. Below, the 8 Peak Masters, who had remained silent the entire time, took a deep breath after hearing the Holy Lord calling them, and said, Holy Lord, these past few days. Thousands of my sect's disciples have died. Everyone's death was extremely tragic. They were all drained of blood, their bones stripped, and their souls extracted. Upon hearing this answer, the Holy Lord's expression turned cold. Emperor's Tomb. When everyone heard these 2 words, their faces suddenly changed. The name of the Emperor's Tomb is enough to make people shudder. How could it be? Boom. At this moment, the entire sect hall suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake. The deafening roar made people dizzy. Everyone's face changed drastically. Someone is attacking the sect. The eyes of a group of elders were filled with disbelief. Is there anyone in this world who dares to attack Jushao? Before they could come to their senses, a chilling and extremely uncomfortable voice rang out. Hee Jushao, I haven't seen you for many years. You have become weaker. Swish. The penetrating power of this voice made the elders turn pale, and the elegant Saint Lord's face darkened, and then his figure instantly disappeared in the sect hall. When he appeared again, he was already outside the sect. At the same time, there were also several old men with a decayed aura on their bodies who walked out of the ancestral tomb deep in the 9 skies. When they appeared, the space hundreds of miles away from the sky suddenly cracked. Click. Several black-robed figures slowly walked out of the space crack. The 2 mysterious men in black robes at the head were holding the bodies of Elder Dongfang and Elder Ju. At this time, Elder Dongfang and Elder Nine were covered in blood and their auras were extremely weak. Boom. After walking out of the space crack, the man in black robe threw the 2 men into the sky. The body hit the ground with a loud bang that made people's scalp tingle. Hee Jushao, are you ready to bear the consequences of offending my holy church? Chapter 376. It is our lifelong blessing to accomplish the great cause of the Emperor's Tomb with our ant bodies. Looking at Elder Dongfang and Elder Nine who were thrown back, Zhao Hongjun's breathing gradually became heavier. Because he sensed it. Although the 2 elders were still alive at this time, they only had 1 breath left. The resources consumed in order to cure them are absolutely enormous. It may even be necessary to use quasi-immortality drugs. Jushao, you are really too arrogant. Could it be that you think Jushao is still the Taishun immortal sect that was not split up back then? The black-robed quasi-emperor spoke in a tone full of disdain and contempt for Jushao. Of course, it is reasonable for him to have such emotions. Compared with Jushao, how could Diffin, a complete and never-declining immortal sect, look down on Jushao, a divided immortal sect? Now the immortal seed you were hoping for is either dead or alive. Now it's your turn. As the black-robed quasi-emperor finished speaking, the group of people behind him suddenly burst out with a strong aura, shaking the heavens and the earth to wail and the ground to crack. The power of a quasi-emperor. No one can stop it. If the great emperor does not appear, the quasi-emperor will be invincible and will be the strongest group of people in the world. Boom. Just as their aura burst out, in the depths of Jushao Ancestral Mausoleum, several figures with decayed auras broke through the space and came to the outside of Jushao's sect to block the world-destroying storm. Emperor's Tomb, what on earth do you want to do? A hoarse voice came from the decayed body. Click. Before the rotten old man could finish his words, the black-robed quasi-emperor grasped the void with his hands and crushed it directly. What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious? Of course I want you to be destroyed. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying murderous intent filled the air, causing heaven and earth to wail. Kill. Watching their actions, the expressions of the 9 heavens quasi-emperors turned cold, and they shouted, 9 heavens elders, attack with all your might and meet the invading enemy. At this moment, the sky collapsed. Not only Jushao, but even Zaiwei and Tianchuan Holy Land are in the same predicament. The 3 religions in the eastern wilderness were all plunged into chaos. At this time, outside the Su family, as the sky of the eastern wasteland grew darker, the turbulent spiritual energy even affected the entire eastern wasteland. Outside the Su family, in the cracked space, a powerful man wearing a black robe and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm slowly walked out. Behind him, there were also several black-robed men whose cultivation had reached the Great Saint Realm who walked out together. The signal appeared. The black-robed man at the peak of the Great Saint Realm looked up at the sky and muttered, it's time to move. As he spoke, he turned to look at the black-robed man behind him and said slowly, the family where the apostate saint son of my holy church is lurking is the Su family. If he doesn't die, how will our holy church maintain its reputation? The sect has issued an order. Today, all members of the Su family must be captured alive. Whether Suyu was really the innate saint who betrayed their holy religion was obviously not important. What was important was that Suyu was once the object of possession by the innate saint of the Emperor's Tomb. If the possession fails, Suyu will search his soul in memory. Then, it would be a huge shame for the Emperor's Tomb. Therefore, Suyu must die and the Su family must be destroyed. This matter concerns the reputation of the Emperor's Tomb, and they cannot afford to be careless in dealing with it. I have investigated clearly. The strongest members of the Su family are Tu Qilin and his contractor Su Yuxing. Their cultivation levels are in the late and early stages of the Great Saint realm. Now, follow me, burst into the Sioux family, capture everyone alive, and take back the Earth Qilin and the ancient phoenix. All of this belongs to my holy church. Kill. When the last word sounded, the murderous intent shook the sky, causing even the Sioux family's secret realm to tremble. Boom, this man at the peak of the Great Saint realm rushed out first, arrived in front of the Sioux family's secret realm, raised his hand and punched out. In an instant, the space collapsed and sank in. A terrifying force poured out, and the spherical secret realm had no possibility of resisting this blow. It could not even hold on for a moment before it completely turned into fragments of light and dissipated. The full picture of the Sioux family is fully revealed. Roar. The moment the secret space was shattered, a figure with golden scales and light green hair suddenly appeared. The Qilin roars and shatters the sky. The sky collapsed. The sky is dark and the earth is gloomy. How dare you little rat, attack my Sioux family's secret realm. Court death. The Earth Qilin took a step forward, as if walking through billions of miles, and instantly appeared in front of the group of people from the Emperor's tomb. The huge body of the Qilin stood before them. It was like a huge mountain, weighing heavily on their hearts. Even though the Earth Qilin's cultivation is only at the late stage of the Great Saint realm, if he can unleash his true fire, even a weak quasi-emperor may not be his match. The Qilin clan is a natural god of war, especially the Earth Qilin, the king among the gods of war. Boom, the front hoof was raised, and then stepped down heavily. In an instant, the space shattered, and a layer of void shattered instantly after lasting less than 0.01 seconds. The second layer of void was shattered again. It was not until the appearance of the third layer of void that it was barely able to withstand the hoof that was stepping on the sky. Form of formation. Facing the Earth Qilin's kick, the black-robed Great Saint's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Stop him." Those Great Saints did not dare to be careless and took action one after another to respond with all their strength. Barely able to block the Earth Qilin's heaven-stepping hoof, he immediately shouted sternly, "Attack. We must capture all the members of the Sioux family alive. Others can be killed, but Su Yuxing's lineage must not be harmed in the slightest." As his command sounded, the space behind them suddenly shattered, and hundreds of celestial beings walked out at the same time and flew towards the Sioux family. Their fierce murderous intentions were not concealed at all, and they were completely determined to exterminate the Sioux family. Snort. Two Qilin snorted coldly and turned around to stop him. However, as soon as he took a step, he was surrounded by several prospective disciples of the Emperor's tomb. "We are here, how could we let you ruin things?" the great sage Diffin said coldly. Locking immortal formation. Bang. As soon as the words fell, countless blood mist spurted out from the bodies of these great saints at the same time, dyeing the entire space blood red. The formation shone brightly, and using the blood mist of these 5 people as a medium, it carved a formation pattern under the feet of the Earth Qilin. In the blink of an eye, the carving of the entire formation was completed. At this very moment, the 5 people in their prime suddenly began to age at the same time, looking even older than an octogenarian. Seeing them transformed into such a horrible state, even Tu Qilin couldn't help but be stunned. His childish voice was filled with disbelief. "You risked your life to carve such an evil formation. Are you crazy?" He couldn't understand why these people were willing to waste most of their lifespans just to trap him. If this formation continues to operate, their lifespans will probably end in less than 3 hours. Facing the Earth Qilin's puzzlement, the black-robed man at the peak of the Great Saint realm said in a cold voice, "It is our life's blessing to be able to accomplish the great cause of the Emperor's tomb with our ant bodies. Stop talking nonsense. Die." Rumble. A blood mist spurted out, and in an instant, evil light filled the sky. Chapter 377, Killing Time. Anyone who attacks our Sioux family today must die. As the immortal locking formation appeared, the sky and the earth changed color in an instant, and the spiritual energy moved away as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. The energy of the sky and the earth collapsed, and even the oxygen dissipated quickly. It was as if it had met its natural enemy and was dodging frantically. Immortal locking formation. Although the name sounds nice, its real name is the Absolute Soul Demon Array. If one uses his cultivation at the peak of the Great Saint realm with all his might, not only can he expel the spiritual energy and prevent the energy of heaven and earth from condensing, he can even prevent the laws from visiting the place where the Absolute Soul Demon Array is. Turn a place into a complete death zone. It makes it impossible for the quasi-emperor to mobilize the power of the law to increase his combat power. If they are more ruthless, they can even grind the creatures trapped in the soul-destroying demon formation into blood. All his spiritual power and cultivation will be completely destroyed. This is the scariest part. In Tu Qilin's eyes, the person in the Emperor's tomb who had sealed him with the soul-extinguishing magic formation was now aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, even so, this group of people were tireless and kept spewing out blood mist crazily. Just to trap it in the soul-destroying demon formation. They basically had no intention of going back alive. If they could destroy Earth Qilin, they would be able to leave with a smile even if they were on the road to the underworld. Even if what awaits him ahead is being cut into pieces, he is willing to do it. Having an ancient mythical beast, the Earth Qilin, accompany me to the underworld is enough for my life. Ha 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 ha. The moment the soul-destroying demon formation was activated, he could no longer continue fighting and could only rely on his own blood and energy to maintain the operation of the soul-destroying demon formation, thereby achieving the goal of destroying the enemy. Feeling the spiritual power in his body stirring, Tu Qilin also became a little uneasy. A bunch of rats, are you worthy enough to destroy me? Roar. The roar of the Earth Qilin shook the clouds, and the sky seemed to be split in half by a sharp knife, with clear sky on both sides. And in the middle, there is a bottomless black crack. The sky is cracked. Qilin steps on the sky. The Earth Qilin roared and leapt up with its front paws. Its feet gave people the illusion that the infinitely high and boundless sky was trembling under its feet. 1 foot down. Boom. In an instant, the void continued to shatter, and the light of the soul absolute demon array swayed wildly, like the faint light of a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Puff. Faced with such a terrifying attack, their already old and withered faces turned pale in an instant. However, they held on with tenacious grit. After the absolute soul demon formation swayed, it gradually stabilized and the flames regained their vitality. The price they paid was that they all became older, their flesh and blood shriveled up, and they looked like only skin and bones. He want to break free from the soul-slaying demonic formation. Dream on. When the black-robed great sage saw this scene, there was hatred in his eyes but also a sense of pleasure. From now on, be refined obediently and watch carefully to see how the Sioux family is destroyed. So what if you are a god? You will definitely die today. The black-robed great sage roared angrily, then bellowed, why don't you take action? Hurry and head to the Sioux family and capture Su Yuxing alive. Hurry. This roar startled people. Then the people of the Sioux family saw the space in the distance suddenly crack, and then 2 black-robed figures emitting the aura of a mid-stage great sage walked out. Their appearance caused the Sioux family, who had been able to resist the invasion, to become completely panicked. The middle stage of great sage. Invincible opponent. Saint 18, tisk tisk, you really are risking your life. After the 2 great saints appeared, they did not immediately attack the Sioux family members. Instead, they looked at the black-robed great saint who had become skin and bones, shook their heads and sneered. This kid is really crazy. The peak great sage known as Saint 18 was not angry, but instead said coldly, we risk our lives to create this opportunity. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten what the adults told you? Take down the Su family with lightning speed to avoid any more trouble. If the adults knew about your current behavior, you would be thrown into the prison of rules and punished according to the rules if you don't die. Upon hearing this, the two great saints' expressions changed and they snorted coldly, you don't need to teach us what to do. Swish. As soon as the words fell, the two of them took action instantly and slapped the Su family. Although the Su family is no longer what it used to be, it is still as naive and ridiculous as a child in front of the real powerful forces. Just precedent it will be killed. A small holy realm, do you think you can turn the tide? One of them looked at Su Tianming with a sneer at the man in front of him who was trying to resist stubbornly and block his casual palm. An ant in the early stage of the holy realm, how can it shake the sky? This old saint realm must be the grandfather of the apostate saint's son, right? Capture him, bring him back to the holy church and torture him slowly. The palm that slapped down instantly changed its offensive momentum. At this moment, the palm was like Tathagata Buddha suppressing Monkey King. He wanted to suppress Su Tianming. Facing this palm, Su Tianming's face turned pale and ugly. After all, he is not Su Yu, nor is he a genius. His realm is comparable to that of a saint of the same realm, so he can be considered a strong man of the same realm. However, facing the great sage, he had no right to resist. Is my Su family destined to perish here today? Su Tianming could have dodged this palm, but he didn't dare to do so because there were many people from the Su family behind him. These great saints in the imperial tombs could not care about the lives of their subordinates, but he couldn't. These are all people from the Su family. Seeing that he showed no intention of dodging, the great sage sneered, "Ant, bound by these useless emotions, you are destined to never become a strong man. Well, if you are really willing to give up these people, you might still have the treasure Su Yu gave you. I might not be able to capture you. But now come here you." Swish. Just as his big hand was about to grab Su Tianming, suddenly, the moonlight gun energy flashed by. There was a sound like a knife cutting butter. The next moment, all everyone heard was a deafening scream coming from the mouth of the great sage who had made the move. My hand, my arm. The shrill howl sounded like a butcher stabbing a sharp knife into the pig's throat. With the great sage's cultivation level, even if his body was smashed into mud, he should not feel such pain, let alone howl so miserably. But the power of this spear light is enough to hurt the soul. Not only his physical arm was broken, but also his spiritual arm was broken. This is a pain that goes deep into the soul. Unbearable. The sudden change startled everyone. The great sage with the broken arm roared, "Who is it? Who dares to attack me? Get out of here." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of gunlight flashed, and then a human head rolled down and hit a hill, grinding it flat. The sudden change surprised everyone, and they all looked in one direction with wide eyes. I saw that behind the dead Monkey King, the space was cracking. A cold light flashed out from it. Then, the tip of the gun slashed, the space shattered, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Anyone who attacks my Su family today must die. Bang. Chapter 378, Su Yuxing's transformation, a polarized reversal of the situation. At this moment, Su Yuxing walked out of the void, holding a magic spear, like a god of war, completely blocking the war outside the Su family. Beneath the handsome appearance of a middle-aged man, his cold edge could not be hidden at all. His eyes were as sharp as guns, making people dare not look directly at him. Today, you all must die here. Su Yuxing's voice was cold, and the tip of his spear pointed at another great saint. In an instant, the spear intent of the sixth saint realm spread wildly, causing spider-web-like cracks to climb and spread across the entire space behind him. The gun's intent is so strong that even space can hardly bear it. Seeing Su Yuxing's sudden change, the eyes of the earth Keelan trapped in the immortal locking formation flashed with brilliance. Good. As the master, I have finally gotten on the right track and am no longer limited to my family. In Tu Keelan's opinion, with his help, Su Yuxing's future potential will definitely not be too low. It would be a waste to be trapped in the family. Instead of this, it's better to be a killing god and kill him until the world turns upside down. If you want to protect, you must have absolute status and strength, and strike it down with a pair of iron fists. Make people afraid to take advantage of you. This is the best protection. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten and then counter-attacking, that is not called guarding, that is called living. Taking the initiative is the only way to protect yourself. We should be like the young lady, showing our talents without hiding ourselves, so that no one dares to underestimate us. Compared to Tu Keelan's surprise, the black-robed man at the peak of the Great Saint Realm's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw Su Yuxing in such a state and the terrifying murders aura spreading. Take action. Hurry up and take action. We must not let them have a chance to turn the tables. The quasi-emperors have created an opportunity for us, and we absolutely cannot waste it. If this operation fails, it will be a foolish dream to enter the eastern wilderness in the future. He was roaring, his tone more panicked than ever before. He can die, but his family cannot die. If this mission fails, not only will they die, but even the family living under the control of the Emperor's tomb will be destroyed. Boom. In the space, dull thunder continued to be heard. It was a scene where powerful men broke through the void and walked out. Capturing the Su family alive this time is not as simple as just sending out a few great saints. There are still several great saints hidden behind. One after another, they walked out of the void and surrounded Su Yuxing, although the cultivation levels of these great saints who came out later were not particularly high. However, each of them also has the cultivation level of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. It's higher than Su Yuxing. Each of them exuded a murderous aura that made all cultivators whose cultivation level was lower than that of the Saint Realm lower their heads or look away, not daring to even take a second look. Bang! Chains emitting black energy were caught in the hands of this group of powerful great saints. The eyes of 7 people were like ice that had not melted for thousands of years, making people feel as if their souls were frozen. Take action. Following the order from the black-robed man at the peak of the Great Sage Realm, the peaceful space instantly became restless. Try to capture Su Yuxing alive if possible. You only have a quarter of an hour. If you can't capture him alive after a quarter of an hour, kill him and take the rest away. Su Yuxing is Su Yu's biological father, so if he can capture them alive, he must do so. A dead person. The threat is not that great. The reason why they chose to attack the Su family was naturally because Su Yu's luck had not been broken and had even become stronger. Once it is allowed to walk out of the secret realm of time, the Emperor's road will be open. Su Yu will definitely be promoted to quasi-emperor at the first hurdle on the road to becoming an emperor. At that time, if they wanted to take action again, they would have to send out strong men above the 3rd level of quasi-emperor to be safe. Even one needs to be at the 4th level of quasi-emperor. Yes, the 7 great saints responded at the same time. The next moment, the black gas chains were thrown out, and the space was ruthlessly shattered. The black gas lingering on the chain seemed to be able to restrain spiritual power. If you were chained up, you might become a helpless mortal. A strong sense of crisis erupted in my mind. Su Yuxing's expression remained unchanged. Clang! A spear was thrust out, knocking away a black chain that was trying to attack from behind. Su Yuxing's figure disappeared in an instant. When he disappeared from the spot, his breath also disappeared, making it impossible to capture it. This scene suddenly made this group of great saints nervous. He kept his nerves tense to prevent Su Yuxing's sneak attack. No matter how cautious they were, Su Yuxing would still find an opportunity. In the void, the terrifying spear intent that could shatter a person's courage bloomed in front of the forehead of a strong man in the middle stage of the great saint realm. In just a moment, it mercilessly pierced his head. Boom! After his head exploded, the black-robed great sage also died instantly. Even his soul didn't have time to escape before it was destroyed. Damn it! Upon seeing this scene, the leading great sage was immediately filled with shock and anger. He roared, "A bunch of idiots! Use your strength to shatter the surrounding void. Where else can he hide?" The great saint realm cultivator who attacked Su Yuxing was a death warrior trained by the Emperor's tomb, specifically used to handle certain matters. It's completely a disposable consumable. Regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, they will die immediately after taking action. So, their IQ is not very high. If you didn't need to maintain the immortal locking formation, you would have suppressed Su Yu long ago. How could the other party be so arrogant? Bang! Just when he was about to command his assassins to surround Su Yuxing, the immortal locking formation suddenly trembled violently. A huge backlash of force shocked his blood and made him almost spit out blood. He came back to his senses and glared at the Earth Keelan trapped in the immortal locking formation. The Earth Keelan roared to the sky, "You dare to be distracted when you want to kill me? Do you really think I'm useless?" Su Yuxing has figured it out. Then he naturally wouldn't be too bad. If he couldn't even break this little trick, then wouldn't his title as the ancient mythical beast Earth Keelan be in vain? He is one of the mythical beasts that can be ranked alongside the real dragon. Breath of the earth. As the Earth Keelan roared, the next moment, the ground below began to tremble, and countless earth elements gathered towards him. Although there is a barrier of the immortal locking formation, most of the elemental power cannot be absorbed. But there were also many fish that slipped through the net and were absorbed by him. When by quantity, little by little, it adds up to a lot. In an instant, the scales of the Earth Keelan began to emit a dazzling golden light, which was a manifestation of the revival of the power of the earth element. As the brewing light finally blooms, there are also extraordinary changes on the Earth Keelan. In his body, the rich earth element gradually gathered into the prototype of the law. Although very weak, but this is indeed the power of the law. The moment the prototype of the law appeared, it lingered around the Earth Keelan, forming the law armor covering the entire body. In an instant, the immortal locking formation vibrated wildly. The law is difficult to lock. Break it for me. Anger flashed in the Earth Keelan's eyes that were as big as copper bells. In an instant, the divine chain that locked him was completely shattered. The power of the Keelan sweeps across the sky. All of you, die. Chapter 379, Mouse, what qualifications do you have to act in front of me? The moment the immortal locking formation was broken, the backlash force continued to erode the bodies of the 5 people along the great divine chain. Puff, several mouthfuls of blood mist spurted out, and the void trembled. The 5 people retreated repeatedly, almost losing their balance and nearly falling. Cough cough cough. The black-robed man who was at the peak of the great saint realm was in relatively good condition. His cultivation was the highest in the field, and he could barely withstand the backlash. His eyes were dark and full of disbelief. Immortal locking formation, ahem, you were able to break free. Wearing the armor of laws, the Earth Keelan stands proudly in the void like a real divine beast. You are not strong enough to stop me. Go to hell. Boom, the Earth Keelan roared angrily, then ran out. Surrounded by the laws of the earth, he was like the walking earth, suppressing the void with a tremendous force. These powerful great saints were already weak, and when they were impacted by the laws of the earth, they were like pedestrians being hit by a speeding truck. Like a kite with a broken string, it flew backwards into the distance. Passing along the way, there is no intact land. The Earth Keelan's combat power is invincible, and these people have no way to resist it. Even though he was tormented by the immortal locking formation for a while, it was not a big deal to the Earth Keelan. Can't hurt the origin, you were just a bunch of ants. Even a great saint wants to capture the Su family alive. Du Keelan's tone was full of disdain. After all, he is a level stronger than the top-level immortal species. Them. Why didn't you think of that? Why do you look down on yourself so much? It's really funny. Boom. At this time, an explosion sounded. Du Keelan took a glance and saw a blue-clothed killing god holding a magic spear to fight against the great saints. Even if their cultivation is higher than Su Yuxing. But in front of Su Yuxing's ultimate combat performance. Just like a clay chicken and a clay dog, the lineup was defeated instantly. Swish. With a thrust of his spear, Su Yuxing killed a great saint in blood. At this moment, more than 3 great saints had died in his hands. Taking Yincha Sutra, devour. Su Yuxing grabbed the body of the great saint who was killed, and then used his supreme spiritual power to block the opponent's spiritual power from dissipating and returning to the heaven and earth. In an instant, a terrifying devouring force erupted from his body. The corpse of the great saint in his hand shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. One gains while the other loses. Su Yuxing's aura suddenly became stronger. There is a faint trend of breaking through to the middle stage of the great saint realm. Su Yuxing shook his hand slightly, and in an instant, the corpse that had been sucked dry was crushed into powder and dissipated. Since the world is already in chaos, then let's continue to be extreme. As a father, I can't let my children protect me. Su Yuxing's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he also saw the future. So what if we are besieged by all the righteous people? If we don't even have the ability to protect ourselves now, how can we have a bright future? With powerful fighting power, whether your future is good or evil is something you can control. Think of this. Su Yuxing's eyes were red as he shouted angrily, today, you all must die. Full of murderous intent, the real god of killing. Boom, Su Yuxing jumped up, and his magic spear emitted a blood-red light, making people feel that the tip of their nose was wrapped in the pungent smell of blood. It's so uncomfortable. That's how it should be. Seeing this scene, a hint of satisfaction flashed across Du Keelan's eyes. This kind of momentum is what his master should be like. Look away. Then, he looked at the group of seriously injured Great Saint Realm experts and said in a buzzing voice, come on, it's your turn to die next. Swish, boom, the shadow of the earth appeared, stretching across the dome, as if the world were turned upside down. The earth pressed down on them. In the face of the embryonic power of the law, these great saints are like children facing adults, so vulnerable. Just a glance, there was one person who died. Below, the hundreds of people in the heavenly realm that he brought with him were also being slaughtered under the leadership of Su Tianming. Compared to the panic when the Su family was attacked before, the situation has stabilized now. These celestial beings are more like their whetstones, constantly sharpening the people of the Su family. Although many strong people died in the Su family. But every one of those who survived has the most fierce murderous aura. In time, he will definitely become a strong man. Looking at the situation that had been reversed into 2 extremes, the Great Saint Realm Peak who was acting as the leader of this operation gradually turned pale and filled with shock and anger. Watching Su Yuxing and Du Keelan killing everyone in their way. Then I saw the Su family members below fighting to kill the celestial being. His mind went blank. How so? Even with so many people, so many great saints, it's still impossible to capture the Su family safely. His lips were trembling. He had anticipated that this matter was beyond his control. At this point, regardless of whether the Su family members are captured or not, his family will die and it will be an inhumane death. Thinking of this result, he clenched his hands even tighter. The nails pierced deep into the flesh. You forced me to do this. His eyes were dark as he growled, blood sacrifice. With my blood, call the Lord down. Arrest the Su family. Bang. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand, punched through his chest, and dug out his heart. The hand holding the heart suddenly exerted force. In an instant, a drop of black blood dripped from the heart. Black blood appeared, and his body was inexplicably covered and burned by a ball of dark flame. The terrifying power of the magic circle suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying aura of the quasi-emperor slowly rose. This is the quasi-emperor descending from the sky. Originally, the quasi-emperor was not allowed to take action in this battle, because once the quasi-emperor took action, those holy places would definitely sense it. By then, the quasi-emperor who has been distracting the three religions of the eastern wilderness will be in danger. This is a measure that will only be used when absolutely necessary. 4. Just capture Su Yu's family. Waste. At the moment of transformation, an old man's low roar was heard. The peak-level black-robed great sage lowered his head and said without any explanation, the Su family has suffered a great change. I am incompetent. I will sacrifice my life in exchange for your coming. Afterwards, please give my family a happy death. Snort. I promise you that your family will not suffer in this matter. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing the other party's agreement, the black-robed great sage instantly gave up his life, turned himself into nourishment, and completely disappeared. At the same time, the aura of a quasi-emperor rose. Intimidate everyone. Even the extremely brave Tukilin and Su Yuxing were knocked to the ground by the shock of the quasi-emperor's aura. Crash. At the place where the black-robed great sage died, there was a large transformation formation in operation. Immediately following, a skeleton hand grabbed the space and crawled out little by little. The Su family is indeed a place favored by fortune. However, in front of the quasi-emperor, you will die no matter how lucky you are. Boom. After saying this, the skeleton figure that had just crawled out of the transformation formation was directly knocked away by an even more terrifying force. Rat from the Emperor's tomb, what qualifications do you have to act like a scoundrel in front of this old man? Chapter 380, The Ancient Demon King Clan, 13 Elders take action. The sudden change made everyone stunned, and then they saw an old man with a pair of irregular horns on his head walking out. There was a faint demonic aura about him, but it is different from the evil and violent nature of the demonic path. The quasi-emperor of the ancient demon royal family. Seeing the person coming, the untied Earth Keelan slowly stood up and looked at the old man. The armor of laws on his body slowly dissipated. The person who came was a friend, not an enemy, so there was no need to fight him to death. He had a keen sense of hostility, and there was not a trace of hostility from the visitor. That quasi-emperor's pressure was only directed at those in the emperor's tomb. The ancient demon royal family is actually very easy to identify. Although they are the ancient royal family, they are not much different from the human race. They just have a pair of horns and their aura is slightly different. Soon, along with the old man came two young men. One is also from the ancient demon emperor clan, and the other is the second place winner of the 10,000 races prodigy competition, and descendant of the fighting saint ape clan, and now the last fighting saint ape in the Chinkang universe. Holy Emperor's son, the two walked out of the space door at the same time. After seeing the scene in front of them, the latter frowned slightly. Emperor's tomb. Countless years have passed. Is the Emperor's tomb still so powerful? In the ancient times, the Emperor's tomb was already a behemoth at the level of an immortal gate. Now, so many years have passed, and the universe has been in turmoil countless times, but the Emperor's tomb still exists in the world and is even still powerful. This makes people sigh at the strong luck. Can you afford to provoke him? Sun Shengwang asked suddenly. Hey, old son, don't underestimate my ancient demon clan. The immortal from the ancient demon clan was unhappy and said, what do you mean by, can't afford to provoke me? I'm not someone that anyone can mess with. Don't even mention the Emperor's tomb. Even if the great saint son of the Emperor's tomb comes, I dare to kill him in front of you. It's the end of the universe. After the Golden Age ends, it is a question whether the universe can still exist. What else can't be messed with? Emperor, you said leisurely, now everyone is striving for opportunities. If the Emperor's tomb dares to come out and cause trouble, all races will destroy it. No matter how powerful his Emperor's tomb is, can it really withstand the attacks of the 10 top holy lands? I'm afraid that both Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower will have to take action at this critical juncture and destroy it. The ancient race has missed too many opportunities, how can they miss another one now? What he said was, of course, a token of allegiance. Su Yu's potential and talent are so strong that he has already surpassed the Emperor of the same period. Even the Holy Lord Tianyan and Old Man Tianji were clearly suspected of favoring each other. Being able to make friends with such an existence would definitely be beneficial to the future of the ancient demon Emperor clan. In comparison, the Emperor's tomb would appear very dirty. No one knows whether he or she will be the next target of the Emperor's tomb. Having any connection with the Emperor's tomb is undoubtedly courting disaster. Emperor's son smiled but said nothing. Diyu's temperament is very similar to his. He seems to be cautious, but in fact he is just too lazy to fight with them and is just looking for an excuse. Glancing at the ruined Su family, Emperor Yu shouted to the ancient demon royal family quasi-emperor who was suppressing the Emperor Fen quasi-emperor, 13th elder, kill him. He's only at the quasi-emperor level 1, so just kill him. Hearing this, the quasi-emperor of the ancient demon imperial clan did not hesitate and nodded in response, okay. Boom. As soon as the 13th elder finished speaking, he took a step forward. In an instant, the powerful might of the quasi-emperor swept across 1,000,000 miles, making people tremble with fear. The powerful pressure crushed the space of millions of miles. The clear sky was instantly swallowed up by the darkness of the void, and it took a long time before it slowly pieced itself back together. Clan of the ancient demon emperor, you dare to destroy the great plan of my holy religion. In the future, I will definitely exterminate your race. Upon seeing this, the quasi-emperor of Diffin felt his scalp tingle, his hair stood on end, and he roared in a stern voice. Damn it, the ancient demon royal family actually appeared here. Why are you all coming to the eastern wasteland instead of staying in the ancient forbidden zone? Don't you want to live anymore? His roar shook the sky, and even the threat of the Emperor's tomb's evil reputation did not make the 13th elder hesitate at all. The 13th elder glanced at him and said indifferently, don't use the Emperor's tomb to scare people. If you have the guts, why don't you mobilize the entire Diffin sect to attack the primordial divine mountain? There are hundreds of ancient royal clans and 10 ancient imperial clans. If Emperor Tomb really dares to enter the ancient forbidden area and act so recklessly, it would be no different from seeking death. The 100 great royal families and the 10 great imperial families joined forces, and even the immortal gate cannot stop them. You, quasi-emperor Diffin was shocked and angry. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the 13th elder. What do you mean? If I tell you to die, just stick your neck out. Clang! A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the 13th Elder, filled with bloodthirstiness and strong murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, a ghost-headed magic knife flew out of the air. This is a quasi-emperor grade warrior. Quasi-emperor soldiers, there is no storage equipment in the lower realm that can accommodate them. The only way to carry it around is to hide it in a small world you've opened up, or to carry it with you in a void. The cultivation level of the quasi-emperor in the Emperor's tomb is only the first level. However, the 13th Elder is a complete quasi-emperor at the 4th level. A powerful being in the middle stage of quasi-emperor. No, you can't kill me, quasi-emperor Diffin roared fiercely, I am the quasi-emperor of the Holy Church. Kill me, you, the ancient demon emperor, are playing with fire. It had only been over 100 years since he broke through to the first level of quasi-emperor. He had just consolidated his cultivation and came out of seclusion when he accepted his first mission. He thought it would be an easy feat, but it turned out to be a life-threatening errand. The 13th Elder was burning with a blazing demonic light. The devilish flame surged like a sea of corpses and blood. What do you mean you can't kill? Even if your ancestors from the 9th heaven of the Emperor's tomb take action, they can't stop the people my Taiku demon emperor family wants to kill. Come, and be slaughtered. Be good, it's okay. It's normal to feel dizzy. You'll be fine after the dizziness passes. The 13th Elder walked towards him with a sinister grin, each step covering a distance of 100 miles. With each step closer, the demonic energy that surged into the sky made the opponent feel as if a huge hammer was hitting his chest. The pain is unbearable. The gap between quasi-emperors is like a chasm. It's hard to make up for it. Seeing this scene, the courage of the quasi-emperor Diffin was completely deflated, and his anger dissipated in an instant, leaving only fear rising. This moment, he no longer insisted and turned around to escape, using his hands and feet to dig into the void. Swish, there was only the sound of the knife cutting through the space, and a flash of inky knife light split the space into two. At the same time, it also split the head and body of the quasi-emperor of the Emperor's tomb into two. Boom, the quasi-emperor died, and his blood flowed, smashing through the earth and leaving behind one bottomless black pit after another. After doing all this, the 13th Elder put away the ghost head demon knife, without even looking at it, and immediately merged into the void and disappeared. This scene was too shocking. However, without giving the Su family any time to react, Sun Shangwang and Du made a slight move. The remaining people in the Emperor's tomb were like ears of wheat blown by a strong wind, falling down one after another. Seeing this, Su Yuxing was also stunned. It wasn't until Sun Shangwang and the other two walked up to him that he came back to his senses. The strong murderous aura in his body gradually subsided. He then bowed to the two and said in a deep voice, "Thank you very much." Chapter 381 The 13th Elder's Little Trick. The Demon Emperor's Quasi-Emperor guards the Su family. Sun Shangwang and Du, he was not unfamiliar with the names of these two people. Anyone who watched the competition of geniuses of all races knew them. Both of them are at the top level of immortal species. The strongest ones ranked in the top 100 in the competition. Sun Shangwang is second only to Su Yu. Su Yuxing was naturally filled with gratitude for the two people's help. After all, if it weren't for the quasi-emperor of the ancient demon emperor clan who took action, the previous quasi-emperor of the Emperor's tomb would have been enough to destroy the Su family. Even if the Earth Qilin was there, it would be of no use. At most, be able to lead him to escape. Sun Shangwang and Du bowed together in response and said with a smile, "Master Su, you are too polite." Su Yu and I hit it off right away. I was planning to come to the Su family to visit the head of the Su family, but I never expected to encounter this kind of thing. Su Yuxing smiled, his expression full of emotion. It's true, this time, it was thanks to you that the Su family was able to escape danger again. Oh, I really need to continue to get stronger. Noticing each other's emotional changes, both Sun Shangwang and Du were a little surprised. The Su Yu's father seems to be quite remarkable as well. They felt that the other party seemed to have the potential to be at the immortal level. Yes, immortal level, and the other party is less than 200 years old. This is extremely exaggerated. 5 immortal species in one family, Emperor Yu said in his heart. The father also has the potential to be an immortal, his 3 daughters are also immortals, and his son is a top-level immortal and may even be a true immortal in the future. What a terrifying mutation of the foundation. Before coming, he already knew about Su Yu's family. I thought it was a mutation of the small family's heritage that miraculously created 4 immortal species, but now it seems it is true that there are 5 immortal species. It has an extraordinary background. Although the Su family is not well known now and there are not many strong people, the future is truly brilliant. Not only are there Earth Qilin and Phoenix ancient species, but also the 5 great immortal species sequences. Given time, the Su family will surely be promoted to the top ranks of aristocratic families, ranking alongside the top holy places and imperial clans. Making friends now is definitely a sure win. Thinking of this, Du suddenly felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, he had great trust in Sun Shangwang and had brought a quasi-emperor elder with him. If we save the Su family now, we might have some opportunities to join the ancient demon royal family in the future. Maybe we can avoid the disaster of destruction. Thinking of this, Emperor Yu felt at ease. Master Su, this place has been destroyed. I wonder where you are going to rebuild your family. Emperor Yu glanced at the Su family that had turned into ruins and couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Su Yuxing was startled, then smiled bitterly. I don't know. The Su family's foundation is too weak, so they can only live under someone else's roof. I don't know what's going on over at Jushao. Such a big thing has happened, and the people from Jushao have not arrived yet, so it is indeed much more dangerous. This eastern wilderness seems like it's no longer possible to stay here. Hearing this, Du's eyes moved. Just as he was about to speak, the 13th Elder suddenly came over and said, "It seems that the 3 religions in the eastern wasteland are now all in the midst of war. I have sensed the unrest in the eastern wasteland. Outside the 3 sects, a battle between quasi-emperors has broken out. It must be that the Emperor Tomb has taken action to hold back the 3 religions, leaving them no time to take care of them." Hearing this, Su Yuxing was somewhat moved and said with a wry smile, "This Imperial Tomb really thinks too highly of my Su family. In order to capture them alive, they even spend a lot of manpower to hold back the 3 religions. It's an honor, but also a sad thing. If the Su family had some quasi-emperor background, it would be difficult to find an opportunity in the Emperor's tomb." Not to mention Su Yuxing, even Sun Shangwang and Du were shocked when they heard the news. Su family. What's so special about it that it's worth them going through so much trouble? The 13th Elder glanced at it, his eyes slightly strange, and said with a smile, "It's not without reason that you value this. Although the Su family is weak now, its foundation has already emerged. The Golden Age is a time of revelry for all races, and it is also an opportunity for countless weaklings and people of humble origins to rise. In this age, there are countless opportunities to change oneself. If the Su family can survive the Great Age, it will definitely be among the top holy places in the future." Adding to the previous news, the dispute between Su Yu and Emperor Tomb will definitely not allow Su Yu to rise. Hearing this, Su Yuxing looked surprised and happy. But more of it is worry. The Emperor's tomb has such a bad reputation that no one can stop it. His Su family is like a small boat sailing on the sea, and the Emperor's tomb is like the huge waves on the sea, which may come down and destroy the Su family's boat at any time. Seeing him like this, the 13th elder smiled and said, if Patriarch Su doesn't mind. As an elder of the ancient demon emperor clan, I can stay in the Su family until the battle of the Golden Age Emperor is over. How? After what happened today, given the high regard that the three Eastern Wasteland sects place on Su Yu, as well as other major human sects that are interested in befriending Su Yu, they might all arrange for a quasi-emperor to come and take charge. He is always one step ahead of others, so he must seize this opportunity to provide timely help. What he was betting on was that Su Yu could become an emperor. By then, if Su Yu gave him any chance, it would be enough for him to become a late-stage quasi-emperor level ancestor like those old monsters whose immortal marrow had been sealed for countless years. Who knows, there might be even more lucrative opportunities. Upon hearing the 13th elder's sudden decision, Sun Shanwang and Diyu both looked at him deeply. Good job. The 13th elder has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looks honest, but I didn't expect that he is such a scheming person behind the scenes. But they also did not deny that the 13th elder's decision was very wise. Stationed here as a member of the ancient demon emperor clan, this is to leave a favor for the ancient demon emperor clan. If Su Yu really ruled the world, the ancient demon royal family can also share in the glory. Su Yuxing was somewhat flattered when he heard this. It is a blessing for the Su family that a powerful person at the 4th level of the quasi-emperor is willing to condescend to come and take charge of the Su family. How can this be done? Although he was tempted, he didn't dare to agree blindly. After all, this is a favor. He can't repay the favor. Without waiting for others to speak, the earth Qilin came from a distance. Its body, more than 3 meters tall, combined with its heroic Qilin body, was so impressive that it was impossible to take your eyes off it. Coming to Su Yuxing's side, the childish voice rang out in everyone's ears, Master, there's nothing wrong with this. The Su family should have someone to guard it. This favor can be repaid, my lady, you can repay it, and I can repay it. We can all accept this favor. Seeing the earth Qilin, the ancient demon emperor and Emperor Yu actually bowed slightly and shouted, greetings to the mountain master. Even the holy Emperor Sun bowed. The earth Qilin clan is the creator and guardian of the ancient sacred mountain. It is a race respected by the ancient royal family and the imperial family. Tu Qilin nodded and said, no need to be polite. The ancient demon emperor clan did the right thing. If an envoy from the Qilin immortal realm comes here in the future, you will definitely receive a share of the benefits. Hearing this, the 13th elder and Emperor Yu bowed again and said, thank you, mountain master. Boom, at the same time, the direction of Jushao. The battle between dozens of quasi-emperors also came to an abrupt end. The plan failed, retreat. Chapter 382 Now, he is no longer someone we can easily manipulate. Outside the Jushao sect, the flames of war were blocked and could not affect the sect at all. However, the terrifying remaining power of the quasi-emperor still made the cultivators below the quasi-emperor tremble in fear. They gritted their teeth, their faces pale, and held on tightly, not collapsing. They have their own pride. They are from the Jushao Holy Land, how can they be so weak? However, as they gritted their teeth and held on, the increasingly frantic fighting spirit suddenly came to a halt. As if it had never appeared. Withdraw. The low voice of spiritual consciousness sounded in the ears of the quasi-emperor of Diffin. Immediately afterwards, this group of quasi-emperors had no desire to fight, and even though they had already started fighting, they quickly withdrew after the order was given. They were well prepared. After choosing to retreat, there was almost no hesitation and he disappeared into the depths of the void in an instant. Seeing this scene, the ancestors of Jushao looked at each other in surprise. A little confused. What the hell are these gutter rats thinking? Come in a hurry and leave in a hurry. After experiencing this short war, the deadly aura of the ancestors, who were already filled with the aura of decay, became even more intense. But they were not as panicked as before, because the Eternal Life Sutra is also on the path of cultivation. Within a year, all corrupt quasi-emperors can have their lifespans extended. Therefore, they were a little itchy for this battle. After all, they hadn't erupted with all their strength for a long time. In the past, even if I could fight, I didn't dare to use my full strength. Because it will accelerate the death process. But now it's different, they have the confidence to unleash all their fighting power. The sudden end of the battle also left them feeling a little unsatisfied, as if they had not fought enough. However, compared to this group of old guys who didn't know much about the outside world, the peak masters and elders headed by the elegant Saint Master all had changed their expressions drastically after savoring it carefully. The elegant sage shouted anxiously, Sixth Patriarch. What's wrong? The voice of the 6th Patriarch sounded. Compared with before, his condition had improved a lot. Although there was still a little bit of decaying smell lingering around, he was already filled with some vitality. Quick, follow me to the Su family. Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun growled, the Emperor's tomb's purpose is not with me, Jushao. But it's Su Yu's family. Upon hearing this, the 6th Patriarch's expression changed. Swish, without any hesitation, the 6th Patriarch grabbed Zhao Hongjun and rushed towards the Su family. At the same time, there were also many Jushao ancestors in the middle stage of quasi-emperor. Su Yu is irreplaceable in Jushao's heart. It is the greatest hope for the restoration of Taishun immortal sect. At the same time, they all owed Su Yu a huge favor. That is the Eternal Life Sutra. The 5 Jushao ancestors in the middle stage of quasi-emperor were aggressive and had murderous intent even stronger than before. They followed the 6th Patriarch's steps and flew towards the Su family. For their level, the distance between Jushao and the Su family was just a matter of a few breaths. Soon, when approaching the Su family's Wanli area, they felt an unusual aura. It was the smell of concealing the secrets of heaven. The secrets of heaven here were disturbed. The fighting aura was also blocked. Obviously, there's a top-level quasi-imperial weapon that interferes with the space here. Damn it, they all looked grim and moved faster. Soon, when they arrived at the Su family's house, they saw a ruin without a single intact building. Zhao Hongjun's face also turned ugly. The Su family. Just as he was about to speak, the 6th Patriarch interrupted him, saying, they are fine. Soon, they arrived at the ruins of the Su family. Here, they saw the members of the Su family, as well as Su Yu's grandfather and father, all sitting safely on the ruins. Seeing this scene, a group of people breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. If something really happened to the Su family, they would not have the face to face Su Yu. Saw a few people arriving. Su Yuxing and the others were startled at first, then stepped forward and bowed, saying, greetings to the Holy Lord, and to all the seniors. Master Su, there's no need to be so polite. Zhao Hongjun waved his hand. Now Su Yuxing's cultivation has reached the great saint realm, and he is already on par with him. Even if not, as Su Yu's father, he cannot accept this courtesy. The Su family didn't suffer too much loss, right? Zhao Hongjun asked with concern. Su Yuxing shook his head. This time, the great saint realm came to the Emperor's tomb first, and then the quasi-emperor realm came. But fortunately, I happened to meet an elder from the ancient demon royal family who took action, which allowed my Su family to avoid the crisis of destruction. As he talked about the latter part, he even felt a lingering fear. Quasi-emperor, etc. Suddenly, he was stunned as if he didn't know what he thought of. Since the Emperor's tomb could send so many strong men to hold back the three religions, why they only sent a strong man at the quasi-emperor level to arrest the Su family? If it's really that important, shouldn't they send out several quasi-emperors, or even strong men in the late quasi-emperor stage to be sure of success? At this moment, Su Yuxing suddenly felt confused. Seeing him like this, Zhao Hongjun seemed to have thought of this as well. At this moment, both of them fell into deep thought. Outside the border of Eastern Wilderness, in the void, the quasi-emperors in the Emperor's tomb were traveling through the void, heading towards their preset destination. Period. An injured quasi-emperor couldn't help but question, "Sir, since we have already taken action to stop the three sects of the Eastern Wasteland, why is it that only a quasi-emperor of the first level took action to capture the Su family? Shouldn't we send stronger men to take it down? They wasted so much manpower and material resources just to take down a small family. Result. And failed. It's because the one sent out is only a quasi-emperor at the first level. How can this convince these quasi-emperors whose origins have been damaged?" Upon hearing this, the leading late quasi-emperor elder said in a hoarse voice, full of strong dissatisfaction, "If an idiot like you can think of it, how could I not have thought of it? Do you really think that the only people who want to protect the Su family are the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland? He's ranked first in the 10,000 races prodigy competition, and number 1 on the eternal prodigy ranking, with a talent that surpasses even that of the heavenly emperor. How many people want to invest in him? Can't a fool like you imagine that? By now, he is no longer someone we can easily manipulate." Idiot. Listening to the old man's rude curses, the injured quasi-emperor in the middle stage turned pale and blue in the face. Just as they continued to travel through the void, preparing to jump through countless nodes to return to the emperor's tomb. Suddenly, boom, the void suddenly shook violently, and the originally peaceful void turbulence became violent in an instant. Immediately following, under their solemn gaze, a huge hole was suddenly torn open in the void in front of them. Next second, the figure of the Holy Lord Tianyin was like a god. He tore through the void, walked in, and blocked the way of this group of powerful men. "You all, where else do you want to go?" Chapter 383. 2 years passed in a flash, the road to becoming an emperor opened, and Su Yu appeared. Time passed quickly, and more than half a year had passed since the Su family was attacked. During this period, the entire human race was shocked. After many top holy places reacted, they all sent a quasi-emperor to garrison near the Su family. Nothing else. As long as Su Yu is alive, he is the hope of the human race. As long as the top holy places of the human race are not stupid, they will not offend him. Certainly, naturally, there are also top holy places that choose to remain inactive. After all, the life or death of the Su family has nothing to do with them. After this incident, the Su family did not choose to move out of Dongwang. Instead, he rebuilt a new family power on the original spot with the help of Tu Qilin. At the same time, he asked many quasi-emperors to build defenses together. The Su family also has a basic Holy Land foundation. If there is another attack, we will definitely not be isolated and helpless like last time. The three religions in the Eastern Wilderness each sent 3 quasi-emperors to take charge. Together with the quasi-emperors from other major forces, there were nearly 20 quasi-emperors stationed near the Su family. This is a very scary number. 20 quasi-emperors can already be considered a top-level Holy Land. There are even powerful beings in the late quasi-emperor stage in charge. It can be said that destroying the Su family is as difficult as destroying a top Holy Land. Apart from not having the ultimate imperial weapon, the Su family is already not weak. In half a year, the Emperor's tomb had been silent for a long time, and there was no movement from the Emperor's tomb in the entire universe. But there are still many geniuses in the world who disappear quietly. Certainly, those geniuses who are capable of preparing to embark on the road to becoming an emperor have also been in seclusion for the past 6 months in order to lay a solid foundation before the road to becoming an emperor arrives. The ambitious genius is even preparing to break through to the quasi-emperor level. As long as the emperor's road comes, before the first imperial barrier on the road to becoming an emperor, they will break through to the quasi-emperor level. You can imagine, this time, the road to becoming an emperor will definitely be broken at an extremely fast speed. Soon, 2 years have passed since Su Yu disappeared in the secret realm of time. Xuandian, Central Region, in the Tianji Tower. The time is almost up. Old man Tianji looked at the latest deduction results in the stars in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The stars of the imperial road have gradually returned to their positions. Now, it is only connected with Xuandian ancient star. Tianyan Shengju, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing at the side, opened his eyes when he heard the sound. After taking a look at the stars, he said calmly, 1 month is still enough time. In 1 month, the stars will completely reach their positions. By then, the road to becoming an emperor will begin. Seeing him wake up, Elder Tianji glanced at him and asked, "How are your injuries recovering?" The last time we went to block the emperor's tomb, Saint Tianyan killed several low-level quasi-emperors. But at the same time he was also seriously injured. After all, in addition to sniping the quasi-emperor who was evacuating from the emperor's tomb, he also blocked several 8th-level Great Saint Realm powerhouses from going to the Su family. Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Tianyan slowly stood up, and in an instant, an extremely terrifying aura spread from his body. No problem, I recovered. Quasi-emperor 8th level. And his cultivation level is at the peak of the 8th level. Only 1 step away, the Holy Lord Tianyan's cultivation would reach the 9th level of quasi-emperor. So powerful that it's shocking. You must know that the age of each generation of Tianyan Holy Lord shall not exceed 4,000 years old. Once he exceeds that, he will abdicate. And the body of Saint Lord Tianyan is full of vitality, and it seems that he has not yet entered the aging stage. That means he is at most 2,500 years old. A 2,500-year-old quasi-emperor at the peak of the 8th level. Moreover, he cultivated to the 8th level of quasi-emperor in the Dharma ending age. The gold content is very high. You were reckless in this matter. Old man Tianji glanced at him and finally sighed. Tianyan and Tianji are not allowed to interfere in the conflict between forces in the universe. When the guide descends to the mortal world in the future, you might be held accountable. This is the rule. Tianyan Shengju smiled indifferently and said, "Brother, you don't understand. As long as Su Yu can demonstrate the aptitude of a celestial king, everything I have done will be forgiven. If I can surpass the heavenly emperor and become a stronger immortal king, there will be no risk of this universe collapsing. The qualifications of an immortal king are enough to drive the bigwigs in the upper realm crazy. Even if it means sacrificing an immortal king universe to save Qin Kang, they will do it at all costs. As long as Su Yu can be happy, those immortal sects will definitely not be stingy with this little loss. How many immortal kings are there in the upper realm? There are only 99 immortal kings anyway. Every immortal king rules over a fairyland and commands a fairy sect. It might take a million years for a person with the aptitude of an immortal king to appear. If Su Yu could be cultivated to have the aptitude of an immortal king, what does his behavior mean? Who dares to object? They will only say that you have done a good job and allow you to enter the upper realm and join the immortal sect. This is the best embodiment of the law of the jungle. Why are the top holy places in the lower world so easy to talk to? Why do they all value the Su family so much that they even send quasi-emperors to take charge of the Su family? It's nothing more than being optimistic about Suyu's potential. They all saw the potential that Suyu was showing now, and he could definitely become an emperor. If it were an ordinary aristocratic family, or even an imperial family. Will they be so optimistic? No, they would just wait in the dark, and wait until the emperor's tomb dealt them heavy damage, then they would run out, under the pretext of driving away the hungry wolves, and break into the sheep's house to have a hearty meal. But Suyu's Su family is not a sheep, it was a young tiger cub. As long as time is enough, it will grow into a tiger that everyone fears. Old man Tianji smiled and did not refute what Saint Lord Tianyan said. However, he suddenly changed the subject, his tone lowering, and said, the universe has lost another 50 million light years of territory, and another race has been completely wiped out. The pace of the dark creatures' invasion has accelerated again. According to this trend, perhaps within 1,000 years, the flames of war will spread to the central star region. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of the Holy Lord Tianyan gradually faded. After a long while, he said, prepare to build a defense line. Even if it means my own death, I will delay their progress in devouring me. We must wait until the Emperor appears. Boom. Time flies and more than a month has passed. During this period of time, every night, a dull roar could be heard from the Xuantian ancient star. At the same time, countless magical and Taoist lights transformed into auroras, shining in the sky. 1 month, great saints from countless races from all over the universe gathered in Xuantian. After they arrived in Xuantian, they did not visit any holy places. Just stay in one place and practice quietly, waiting for the Emperor road to open. The roaring sound of the avenue gradually increased from 3 times a day to 6 and then 9 times a day. Until it becomes 12 rings a day. Boom. Above the ancient star Xuantian, the sky seemed to have cracked open, and countless divine rays of light fell down like a waterfall. Finally, they turned into a divine bridge leading to the mysterious and unknown star field. The Imperial Road is open. With the successful construction of the divine bridge, the aura of all the geniuses and powerful men in the Great Saint realm surged. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed up to the sky and stepped onto the divine bridge to enter the Emperor's road. At the same time as the Imperial Road was open. In the void of the universe dozens of light years away from the ancient Xuantian star. Fluctuations of time appear. A figure in white tore through the void and walked out. A voice full of vicissitudes of life slowly sounded. Finally it came out. Chapter 384 The Will of the Four Women. This time, you and I, the four of us, must not fall behind again. After walking out of the secret realm of time, Suyu exhaled deeply. But, in the secret realm of time, his consciousness has passed for more than 10,000 years, and his thinking has been honed very deeply, including his perception, which has all reached a peak state. The 10,000-year state allowed him to perfect everything he had learned. Certainly, he has never been able to master the transformation technique, but he has reached a bottleneck. He only needs some sudden enlightenment to reach the master level. Boom. While thinking, Suyu stretched out his hands and gently clenched them. In an instant, the space began to tremble violently. Just like a sponge squeezed by a huge force, it keeps twisting and even deforming. Now my strength has reached a whole new level. Everything has been integrated. If I meet a weak quasi-emperor again. Suyu paused for a moment, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and murderous intent. One move is enough to kill. No one can stop me from achieving enlightenment in this life. He is confident that with his current foundation, he is capable of challenging a second-level quasi-emperor. The only difference now is the difference in realm. But the gap in realm is nothing. As long as you set foot on the path to becoming an emperor, you can become a quasi-emperor in one day. Putting these thoughts aside, Suyu glanced around and found himself in the void of the universe, so he closed his eyes and sensed it slightly. It may be tens of light years away from Xuantian. Opening his eyes, Suyu murmured, dozens of light years. For an average great saint, it might take 3 months to reach perfection, but for me. But it's not far. He once calculated that when the Shin character secret was cultivated to perfection, with his perfect state of the Great Saint realm, and then unleashing the Lin character secret in the power of several small cellular worlds, his speed would be comparable to that of a late-stage quasi-emperor. Moreover, he can ignore all killing formations and can freely enter and exit many forbidden areas. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Suyu froze in place. I don't know how long it took. Suyu, who seemed to have pressed the pause button, gradually became distorted and transparent, and finally, slowly dissipated. It turns out that this is an afterimage. With just one thought, you can travel billions of miles. Even if you walked a distance of 1 light year, it would only take a quarter of an hour for Suyu. A distance of tens of light years. It only takes 3 hours to get back to Xuantian. Suyu's speed was extremely fast, as if he was traveling through time and space. The starlight turned into streams of light as he shuttled through, forming a scene like a time tunnel on both sides, bright and dazzling, making people unable to take their attention away. A quasi-emperor in the late stage can cross a distance of millions of light years with a single thought, but I am currently only using the cultivation of the Great Saint realm. But it can also travel a light year in a quarter of an hour. Not too slow. Suyu was very satisfied with his current speed. Although he could burst out at a speed comparable to that of a late-stage quasi-emperor when he exerted all his strength, the damage to his body was too great. After all, the faster the speed, the greater the pressure. Speed is the most powerful force. Apart from using it to save his life, he definitely didn't dare to easily use the Lin character secret and the power of several small worlds to superimpose the Shin character secret. After all, this is really fatal. Delu, I'm coming. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's speed suddenly increased. At this time, on Xuantian continent, countless great saints and geniuses stepped onto the divine bridge, ascended to the heavens, and headed towards the Imperial Road. Emperor's Road. It is an ancient star road that was jointly opened up by the ancestors of all races and leads directly to the end of cultivation. Walking along the star road, you will pass through countless planets, which are the secret places of trials excavated by the ancestors. It can quickly improve a person's combat effectiveness. Originally, the original intention of the Emperor Road was to allow the great saints to fight continuously, pass through countless ancient stars to extract resources, and thus quickly improve their combat power. But, as time went by, too many powerful people died on the road to becoming emperor. There are strong men in the Great Saint realm, the quasi-emperor realm, and the late quasi-emperor realm. After these people were killed, their treasures were left on the ancient star of Emperor Road. The later generations found treasures in the secret realms where these powerful men died, fought and competed with their contemporary competitors, and finally got injured, swallowed the treasures, and finally achieved a higher realm. This is a competition for Emperor Chang, and also an opportunity for the geniuses. Even if he can't become emperor, you can also rely on the special features of the Emperor's Road to quickly break through the realm. Finally, he quit the road to becoming an emperor and became a quasi-emperor. Certainly, the reason why the Emperor's Road is special is not just because many powerful people died there, leaving behind countless treasures in secret realms. The reason why the Emperor's Road is special is that the Heavenly Tao will also set up various opportunities on the ancient stars of the Emperor's Road. Getting the opportunity buried by heaven is the real wealth. You can get some of the luck of heaven. After the divine bridge was completely constructed, countless geniuses stepped onto the sky and walked along the divine bridge towards this mysterious and unknown imperial road space. In every top holy land and noble family, there are people bidding farewell to their loved ones. Eastern Wilderness, Tianchuan Holy Land. Nowadays, there are several great saints in Tianchuan who can compete for the title of emperor. Yu Junsheng achieved an excellent ranking among the top 20 in the competition of geniuses of all races, and his cultivation has also broken through to the perfection of the great sage. At this time, Yu Junsheng was dressed in white and had a handsome appearance. It was obvious that he had perfectly inherited his mother's genes. Mother, let's go then, Yu Junsheng said softly, looking at the divine bridge in the sky. On one side, Tianchuan Saint Lord nodded slightly and said, go. In the battle for the Emperor's path, there is no distinction between fellow disciples and fellow Taoists. Please remember this. After entering the Emperor's road, everyone will disperse, seek opportunities, and fight against those of the same realm to see who can make it to the end. Yu Junsheng nodded and said, Saint, I understand. Seeing this, Holy Lord Tianchuan smiled with relief. He knew his son best. Cautious, mature, and measured, she didn't need to worry the least. After explaining the situation to Yu Junsheng as a mother, Tianchuan Saint Lord looked at the saint sons and great saint realm geniuses at the back and slowly said, after you enter the Emperor path, the temptation to become an emperor will be so great that it will make you lose your mind. But I still hope that you won't kill your fellow disciples. Although by then, your cultivation will have far surpassed mine, I still want to tell you something. Don't let your mind be fooled. Upon hearing this, a group of saints and immortals nodded solemnly and said, we will remember the teachings of the Holy Lord. Okay, go ahead. After getting permission, the geniuses of Tianchuan Holy Land stepped onto the sky and flew towards the divine bridge. Wait until everyone leaves. Tianchuan Saint Lord looked at Su Qingying and the other two girls, and after a moment of silence, he said, you can go without worry. The Su and Chen families will be fine. Ever since the Su family encountered an incident 2 years ago and was almost wiped out. Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Su Miao became silent and worked very hard on their cultivation. Now, their cultivation has reached the peak of the great saint realm. The speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Even it's unbelievably fast. Since Chen Yanxi left the Holy Land to train, he returned to the Holy Land some time ago and his cultivation has reached the perfection of the great saint realm. And become extremely mature. Upon hearing this, the four women looked towards Saint Tianchuan and nodded, saying, thank you, Saint. Wow. As soon as they finished speaking, the four women rushed into the sky at the same time. At the last moment of stepping onto the divine bridge and entering the imperial road, the four girls looked at each other at the same time. This time, the four of us, you and I, must not fall behind again. Swish. Chapter 385. Today I will be the first person to reach the quasi-emperor stage when the road to becoming an emperor opens. Xuandian Central Region, Wang family. Wang Heng glanced at the increasing number of people flying towards the sky bridge, then he retracted his gaze and looked towards the east. There, it is in the direction of the eastern wasteland. Will you come? Wang Heng murmured, you should be able to come back, right? Su Yu is not dead, and the soul lamp still keeps burning brightly, which is the proof that he is not dead. Since he is not dead, then he will definitely show up. The journey to the throne should not be without him. Wang Heng stood proudly on the top of the mountain behind the Wang family. The entire Wang family is suspended in midair, with several mountain ranges of the Wang family held up by a large formation, hanging in the air. Waterfalls fall down, sparkling in the sun, as if the water of the galaxy is falling. The spiritual energy is so rich that it almost turns into substance. Every morning, there would be a spiritual rain in the Wang area. This is a symbol of heritage. Living here, even a dog can enter the foundation building stage. Although the Wang family seems to be stuck in reality and can be easily entered, if the quasi-emperor is here, he will definitely be able to see the tricks. The Wang family relies on reality, but hides the entire sect in a layer of void. It's impossible to really touch it. Combined with countless killing formations, even a quasi-emperor in the late stage would return with regret. Not long, behind Wang Heng, a figure quietly appeared. Although the man's face looked a little old, his aura was not decayed. Obviously, he was a late quasi-emperor who was still in middle age. Hanger, it's time to embark on the path to becoming an emperor. Hearing this voice, Wang Heng paused, then nodded and said, I understand, Feng Zhu. If this name were to be revealed, it would surely cause a stir. Wang family, Wang Feng. 10,000 years ago, the Wang family's immortal species, who once traveled outside with the cultivation level of a great sage, broke through to the late stage of quasi-emperor. Feeling that there was no possibility of further progress, he sealed himself with a huge amount of immortal marrow. The seal was not lifted until modern times. The Wang family is a proud family and will not restrict the decisions of the family's immortal species. If it were placed in an ordinary holy place or aristocratic family. If there is such an immortal seed, it will certainly be sealed when its cultivation reaches the perfection of the great saint realm, and left to prepare for the attainment of Tao in future generations. But the Wang family let these immortals make whatever choices they want. Even if it's okay to die of natural causes. Wang Feng came in front of Wang Heng and said slowly, whether Su Yu comes or not, you must compete for the heavenly heart seal. Ideally, you can seize the heavenly heart seal and become the great emperor of this world. Of course, if Su Yu comes and cannot compete, then it would be a good idea to settle for the remaining throne. Great emperor, who dares to think about the emperor who has obtained the seal of the heart of heaven? If it is an ordinary generation, one immortal seed is enough to snatch the heavenly heart seal, but there are too many monsters in this world. My ancestors and I will help you achieve the throne in the battle to become emperor. The ancestors of the Wang family had no intention of competing for the throne. They only wanted to help Wang Heng become the emperor. Because Wang Heng's achievement of becoming an emperor is the greatest benefit. It can help the Wang family reach a higher level. Wang Heng nodded silently and said, I understand. Go ahead. Wang Feng smiled with relief. Although the great saints fought with brilliance, there were also many talented people who didn't reach their full potential. They simply lacked good fortune and weren't chosen by the heavens. The true ultimate realm is quasi-emperor. Only when you remain invincible as a quasi-emperor can you completely shed the name of immortal seed, leap over the dragon gate, and transform into an immortal. Possessing a true immortal appearance. Everyone says that all great emperors are ants. But no one knows that under the great emperor, there are still those who are invincible, and they are the real immortals. If you are in the quasi-emperor realm, you will be evenly matched with others of the same realm. Then in the end, victory can only be achieved by luck. Therefore, only those who can reach the level of being invincible as a quasi-emperor are the true immortals and truly possess the appearance of immortals. Because quasi-emperor is already the limit for mortals. Just one step away and you can become king, one more step and you will be a pseudo-immortal. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and anticipation. He said, I also want to know if I truly possess the appearance of an immortal. But it seems that I have it for now. His limit has not yet been reached. The power of the world. The perfect law of the void. They will all be his strongest foundation. Haha, go ahead. Wang Feng smiled faintly, pointed his finger at the sky, and his voice gradually became firmer. That is your final battlefield. Go, achieve the invincibility you desire. Boom, the words fell. Wang Heng soared into the sky, and accompanying him were many saint sons and immortal level powerful men of the Wang family. Certainly, ouch. When the void beast saw Wang Heng rushing towards the divine bridge, it also roared excitedly, then shuttled through the void and came to Wang Heng's side in an instant. See the arrival of the void beast. Wang Heng also laughed, hugged the shrunken body of the void beast, and said loudly, in his life, let you and I completely make the name of the void invincible. Ha ha ha, ouch. The next second, Wang Heng's figure turned into a stream of light and flew completely into the divine bridge. Wait until he reaches the divine bridge and stops. He saw that Ji Shijun, Yu Zhenshang, Fan Jian and others appeared here with him. Looking at them, Wang Heng's body was also shocked. Wang Heng took a look at them and found that there were 4 other women who were just like them, all of whom had an invincible aura. Obviously, they were the strongest contenders for the position of the emperor. Looking at these 4 girls, 3 of them have eyebrows that are somewhat similar to Su Yu. I immediately understood that they might be Su Yu's 3 sisters. There are 8 people in total. The 8 people gave him the feeling that they were fellow travelers. If we were to ask for the people with the greatest potential to attain enlightenment, they would probably be the few people standing together on the divine bridge today. If that's the case, Su Yu's family may be able to produce 4 great emperors. 4 emperors from one family. How terrifying. Let's go. We've been waiting for you. Ji Shijun smiled when he saw Wang Heng arriving with the Wang family's geniuses. Wang Heng regained his composure and nodded, okay, let's go together. The road to becoming an emperor will not remain open forever. The emperor road will only be open for one day, and after one day, it will be completely closed. One day later, the real competition for the emperor's road will begin. They smiled at each other, then walked side by side towards the ancient starry road leading to the divine bridge. After stepping into the ancient road, none of them left immediately, but stood in front of the ancient starry road, turned around and looked back at the bottom of the divine bridge, where the entire Xuanyan appeared. Beside them, countless geniuses were in a hurry and passed by them. Time passes by little by little. During these 11 hours, hundreds of thousands of geniuses have crossed the divine bridge and set foot on the ancient starry sky road. Until the last moment, boom, as they waited quietly, a rapid roar spread across the space, twisting 1/6 of Xuanyan sky into ripples. Then, a figure rushed into the ancient starry road along the divine bridge. Swish, after this figure rushed into the ancient starry road, the divine bridge behind him was quietly shattered. Looking at this figure, all those who knew him smiled. However, before they could even say hello to each other, this figure rushed towards the first stop of the ancient starry sky road. Then, the terrifying aura was no longer suppressed and began to revive like a giant dragon, which was shocking. In the past, my cultivation was always lower than everyone else's. Today I will be the first person to reach the quasi-emperor stage when the road to the emperor opens. Boom, the moment the words fell, thunder rumbled across the ancient starry road, and endless thunderclouds surged out. In an instant, the power of the young quasi-emperor began to spread. Quasi-emperor tribulation. Chapter 386, the tribulation of the quasi-emperor. The pride of all sides has different thoughts. The most direct manifestation of the quasi-emperor's calamity is the condensation of the power of law. The most crucial thing for a great sage to become a quasi-emperor is to transform basic spiritual power into the power of laws that can control the power of heaven and earth. In the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation, it is the key factor that helps the great sage comprehend the laws. The elemental thunder tribulation contains the power of elements. As long as one can survive the thunder tribulation and continue to capture the power in the thunder tribulation, and use the 4 elemental laws of the thunder tribulation gold, wood, water, fire and earth to transform the spiritual power in the body into laws, then one will have successfully survived the thunder tribulation. As soon as Su Yu appeared, he no longer concealed his aura, and began to burst out madly, condensing his own thunder elements. In the past, I always used the lower realm to defeat higher realm cultivators. But now, I want to be at the forefront of all the geniuses. Su Yu dived down at an extremely fast speed, and arrived at the center of the thunder tribulation in almost a blink of an eye. Although defeating a cultivator of a higher realm with a cultivator of a lower realm can better experience a person's combat power and potential, this is ultimately an inferior method. He wants is to walk ahead of everyone and become a true leader. A true genius. Since the 10,000 races prodigy competition gave him a reward for narrowing the realm gap, he naturally would not be stingy in expanding this advantage. Currently, no one on the road to becoming an emperor has broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Then let's be the first one. From now on, until I achieve enlightenment and become an emperor, I will maintain this momentum and always be number 1. After walking for such a long time, he was finally at the end, catching up with everyone and surpassing everyone. Become the real number 1. After surpassing the great saint realm, he is one of the true great powers of the world. Quasi-emperor. No matter when, he is always the strongest. There can be many great saints, even tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even millions of great saints, but there are only hundreds of thousands of quasi-emperors. This is a transformation that is crazy to the extreme. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the gap between immortals and mortals. Just like the great emperor, among hundreds of thousands of quasi-emperors, only a few or even only 2 or 3 can become great emperors. The rest are all skeletons under the emperor's road. Become the cornerstone under the final throne. Boom. Finally, the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation that permeated the imperial gate came crashing down. It was a destructive thunder tribulation different from the previous ones. This time's thunder tribulation is the power of the natural attributes of the world. Awe-inspiring. The first thunder tribulation is a gold attribute thunder tribulation, which corresponds to the lungs. It is also an important factor in strengthening the cultivator's breathing. Once the gold attribute thunder tribulation is passed, then every breath of a cultivator will be accompanied by the power of the elemental law. Although he does not control the laws of elements, he is able to use the energy of the 5 elements for cultivation. Even if it is in deep space for countless years, nothing will happen. Your own spiritual energy will not be exhausted. This is because the quasi-emperor can absorb nutrients from any environment and transform them into spiritual power. Watching the thunder tribulation falling, Su Yu did not need to use all his strength to resist it like others. Instead, he stood directly under the thunder tribulation, opened his arms, and slowly looked up at the thunder tribulation falling. Bang! The thunderbolt struck Su Yu directly. In an instant, golden divine light bloomed, lighting up the entire imperial pass, as if rendering the world golden. Su Yu did not feel any discomfort when he was struck by the thunder. On the contrary, he really enjoyed the process of strengthening his physique. The thunder tribulation not only strengthened his lungs, but also allowed him to capture the laws of gold and start exercising his entire body. Create a body of 5 elements. In the distance, all the geniuses who entered the imperial road saw this scene and stopped to watch. Everyone's face was filled with horror. Is he crazy? Oh my god, he allowed the golden lightning to enter his body without any resistance. How strong is his physique? Could it be that his physical body is already comparable to that of a quasi-emperor? Seeing this, a great master of the body refining sect said solemnly, his physique has surpassed the realm of mortals. He has truly reached the level of a saint. It can capture the power of the quasi-emperor's thunder tribulation to temper it. I am no match for him. Although they knew that Suyu was very strong, and that he was the strongest person in the universe, they never dreamed of it. Suyu is not only strong in combat power, at the same time, the body is also so strong. Compared with those who have trained their physical bodies, they are not inferior at all, and are even better. At least, among them, the top immortal species who have cultivated their physical bodies, no one has ever dared to confront the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation head-on at the great sage perfection realm without any defense. Click, in front of the imperial pass. The handsome man with a strange and feminine face turned even colder when he saw this scene. At the same time, you can also see the unwillingness in his eyes. Baishan's palms, hidden under his sleeves, suddenly clenched. Looking at Suyu standing under the thunder tribulation, his foxy eyes were filled with jealousy, and he roared in his heart, why is he so outstanding? My Baishan is not bad either. The great saint realm is complete. Him too, however, if he wants to become a quasi-emperor, he still needs to make some preparations. Unlike Suyu, who directly rushed into the emperor's pass and triggered a thunder tribulation. Simply, make him extremely jealous. If I could also get into the top 3, I should be the first one to become a quasi-emperor today. He lost a great opportunity. The feeling of jealousy is growing wildly in my heart. Baishan knew that he had developed some inner demons towards Suyu. If Suyu is not killed, he may not be able to become the emperor. It can be said that when the road to becoming an emperor is over, he and Suyu will definitely have a battle. Snort. After watching for a while, Baishan found that Suyu had passed through the 4-element thunder tribulation of gold, wood, water and fire without any obstacles, and his eyes were filled with tears. He simply stopped looking and snorted coldly before leading his followers into the imperial pass. There are countless opportunities hidden within the imperial pass. On the ancient road of the starry sky, every planet has opportunities provided by heaven, as well as opportunities left by the fallen predecessors. Even, able to discover 9 secrets on the ancient starry road. And all 9 secrets. This is because there will always be people who practice the 9 secrets and die on this ancient and mysterious road. After watching for a while, many people sighed, concealed their inner jealousy, and then turned around and walked into the imperial pass. They can only look but not touch. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to enter the imperial pass and race against time to seek opportunities. Maybe I can break through it sooner rather than later. Not far away, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Muyao, and Chen Yanxi all stopped where they were, looking at Suyu who was in the center of the thunderstorm, and the familiar figure in white clothes who was not at all embarrassed. There was some emotion in the eyes of the 4 girls. He is truly a quasi-emperor. Suyu's entry into the quasi-emperor realm had the greatest impact on them. Ever since they were defeated repeatedly by Suyu, they began to think about the purpose of what Suyu did back then. Finally, I found it after consulting countless ancient books. There really is such a record. Destroy and then stand up. Although it is a bit extreme, it is exactly the same as what Suyu said. In other words, they have realized that they really wronged Suyu. Want to save, but no one spoke, just let the misunderstanding continue. Chen Yanqi was stunned for a moment, and finally muttered, we can't be slower than him. Let's go, this is our last chance. Swish, chapter 387, entering the quasi-emperor. From now on, my title is Time. The quasi-emperor thunder tribulation is very eye-catching. At the same time, the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation can be regarded as a qualitative transformation. Right now, Suyu's blood vessels were visible all over his body, and his flesh was almost transparent. This is the effect of expelling impurities from the body. The body becomes elemental. At the same time, spiritual power is gradually transforming into laws. Suyu swallowed the last elemental thunder tribulation in one gulp, and then a roar came from his body, his energy vibrated, and he gradually transformed and was reborn. Seeing this scene, many people were moved. The elementalization is complete. Next, Suyu will begin to condense his own laws. Once this step is completed, he will no longer be a saint, but a quasi-emperor. The first quasi-emperor to arrive in the Golden Age. It's really valuable. Some strong men's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. They also wanted to become quasi-emperors. Only by crossing this threshold between immortals and mortals can they be considered giants. Only then can you have the real say in the sect. The initial law determines a person's potential. I wonder what kind of law effect Suyu will condense. Who understands Suyu's main strength? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Suyu's main strength, seemingly, no one has ever been able to experience it. Because all along, Suyu has been fighting with high explosive power and has never revealed his main strength. In the law is the transformation of the main power. For example, when a physical cultivator breaks through to the quasi-emperor level, he or she will most likely prove his or her way by using the elemental laws of gold and earth. Sword cultivators and knife cultivators, on the other hand, achieve enlightenment through the laws of the knife and sword. If a member of the Wang family like Wang Heng breaks through, there is a high probability that he will condense the law of the void. The quasi-emperor of Shenshao Peak and Jushao achieved the status of quasi-emperor through the law of divine thunder. Everyone has a trace, but Suyu is nowhere to be found. Because although he is the holy son of Jushao, he does not specialize in any one technique, but instead has a comprehensive understanding of all categories. These words not only stunned outsiders, even Wang Heng, Ji Shijun, the Su sisters, and everyone in Dongwang were stunned. They have never experienced Suyu's main power. That is to say, when Suyu was fighting with them, he might not have given his all. He had been suppressing his strength all along. The fact is just as they thought. Under the thunder waterfall, Suyu enjoyed the process of having his body transformed by the power of thunder. At the same time, it is also preparing for the transformation of spiritual power into laws. Over the years, the techniques I've practiced are too diverse. There are techniques for celestial beings, techniques for saints, techniques for great saints, techniques for quasi-emperors, and techniques for emperors. But the more important component is transformation. A method similar to immortal magic, but more powerful than immortal magic. Suyu's brain was like a computer, constantly filtering the folders stored in his mind. His screening target was fixed on the transformation technique deep in his mind. This technique, he never used it. I've never used it in battle. It is one of his most important trump cards. Now that I have achieved enlightenment, he will be my first choice for evolution. Suyu did not hesitate at all and directly switched the spiritual power circulation route to the transformation route. Past, present, and future, everything you see is me. The supreme method that can deduce time. As the information about the technique flashed through his mind, Suyu took a deep breath. What I have learned should be the only power in the world. No matter how powerful space, the void, or any other force is, they will eventually be lost in history due to the power of time. No matter how strong a person is, or how powerful a force is, it is only a flash in the pan and cannot last forever. But, Suyu paused as he spoke, and then a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, as if he had crossed an infinite distance and saw a glimpse of the future. Times are different. Time carries the past of everyone, the saints and sages of the past and present, the demons of heaven, and everything that may happen in the future. All encompassed by time. My law, my first law, my only law is this. The law of time. Boom. As the four words, law of time, came out of Suyu's mouth, the heaven and earth trembled in an instant. The first planet of this ancient starry road was shaking wildly. It seems that a great power is descending, and even the planets that can support the breakthrough of the quasi-emperor cannot withstand it. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as Suyu spoke. Time. After a moment of silence, someone screamed, he actually understood time. Hiss. Besides the Emperor of Heaven, Suyu is the second person in history to comprehend the law of time, right? No. How could he possibly comprehend the power of time? Time has already dissipated a little. Seeing this, a Tianjiao who knew the inside story couldn't help but exclaim, darkness has invaded, and time has long been eroded. Now the long river of time and the future are obscured by fog. Who can comprehend time? That's impossible. The invasion of darkness means that the universe is about to end, and the end of the long river of time has also appeared. I can no longer comprehend time, because, when the end of the long river appears, the long river of time will slowly dissipate. The power of time no longer exists. How to communicate with the long river of time and comprehend the laws? They were shaking their heads, not daring to believe that Suyu could actually communicate with time again. Facing the doubts of the people around him, Suyu remained calm. What is time? Of course not the time of this universe. The time he wants is outside the universe, is a long river of time that encompasses the entire space, including the fairyland. That kind of power is what he wants. How could a universe of time satisfy him? Certainly, he didn't bother to explain it all. His hands kept changing, forming seals to attract the arrival of time. Gradually, not only the ancient stars in the ancient starry road were trembling, but even the universe was trembling slightly. On every planet, a mysterious phenomenon occurs. That is the sun and the moon shining together. Above the sky, the sun and the moon appear together. Rumble. The terrifying aura spread throughout the entire universe, and at the edge of the universe, it seemed as if a crack was torn apart. Strands of time power flew in from the torn gaps. This ray of time, the time of a different universe. Wherever it passes, everything freezes, including time. Because this is the power of a higher being. Bang. At the same time, the thunder tribulation seemed to be angered and began to strike madly. The thunder tribulation that could easily kill a weak quasi-emperor level hit Suyu like raindrops. He seemed angry at Suyu's behavior, but it doesn't help at all. Suyu maintained the posture of forming seals, allowing the thunder to hit his body. Even if he was baptized by thunder thousands of times, he could not move at all. Swish, just as the thousandth thunder tribulation fell, it was also followed by the power of time. The power of time is like rain, and Suyu's body is like an empty bottle. Catch the falling power of time bit by bit, until the bottle is filled. Boom, as the last ray of time power was absorbed by Suyu, his physical transformation was officially completed. The aura burst out, directly destroying the thunderclouds in the sky. Instead, an extremely terrifying force revived from his dantian. Boom, at this moment, the aura of the quasi-emperor soared into the sky, shaking the universe. Even billions of light years away, one could feel his quasi-emperor power. From now on, my honorable title is time. Chapter 388, there are so many supreme beings staring at him. They are all waiting for the elixir to mature. Honorable title time, quasi-emperor of time. As soon as Suyu's title came out, the entire universe seemed to shake. Countless quasi-emperors felt something in their hearts and looked up at the starry sky, their direction locked on the ancient starry road. Quasi-emperor of time, countless quasi-emperors murmured to themselves. After reciting these 4 words, my heart began to tremble. Because this represents invincible power, represents a legend. That is the first quasi-emperor of time, the Emperor of Heaven. However, what they didn't know was that the Emperor of Heaven comprehended the time of the Qingkang universe, while Suyu comprehended the time beyond the universe. Although the two have the same name, they are completely different. Is another heavenly emperor born? There were ancient beings whispering, but more often they laughed strangely, and then fell into a deep sleep. So what if he's the Emperor of Heaven? The destruction of this world cannot be stopped. The Emperor of Heaven had already forcibly extended Qingkang's life. In this life, even if time appears again, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. Xuandian Continent, Central Region, in the Tianji Tower. Inside the observatory, Saint Tianyan and old man Tianji looked up at the Emperor road that had just been closed and couldn't help laughing. Brother, look, I made the right bet. He is the last heavenly emperor of this world. This time, old man Tianji didn't say anything else, but raised the corners of his lips slightly, as if he agreed with what was said. Use the law of time to prove yourself as a quasi-emperor. The future emperor is the time emperor. Having mastered the laws of time, anyone who isn't a transcendent can no longer pose a significant threat to him. Even if he faces a mid-stage quasi-emperor, he can handle it with ease. Even a late-stage quasi-emperor would find it difficult to kill him. The Emperor of Destiny in this life has been locked down. Once time comes, no one can stop it, unless chaos body. But even if he has a chaotic body, Suyu also has a chaotic body. Still fearless of everything. Damn it! Bai Shan, who walked into the imperial city, naturally heard Suyu's voice. After hearing that the other party had achieved the status of quasi-emperor through the use of time, his face turned even more gloomy. The breath was even more violent and could not be suppressed at all. So what if you were the ruler of the law of time? When my 9 tails are born, I will be the future fox fairy. It remains to be seen who will win. Don't be so arrogant. Bai Shan's Adam's apple rolled and his voice was low and hoarse because the sound of his roar was suppressed by him. He is not a fool, not even an egomaniac. Suyu used time to prove his truth, and his last trump card was to give birth to the 9-tailed fox. If I can't give birth to a 9-tailed beast, that's his ceiling. The Emperor is the pinnacle. Unless one can be led into the fairyland by a guide and come into contact with endless fairy energy, there will be a slight chance of becoming a true immortal. Becoming a true immortal is not something you can achieve just by breaking through to the great Emperor level. That requires opportunity. Without extremely strong understanding and talent, no matter how hard you try to go against the will of heaven in the mortal realm, you will never be able to achieve enlightenment and become an immortal. This is the difference. Ha 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 ha, it's a profit. Xuandian, Dongwang, and those quasi-emperors stationed near the Su family all showed expressions of ecstasy after sensing Suyu's voice. Quasi-emperor of time, the future emperor, no, Emperor of Heaven. Coming here to guard the Su family is really the right thing to do. They are helping Suyu in his time of need. Once Suyu becomes emperor, even if their lifespan is short, the effect of the law of time will be enough to help them live a second life. Among the 3 religions in the eastern wasteland, there were cheers of great shock. Even those quasi-emperor ancestors who had sealed themselves in coffins were so excited that they almost crawled out of their coffins. When Suyu broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, some people were happy, while others were naturally filled with sorrow. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Zhou Kongyang, the ancestor of the Zhou family, was originally drinking tea leisurely, but after sensing Su Yu's voice, his leisurely expression froze. The teacup in his hand shattered. Zhou Kongyang sat up straight from his chair with a look of horror in his eyes. Time. This little bastard actually comprehended the law of time. Has he ever come into contact with the river of time? No. If he was mentally prepared for Su Yu's breakthrough to the quasi-emperor and even the great emperor before, he was completely unprepared now. Time symbolizes invincibility. The most direct representative is the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven at that time suppressed all races, suppressed darkness, and suppressed the source of rebellion alone. He founded the heavenly court and enthroned the great emperor. Even an arrogant branch of the immortal sect like Diffin had to hide in a small place during the reign of the Emperor of Heaven and did not dare to act rashly. Now that Su Yu has become a quasi-emperor by understanding the laws of time, he undoubtedly has the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven. Once he attains enlightenment, he will inevitably settle accounts with the universe. Those forces that offend him will undoubtedly be eliminated. And his great weak, even if they were not liquidated by Su Yu himself, they would be used by some people with ulterior motives to please Su Yu and then choose to join forces to destroy his great Zhou. This is not good. As he paced back and forth, the space in the yard suddenly solidified, and then a space door was opened. A skeleton quasi-emperor in a black robe walked out slowly. Seeing him appear, Zhou Kongyang immediately frowned and looked at him with a sharp gaze, saying, "What should we do? Now that the little beast has comprehended the law of time, I'm afraid the balance of the world will tilt towards him. Are you at Diffin confident that you can get rid of him? The only thing he can rely on now is the mystery of the Emperor's tomb." The skeleton quasi-emperor walked up to him, and with his body half a head taller than Zhou Kongyang, he looked down at him and said, "What are you panicking about? Ancient starry sky road, my holy sect's young master has also entered it. The 3 top-level immortals from your Zhou family also followed in." Hearing this, Zhou Kongyang paused, frowning and asking, "What gives you the confidence to think that an artificial chaotic body can be compared to Su Yu? He is also a chaos body, and has also comprehended the law of time. What can you use to fight him? The entire universe already knows that Su Yu has a chaotic body. Now he has even comprehended the power of time. Who can be stronger than him?" After hearing these words, the skeleton quasi-emperor did not change at all, but a flash of blood suddenly appeared in the skeleton's eye sockets. "So what about the chaos body? So what about the law of time? Everything he has will belong to my young master of the Holy Church. Just wait and see. No matter how prosperous he is now, his future will be miserable. The more dazzling he is, the more excited those people become." Zhou Kongyang's eyes narrowed, as if he had thought of something, and he said doubtfully, "You mean?" However, the skeleton quasi-emperor did not respond to his words directly, but slowly raised his head and looked at the sky, the bloodshot in his eyes becoming more and more intense. A peerless medicinal herb is more attractive than any elixir of immortality. There are so many supreme beings staring at him. They are all waiting for the medicine to mature. Chapter 389, Heaven's Luck. Su Yu, take 90% of it, and the remaining 10% is divided among you. Ancient Starry Road. Su Yu transformed the power of thunder tribulation bit by bit, and the spiritual power in his body had been completely labeled as the power of law. The realm of quasi-emperor, the realm of semi-perfection. After breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, you no longer need to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy. Even if you don't practice the exercises, your body will automatically absorb spiritual energy, the energy of heaven and earth, and the power of laws to cultivate. Time is truly wonderful. Su Yu opened his eyes, and there was a hint of fascination in his eyes. It's so intoxicating. This power. Breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm, my magical powers are self-consistent, transforming into the power of laws. All the supernatural powers that were mastered in the past have now been transformed into the power of laws and stored in the body. Ordinary quasi-emperors only have one law in their hands. But he is different. He alone mastered 4 laws. Majoring in time, using transformation, as a carrier, I finally attracted the favor of the law of time. And the magical powers I previously comprehended, mountain driving, gold swallowing, and law of heaven and earth, have all been transformed into corresponding rules and stored in the small world, ready to be called upon at any time. Genshin corresponds to the element of earth and masters the laws of the earth. Swallowing gold corresponds to the element of gold, allowing me to master the laws of gold. I can also devour all the metal in the world to strengthen myself, and I can also manipulate metal to enhance my combat power. Laws of heaven and earth corresponds to the laws of size. It can transform freely into a quasi-emperor Dharmakaya spanning billions of miles, or shrink to the size of a speck of dust. Su Yu felt the power of the corresponding small cellular world, and naturally felt very comfortable in his heart. All-round increase in strength. It is a perfect improvement from top to bottom. The cellular world can integrate the power of laws and transform into a world of laws. This is the most important thing. Others can only contain the power of one law, but I can cultivate multiple laws at the same time. No, I don't need to cultivate deliberately, because I just need to master the laws. The cellular world doesn't affect my realm, so I only need to focus on the power of time, and the other laws are just auxiliary forces. In Su Yu's mind, when he looked at the planet below, he had a very special feeling. That means that with just a thought, the surface of the planet can be turned upside down. With a wave of his hand, he could turn mountains upside down and condense rivers. The power of the law is wonderful. Su Yu exclaimed in admiration in his heart. It's really wonderful, this power. No wonder people often say that the gap between the great sage and the quasi-emperor is difficult to bridge. He also agreed with this statement. After all, when he was in the saint realm, he could defeat the great sage. But when he reached the great saint realm, even if his cultivation reached the peak of the late great saint realm, it would be difficult for him to defeat the quasi-emperor at the first level, and he could only defeat the so-called weak quasi-emperor. But the weak quasi-emperor. In fact, it is also the realm of great saints. It's just half a foot in, you can pull it back. When you reach the quasi-emperor stage, all your methods become more like those of an immortal. The swallowing gold ability becomes a law, which can extract the gold energy and condense it into a small metal ball. A ball the size of a finger can weigh as much as an entire planet. The water law is even more terrifying. It can extract the essence of countless waters to condense a drop of heavy water. If a drop of heavy water were to disperse, it could turn a continent into a swamp. Mastering the law of earth can cause earth dragons to shift, mountains to reshape, and planets to deform. Furthermore, the law of earth's armor can be transformed into the most solid defense. Even without any defense, even if thousands or even tens of thousands of great saints attack with all their might, they will hardly be harmed. Su Yu gradually adapted to the power of the laws in the cell world. Every time he switched to a cell world, he would have a different understanding. Certainly, the strongest power is the power of time he condensed. Although the law of time is only in its infancy, it is sufficient. Thinking of this, Su Yu raised his hand, and a force of time gathered in his palm. Looking at the force of time that was like a river, shining with light, Su Yu murmured, "With this palm, the sun and the moon rise together, and the universe is dislocated. If it is developed to its full potential, time can be used as a sword. With one strike it can sever an enemy's lifespan by 100 years. You can cut off someone's life, but you can also increase your own life. If you reach the ultimate level, you can enter the long river of time, reverse the past, cut off the foundation of people's past, and cut off their future. Of course, it is obviously unrealistic to achieve all of this now. But the difference is not much. If he becomes a great emperor and then reaches the realm of the heavenly emperor, he might be able to pull out the long river of time and go upstream. After understanding the effects of the transformation of his own power, Suyu sat cross-legged in the air. Breathed quietly. Now that he had broken through to the quasi-emperor level, he no longer had to worry about the upper limit of his cultivation. The upper limit is the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Then, even if an emperor-level fighter appears, you will not be able to do anything to me. That black mist wanted to rob me. Hee, Suyu sneered in his heart. No matter who you are, no matter how many people are watching me from behind, trying to take me down, you are all wrong. I am not some newbie. After practicing for so long, if he only had that superficial foundation, he might not be able to escape the calculations of these people. But, he is not. He has so much background. Giving themselves time to become quasi-emperors is the biggest mistake these people make. I am already in the late quasi-emperor stage, so I am not afraid of the great emperor's fighting power. As long as it's not the emperor of destiny, no one can kill me easily. Suyu was confident that he had the ability and strength to escape the plan. The higher his cultivation level, the closer he is to jumping out of the chessboard. A quasi-emperor would spend several years, decades, or even hundreds of years practicing. Even with Suyu's talent, who had just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, it took him a full half-year to consolidate his initial cultivation. After all, he had just reached the quasi-emperor realm, and many of his powers had not yet been mastered, so it naturally took some time. And during this half-year, the battle on the ancient starry road has quietly begun. On the first ancient star, most of the opportunities belong to those in the great saint realm, and there are very few higher-level opportunities. Even so, it caused a bloody storm, because there is a ray of heaven's luck hidden here. At the same time, some people have discovered the secret world that the great sage turned into after his death. Some people have found fragments of the 9 secrets in it, which drives people crazy. Finally, this fragment of the secret technique was obtained by a great sage from the demon clan, but after he practiced the secret technique, he was possessed by an old monster. This scene shocked and frightened everyone. This made them realize that the road to becoming an emperor is full of opportunities but also full of dangers of death. There are countless residual souls of old monsters lurking here, waiting for the appearance of the destined person. Certainly, in the end, the old monster who had taken over another person's body was defeated by everyone without any surprise. The opportunity of the first level allowed many great saints to break through on the spot, and also made these geniuses more excited about what lay ahead. There are 108 ancient stars in the ancient starry sky road, and each of them has the destiny of heaven hidden within it. There are countless opportunities. If you want to seize the luck, you need to fight for life and death with the geniuses of the same realm. In half a year, many people broke through to the quasi-emperor level one after another. And Suyu also woke up quietly. Looking at the empty Diguan Pass, he did not stop at all. The Imperial Road should be opened by me. I, Suyu, possess 90% of the destiny and luck here. The remaining 10% will be divided among you, the geniuses. Boom. At this moment, the Imperial Pass was shaken. Because, this is the first quasi-emperor to come out of seclusion on the ancient starry sky road. Chapter 390 The Secret Realm of the Third Imperial Pass, the 9 secrets, the fragments of the previous secret are revealed. There are a total of 108 ancient stars in the ancient starry sky road, which are also 108 imperial gates. Now, half a year has passed quietly, and countless geniuses have already passed the third imperial gate. There are many crises and opportunities in every imperial pass. In addition to competing for opportunities with similar geniuses. At the same time, there will also be conflicts with demonic cultivators. This is a so-called competition between the righteous and evil paths of all races. Whichever side becomes emperor first will suppress the other side. Certainly, the potential of the magic path is not great. Although they are very fierce in the beginning, the potential of the demon cultivators becomes smaller as time goes by. Until the end, there may not be one person who can achieve enlightenment. However, even so, the magic path has never declined too much. Because they don't need luck. They just need to kill people and devour their luck. Same, the righteous path also needs the evil path to maintain a hostile relationship, which is equivalent to establishing an enemy for future generations, so as to prevent all races from killing each other in the end and thinking of destroying each other. Inside the third imperial pass, some people discovered the secret techniques of ancient martial arts, and at the same time, some people found traces of the 9 secrets. The first secret among the 9 secrets, the secret of the word, Qian, can be used to cultivate spiritual consciousness and predict future fortune and misfortune. Only those with the cultivation level of quasi-emperor can practice it. Otherwise, once a cultivator of a lower level practices the secret of the word, Qian, his physical body will not be able to withstand such a powerful increase in spiritual consciousness, which will cause his physical body to explode and his soul to scatter. Although only a few geniuses can reach the quasi-emperor level at this early stage. But that doesn't mean they can't compete. Obtain the secret of the first character and practice it in seclusion for a period of time. After entering the quasi-emperor realm, practice the secret of the first character immediately. Then, when you come out of seclusion with a small degree of success, you will be able to predict some of the future, sense the existence of good and bad fortune, and avoid misfortune and seek good fortune. A quasi-emperor in the early stage first to third heaven who practices the frontward secret can avoid the threat from the quasi-emperor in the middle stage. You can say that, without the cultivation of the late quasi-emperor, it is impossible to accurately find a person who has practiced the secret of the former word. Therefore, the appearance of the secret of the first word made all the geniuses crazy. In front of the third emperor, Ji Shijun and Fan Jian joined forces to fight for the secret of the previous character, but they were injured by a new quasi-emperor of the demonic path and had no choice but to escape from the secret realm to recuperate. Inside the cave, Ji Shijun stopped practicing, opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and said through gritted teeth, "Damn demon cultivator." If Suyu and Wang Heng hadn't been in seclusion to consolidate their realm, he wouldn't have had the chance to act so arrogant. Hearing the noise, Fan Jian also stopped practicing, and his injuries had almost healed. The 9 secrets can be practiced by all races, especially the first secret, which is a life-saving trump card. How could a demon cultivator give it up? Now is the critical period for top-level geniuses to break through. Those who break through first will naturally be able to seize opportunities first. Although the combat power of you and I is comparable to that of a weak quasi-emperor, and we can block a quasi-emperor at the first level together, we can only block it. This time, 9 secrets, you and I can almost give up. Fan Jian is very open-minded. To him, saving his life is the most important thing, and fighting for opportunities is secondary. Because only by living can there be hope. Doing something desperate is not rational. Fan Jian looked at Ji Shijun and said, "After this battle, you and I have gained greater confidence in breaking through that barrier. Let's break through first. After all, the path to becoming an emperor is about opportunity, but it's also about cultivation. Break through the quasi-emperor realm. With the special features of the emperor path, you and I can break through to the higher realms faster." If we break through to quasi-emperor in the middle stage, by the time the path to emperor is open, you and I might only be at the 6th or 7th level of quasi-emperor, or even the 4th or 5th level. As a top-level immortal species from the ancient Tianlin star, he naturally received indoctrination about the emperor's road before entering it. Only by seizing the opportunity to break through in the early stage can we get ahead of the emperor road before it is open. Possess the fighting power to compete with the emperor. Even if he cannot compete, he still has the cultivation level of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. This is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Ji Shijun nodded in agreement. You are right. Only, suddenly, he remembered something, and his face became a little strange. He said, when we were retreating, I seemed to see Brother Su's 3 sisters and that fiancée. They seemed to have entered the secret realm. Fan Jian was startled when he heard this and said, didn't the 4 of them just reach the Great Saint Realm and achieve consummation not long ago? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Great Saint Realm is complete. But he is not yet as weak as a quasi-emperor. If he were to go in and be discovered by that quasi-emperor level demon cultivator, he would be in great trouble. After all, Suyu's existence has spread throughout the universe, and it is not difficult for those people to investigate Suyu's background. In particular, the evil cultivators and the righteous path are reconcilable. They certainly don't want to see a righteous person who has the hope of reaching the level of the heavenly emperor. Then they will definitely attack Suyu's relatives. Ji Shijun nodded and said, yes, so, I think the 2 of us should go in and take a look. If they are really in danger, we must not let them fall into the hands of the demon cultivators, so as to prevent them from using this to threaten Brother Su. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian immediately stood up and said, let's go. Go back now, Suyu has done him a great favor. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a grace of rebirth. Naturally, he couldn't sit idly by when it came to Suyu's affairs. Ji Shijun grinned, then stood up and said, that's exactly what I meant. Just right, now, with the help of my ancestors, I have successfully opened up 10 small cellular worlds. I really want to know if I can fight against a demon cultivator who has just reached the quasi-emperor stage by myself with my full strength. He was eager to try it. However, the corners of Fan Jian's mouth twitched slightly. A small world of 10 cells. That is to say, there are 10 quasi-emperors who have comprehended different laws to play with him. Although he was born in the ancient star Tianlin, the environment on the ancient star Tianlin is ultimately not as good as that of Xuantian. It's been so long, he also only built 8 small cellular worlds. In terms of combat power, he cannot be compared with Ji Shijun. But, he had tried it before, using all his strength, and was able to kill a weak quasi-emperor. As for the real quasi-emperor, he hasn't tried it yet. However, if the 2 of them join forces, they should be able to fight against a quasi-emperor at the immortal level, right? Walk. After the 2 made up their minds, they stood up and walked out of the cave without stopping, and then rushed towards the entrance to the secret realm inside the Emperor's Pass. Inside the Imperial Pass, countless cultivators were wandering around, some were trading, and some were conspiring to join forces to dig up a quasi-emperor's tomb. Certainly, more people gathered at the entrance to the secret realm where the 9 secrets appeared. However, when the 2 got closer, they found something unusual, because these people did not enter the secret realm, but stayed outside, somewhat hesitant and reluctant to cross, as if there was a forbidden line blocking their steps. What is going on? The 2 people who saw this scene looked surprised. Those who dare to come here are basically at the level of Saint Sun or immortal. Actually, you don't dare to enter. Just when they were puzzled about what was happening inside. Suddenly, boom, a loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Then, a figure in white, billions of miles tall, appeared and burst the secret realm to reveal his true form. In his hand, a figure emitting monstrous demonic energy was struggling violently. Damn it, let me go. Chapter 391, Sister Shiran, it's fate, this bone is a gift to you. Seeing the demon cultivator quasi-emperor being held in the hands of the white-clothed giant who was billions of miles tall, everyone was petrified on the spot. Their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Nothing else, because the giant in front of him also exudes the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. But he held the other quasi-emperor level strongman in his hand like pinching a chicken. No matter how he resisted, the giant remained motionless. Obviously, this giant is Suyu, who used the laws of size evolved from the laws of heaven and earth. And, why are you so arrogant in front of me? Still want to control me? The head, which was as big as a planet, slowly opened its mouth and uttered syllables that sounded like heavenly music, shaking the earth. As soon as he opened his mouth, even the void cracked. Obviously, even the space couldn't bear the pressure from the sound of his voice. Upon hearing this, the demonic quasi-emperor's face flushed red and he roared, Suyu, let me go. I will fight you to the death. As a dignified quasi-emperor, he was actually captured by Suyu alone. It would be a great shame if this got out. The key is. In his heart, which didn't know what fear was, a trace of fear began to rise in front of Suyu. Because he truly felt that Suyu could crush him to death. He has the power. Suyu only chuckled upon hearing this, and continued, what qualifications do you have to call yourself, Emperor, in front of me? Crack, the sound of bones being squeezed and rubbed spread throughout the 3rd Imperial Pass. Everyone heard it clearly. This terrifying sound is like the noise caused by a collision between planets. It's terrifying, just when the demonic quasi-emperor was about to roar. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Suyu's hand, and the terrifying golden law instantly spread across his palm. Then, he exerted a little force. With a bang, this quasi-emperor of the demon path, who was comparable to a top-level immortal, was crushed to pieces in an instant. The body was squeezed into blood mist and scattered. The blood mist splashed wildly and hit the space, shattering it. The harsh shattering sound made a group of geniuses in the Great Saint Realm cover their ears. It's so uncomfortable. A quasi-emperor was easily crushed to death, and even his soul had no chance to escape. Wow, what a terrifying fighting power. Someone looked up at the scene, his eyes filled with fear. Suyu's fighting power. Is it possible that someone at the quasi-emperor realm can still crush those at the same realm? And, he is also a top-level immortal species in the same realm. In his hands, he was crushed without even having the strength to resist. It's truly invincible. Some immortals couldn't help but sigh. The top-level immortal species, after breaking through to the quasi-emperor, can compete with the 3rd-level quasi-emperor without getting hurt, even if that person has broken through the limit 3 times. Can easily crush a quasi-emperor of the 1st level. Such combat power, comparable to the 4th level of quasi-emperor. Approaching the forbidden area of God, who can stop Suyu like this? No one can stop the sharp edge. After crushing the demonic quasi-emperor to death, Suyu swept his eyes, and his sharp gaze like an eagle swept across everyone's face, making everyone who came into contact with him lower their heads and dared not look directly at him. At this level he no longer needs to hide his edge. All means have been accomplished. The Imperial Road is already in his pocket. No one should even think about competing with him. I no longer take my previous opponent seriously. Suyu let out a breath. This secret place. All opportunities are his. He can also cultivate the complete fragment of the so-called secret chapter of the previous word. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Suyu fixed his gaze on the bottom of the secret realm. Looking at his three sisters and Chen Yanqi with complicated expressions, Suyu's voice was like a loud bell, shaking the nebula. Your cultivation is too weak. Before you become a quasi-emperor, don't even think about getting involved in the fights between quasi-emperors. You can't win. Suyu did not look down on them. On the contrary, he was very optimistic about the current development and performance of the four girls. People with a golden destiny, in theory, can achieve something in troubled times. Empress. It is also possible that she is a quasi-emperor empress rather than a great emperor empress. Their current behavior is all aimed at becoming the emperor. In this life, if I can clear the obstacles in front of them, maybe they can really defy fate and become emperors. Certainly. The premise is that he can wipe out the darkness. Those termites lurking in the darkness. Su Qingying is the eldest sister and also the future supreme with the supreme bone. When she was targeted by Suyu, she suffered the most. Suyu almost stabbed the knife several times. Therefore, she didn't have a great impression of Suyu. One could even say that if it weren't for the shackles of blood ties between them, she might even kill Suyu. But at this moment, the look she gave Suyu was filled with extremely complicated meanings. What you said in the family destroy and then stand up, is it true or false? They have checked the ancient books and found that this history does exist. However, what she asked naturally meant something else. Suyu glanced at her after hearing this and thought to himself, nonsense, of course he's trying to trick you. I wasn't the one who wanted to take the bone, so why should I take the blame for him? He would not deny it. After all, the one who wanted to dig out their bones and eyes was the holy son of the innate realm of the emperor's tomb. But it's not his three good student Suyu. Suyu's voice was like thunder, and he spoke word by word, what I said is what I thought. If you don't believe me, I won't force you. As for your so-called supreme bone, double pupils, and immortal phoenix body, I have no use for them. Even if I'm greedy, I won't dig out the bones of my loved ones. A person whose development is limited by nature cannot be compared with me. When he is powerful, everything he says is right. When he was weak, he only thought about saving his life. In short, the main point is that I am weak and you are right. I am strong, and what I say is reasonable. Even if it is unreasonable, you have to understand it is reasonable. Of course, this statement is both true and false. But it is true that he cannot use it and will not dig out the bones for his own use. If you can break through your innate limitations, then you will be considered a true natural supreme being. It's not just a name born from a bone. The words fell. Everyone was silent, because, among them, almost a vast majority of people did not agree with what Suyu said. What did it mean to have a reputation born from a bone? In this world, who can have the supreme bone? Who is invincible? Because this is a bone that contains the laws of the great emperor, it will be gradually unlocked as your cultivation becomes stronger. Even, the supreme bone is born with the power of law. With the supreme bone, not to mention breaking through to the great emperor as easy as eating and drinking water, at least breaking through to the ninth level of the quasi-emperor would be absolutely no problem. Such strong innate conditions, in his mouth, turned into shackles. This kind of shackles is probably what countless immortals dream of, right? Others may not understand what kind of power of law is contained in Su Qingying's supreme bone, but Su Qingying herself understands. Space. Her supreme bone is born with the power of space. Su Qingying looked up at Suyu's indifferent expression, and gradually, she fell silent. A moment later, she suddenly smiled with relief and said, perhaps, you are right. Break and then stand. Puff. The next second, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Su Qingying suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed through her own flesh, broke a mysterious bone engraved with runes in her body, and pulled it out of her body. One of Su Qingying's hands was covered in blood, but her bones were not stained by any filth. Instead, it is full of law and divinity. Sister. Seeing their eldest sister's actions, Su Wanqing and Su Miao were both shocked and shouted, what are you doing? Su Qingying ignored her sister's confusion, but looked down at the supreme bone that had grown with her, and said softly, perhaps, I am too dependent on you. You were born from others, not from my own strength. As the supreme bone broke, her power began to fluctuate violently. Bang! Finally, Su Qingying threw the supreme bone to Suyu and said, Ayu, since you said so, I believe you. Because of this bone, I harbored resentment towards you and even wanted to kill you. But now that I've taken out this bone and looked at it, it seems a little ridiculous again. Fate comes and goes, this bone is given to you. She laughed, relieved. It's ridiculous to break up with your closest relatives just because of a bone. The moment she threw the bone, her mind became clear and bright. It seems that all the things that were once entangled have been relieved and figured out. Boom. That is, at the moment when all obsessions were let go, Su Qingying's abdomen, which was still bleeding, was covered by mysterious runes. Next moment, boom, the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation is coming all at once. Chapter 392 Let go of obsession, cut off the past, Su Qingying proves to be the quasi-emperor. Su Qingying rushed towards the thunder tribulation, concentrating on dealing with her own quasi-emperor tribulation. The supreme bone that she had removed fell into Suyu's hands. For a moment, the gazes of all the geniuses followed the supreme bone. There was thought in their eyes, and some of them had a hint of greed. The supreme bone, even if they were to transplant at their level, it would be a great blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully plundered the opportunity of the child of destiny, and received the following rewards, plus 21 million villain value, 1 supreme treasure technique, 2 fragments of the sky deceiving fairy bell, and 10 gin of mica fairy gold. Suyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the system's reward reminder in his mind. Supreme treasure technique, randomly obtained the supreme treasure technique, reincarnation treasure technique, created by the immortal king of reincarnation, great, emperor level, it can grow with the host's cultivation, gradually improve to the reincarnation of the heavens, and can evolve to the highest grade immortal king level. Mica fairy gold, a magical metal that can change its shape, can accommodate the great emperor's array pattern, and can be used to forge the ultimate emperor's weapons. The inside of the mica fairy gold can accommodate the killing array, and when forging an emperor's weapon, it can unleash the power of the emperor's weapon, and can also unleash the killing array. They are all good things. This was Suyu's thought. Mica fairy gold can even be used to upgrade the grade of the 10,000 Dao soldiers. Wandaobing is a magical weapon that can continuously integrate materials to improve its grade. Although the grade of Wandaobing is still only Great Saint War Soldier, its strength is no less than that of Quasi-Emperor Soldier. Because the various kinds of immortal gold that Suyu obtained in the early days have all been integrated into it. Now that his cultivation has risen to the Quasi-Emperor level, Suyu can also upgrade it to the Quasi-Emperor weapon grade. Since he started practicing, he has never lacked resources for practice. Missing, just the one of a kind. My elder sister took apart the supreme bone and gave it to me. I never thought that this could be considered an opportunity to plunder. Looking at the supreme bone, Suyu shook his head and laughed. He had said these words before just to make his three sisters give up their hatred for him. As his cultivation level improved, he also realized that the gap between him and them was getting bigger and bigger. He didn't want these people who were nominally related to him by blood to turn against him in the end. In that case, he would definitely not hold back. Will definitely kill 3 sisters. He didn't want to disappoint the Su family, a family that still had some humanity. Therefore, I have been trying my best to distance myself from these relationships. I never thought the eldest sister was more open-minded and directly pulled out the supreme bone. Everyone thought that after losing the supreme bone, the elder sister's cultivation would fall to a certain level. However, she suddenly gained enlightenment and turned a disaster into a blessing, breaking through to the quasi-emperor level. Think of this. Su Yu raised his head and glanced at his elder sister who was going through the 5 elements thunder tribulation. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Certainly, he didn't stay here to watch. Instead, he turned around and left, holding the supreme bone. However, before leaving, he also left a word. It's okay to watch the tribulation. However, if anyone dares to interfere, then be prepared to face my sword and have the races behind you clean their necks. Once I have cleared the imperial road and left, I will come and slaughter your race without a trace. He spoke these words calmly, as if he was narrating a trivial matter. But no one underestimated it. What Su Yu said now carries a lot of weight. If he were to walk out of the path to becoming an emperor, his cultivation would definitely reach the late stage of quasi-emperor. Until then, who can resist his butcher knife? I'm afraid there are only a few people left in the entire universe. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are tens of thousands of races, countless holy places, and countless quasi-emperors in the universe. However, there are very few people who can truly break through to the late stage of quasi-emperor or even the great perfection of quasi-emperor. After Su Yu broke through, there was still someone behind him. The 3 religions in the eastern wilderness all have ancestors who are in the late stage of quasi-emperor. Not to mention, he openly has a master, the quasi-emperor Dudian, who achieved the great perfection of the quasi-emperor against all odds many years ago in the Dharma ending age. A quasi-emperor who masters the secret of the word, fight. If we go all out and play all our cards, we will be able to defeat the emperor. Not to mention killing the emperor, at least the emperor can't do anything to him. Su Yu turned his back and walked away. All that was left for Su Wanqing, Su Miao and Chen Yanxi was his back. Coming to rescue them this time is also a way to give them an explanation. None of the 3 women spoke, but their eyes were very complicated. Especially when they saw the changes in their eldest sister after she was relieved and pulled out the supreme bone, the moods of the 3 of them were filled with endless waves. Could it be that they are all wrong? Did Su Yu really have no choice but to do what he did back then? As her mood became turbulent, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes, with double pupils, became faintly visible. We were really wrong. This time, Su Wanqing really felt sorry. I misunderstood him for so many years, but he never took it to heart and even saved them many times. Perhaps, in his heart, he still considers us as his family. On Su Miao's shoulders, the ancient phoenix looked at Su Yu's receding figure and let out a cry, but there was an unconcealable sadness in the cry. She also noticed Su Yu's emotions. I feel very low, somewhat relieved, and seemingly lonely. Chen Yanxi has changed a lot now. As her cultivation becomes more advanced, her temperament is gradually becoming closer to that of an immortal, becoming cold and aloof. He's been involved in too many karmas. There was a fairy light in Chen Yanxi's eyes, as if he had seen through all illusions. Her voice is very nice, as charming as the sound of an angel. He possesses the causal relationship of the forbidden zone, the causal relationship of the immortal world, the causal relationship of reincarnation, and the causal relationship of time. He is also constantly entangled with countless races of the Qingkang sect. Being entangled in cause and effect, it is difficult to discern the future, let alone life and death. Su Miao was the youngest, only 1 year younger than Su Yu. She looked in the direction where Su Yu had disappeared and said firmly, no matter what karma he has been involved in, he is still our brother. Chen Yanxi glanced at her sideways, and then said in a low voice, he may not want to have anything to do with you. He is afraid of implicating the Su family and you. Every one of these karmas he's been involved in could put him in danger of falling. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanqing took over and said seriously, no matter what lies ahead, he is my brother and I have an obligation to shoulder it with him. Seeing the change in their attitude, Chen Yanxi also laughed. Then, let's get stronger. Only in this emperor road can we have the opportunity to quickly close the gap in our cultivation. Only after the emperor becoming battle begins will one be qualified to compete for the throne of the great emperor. The great. She also wants to compete with the emperor of destiny. But, it seems there is no chance. In front of the 3rd imperial gate, Su Qingying's beautiful figure as she was overcoming the tribulation attracted countless people to stop and stare. Although the tribulation was extremely dangerous, she managed to get through it in the end. He became the 9th quasi-emperor since the opening of the imperial road. Boom. In the outside world, after the thunder tribulation that brought Su Qingying to the emperor dissipated, there were unusual movements in the countless forbidden areas throughout the universe. Almost there. The blood food is almost ready. In this final life, it's time to harvest 99% of the blood food. Chapter 393, Refining 10,000 soldiers, and 8 war soldiers, and the sky sword of time, it's done. After leaving the 3rd imperial pass, Su Yu randomly found an uninhabited ancient star on the ancient starry road, set up a formation, and began to retreat. Nothing else. The purpose is to refine the 10,000 Dao soldiers to the level of quasi-imperial soldiers. Planet surface. Su Yu sat cross-legged in midair. In front of him, with a flick of his finger, countless strange and bizarre fairy golden magic stones appeared, flashing with various colors of divine light, which made people unable to take their eyes off. The Wandao soldiers are made of special materials. They use a deformable material based on exotic gold as their foundation. This is the most basic choice. But now that we've harvested higher-grade transformation materials like mica fairy gold, we naturally have to consider gradually replacing them. While thinking, Su Yu took out the Wandao soldiers. As the 10,000 Dao soldiers appeared, the light emitted by the many divine materials became brighter and brighter. It seemed that everyone was excited and couldn't wait to integrate in. The first form of Wandao being is a sword, which is also the form that Su Yu is most comfortable with. The whole thing is colored like colored glaze, almost translucent, with the rhyme of Dao flowing inside, as if it were sealed in a war weapon. These rhymes of Dao are connecting heaven and earth at all times. Even if a mortal raised the Wandao weapon and swung it simply, he could split a mountain in half or split a river in two. If a cultivator were to control the myriad soldiers, he could easily tear the earth apart with a single swing. A cultivation level like Su Yu, with one cut, even an asteroid with a diameter of 5,000 miles can be neatly cut in half. The burst of martial arts is enough to shatter the stars. Turn the planet into dust. Su Yu now can easily break through the 3rd layer of void. The void is linked to strength. With the cultivation level of Saint Realm, one can split a layer of void, which is the desolate layer. With the cultivation level of Great Saint Realm, one can cut the 2nd layer of void, which will appear black, which is the black hole level combat power, tearing everything apart. As for the quasi-emperor level, the basic combat power is to tear through 3 layers of void and cut out white hole level combat power. Black hole level, that is, the combat power that can tear apart a star system. And white holes can incinerate galaxies. Going further up, you have to face the entire nebula, or even a distance of tens of billions of light years. And each of the lords of those restricted areas has a divine consciousness that covers the entire universe. They wield supreme imperial weapons, and with a single strike, they can destroy an area of countless light years. I used to call you the Myriad Dao soldier because you were only a prototype. Suyu gently stroked the glass blade and said softly, but now, you are about to achieve the leap, so you can't be so casual. Yes, like soldiers and monks, once they reach a level above the great sage, it can be considered a leap in life. Soldiers can also transform from inanimate objects into spiritual beings. That is the legendary spirit of the weapon. As if knowing what Suyu was talking about, Wandaobing's blade trembled slightly, as if resonating with him. It is also jumping for joy. Being able to have your own consciousness is the level of life. It also has life. Suyu couldn't help but smile at Wandaobing's feedback. Don't worry, I'll let you transform right away. The words fell. Suyu's smile faded, and then an extremely strong pressure spread from his body, like a giant dragon reviving. The breath was trembling. Rise, Suyu shouted softly, flipped his palm, and a ball of fierce and hot flame appeared out of thin air. In just a moment, the surrounding space was distorted, and then like foam burned by flames, it melted bit by bit, turned into water droplets, and dripped continuously. Every drop of space solution seems to weigh 1,000,000 pounds. When Suyu controlled the divine stones and placed them in the dark flames to roast, he was shocked to find that those flames that could burn through space in an instant were unable to melt the divine stones. This refining process lasted for several days before the first ball of liquid metal was produced. This speed is quite fast. You know, those blacksmiths who can forge the great saint soldier will spend 10 years just to forge one great saint war soldier. Errors will occur during this period. Therefore, every time you forge a high-grade war weapon, you must use an extremely high casting grade to have a 100% success rate. Otherwise, you can only prepare several copies of the materials. It would take them a month, or even several months, to refine a piece of divine stone. And this is just the creation of the great saint army. Therefore, nowadays few people would build their own weapons, and most of them inherit the weapons left by their predecessors. Suyu's ability to refine the divine stone so quickly is enough to put countless weapon casting masters to shame. Not enough, keep going, Suyu frowned, extremely dissatisfied with his refining speed. Between backhands, another ball of fire emerged. Refining two materials at the same time. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this behavior is already against the will of heaven, but for him who has practiced the secret of military, it is nothing more than that. Time passes by little. Suyu's refining speed also became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Looking at it now, the casting materials that were originally metal or even divine stone have turned into liquid and are suspended in front of Suyu. Untie. With Suyu's low shout, the thousands of soldiers floating around him, waiting for orders, instantly shattered into pieces. 10,000 soldiers turned into pieces and flew towards the flames. Boom. When the fragments flew into the flames became extremely fierce in an instant as if accelerant had been added. Go. With his manipulation, the solutions transformed from the fairy gold and divine stones fell into the flames one after another. The solution wrapped around the fragments of Wandaobing and gradually merged with them. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure slowly condensed from the flames. Time flies, and another 3 months have passed. The flame had been burning for more than half a year without a single moment of weakening, and it was still as fierce as ever. Under such a high-intensity output, even though Suyu had already reached the level of a quasi-emperor, his face turned pale. But that doesn't matter. What was burning was just the spiritual power of a small cell world, and he still had more than 10. Now, what lay in the flames was no longer fragments, but a fully formed sword-shaped weapon. It's time. They say the device has spirits and can resuscitate on its own. Then today I will open this spirit for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu bit his tongue, and a ball of blood spurted out, accurately passing through the flames and landing on Wandaobing's sword. As the essence and blood were absorbed, blood-colored lines began to appear on the blade. Incredibly complex patterns continued to be engraved and revealed. It's like the thinking nerves that construct the brain. A buzzing sound was heard, and the blazing flames began to flicker. See this scene. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Suyu's slightly tired eyes, and the next second, the flame suddenly retracted into Suyu's dantian. As the flames retreated, thousands of soldiers burst into brilliant light. The light tore through millions of miles of space, like a blazing star, lighting up billions of miles of dark deep space. Boom. The terrifying aura was like a raging storm, constantly hitting the space, causing the deep space of millions of miles to roar like a monster. Looking at the cold gray war soldier in front of him, Suyu laughed and held it in his hand. With a casual swing of the sword, a small star a million miles away was chopped into pieces by the sword energy. From now on, you will be the sky blade of time. In my hands, I can cut through time. Chapter 394. Time flies, quasi-emperors appear frequently, and the emperor is about to defeat the 4 great geniuses. Looking at the masterpiece he created with just a few strokes of his sword, Suyu was in a good mood. How many monks would love to have a handy weapon? Especially since your own weapons are made by your own hands, that kind of tacit understanding cannot be compared with any random weapon. Suyu took a deep breath. Based on my current combat power, if I unleash my full strength, I can defeat a quasi-emperor at the 3rd or even 4th level. For him now, Starburst is just the basics. With the numerous trump cards that have been fully prepared, even if a late-stage quasi-emperor comes, he can easily escape unless he is extremely well prepared. He has also mastered the secret of the character, Xing. Suyu didn't know how to describe his own understanding, but so far in his practice, he had never encountered a bottleneck. The only bottleneck lies in the technique. Of course, we can't be complacent just yet. There are still too many scoundrels lurking in the shadows. If we're not careful, we could end up in a disaster. Although he is very powerful now, Suyu does not dare to slack off or underestimate others. The universe is so vast, and after countless years of accumulation, I wonder how many old perverts it has created. We must never let our guard down. After taking a look at his current collection, Suyu couldn't help but sigh and said, I still need to collect some materials to forge quasi-imperial weapons. I will strive to possess 8 quasi-emperor swords of the quasi-emperor grade. That way, even if the great emperor comes, I will be able to stay. The 8 desolate and infinite star sword formation. This is the emperor realm killing formation. With 8 quasi-imperial weapons set up in formation, even if the emperor comes, he can still be killed. If 8 supreme imperial weapons were used to set up a formation, the power would be so great that even a supreme emperor or even a true immortal would not be able to gain any benefit. This is also a trump card that can kill the enemy. It must be implemented as soon as possible. Without dwelling on it for too long, Suyu refocused his attention on the Sky Sword of Time. Today, the Time Sky Sword has initially unlocked its spirit. Although it is still in its infancy, but it's enough. Even if Suyu did not control it personally, the Time Sky Sword could absorb infinite energy on its own to unleash a full strength attack and could recover on its own. Only such a soldier could be considered his right-hand man. Thinking of this, Suyu threw the Time Sky Sword out casually. Then a thought flashed through my mind. The next second, the Time Sky Sword, which had been flying irregularly in the deep space, suddenly stopped. Then, infinite dark energy was absorbed by the revived Sky Sword of Time. In an instant, deep space trembles. Boom. As the power accumulated by the sky sword of time reached its limit, it seemed as if someone was controlling it, and suddenly it launched a full-strength attack towards the planet under Suyu's feet. The flash of the knife made even a quasi-emperor's hair stand on end and turn pale with horror. The terrifying blade stretched for 500,000 miles, cutting a neat and straight abyss crack in the deep space. As the blade approached, Suyu's figure flashed, and then he appeared in the deep space hundreds of thousands of miles away, standing quietly in the deep space, watching the sweeping blade slash towards the planet. In the face of a sword force that was powerful enough to tear through 3 layers of void. This planet, with a diameter of only 100,000 miles, seemed so small. Without any hindrance, the blade instantly cut through the planet. Boom. After a loud bang, the planet was split into 2 by the sword force, and then the sword force exploded, shattering the planet. Only endless dust was floating in the universe. Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but nod. The sword force condenses into a line. After defeating the enemy, it is like a bomb exploding countless shrapnel, further increasing the killing radius. Very good. Suyu waved his hand, and the sky sword of time directly broke through the void and returned to Suyu's hand in an instant. Put away the heavenly sword. Suyu did not stop and turned around to fly towards the Guan. During the 6 months that he had been in seclusion refining the time heavenly sword, these geniuses had already successfully reached the 7th Emperor's gate. After arriving at Diguan, the names Suyu heard most often were still those he was familiar with. Beishan, Sun Shengwang, Diyu, Wang Hang, Ji Shijun, his 3 sisters, and Chen Yunqi. Certainly, Suyu also heard an unexpected name. The Emperor. The reason why he was praised by the geniuses was not because he was the 12th person to break through to the quasi-emperor level. But, after breaking through to the quasi-emperor level, Emperor Lin defeated Beishan and Wang Hang. After breaking through to the quasi-emperor level, Emperor Lin did not choose to consolidate his cultivation, but directly challenged Beishan, Diyu, Wang Hang, and Ji Shijun. This battle made him famous, because he didn't lose. All 4 of them were top-level immortals known throughout the universe, but in the end, none of them could last more than 100 moves at his hands. After defeating them, Lin Huang's words made everyone explode. Are these the only trash selected from the geniuses of all races? One sentence made all the geniuses completely furious. They could only be angry for a while. After all, the Emperor's fighting power was there. He said you were useless, and if you didn't accept it, just go up and fight. But think about it clearly, even the top 100 or even the top 3 in the 10,000 races prodigy competition are no match for him. Who can beat him? Too arrogant. He's really too arrogant. I don't know where this Lin Huang came from, but he was able to defeat multiple top-level immortal species in a row. I heard that the Emperor Lin is very likely from the Emperor's tomb. His number way, the Emperor's tomb actually produced such a genius. If he really is from the Emperor's tomb, then why don't we surround and attack him together? Encirclement and suppression. Do you know what you're talking about? 2 quasi-emperors working together can only barely remain undefeated. How can you encircle and suppress him? Besides, it's not that no one wants to follow the Emperor, but every time they get thrown off by him or killed by him with a single finger. The Emperor's whereabouts are difficult to track. If he doesn't want to show up, no one can find him. Walking in the 3rd Imperial Pass, the news Suyu heard the most was this. Now Diguan is fully open. There are countless opportunities in every Emperor's Pass. After all, an Emperor's Pass is equivalent to a galaxy with tens of billions of stars. Although 99% of them have no traces of life, and no powerful beings have fallen on these stars, that 1% is worth exploring by countless people. Some people who realize that they cannot go to the next Emperor's Pass will choose to stay in a certain Emperor's Pass for a long time to explore other opportunities in the Emperor's Pass. The purpose is to break through to the quasi-emperor level. Therefore, a lot of people can be seen in every Imperial Pass. As Suyu walked along, he also released his spiritual sense and continued to search for the information he wanted. But, at this moment, he suddenly caught a piece of news. Have you heard? It is said that the 7th Imperial Gate has been opened, and now those top-level immortal species are outside the 8th Imperial Gate. I heard about it, but it seems that he was intercepted by the Emperor at the Imperial Pass. No, it's not about intercepting, but the Emperor wants to seize the opportunity alone, because the secret of the word, Jia, has appeared in the 7th Emperor's Gate. Boom. Just as they finished speaking, the stars in the 3rd Imperial Gate suddenly trembled violently. All the cultivators who passed by Suyu fell to the ground, looking in horror at the direction where Suyu disappeared. Fuck, where did this quasi-emperor come from? Chapter 395, the 7th Emperor's Gate. All the characters are guarding the secret realm. All words are secret. This heaven-defying secret technique, which can increase combat power tenfold once triggered, is exactly what I need. In deep space, Suyu's speed was extremely fast, countless times faster than the speed of light. After breaking through a layer of space and achieving a jump, you can directly jump billions of miles. He was determined to obtain the secret method. The secret method that can increase his combat power tenfold is what he needs most at the moment. He needed combat power so that he could deal with his hunting after reaching the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Now, any secret method that can improve combat power is his goal. As long as I can snatch the Jia character secret, and with the help of the 8 desolate infinite star sword formation, once I break through the Emperor Gate and start the real battle to become an emperor, even if he personally attacks or even sublimates to the extreme realm, there will be no way to stop me. Unless he can reach the combat power of the late great emperor. The Jia character secret increases combat power tenfold, plus the Do character secret's supreme combat method, the Lin character secret's divine forbidden field, plus the sword formation and imperial weapons. He couldn't even imagine how exaggerated his combat power could be. Who knows, it might be possible to recreate the shocking and famous scene of attacking the emperor. Thinking of this, Suyu's speed suddenly increased. With one punch, the void suddenly split open and the space was directly folded. In one step, he covered a distance of billions of miles. This is the speed at which the quasi-emperor moves. The 3rd Imperial Pass is very far away from the 7th Imperial Pass, separated by 3 galaxies. Although these galaxies are not as large as 100,000 light-years. But it should not be underestimated. Even if one possesses the Shin character secret in the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, it will still take several years to cross this distance. Therefore, Suyu is also preparing the teleportation formation while on way. He couldn't wait to go to the 3rd Imperial Pass to wait for the formation to open, so preparing on his own was the fastest way. In addition, the coordinates of each Imperial Pass on the ancient starry road were left behind, so Suyu naturally had no worries about finding the exact direction. Soon, after Suyu traveled through hundreds of light-years, the formation was ready. The palm of his hand was filled with fluctuations of the array pattern. After Suyu input the coordinates of the 7th Emperor's Pass, he struck out with his palm. Then, the fluctuations of the teleportation array appeared in the void in front of him. Suyu stepped in without any hesitation. Next second. The space twisted, and the void around Suyu kept changing. A few days passed in a flash. When the distorted space around him calmed down, he took a step out of the void, and what came into view was the city wall about 1,000,000 miles high standing in the deep space of the universe in front of him. The Imperial Pass stood tall, stretching for billions of miles, and there was no end in sight. What surrounds the Imperial Pass is naturally the star transmission in front. If you want to teleport to the Imperial Pass behind you, you cannot bypass it. You can only teleport by walking out of the main gate. Digwan is more than just a symbol. It is also a huge formation. If we use a metaphor, then the ancient Starry Sky Road is a straight avenue. On both sides of the avenue, there are space barriers that even the Emperor cannot break. The end of the ancient Starry Road is the end of the universe, and it is also the place where dark creatures appear. Digwan is the pass that blocks this road, blocking the dark creatures that want to invade and not giving them any chance to get close to the universe. Certainly, if the Emperor's gate is broken, the surrounding space barrier will become weak, allowing some low-level dark creatures to escape to various parts of the universe. Those dark creatures that swept across the universe escaped from the Imperial Pass at the front. Emperor's Road is not only a place to hone geniuses, but also a place for them to know the original intention of the predecessors in establishing the Imperial Pass and what they will face in the future. Every Imperial Pass has a corresponding guardian. Every one of the garrison commanders of the Imperial Pass is a quasi-emperor. The Emperor's guardian at the front has reached the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. What they are guarding are naturally the dark creatures. The atmosphere emanating from the Imperial Pass is so desolate and cold that it is impossible to estimate how long the Imperial Pass has stood, but the role of garrison commander has been passed down from generation to generation. Right now, in front of the 7th Emperor's Pass, a man wearing a tattered military uniform and a cloak with many holes in it was flying wildly as the strong man in front of him burst out with powerful pressure. If there was no air to transmit sound, one would have heard the whistling sound of the cloak being blown by the strong air. Looking closely, I saw the man holding a gilded drill, standing proudly in the air, facing a group of young geniuses. The middle-aged man looked extremely haggard, with a black beard that was 3 or 4 centimeters long. His sharp eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. He was obviously a ruthless man who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. He was a very strong man, and in his military uniform, his majestic aura was hard to conceal. Flowing through him was the cultivation fluctuations of the 4th level of the quasi-emperor. Don't be rude in front of the emperor, the middle-aged man glanced at him and said in a light voice. He has been sitting in the Imperial Pass for tens of thousands of years, and of course, he has been sleeping most of the time. When the Emperor's Pass is closed, these people will fall into a deep sleep where time is frozen, and both their body functions and lifespans will be frozen. They will only wake up when the Emperor's Road is opened or when dark creatures attack the Emperor's Gate. The Imperial Pass garrison commander is responsible for not only guarding the Imperial Pass but also maintaining order. Seeing the middle-aged man coming out, some people in the crowd looked in the direction of the sound and then couldn't help but exclaim. He is Lu Qingyan, the holy son of Luyun Holy Land 70,000 years ago. After entering the Imperial Road, he stayed here and never left. We thought he had died, but unexpectedly, he became the guardian of the 7th Imperial Pass. His it really is. I've seen the portraits of all the saint sons who have broken through to the great saint realm in Flowing Cloud Holy Land, and they're exactly the same. At this moment, there was a lot of noise. Lu Qingyan remained calm as he listened to the discussions of these geniuses. He said calmly, once you enter the Imperial Pass, you will experience countless secret realms and countless experiences. Eventually, someone from your generation will become like me, the guardian of the Imperial Pass. Of course, or a soldier. After all, those who lose in certain secret realms of the heavenly Tao will be trapped here. Or maybe, after going through certain things, you voluntarily stayed here. The Imperial Road is not a place for you to play house. This is the checkpoint where heaven selects the strongest. Failure will naturally have consequences. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. Of course, it only took a moment for everything to return to normal. Since they dared to enter here, they must have been prepared for death. Of course, there's nothing wrong with staying at the Imperial Pass. At least, without any war, you can experience the grand occasion of the Imperial Road opening many times and witness the arrival of countless people from later generations. When there's war, we must naturally journey into the depths and fight the darkness. Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but shout, if that's the case, then why is the garrison commander preventing us from entering the Imperial Pass? Lu Qingyan looked in the direction of the voice, glanced at the Tianzhao who spoke, and continued, the 7th Emperor's Pass contains one of the 9 secrets, the Jia secret. This place was also built by the Emperor, the creator of the Jia secret. Before the secret realm is opened, no one is allowed to enter the Emperor's Pass. Anyone who violates the law will be killed without mercy. At the same time, I want to announce a rule to you. Before the secret realm is opened, no one is allowed to kill. Once you enter the secret realm of Jia Zmi, you can kill freely and don't need to worry about life and death. Because after the Jia Zmi chooses a successor, the dead will be resurrected. Hearing this, everyone's face suddenly lit up with joy. Can the dead be brought back to life? Even the top immortal species had their eyes changed by this news. If that's the case, they won't hold back. However, before they could rejoice, Lu Qingyan's next words made them feel a chill down their spines. Looking at their excitement, Lu Qingyan raised a slightly sarcastic smile and said calmly, the reason why we don't let you die before entering the secret realm is because those who die in the secret realm, after resurrection will become permanent residents of the 7th Imperial Pass. There's no chance of getting out. From now on, your fate will be limited to 2 paths. One is to experience the opening and closing of the Imperial Pass many times without any war, and eventually die of old age here. Second, die while resisting the dark wave. Are you guys ready? Chapter 396, Naturally, I want to borrow your bloodline, physique, and supreme bone. What, if we die in the secret realm, will we stay here and be transformed into permanent residents? Damn, is a secret realm so dangerous? After hearing what Lu Qingyan said, most of the geniuses' faces changed. They can accept blocking the darkness, but if it were like a fixed NPC, refreshing as the Emperor's Pass opened and closed, that would be too uncomfortable. As a supreme being in the middle stage of quasi-emperor, Lu Qingyan could naturally hear the whispers of these people. His expression gradually turned cold and indifferent. He said, what else do you think the path to becoming an emperor is? Is this your game of pretending to be a kid? This is the outpost to stop the invasion of dark creatures. If no one joins the Imperial Pass, then who will guard the Imperial Pass and who will stop the darkness? He also died in the Imperial Road that year. After being transformed, he was randomly assigned to the 7th Imperial Pass as the garrison commander. That's not so bad. After all, the war with the 7th Emperor will not be very serious. Only when the frontline support is insufficient will the residents of the 7th Imperial Pass be deployed to fight on the front line. These 108 Imperial Gates not only allow you to harvest opportunities and quickly break through, thereby competing with the older generation of quasi-emperors for the position of Great Emperor, but also have another function, to suppress darkness. The establishment of each Imperial Pass represents an invasion of darkness, and it also means that a top emperor has appeared to lead the world to resist the darkness. You are so afraid of death, yet you are worthy of competing for opportunities. Lu Qingyan spoke without any mercy. Anyway, the residents transformed by Digwan are all controlled by the way of heaven. When there is nothing to do, they can do whatever they want, but when encountering war, they can only fight with all their strength, otherwise the way of heaven will punish them and make their life worse than death. Among these people, some will inevitably die and become residents of the 7th Imperial Pass. He won't give these people any face. As the garrison commander, he had no right to obstruct anything. He was just doing his duty to clarify the truth of some things. Snort. Lu Qingyan snorted coldly and continued, the Emperor's gate will be opened soon, allowing you to enter the city to rest. The residents inside are all geniuses from past generations. They have many secret treasures in their hands. If you want them, you can trade with them. The Imperial Pass will not impose any restrictions, but murder and robbery are prohibited within the pass. If you want to kill someone, go into the secret realm and solve it yourself. Swish. After saying that, Lu Qingyan disappeared from the spot without saying any more nonsense. Only a group of geniuses were left looking at each other, not knowing what to do. So there's such a thing as the ancient Starry Sky Road. In that case, we have to be careful with everything we do next. Someone couldn't help but say. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of staying in the Imperial Pass and becoming NPCs. Even if it means dying in the hands of those who fight against darkness. At least, death has some value. If he died in the Emperor's Road, even if he was resurrected, he would still have to resist the darkness, but that situation would be too frustrating. No one will remember me. Huh, with your mentality, you also want to compete for the secret treasure. It's better to just follow the real geniuses and wait for the road to becoming an emperor to be opened before you can get out in disgrace. That is, what's wrong with becoming a resident? I can witness the rise of generations of geniuses, fight against darkness, and contribute to the world. Although I am unknown, as a cultivator like me, how can I care about such empty reputation? I won't hear anything after I die. Some people think this is pretty good, as they can grab opportunities without restraint, and even if they die, they still have a chance to be resurrected. Although I can only live in Diguan. However, I have been in and out of the Imperial Pass many times before, so I can naturally see the residents in the Imperial Pass. Their lives are no different from those in the outside world. It's good enough to be alive and to be able to make contributions. It's better than being a loser who loses in external competition. Once you die, you're dead. Just like this, outside the Imperial Pass, a group of geniuses were arguing in a bustling atmosphere. As for the top-level immortals, their expressions remained unchanged as they walked to a place and began to sit cross-legged in the void to practice. Only mediocre people care whether they're dead or not. And even if they died, there would be no surprise. On the path of seeking, one must put life and death aside in order to move forward courageously. If one looks ahead and behind, he is not worthy of seeking the Tao. But, just when Su Qingying and the other three were preparing to find a place to practice, they saw a handsome young man with white hair, tall stature, and wearing a black and white robe slowly walking towards them. The white-haired young man had a gaze like a sword and a smile on his thin lips. Excuse me, could you please lend me something? The white-haired young man came up and said these words, which made Su Qingying and the other three frown. Emperor Lin, we are strangers to you. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to ask to borrow something right away. Chen Yanxi stared at Emperor Lin's face with her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice. Su Qingying also turned to look at him, her graceful body gradually tensed up, and asked, who are you? Countless geniuses have set foot on the path to becoming emperors, but why has no one ever seen you? I don't even know your identity. Emperor Lin stood with his hands behind his back and did not answer Su Qingying's question, as if he was too disdainful to answer. He turned his gaze towards Chen Yanxi and said with a smile, the 99 immortal kings of the upper realm each rule over an immortal realm, and their cultivation paths are all different. I see the aura of immortality emanating from you. You must be the reincarnation of the immortal lord from the Hao immortal realm in the upper realm. Hearing this, Chen Yanxi's face turned completely cold. This is the first time someone has discovered her roots. The only person who can know about the upper realm and understand the details of each major fairyland can be someone who is also from the upper realm. This Lin Huang came from the upper realm. Are you from the upper realm? Chen Yanxi's tone was cold, and the bright moon power was flowing in his body, as if he was ready to take action at any time. In response to her hostility, the Emperor Lin still smiled indifferently and said, not bad. He had no intention of hiding or explaining, and openly admitted, this young master is indeed from the upper realm. But, it can't compare to your status as an immortal king in your previous life. If you are still the same person as in your previous life, this young master is really nothing in your eyes. But now, you are nothing more than a mortal who has given up everything and re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. You are no longer the noble you once were, so this young master naturally has no fear of you. These words made Chen Yanxi's face even colder. The aura around him surged, the void solidified, and the bright moon's immortal power spread out. Who are you? What is your purpose? Upon hearing this, Emperor Lin smiled, and his smile was extremely bright, as brilliant and bright as the flowers blooming in spring. This young master is one of the direct disciples of the demon-breed immortal lord of the holy sect in the upper realm. My purpose. As he spoke, he paused, and then his body instantly disappeared from the spot. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly erupted, shattering the surrounding void, and the power of the quasi-emperor spread wildly. Of course I want to borrow your bloodline, physique, and supreme bone. Bring it to this young master. Boom. Chapter 397, the Emperor's status. This young master will take everything from you. Lin Huang's body was like the hardest metal, and he broke through the void with pure physical strength. The aftermath continued to spread outward, tearing through layer after layer. Many geniuses who witnessed this scene were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats and retreated away. Hiss, this Emperor Lin really didn't take the warning of the garrison commander seriously. He actually dared to take action at this time. Shish, I'm sure of it. The rules set by the garrison commander are that no killing can be carried out before the secret realm is open, but it does not say that no action can be taken. That leaves a lot of room for maneuver. The chaotic energy swept away, and the surrounding spiritual energy and energy of heaven and earth retreated as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. I have been looking forward to your things for a long time. Emperor Lin looked at the four women with a fiery look in his eyes and said, supreme bones, double pupils, blood of the immortal phoenix, plus the aura of the bright moon. If I were to devour these things, they would definitely increase my potential for future breakthroughs. Just as the Emperor Lin was about to clap his hand down to cover the four women. Suddenly, buzz, as the sound of space cutting rang out, the blade flashed and the huge palm was cut neatly in half. This knife can cut through the attack of the quasi-emperor. But there was no leakage of power, it was obvious that he had returned to his original state and was able to perfectly control his power. The knife force accurately locked onto Lin Huang and then exploded. Forced his body to retreat. The sudden knife strike surprised everyone. Everyone looked in one direction and saw Su Yu in white holding a mysterious knife with a cold red paint. He stood with his hands behind his back, holding a knife in one hand, looking like a sword immortal in white. You knew I was here, yet you still dared to attack me in front of me. You really looked down on me. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Yu slowly raised his head and looked at the Emperor Lin. A smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he said lightly, Emperor's tomb, young master Lin Huang. The moment he saw the real Lin Huang, the hidden memory of the Shantian Holy Sun emerged in Su Yu's memory. Lin Huang, the young master of the Emperor's tomb. He was also the one who ordered the Son of Heaven to take over Su Yu's body. Certainly, he let the innate Saint Sun take over Su Yu's body to rob the three sisters of the Su family. Naturally, it was not for the purpose of training the innate Saint Sun, but for his own use. The innate Holy Sun was just a container. After he seized the opportunity for him, he would devour it. Hearing this voice, Su Qingying and the others' eyes lit up slightly. They looked at Suyu and couldn't help but say, "Ah, you." Obviously, after shouting this, they felt completely relieved and accepted Suyu again. Although Suyu didn't want to have too much interaction with them, he nodded lightly and replied casually, "Sister. You guys should step back first. Here, leave it to me." Although the three sisters' cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-emperor level, in Suyu's eyes they were still not good enough. At least, compared with the Emperor Lin, they were still weaker. Su Qingying and others did not hesitate. Seeing the momentum of Emperor Lin's previous attack, they also knew it. If they want to compete with Emperor Lin, they will have to give it their all. So they tactfully retreated to a safe area. Suyu held the knife and took a casual step, crossing thousands of miles and instantly arriving in front of Emperor Lin, staring at the latter from afar. "I never thought that someone like you who came from the upper realm would actually fight for cause and effect in this lower realm." After Emperor Lin resolved the sword's force, he fixed his gaze on Suyu. The people here were still guessing about his identity, but Suyu pointed it out directly, which put him in an awkward position, that is, being hostile to everyone. Certainly, he didn't care either. Emperor Lin met Suyu's gaze, smiled slightly, and said, "The great way of the universe, the way of the immortal monarch, will be coveted even in the upper realm." Besides, how could the many mediocre people in this lower world understand the wonders of the great Tao? When he said this, he did not hide anything, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Such arrogant words immediately attracted the angry stares of the surrounding geniuses. "Arrogant, too arrogant. Who do you think you are? You're just a rat in the gutter. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? If we are mediocre, then how many people in this world are worthy of the title of genius?" Some people angrily refuted this statement. The words of the emperor were so arrogant and harsh that they could not control their emotions at all. Especially, the person who said this is from the emperor's tomb. This is even more infuriating. However, facing the hostility of countless geniuses, Emperor Lin did not care at all. Instead, he stood upright with his hands behind his back, standing in the void like a strong pine tree. Emperor Lin swept his eyes over everyone, then sneered. "Even though there are countless geniuses in this lower realm, in my eyes, you are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. There are billions of geniuses on the imperial road, but in my eyes, 90% of them are mediocre. Of the remaining 10%, 80% are passable, 1% is good, and the remaining 1% is barely worthy of my attention." "You." As he spoke, the emperor sneered and said quietly, "They are just a bunch of mediocre people. Are they worthy of making noise in front of me?" Hiss. These words, which were so arrogant that they were almost beyond measure, made everyone gasp. Arrogant. It's really arrogant to the extreme. Emperor Lin looked at Suyu again, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and said, "You have quite a talent. If you were in the upper realm, you could also become a disciple of a true immortal under the immortal king sect." Suddenly, he changed the subject, his aloof tone filled with strong confidence. "But your background determines your future. In my eyes, you are better than them. I was personally taught by the immortal lord. I have learned all the immortal lord's immortal techniques and have been personally taught by the immortal lord. How can you compare to me? Killing you is easy." He was extremely confident about his origins. Both his parents were true immortals, and his master was one of the immortal elders of the holy religion. He has possessed amazing talents since childhood and is known as the seed of the immortal king. His seed of the immortal king was not recognized by the people in the lower realm, but was personally praised by the immortal king giant. That is the real recognition. The immortal king species promoted by the lower realm, is it also considered an immortal king species? "Oh, nothing." Upon hearing this, Suyu looked at him deeply, and then said, "If you are so powerful, why did you come to this lower realm to make plans? The upper realm is your stage." The emperor did not care about his rhetoric, but accepted it generously. Then, he looked at Suyu with a meaningful look and said quietly, "You asked from the lower realm, how can you understand my plan? In the lower realm, you can cultivate the innate Tao body and have the opportunity to devour the heavenly Tao. I endured the nausea of coming to this garbage dump because all of this is for my immortal king foundation. In the upper realm, everything he does will be targeted. But here, it's like his back garden where he can do anything. This is his purpose." After saying that, Emperor Lin looked at Suyu with a little more passion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. "You are quite good, a pure innate Tao body, and your foundation is even more perfect. If I could devour you, I would use everything about you for my own benefit. This young master might actually have a chance to glimpse the way of the immortal king. Ha 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 ha, come and die for this young master." Lin Huang laughed loudly, then his eyes suddenly became sharp, and he rushed out at an extremely fast speed and punched Suyu. With this punch, the ancient starry sky road trembled. The 7th Imperial Pass was in great shock. "Everything of yours belongs to me." Chapter 398. If I were born in the fairyland, people like you would not even be qualified to look up to me. Lin Huang's tone was full of confidence. People in the lower realm, no matter how talented they were still limited by the lack of powerful skills in martial arts. But he is different. Born in the upper realm, both his parents are true immortals, and his master is a top-level powerful person in the realm of immortals. The education he received since childhood is absolutely top-notch. In the lower realm, he used the secret techniques of the holy religion to collect the bloodlines, bones and physical constitutions of countless special geniuses, and to deprive them of their physical constitutions. Who can compare with him in creating a powerful innate Taoist body? A set of immortal skills in true immortal martial arts. Even though he cannot use too much now due to his realm, he has still cultivated a lot of emperor-level martial arts. Who can compare with him? Just relying on a peasant like Suyu. Can a martial arts book of the great emperor and a magical technique obtained by chance be compared with him? Overthinking it. The power of one punch is so great that it shakes the earth. After you die, I will burn everything you own and let them go down to accompany you. Now, let me feel the gap between you and me. Rumble. The terrifying fist force tore through layer upon layer of void. Space was like a transparent curtain blocking in front of him, and the fist force was like a knife tip, piercing the curtain. The powerful energy leaked out, and everyone stepped back in horror, not daring to get too close. They haven't reached the quasi-emperor level yet. If they get too close to such a genius-level quasi-emperor in battle, they will either die or be injured. Retreat thousands of miles. This is not something you and I can resist. Too terrifying. Is this the combat power of a top-level immortal species? The geniuses themselves are proud, and they don't think they are much weaker than others. Even if they are weaker than the top geniuses, the gap will not be so big. But when he really faced off against the top genius, he found that the power he was proud of seemed vulnerable. This gap makes many people anxious and worried. Can they compete? Although the pressure unleashed by Emperor Lin was extremely strong, it damaged the morale of many people. But there are also those who are more determined and certain of one thing. That means you have to work hard continuously, and try your best to seize opportunities, only then will you have the hope of competing with the top immortals. After all, in history, not only the strong could take the heavenly heart seal. There have been many examples of mediocre quasi-emperors who took advantage of the battles between top-level immortals to secretly pick up the heavenly heart seal and become the emperor of destiny. The best example is the Jinwu clan 500,000 years ago. The Golden Crow clan had no hope of producing seeds that year to attain the Tao of the great emperor. In that life, there were 3 top-level immortal seeds, all of whom had the hope of being taken away by the guide. Their combat power was unmatched among their peers. In a battle of the same realm, even several quasi-emperors of the 9th level would not be their match. In that life, the 3 thrones should have belonged to them. But a seed of the Jinwu clan who was good at Godalyu took advantage of the battle between the immortal seeds to activate the Tianqing seal. Then the ancestors of the Jinwu clan came out of retreat and blocked the 3 immortal seeds with their lives. Finally, he successfully became the Emperor of Destiny and defeated 3 top-level immortals. This is a vivid example. Some people may not be ashamed of it, but there are also those who follow the Taoist school who regard him as their ancestor. At this moment, as they watched Emperor Lin's outburst, they became more determined in their inner choices. You must stay alive. Only by staying alive can a miracle happen. Boom. Just when everyone thought that Su Yu would have a thrilling battle with Emperor Lin. Sudden, Su Yu's figure disappeared. Xingzi secret. Su Yu used all his strength to activate the Xing character secret. In an instant, in Su Yu's eyes, time seemed to slow down and everything in the world became so slow in his eyes. In Su Yu's eyes, Lin Huang's speed was only slightly faster than a turtle. Speed breaks the limit. The burden on the physical body is also enormous. But Su Yu didn't care, because his physical body had also been elevated to a terrifying level. It is more than enough to rival the quasi-imperial capital. Boom. The physical body breaks through 3 layers of void. Su Yu's speed reached its limit and he arrived in front of Emperor Lin in the blink of an eye. When he approached and came in front of Emperor Lin, the latter's eyes rolled with a look of disbelief. However, Su Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly and uttered a few words softly, meteor fist. Crunch. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu clenched his right hand into a fist. The finger bones on his fist were clearly visible and shining with divine light. With a punch thrown, a meteorite phenomenon suddenly appeared. It seemed as if stars were falling from the surrounding void, turning into meteors, and their light disappeared in an instant. The terrifying punch swept across the entire arena, and with the support of the extremely fast physical body, the space was distorted with one punch, as if a large area of space was folded to form a wormhole effect. The distance of billions of miles is shortened in an instant. This punch is unavoidable. With a loud bang, the flow of time returned to normal, and Lin Huang's attack was defeated by Su Yu. The former shot out like a cannonball. Breaking through layer after layer of spatial constraints, it continued to fall downwards. It flew hundreds of millions of miles before finally stopping. Puff. After stabilizing his body, Lin Huang's face was distorted, and an obvious fist mark was clearly visible on his face. A mouthful of blood spurted out, along with several teeth. However, Emperor Lin seemed to have no sense of pain. He looked stunned and his eyes were full of confusion. How is it possible I will be beaten away? Lin Huang couldn't believe that he was actually knocked away by Su Yu's punch, and he had no resistance at all. In his eyes, Su Yu was just a country bumpkin from the lower realm. How can I compare myself to others? But the reality gave him a hard slap in the face. He was no match for Su Yu. It wasn't just the Emperor Lin who was confused. The geniuses who were watching, even Su Qingying and Wang Hang, were all stunned where they were, completely unaware of what was happening. How could this happen? Oh my god, why has Su Yu's combat power increased so much? This is pure physical strength. His Su Yu, he is the top immortal of my Hanglian flesh body school. Just shut up. There was an uproar in the crowd. He was obviously frightened by the fighting power that Su Yu unleashed. You know, Emperor Lin is not an unknown person. The former has told us about his family background, and he has also proved it with actual actions. Wang Hang, Bai Shan and others are no match for him at all. He was easily defeated. Such a ruthless person who could easily crush Wang Hang, the 3rd place winner of the 10,000 races prodigy competition, actually. No match for Su Yu. There's not even the energy to resist. In the battle of physical strength, Emperor Lin was completely defeated. Emperor Lin looked up with a confused expression, looking at Su Yu who was standing proudly in the sky like a god. His lips trembled as he said, You are definitely not from the lower realm. Which immortal realm power are you directly descended from? He couldn't believe that the person who could crush him would be a peasant from the lower world. The other party is definitely from the fairy world. Otherwise this blow would be too great for him. His eyes were filled with madness as he stared at Su Yu's face, as if trying to find evidence that the latter was from the upper realm of the immortal realm. However, under his gaze, Su Yu just sneered. If I were born in the immortal realm, someone like you wouldn't even be qualified to look up to me. Chapter 399. Please invite Su Shengxi to the Imperial Pass for a talk. Although I can only improve so quickly with the help of the system, and cannot compare with these top-level immortals, but luck and plugins are also part of strength. If he grew up in the upper realm where immortals can be born. His achievements. He has already reached the peak of the Emperor. There will definitely be no surprises. Su Yu looked down at Lin Huang. A chaotic aura flowed from his body, and the power of the laws of magnitude gradually emerged. Gradually, Su Yu's body became bigger and bigger. This is different from the superficial feeling of a body that has been fused with the Dharma image, but is the real strength of the physical body. Enlarge the body. 10 meters, 100 meters. km, 10,000 meters. Then it was 100,000 meters, 1 million meters, 10 million meters, and finally hundreds of millions. A body of 1 million miles. Truly on par with the stars. It is like a huge god standing in the void, which is intimidating. No matter if it is the great sage or the quasi-emperor. When faced with Su Yu's huge body and feeling the power he exuded, they couldn't help but step back and swallow their saliva. What's going on with this body? Isn't this too big? Even a quasi-emperor shouldn't have such a huge Dharma body. What Dharma body? This is the power of the law. Didn't you see the Tao rhyme of the law emanating from him? What? Isn't he the law of time? Why does he have a second law of power? He's only at the first level of quasi-emperor cultivation, how could he possibly comprehend the second law? Some people screamed in horror. It was no wonder that they lost their composure. After all, only those in the middle stage of quasi-emperor were qualified to comprehend the second law. And Su Yu's power of law is obviously very strong. This second law is definitely an extremely powerful law. Around Su Yu, the Tao rhyme flowed like starlight, like a galaxy, wrapping around him layer by layer. Everyone is as small as an ant in front of Su Yu. After Su Yu's body grew huge, he suddenly fell down. His head came to the same level as Lin Huang, but even so, Lin Huang still had no sense of existence in front of Su Yu. A weakling like you is just relying on magic and magic to improve your superficial combat power. In front of me, your magic is useless. Su Yu spoke slowly and calmly. But the sound wave shattered the space layer by layer. At this moment, it is entirely possible to do things that were never even thought of before, and to kill a group of powerful people in the heavenly realm with just one sentence. The sound waves can shatter their bodies and souls. Poor weakling, he has good talent and cultivation, but Su Yu paused for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. If this is all your potential, then I'm afraid you'll die in my hands before you reach the end of your path to becoming an emperor. Su Yu looked at the huge head in front of him, even one of its eyes was as big as a star. Lin Huang forced himself to stand up, the fist marks on his face had long since disappeared. He stared at Su Yu for a long time, and suddenly, he smiled, okay. You are interesting this way. If your fighting ability is not much different from that of trash-like Bashan, then I will be disappointed. But now, very good, you are now qualified to be listed as my opponent. Bang, however, just as he finished speaking, he was greeted by Su Yu's palm that was big enough to cover the sky and the sun. After a loud bang, the clenched hands loosened. The figure of Emperor Lin has disappeared. Obviously, it had been crushed into a bloody mist by Su Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Fuck, he died just like that. The Emperor Lin easily defeated the people from Bashan, but he just died like that. Isn't this too fake? This scene really made them drop their jaws. They had no idea why the Emperor Lin, who had such an impressive record and was extremely powerful, could be easily crushed to death by Su Yu. Even though Su Yu is powerful, as a quasi-emperor, he shouldn't be so weak. Wang Heng and the others also had frozen expressions. The Emperor Lin, who easily defeated them, was crushed to death by Su Yu. What's going on? Su Qingying and the others were also confused and had no idea what was going on. The Emperor's aura was extremely terrifying. Even they had to try their best to resist in order to withstand the next blow. How come when he got to Su Yu, he was killed with just one punch? However, Su Yu's next words answered their doubts. Don't think about it. This person is nothing more than a clone. He used the top-level immortal seeds to refine his clone. He is indeed a person who came from the upper realm. He is rich and powerful. There was a hint of sarcasm in Su Yu's words. People of top-level immortal species will be treated like treasures in any major force, and the quasi-emperor ancestors will personally come out to teach them. But if it is placed in the emperor's tomb, it can be killed at any time, allowing the emperor to refine it into a clone. He had previously killed. It is just a clone controlled by a part of Emperor Lin's consciousness. Hearing this, the others finally reacted and looked enlightened. No wonder he was so weak and could be easily crushed to death by Su Yu. However, the expressions of Wang Heng, Bai Shan and others gradually became ugly. He was easily defeated by a clone. Impossible. As if noticing Wang Heng's mood swings, Su Yu turned his gaze towards him and said with a faint smile, the one who defeated you is a real person. But the one who came here is just a clone. His true body should be somewhere in the ancient starry sky road, making it impossible to locate him. If I had killed a real person, then when he attacked just now, Guard Lu should have stopped him. Even when I was about to kill him, Guard Lu didn't move. Obviously, he was just a clone, Su Yu said with some regret. After all, those who come from the upper realm are wealthy, and their methods and magic weapons are far superior to those of the lower realm. Otherwise, he would have locked onto the specific coordinates of Lin Huang's real body and killed him directly. Certainly, this kind of thing can only be thought about for now. If you want to kill someone, you certainly can't do it without being fully prepared. He absolutely did not believe that a descendant of a true immortal and a master at the level of an immortal king would not have a life-saving trump card. Just as Su Yu was sighing, in the distance, on the top of the Diguan city wall that was level with him, the figure of the garrison commander Lu Qingyan walked out of the distorted space. He looked at Su Yu's huge body outside the Imperial Pass, with a strange look in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The young are to be feared. Lu Qingyan laughed and said, looking at your aura, I guess you must be the genius who won first place in the 10,000 races pride competition in this golden age. Su Yu's aura was so strong that he could tell it at a glance. Her temperament is so outstanding that no one can compare to her. Upon hearing this, Su Yu retracted the effects of the law and returned to his normal human size. He then walked up to Lu Qingyan and said, Su Yu, the current holy son of Jushao Holy Land, greets Guardian Lu. Although the other party was trapped here because of death. But it didn't stop him from being polite. After all, the other party didn't show any malice towards him. Lu Qingyan did not act arrogantly and returned the greeting. He then said, please invite Su Shengxi to enter the Imperial Pass for a chat. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Alone invite Su Yu to enter the Imperial Pass. Chapter 400, Conversation, the secret realm opens, and tens of thousands of people are killed. Su Yu accepted Lu Qingyan's invitation and flew towards Diguan. As Su Yu approached, Lu Qingyan waved his sleeves, and a hole was opened in the defensive formation to allow Su Yu to enter. Soon, the two figures disappeared over the city wall. Seeing this scene, a group of geniuses looked at each other, as if they had not expected such an outcome. They were all left here unceremoniously. However, Su Yu was welcomed into the Imperial Pass as a guest by the Imperial Pass garrison commander who had no good attitude towards them at all. This gap is staggering. Even Wang Heng and others couldn't help but sigh. The gap is really becoming more and more obvious. Everyone in the world says that below the level of a quasi-emperor, no matter how powerful a genius is, he is still just a genius and cannot be regarded as a fellow Taoist by the quasi-emperor. But once the top genius breaks through to the quasi-emperor level, then, his hope of becoming an emperor will surpass that of most quasi-emperors in one fell swoop. At this time, he is a fellow Taoist of the quasi-emperor. Obviously, Su Yu is such a person, and he is also the best among the quasi-emperors. Even a quasi-emperor can clearly know that in the future battle of proving the Tao, the probability of Su Yu becoming an emperor will definitely be huge. Stepping onto the path to becoming an emperor and achieving the level of a quasi-emperor means that they are already halfway qualified to compete for destiny. Because I have walked all 108 imperial roads and imperial gates. His cultivation must be at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. This is beyond doubt. As for the other geniuses who cannot keep up with the pace, they will either stay at a certain imperial pass or their cultivation will not be able to keep up. Only someone like Su Yu who has broken through to the quasi-emperor level can still maintain his strength. This is the true seed of enlightenment. After expressing their feelings for a while, the geniuses outside the 7th Emperor's Pass sat cross-legged and began to practice in peace and concentration. At this time, inside the 7th Emperor's Pass, Su Yu followed Lu Qingyan down the city wall. Looking at the buildings inside Diguan and the residents of Diguan who looked like ordinary people walking on the streets, he couldn't help but sigh. These residents look no different from ordinary people. But, most of them are the top geniuses of a certain era, and the lowest level of cultivation is the great sage. Arriving at the Diguan City Lord's mansion, Su Yu and Lu Qingyan sat in the reception room served by servants. In front of them was a cup of enlightenment tea. The tea was filled with spiritual energy, and one sip made people feel refreshed and clear-minded. Lu Qingyan first took a sip of the enlightenment tea, and a hint of enjoyment and emotion appeared in his eyes. It's been years since I last had tea. This taste is truly a delight. Su Yu was surprised when he heard this. City Lord, what do you mean? He was a little confused. Lu Qingyan put down his teacup and explained with a smile, his tone a little bitter. Although the Imperial Road grants us the conditions for resurrection after death, allowing us to become permanent residents of the Imperial Pass, the price is that when the Imperial Road closes, we will also fall into a deep sleep. We will only be awakened when dark creatures attacking the frontline Imperial Pass is short of manpower. If nothing happens, we will continue to fall into a deep sleep. Although we are still asleep, but this is also a kind of torture. There was a hint of fear and dread in Lu Qingyan's tone, as if he didn't want to recall this process at all. Suyu became even more curious about this and couldn't help asking, why is it torture? He only wakes up when needed. The rest of the time he is asleep, which is almost the same as being sealed in the divine source. Although I was treated as a tool, at least I was still alive. And own consciousness. How can it be called torture? Seeing the curiosity on Suyu's face, Lu Qingyan glanced at him, then a hint of bitterness appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, because. This slumber is not without cost. Although we fall into a deep sleep, our consciousness does not fall asleep. Instead, it remains awake at all times. You can think and feel your body, but you cannot move. You cannot move or control your body. It's like closing your eyes and seeing only endless darkness. You can feel the passage of time, but my consciousness will not weaken. There is infinite energy supporting our clear consciousness. When he said this, he actually had a painful expression. Time keeps passing, second by second. We can only count how much time has passed. This state of wakefulness is too hard to endure. Countless years of lucid consciousness. What a horrible thing this is. After hearing this, Suyu also took a breath of cold air. This is the living dead. However, we are not without gain. The only consolation is that our consciousness can simulate the exercises. Our spiritual consciousness can simulate the exercises in our minds and comprehend everything. Speaking of this, Lu Qingyan smiled bitterly and said, this is the only benefit. All the skills in martial arts have reached perfection, and we can even find shortcomings and continue to improve them. If I follow the original timeline, I might only be able to create a great saint-level technique or martial art in my entire life. But now, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, I have created a quasi-emperor level technique in supporting martial arts. Although my cultivation hasn't improved at all, my combat power. I can also fight against those normal quasi-emperors at the peak of the 5th level in the outside world. Even if a quasi-emperor at the 6th level comes, I won't be afraid. Why are the residents here willing to exchange their skills, martial arts, and everything they've learned throughout their lives, even the various secret methods and forbidden techniques for life-saving skills, in exchange for spirit stones, divine sources, immortal essence, or martial arts, skills, and other resources, or even some food? Even if they don't match, they are willing to do so. The reason is one, to kill time, to give myself something to do while I sleep, to make it easier for me to absorb spiritual energy, to satisfy my appetite, and to keep my consciousness alive. Although he maintained the combat power of a quasi-emperor level immortal, Lu Qingyan could not be happy. No matter how strong, he can only live out his life struggling to survive as an emperor. Even if he were to end his life by himself, the special nature of the emperor's road would still allow him to be resurrected. Some people were driven crazy. He wanted to collude with the dark creatures to rebel, in order to completely destroy himself. But dark creatures have no humanity. They don't care what your purpose is. They only know how to kill all living things. As long as you still have the breath of the blue universe on you, you will be their target. The feeling of being unable to live or die is vividly reflected here. Suyu listened quietly to Lu Qingyan's story, with a hint of emotion on his face. This is really, on the road to success, either die or ascend. Once you become a loser, you will either die and be done with it, or end up like Dilu being given an opportunity by the heaven, but at the same time, the loser will also pay the corresponding price. So difficult. After Suyu digested all this information, he couldn't help but let out a breath. He then looked at Lu Qingyan with a serious expression and said, Senior Lu, you invited me here to tell me more than just these things, right? Seeing him get to the point, Lu Qingyan also calmed down from his slightly desperate state. He continued to drink a sip of the enlightenment tea, and then said, I invited you here because I want to tell you something. What's the matter? Suyu asked. Lu Qingyan put down the teacup, his expression gradually became gloomy, and his calm tone revealed a strong murderous intent. After the secret realm is open, kill 10,000 people. Chapter 401 The 7th Emperor's Gate is open, selling the Emperor's scriptures like a street stall. After hearing these words, even Suyu's expression became dull. What is this requirement? Killing tens of thousands of people. Although there are tens of millions of people who come to the 7th Imperial Pass, the number of people who actually choose to enter the secret realm will definitely not exceed tens of millions. Killing tens of thousands of people would be terrifying even in front of a base of tens of millions. Because those who died were all at the great saint level. Certainly, for Suyu, killing is no big deal, but if he really wants to kill people, it will be difficult for him. Reason, Suyu did not refuse but frowned. When Lu Qingyan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Because he didn't expect that Suyu didn't refuse but asked him for a reason. This was somewhat unexpected for him, but he quickly realized what was happening and said, too many residents of the 7th Imperial Pass died in the last battle. The number of people is insufficient, so a group of people must die to fill the gap. More than that, every time you go to an Imperial Pass from now on, there will be a death indicator. I have tens of thousands of people here. Later on, it might be just 1%, a few tenths, or even 1/10. By the time we reach Imperial Pass number 108, we might have to wait until more than half of our people have died. Lu Qingyan was very calm, his tone a little heavy. If we can't replenish our numbers, our ability to fight against the dark creatures will become weak, and more dark creatures will escape through loopholes in the future. If they were to come to the universe, without any restrictions, they would devour all matter and then evolve without limit. Until a dark creature with powers comparable to the Great Emperor appears. There is a death indicator. Although it sounds incredible and cruel, it is also in line with the cultivation of immortals. Emperor Guan. Not a benefit, but a screening. The heavenly Tao is used to select strong people for training, bestowing them with opportunities and treasures so that they can quickly achieve enlightenment. And the losers who were screened out. It is to make full use of everything. Here, you can be resurrected after death, but you will become a puppet-like character, living only to fight against the invasion of dark creatures. Life is worse than death. Suyu closed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Lu Qingyan did not make any noise to interfere. The entire reception room fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how long it took. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and said, what reward do I get for being the executioner? He tapped his fingers lightly on the handle of the chair and asked, if I were to be the executioner, it should be beneficial to me, not free labor. After all, we have offended countless races. If you ask him to kill, he will do it naturally. Here, he just treats it as a copy. But if there is no reward, it would be nonsense. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan immediately laughed and said, being the chosen executioner will naturally have its rewards. In this Emperor road, you will be blessed with good fortune. It's easier to get opportunities and comprehend the great Tao. Back then I was beheaded by the executioner, that's why I stayed here. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. There was no hatred in his eyes, only unwillingness and regret. Although this made me live a life where I couldn't live nor die. Hatred has long since dissipated over the years. The executioner back then must have died long ago. After all, if the Emperor in his later years did not live out a second life, and did not cut himself with a sword and enter the forbidden area to become the supreme, then he would have no choice but to fall. And before the Emperor fell, they will use their weakened bodies due to the decline of their energy and blood in their later years to sublimate themselves to the highest realm of the great Emperor's status and step back into the peak of their combat power. Then, they will force their way into the end of the Emperor's Pass and lead the guards of the Emperor's Pass to block the darkness. Destroy most of the dark creatures to buy time for future generations. This is the fate of the Emperor. Even if an Emperor does not become an immortal, he must eventually make contributions to the universe. Hearing this, Suyu reluctantly nodded and said, with this kind of reward, I can bear the consequences. Although he offended countless races and killed countless geniuses, he offended the Holy Land. But, if I can gain some more opportunities, it will definitely be of great benefit to my future. If I can become an Emperor, will the so-called Holy Land dare to get angry at me? No, they dare not. Even if they don't please the Emperor, they will pretend that nothing happened. This is the deterrence of the Emperor. A great Emperor is enough to destroy those holy places that have no immortal background. Certainly, unless there is a deep blood feud, the Emperor will not destroy a holy place. After all, a holy place is a top force and the main force in fighting against darkness. By the time the Emperor came to power, his focus was no longer here. Instead, we should take a stronger path. The hatred they felt when they were young seemed so ridiculous to them. Of course, Suyu is different. Even if he becomes an Emperor or an immortal, he will destroy those forces that have brought him death crisis. Revenge is his character. Agreed. Lu Qingyan glanced at him. Suyu nodded slightly, then picked up the spiritual tea on the table and drank it all. After putting down the cup, he slowly stood up and walked out the door. The secret realm is open, let them enter the city. 7th Imperial Pass, send a garrison commander a quasi-emperor deputy. Bashan he is going to kill here. Don't kill them, keep them for the new year. After saying this, Suyu walked out of the living room without hesitation. After hearing Suyu's words, the smile on the face of Lu Qingyan, the garrison commander who had been standing still, became even brighter. This is good. If a quasi-emperor could die at the 7th Imperial level, there would be no need for random assignment. After his death, naturally, you will be transformed into a resident of the 7th Imperial Pass. It seems that we will have another deputy garrison commander. Watching Suyu gradually go away and finally disappear from sight, Lu Qingyan put away his smile and slowly murmured with emotion. This is a killer. With such talent and character, he will surely become the Emperor of Destiny. He naturally wouldn't make blind decisions when judging people. From Suyu's actions to his conversation with him, the tone and strong confidence he displayed all spoke of Suyu's invincibility and terrifying power. If he was really just an ordinary quasi-emperor of the 4th level. There's nothing I can do to Suyu. Rumble. Time passes quickly. After 9 hours, the tightly closed door of Bigwan slowly opened. The door that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years and had never been opened, now opened again, unexpectedly brought out a smell of antiquity and vicissitudes. Seeing the Emperor's gate open, countless geniuses swarmed in. Even if tens of millions of them rushed into the Imperial Pass together, they were like a group of ants moving slowly in front of such a huge city gate. After entering the Imperial Pass, as the space formation took effect, they were quickly teleported into the city. Countless houses built of bluestone stand. The hawking sounds were endless. Come on, all the contemporary geniuses, come and take a look. I am willing to sell quasi-emperor level skills and martial arts in exchange for all kinds of resources. They are of good quality and low price. Come and take a look. The great Emperor's scriptures, the immortal Emperor's scriptures, are on sale at reduced price. The Heart Sutra of the Mingwangwu Emperor, the true Emperor level technique, come and buy it. Hearing the shouts coming from their ears, these geniuses' faces were filled with astonishment. This, why does it look like visiting a street stall? Quasi-emperor scriptures and great emperor scriptures are being sold like cabbages. Everyone, the secret realm will be open for some time. You can wander around the city freely. The items sold by the residents are all real. You can trade whatever you like. Chapter 402, Persuading Everyone, the secret realm opens. Upon hearing this, the group of geniuses did not respond, but quickly set off and headed to the stall below to start consulting. Facing the inquiries from the geniuses, a group of stall owners who looked as young as them were smiling as they introduced their trading items. But, when introducing themselves, their eyes were fixed on each other with great passion. It's like looking at a perfect work of art or a beautiful woman. Make them salivate. A genius came to a stall selling quasi-emperor level skills and accompanying martial arts and asked curiously, "Stall owner, how much are you selling this set of horizontal training skills and martial arts?" Generally speaking, not to mention the quasi-emperor level martial arts, even if it was a saint level martial arts, no one would be willing to trade it. Because it is too rare. Not everyone can create skills or martial arts. Everyone will regard the holy realm and quasi-emperor level martial arts as a secret that cannot be passed on and guarded with all their might. Looking at the stall owner who looked like a wild man, he smiled and said, "Your Excellency has good taste. My horizontal training technique comes from the mortal sect and was created by the mortal emperor. Although the mortal sect has declined to an ordinary holy land, its technique is still at the quasi-emperor level. If it is refined to perfection, it will definitely be able to fight against opponents of higher levels." Tianzhao waved his hand and said, "I don't want to hear stories. Let me get straight to the point. How do we trade?" The stall owner didn't get angry. He immediately held up 3 fingers and said, "It's a bargain. Just 50,000 kilograms of top-grade spiritual rice, some tea, 20 edible monsters, 10 million high-quality spiritual stones, and various seasonings. How's that? A good deal, right?" When Tianzhao heard the conditions offered by the stall owner, his eyelids and heart were beating wildly. Oh shit, can these conditions be exchanged for the matching quasi-emperor martial arts skills? Although he has reached the great saint realm and has long been practicing fasting, and not eating or drinking for his entire life is not a problem, but spiritual rice and monster meat are all his previous cultivation resources. He collected a lot of them at that time. Even though he was at the great saint level, he did not trade it or give it as a reward to his servants. Just put it in the storage ring and collect dust. According to a rough estimate, if all the conditions are the same, he can at least exchange for 10 martial arts books. It's totally worth it. Tianzhao gave a thumbs up, looking very satisfied. He touched the storage ring, and in an instant, a light flashed, and bags of spiritual rice, monster meat, seasonings, etc. appeared in front of him. I want it. Looking at the pile of food, the stall owner's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation for a moment, he immediately put the resources away. Then he waved his hand and threw the martial arts skills directly to Tianzhao, as if he was afraid that the other party would go back on his word. Ha ha ha, thank you so much, this thing is yours. As he spoke, the stall owner eagerly took out a set of skills and accompanying martial arts, both of which were of the quasi-emperor grade. The divine power sex technique, when fully mastered, can increase basic strength by 40%, reaching the quasi-emperor level. Seeing this scene, the geniuses were stunned. Buy. It's a big win. The same scene was playing out all around, with only some stall owners who couldn't produce any quasi-emperor skills staring at it with eager eyes. They were all independent great saints, and the skills they practiced were all great saint level, but they didn't have the foundation of those who came from top sects. Each of them had a greedy and passionate look on their faces. I want it so much. In other words, as residents of Diguan, they cannot attack outsiders, otherwise why would they trade? He would have killed and robbed people long ago. Among monks, who would be so honest? Soon, the atmosphere of trading spread to all the geniuses. They are all choosing their favorite martial arts. However, there were also many geniuses who were more active in thinking and kept half of their spiritual rice and other resources for emergency use. After all, this is all too weird. These stall owners were able to sell such precious skills, but what they wanted was not spirit stones and cultivation resources, but just food. Weird, very weird. Su Qingying and the other two girls also wandered around the stalls, and when they came across items they liked, they would trade them. But they don't ask for much, especially Chen Yanxi, who had no shortage of skills in martial arts. She was just curious and bought a few books to take back with her, intending to pass them on to the Chen family as a legacy. So when she was choosing, she deliberately avoided those sects that still existed in the world. After buying the skills, the four women left the trading area. After walking out of the secret realm, they met Su Yu, Wang Heng and others. When they saw Su Yu, Su Qingying and the others' eyes lit up. They were about to step forward to say hello and ease the atmosphere when they heard Su Yu call them first. Sister, you guys shouldn't go into the secret realm next time. Seeing Su Qingying and the others, Su Yu frowned slightly, but still gave a kind reminder. Su Qingying was stunned for a moment and asked, why? Don't let them enter the secret realm. Su Yu took in their confusion and said, it's all secret. You have no chance of getting it. There are no other treasures in it, but people will die. If you want to improve your cultivation, then go to other secret realms to look for opportunities. He said it very bluntly. They are all secret characters, and he is determined to get them. A tenfold increase in combat power is a huge improvement for him. Who wants to snatch him? Whoever does it must die. Hearing this, Su Qingying and the others were stunned for a moment, but soon they nodded and said, in that case, then we won't go. Seeing that they agreed not to go, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. On the road to becoming an emperor, remember that no opportunity is more important than your own life. Don't even think about risking your life. If you die here, you'll find you'll end up in a situation worse than death. Here, everything is based on saving your life. Seeing Su Yu being so serious, several people were stunned. Then, the four of them felt a warm current flowing through their hearts. Really, after the misunderstanding was resolved, my own Odudu still cared about me. So care about their life and death. Even Chen Yanxi found it a little unbelievable. I thought it was so strange that I was actually moved. She obviously wanted to humiliate Su Yu. How can I be moved? We understand. In that case, let's go shopping in the martial arts trading area and buy some martial arts to take back so that our clansmen can have more choices for cultivation. Su Qingying calmed down and said softly. The Su family in this life, with their brothers and sisters, they will definitely become the top family. Absolutely. Su Yu looked at his elder sister who had suddenly become gentle, and was puzzled for a moment, but he did not dwell on it too much, and nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. There are many opportunities in the Imperial Road, and the great opportunities are not limited to the secret realms. Therefore, he was not worried that his sisters would not be able to improve their strength. If they really can't improve as fast as others, it would be a shame to their golden destiny. Boom, just then, the Imperial Pass suddenly trembled, like an earthquake, and the entire Imperial Pass was shaking. The secret realm is now open. Any genius who wishes to enter and vie for the opportunity can head to the end of the Imperial Pass and enter the secret realm. Boom, in an instant, countless geniuses rushed towards the end of the Imperial Pass. Everyone rushed to get in, fearing that they would be one step behind and have the opportunity snatched away. Chapter 403, only those who are capable can obtain it. Only those who are invincible in the same realm can obtain the supreme method. With the emergence of the secret vortex, everyone felt a desolate atmosphere spreading within the Imperial Pass. Upon smelling this breath, the eyes of a group of geniuses instantly turned blood red. Nothing else. All the characters are secret. A terrifying secret technique that can increase combat power tenfold. Anyone who obtains it can easily rival the immortal seeds. The definition of an immortal is not that he has top-level combat power or invincible comprehension, but more about the quality of the people who have been taken away by the guides over the years. Certainly, the top-level immortal species is naturally a symbol of invincibility, symbolizing invincibility in the same realm. Charge. Everything is secret. In the secret realm, even if you can't obtain it, you can still snatch some treasures. Being able to snatch one is a part of the foundation of the immortal way. The secret realm created by the heavenly venerable must contain extremely rare treasures. Walk. A large number of geniuses began to swarm forward and rush towards the entrance of the secret realm like a shark smelling blood. One batch after another. In just a moment, millions of people rushed in. Certainly, there were also some geniuses who stood there and struggled for a long time, and finally chose to give up. They would rather buy martial arts skills from street vendors outside than go in and take the risk. When one reaches the level of a great sage, it is no longer difficult to earn resources. The difficult part is the subsequent exercises. Now, the street stalls have given them such an opportunity to collect countless skills. Naturally they don't want to miss it. Let them go. We can't wait for the lucky monks who have struggled out of the mire. Although their combat power is stronger than that of ordinary great saints, they are no match for great saints with the combat power of saint sons. It is better for us to stay here and collect subsequent skills than to die in the battle. That's true. You and I don't want to achieve enlightenment. We just want to make further progress on the path of cultivation. There's no need to take too many risks. People who come from top holy places and big families naturally don't have to worry about their skills. But people who come from the bottom are different. Every step they took was based on luck, from the Yunshan chapter technique, to the Faxiang chapter technique, and then to the Tianren technique, they were all replaced step by step. Replacing to the great saint realm is already the limit. Now that they have the opportunity to collect quasi-emperor skills, or even great emperor skills, they naturally don't want to miss it. As long as they can survive, they will have hope of breaking into the quasi-emperor level. Then create a quasi-imperial family, or it could be a holy sect. Only with a solid foundation can those who come after them continue to climb up and give their descendants the opportunity to complete what they failed to accomplish. Soon, almost everyone who was supposed to go in had gone in. And outside the Imperial Pass, the space suddenly twisted, and the figure of Lin Huang slowly walked out. He glanced at Di Guan with a deep gaze, as if he could see through the scene happening billions of miles away. Seeing the agitated Tianzhao, he chuckled, a bunch of old-fashioned people. But you're going this crazy just for a supreme scripture from the lower realm. I have no experience. Although he was quite interested in the amplification of the 9 secrets, he looked down on it as he was born into an immortal family and served under the immortal king. He has plenty of skills and secret techniques to choose from. Not to mention increasing combat power tenfold, even if it were 20-fold. He also has such a secret method, and more efficient. After he appeared, hundreds of figures appeared leisurely. Each of these hundreds of people had extremely powerful cultivation. In terms of burst, they were not weaker than the Son of God at all. There were even dozens of strong people who were comparable to the top-level immortals. Without exception, these people all knelt behind him, speaking in extremely respectful tones. Greetings, young master. The emperor didn't turn around to look at them, but waved his sleeves casually and said calmly, don't fight for things like this. You'll just die if you do. He knows it very well, although these people can rival the top-level immortal species. But in front of Su Yu, Wang Heng and others, it was just a delivery. With the addition of the quasi-emperor, this group of great saints are not even qualified to make waves. Go look for opportunities elsewhere. Breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible is your primary goal. If you want to reach the end of the emperor's path, quasi-emperor is the ticket. Once you are left behind, the opportunities you have will be greatly reduced, and you will eventually be left far behind. Only when you reach the quasi-emperor level will you be qualified to hold on to the end. I have also bestowed upon you the quasi-emperor cultivation techniques of the Holy Church, which will help you cultivate to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. If there are truly fortunate individuals among you who can break through the path to becoming an emperor and begin the battle of enlightenment, you may have the opportunity to become a great emperor. Go ahead. After Emperor Lin gave some instructions, he waved his hand and told them not to follow him. A group of weaklings. You can't accomplish anything by following behind me. Yes, I'll take my leave. Hundreds of people responded in unison and then disappeared at the same time. There was no trace of their breath and there was no spatial fluctuation. They just disappeared out of thin air. This is the special feature of the Emperor's tomb. It can walk in the void and is invisible, making it impossible to guard against it. This is the true killer sanctuary in the universe. Each one of them is a top killer. It is also the only killer's holy land. After they left, Lin Huang's eyes gradually became deep. When he looked at Di Guan, it was like the eyes of a devil suddenly opened in the abyss, which made people shudder. Su Yu Hehe, you have some strength, but it's not time for me to harvest you now. This young master doesn't care about this opportunity to become an emperor. My combat power and methods far surpass this shabby universe. However, your value does interest me quite a bit. When you break through the imperial barrier, it will be time to harvest you. Standing in the void and muttering something, Lin Huang's body gradually twisted and finally disappeared completely. Inside the imperial pass, Su Yu frowned, feeling as if he had just been stared at by a prehistoric giant beast, causing his body to instinctively assume a fighting stance. A very strong breath, however, it was fleeting. It seems that the other party has no intention of attacking and killing him here. Is it the emperor? No matter what your background is, if you dare to have any evil thoughts towards me, I will kill you anyway. Putting his thoughts aside, Su Yu looked at Wang Heng, Su Qingying and the others and said, you can wander around the imperial pass. If you sense anything, go find it yourself. You should walk your own path, but don't get involved with the 9 secrets of the Heavenly Lord. 9 secrets, all belong to me. Su Yu didn't bother to be polite with them and directly expressed his attitude towards Zhu Mi. Everyone nodded gently upon hearing this. Wang Heng took the lead, stepped forward, bowed, and said with a smile, that's exactly what I meant. These aren't the opportunities we've been waiting for. After meeting today, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the final trip to the imperial pass to see each other again. Everyone, goodbye. After saying this, Wang Heng walked towards the outside of Di Guan. After saying goodbye to each other, the others also embarked on their own journey of seeking the truth. Su Qingying and the other 2 girls glanced at Su Yu. Although they had a lot to say, they finally said, I look forward to the moment when you reach the top. Su Yu smiled and said, I will. Watching Su Qingying and the others leave, Su Yu also discovered that the fate of several people had changed. From the original golden color it transformed into purple. 4 of them all had the talent to be immortals. After watching the group leave, Su Yu withdrew his gaze and fixed his eyes on the entrance to the secret realm. Boom. Then, the space of Emperor Pass trembled, and Su Yu's body turned into a stream of light, exceeding the speed of light countless times, and instantly crashed into the secret realm. When he rushed into the secret realm, the atmosphere inside had already become tense. Break through the barrier. Suddenly, he discovered that his cultivation was sealed at the perfect level of the Great Saint Realm. Not only him, but the tens of millions of geniuses present at the scene all had the perfect level of the Great Saint Realm. The weak were forcibly promoted to the perfection of the Great Saint Realm. Soon, the cold and emotionless voice that came from my ears explained the reason for all this. My secret techniques are the culmination of everything I've learned. They are all kept secret and cannot be passed on to mediocre individuals. Only those who are truly invincible in their realm are worthy of them. Whoever can snatch the secret method will be my successor. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a bamboo slip inscribed with secret characters slowly emerged in the air ahead. The moment you see the secret technique appear, those who were originally a little scared and wanted to take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and find some treasure suddenly had a gleam in their eyes. The secret technique is mine. Someone rushed out with a roar. In just a moment, tens of millions of geniuses with perfect combat power in the Great Saint Realm attacked at the same time. Boom. The battle fluctuated and reached the peak level in an instant. The killing battle has begun. Chapter 404. Kill with one blow. Too weak, too weak. That's great. Fair competition is the foundation of being in the same realm. Su Yu felt that his cultivation was being suppressed to death. He was stunned for a moment, but soon he laughed. Same situation. It is invincible. Now his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds, and it will only take a few years for him to break through to the middle stage of quasi-emperor. There are not many opponents in the same realm, but it gave him a chance to fulfill his regret. That means being invincible in the same realm. Even though millions of people are like a torrent, I alone am enough to resist them. The celestial lord who can create the 9 secrets is truly a master of cosmic power. He can easily suppress even a quasi-emperor. But, no matter how much you suppress me, you can't stop me. Thinking of this, Su Yu raised his hand, and the grey and cold time sword fell into his hand. But, even the time sky sword, which had been promoted to a quasi-imperial weapon, was suppressed by the secret realm here. Its combat weapon grade automatically dropped 1 level and was reduced to the level of a top-grade great sage weapon. Of course, this refers to power. That's enough. Su Yu laughed loudly. This kind of combat power suppression is fun. Boom. The next second, Su Yu's body suddenly shot out. His speed was extremely fast. After activating the Shin character secret, his speed soared to an extremely terrifying level. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Su Yu rushing to the front with his unbridled aura, everyone was shocked by the pressure and stopped. Except for a few people, most of the geniuses looked at Su Yu with a look of surprise and doubt. However, Su Yu ignored them and just swung his sword lightly, cutting off the Daoyuan chain that locked the bamboo slips. In full view of everyone, Su Yu reached out, took the bamboo slips and put them into the storage ring. After doing all this, Su Yu turned around and looked at the group of geniuses who were eyeing him covetously, his robes rustling under the influence of his chi. Su Yu grinned and said, they are all secret and belong to me. Anyone who has any objections will die. His tone was full of arrogance, which obviously angered these geniuses. Su Yu, bring out the secret of the word, Jia. If nothing else, let us replicate the secret method. The original will be yours. Someone said coldly. Although there were many people, no one dared to be the first to step forward. After all, Su Yu's reputation and combat power are obvious to all. He ranked first in the 10,000 races prodigy competition and his combat power is extraordinary. Bai Shan was naturally among the crowd, along with his vassal. He looked at Su Yu, hatred and murderous intent welling up in his eyes. He said coldly, you're just one person, and you want to take away the 9 secrets. Wishful thinking. Hand it over, or I won't mind killing you. He had already cultivated 9 tails, and when he broke through to the quasi-emperor level, he grew 9 tails, becoming a true fairy fox species. The future is bright. After cultivating the 9-tailed fox, his combat power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But 8 + 9. The power of the 9th fox tail is the sum of the power of the previous 8 tails. The combat power is completely different from before. Now he has great confidence in killing Su Yu. That's right, the 9 secrets are not impossible to replicate. We all have items that can replicate the great emperor's scriptures. Replicating the 9 secrets is no problem at all. Su Shengxi, the 9 secrets are not something you can swallow by yourself. Hand them over so that we can complete the replica. That's right, Su Yu, hand over the 9 secrets, and we'll let you take the originals. If you don't want to, then all of us will attack together. Even you can't kill us all. You will eventually run out of energy. A group of people were talking to each other, asking Su Yu to hand over the 9 secrets. However, that being said, the momentum was strong, but no one dared to take the first step. After all, Su Yu's knife is no joke. This is not the outside world. If you encounter danger here, there will be no sect elders to rescue you. Even the wills of those powerful people in the late quasi-emperor stage can't play any role in the road to becoming an emperor. Here, it all depends on your own combat power. Su Yu had a faint smile on his face as he glanced at the crowd in front of him. He then said, if you want the secret of the character, Jia, you can just attack me. Kill me, and everything will be yours. Then he added, everyone of the human race, if you trust me, then don't take action. Of course, you can also choose to attack me for the 9 secrets. But, here, I don't care whether you are human or not. Anyone who attacks me will be killed. If the people of the human race can listen to advice, they should not take action. If you don't listen, he also didn't mind sending some people with bad intentions to stay in the 7th Imperial Pass as permanent residents and completely become the first line of defense against darkness. Hearing this, many human geniuses also showed hesitation. They really didn't want to do it. After all, before coming in, the elders of the sect had told them that if Su Yu was not dead and successfully came to the Emperor's road, even if they could not make friends with him, they must not offend him. Unless it is necessary, you can choose to avoid it. Their reaction naturally did not escape everyone's eyes. Seeing the human hesitate, they immediately shouted angrily, kill. Too arrogant, you don't even take it seriously. Boom. As he spoke, a powerful saint son of the Water Elf clan rushed towards Su Yu, full of murderous intent, and controlled dozens of drops of heavy water to sweep over him. They are not willing to let the pride of the human race give in. After all, there are tens of millions of people present, and at least 50% of them are human geniuses. If half of them were missing, wouldn't they be in a passive position if they turned around to help Su Yu? Don't tell anyone to give up the idea of fighting against Su Yu. At least, keep some of it too. Boom. Although the Holy Sun level strongman of the Water Elf clan was in human form, his whole body was slightly transparent. His pressure was extremely strong, and he rushed towards Su Yu with heavy water. This was obviously not something he could refine. After all, only a quasi-emperor who had mastered the laws of water could refine heavy water. This kind of treasure is obviously a gift from a powerful person in their clan. Crash. The moment dozens of drops of heavy water exploded, they instantly turned into shocking waves. The water curtain that covered the sky and the sun was almost about to submerge this place, which was horrifying. The power of the law is surging, and every drop of water seems to weigh 1,000 pounds. The weight of this massive flood is incalculable. Even a giant planet would be reduced to dust by the impact of the waves. I want to see how strong you are. The Holy Sun level strongman of the Water Elf clan gritted his teeth, with madness in his eyes, and almost burst out with all his fighting power. He doesn't do it for anything else, just to be able to fight Su Yu in the same realm. Even if he persists on one move, he can still be considered the winner. Because this can break Su Yu's invincible posture and let everyone see the hope of being able to slay the dragon. Go to hell. The strong man of the Water Elf clan roared, pushed his hands forward, and the surging flood fell heavily on Su Yu. Faced with this scene, Su Yu was not at all surprised or shaken. He just glanced at it lightly, then slowly shook his head, too weak. Click. With a twist of his wrist, the grey and cold sky sword of time suddenly exuded a terrifying power. Before their sense of threat could completely cover their whole body, the next moment, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Su Yu slashed with the sword at an uncatchable speed. Swish. The next moment, the water curtain was split into two, and the invisible sword light, with an irresistible momentum, directly cut through the strong man of the Water Elf tribe. Boom. The knife light disappeared, and then a huge explosion sounded in my ears. Under the shocked gaze of countless people, the body of the powerful Water Elf was directly chopped into pieces by countless swords. This scene silenced everyone. Only Su Yu's sigh echoed in his ears. Too weak to be heard. Chapter 405. One man guards the pass, 10,000 men cannot break through. One sword strikes thousands of geniuses. You haven't even figured out your own strength yet, and you're already trying to follow others and be the first to do something. Su Yu's expression was calm, and his voice was indifferent. You don't even have a choice about how you die. A saint's son whose cultivation level is only at the peak of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, what does it matter even if his cultivation level is raised to the perfection of the Great Saint Realm due to the influence of the Secret Realm? With an unmatched combat power, combat awareness, and a person who has not mastered many martial arts, even if he has the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, Su Yu can easily kill him. Weak. Too weak to be heard. Everyone was shocked to see Su Yu kill someone so powerfully. The sharpness of the knife made them feel stinging. So what if we are both in the realm of great saints? The gap in combat power is not so easy to cross. Who else wants to be the first to speak out? Su Yu looked at the group of people who had become silent and said with a smile, come out together. I am enough. At this moment, everyone was silent. But, when they realized what was happening, they immediately gasped. They looked around and saw a dense and huge crowd of people, tens of millions of people who had reached the perfect state of great saints. Was he actually intimidated by Su Yu alone? One man can hold the past 10,000 men cannot break through. No more than that. After the Holy Son of the human race saw this scene, he sighed sincerely. One person can scare away millions of people. How domineering this is. If a person can reach this point, his life on earth will not be in vain. Even if it means death, it's worth it. Apart from the strong men of the human race who were more relieved, the faces of the geniuses of other races were not so good. Their faces looked extremely ugly, and they actually felt it was unbelievable. They were actually scared away by Su Yu alone. Hee hee. At this time, Bai Shan's low and cold laughter suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Looking over, they saw Bai Shan walk to the front and look at Su Yu. Bai Shan holds a green sword in his hand and stands proudly in front of thousands of people. Like a sword immortal, sword energy surges around him, making people unable to help but retreat to avoid his edge. That's a good move, but you can intimidate others, but not me. Bai Shan's eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Su Yu and said coldly, during the Tianjiao competition, if I hadn't underestimated the enemy and dared not fight, how could you have won first place? Hearing this, Suyu slowly turned his gaze and looked at him. Then, Suyu laughed and said, "Why, you, a beast, have now broken through to the quasi-emperor stage and are now on the same level as me, and you're showing off. Back then, I was able to defeat you with my lower-level cultivation. Today I can still kill you. If it weren't for the shameless intervention of those old bastards from your fox clan, you would have died by my sword today." Bashan, although his luck was strong, his fate was now somewhat black. Because he must die. Although Bashan's combat power has soared to a terrifying level after growing the nine-tailed fox, he is not the only one who has achieved this breakthrough. Hearing Suyu's words, Baishan laughed out of anger, and then said coldly, "Then try again." Boom. The next moment, Baishan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, his voice exploded like thunder, bringing everyone back to their senses. "If you still have some courage, follow me and kill him. He's just one person, what are you afraid of?" After hearing this loud shout, a group of geniuses finally reacted. After hesitating for a while, suddenly, tens of thousands of geniuses had murderous eyes, and rays of light appeared and were caught in their hands. Those were their weapons. Bang! The aura was vibrating, and even the secret space was rippling, as if it would break in the next second. Tens of thousands of people rushed out at the same time, rushing out in a crazy manner. Looking at their rushing backs, the remaining millions of geniuses from other races were eager to join the battle. But, the moment they showed their weapons, there were also hostile forces locking onto them, not giving them any chance to move. Feeling this hostility and murderous intent, they immediately broke out in cold sweats, turned their heads and looked to their side, and immediately saw a group of human geniuses who were also bursting with astonishing pressure and locking onto them. What do you want to do? This sudden change made them shocked and angry, and they roared at the human race's genius. Facing their questioning, the human geniuses glanced in Suyu's direction from the corner of their eyes, and then said calmly, "You, don't move. Just watch from here." After saying that, they aimed their soldiers at the group of geniuses who wanted to follow. This scene immediately infuriated the group of people who wanted to take action. Countless proud people from all races shouted in frustration, "Are you crazy? Do you really want Suyu to get the 9 secrets alone? This is the 9 secrets, or it's the secret method of GZMI that can increase combat power tenfold." They are not moved. He actually allowed Suyu to take the secret technique away alone. Hearing their roars, a trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of these human geniuses, but it quickly dissipated. "He is from my human race. Since so many quasi-emperors and the ancestors of the sect are optimistic about him, then we can't do the same thing as you and persecute the number 1 genius of our human race." Although the human race is constantly engaged in internal strife, when faced with matters concerning the fate of the race, they will put aside their hatred and choose to fulfill their wishes. Certainly, not everyone has this awareness, and some human immortals are unwilling to accept this and want to keep up. Just as millions of geniuses from all races were being held back by the geniuses of the human race. The other side, tens of thousands of geniuses attacked together, following Baishan's pace, and launched their strongest attacks towards Suyu. No matter how many ants there are, nothing will change. You are still ants. Buzz. With a slash of sword, brilliant sword light burst out in an instant. In this burst of power, countless people sensed the rhythm of the golden laws of time and the strongest killing force. The next moment, those tens of thousands of geniuses were actually defeated by this sword light. Puff. Countless golden blood mist spurted out at the same time. This scene makes people unable to calm down. Suyu didn't bother to see what happened to this group of people. He had only one goal from the beginning to the end, and that was Bashan. After locking onto Bashan, the secret of the word, Xing, was triggered and Suyu's body instantly disappeared. Only the explosion caused by the space being squeezed by huge force could be heard over 1,000,000 miles. The cultivation of the Great Saint Realm, which had reached the highest level of perfection, erupted wantonly. Wherever it passed, the space quickly caved in like a compressed balloon. Looking at Suyu who was charging towards him fiercely, the murderous intent in Baishan's eyes was so strong that it almost turned into substance. The terrifying pressure of the immortal fox burst out, which was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than during the Tianjiao competition. The shadow of the 9-tailed fairy fox slowly condensed and appeared behind him. Baishan's feminine face was filled with rage. Looking at Suyu who was rushing towards him, Baishan roared angrily, "Who do you think you are? I am now the 9-tailed fairy fox. No matter how strong you are, you must bow down before me." Green Lotus Sword Technique. With this sword, a flash of light appeared, filling the entire secret realm. The shadow of the 9-tailed fairy fox transformed into an unstoppable green lotus sword intent that wrapped around the green sword in Bashan's hand. Green lotuses emerged one after another, and each green lotus contained sword intent that was enough to destroy the galaxy. The space became distorted bit by bit. The power of his sword was enough to reach the perfection of the Great Saint Realm and cross the border to kill the quasi-emperor of the first level. Baishan's expression was extremely ferocious, and he roared, "Die." Sizzle. Chapter 406. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny with a thick purple destiny. Baishan swung his sword extremely quickly, and green lotuses containing destructive sword energy continued to appear. The green lotus spun and flew towards Suyu. It seems very slow, but in fact the speed has exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Although he was not as fast as Suyu, the sword energy locked onto him, preventing him from escaping. Certainly, Suyu didn't want to escape either. Facing the green lotus surrounding him from all directions, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. In his hand, the sky sword of time emitted a cold, gray light. Time was affected around the light, and the flow rate became slower. Boom. Looking at Baishan who was coming towards him, Suyu lowered his eyes slightly and took a step forward with the heavenly sword in his hand. After this step, the void turned into substance. Snap. The materialized void was like a piece of transparent glass, which was cracked like a spider web by the huge force. The traces of fragmentation are expanding and spreading. At the same time, a terrifying sense of oppression slowly rose up, like a giant dragon reviving. The terrifying pressure swept over, making people's souls tremble. Even if they wanted to resist this erosion, it would be difficult to be effective. If you had grown the 9-tailed fox before I completed my life transformation, I would definitely not be your opponent. Suyu raised his eyes to glance at Baishan, who had a ferocious look on his face, and spoke calmly. But now, in front of me, you no longer pose any threat. If he hadn't had those 10,000 years of comprehension over the years, and if he hadn't broken through to the quasi-emperor level to achieve the transition, Baishan's move would have been enough to kill him. Even if he used the Do, Lin, and Bing secrets, he would still be unable to defeat him. With one move, at the very least, the opponent will be seriously injured, and there is more than a 50% chance that he will be killed with one sword. But now, it's different now. Bashan grew 9 tails and possessed the appearance of a true fairy fox. He is not bad either. The leap of life allowed him to achieve a major breakthrough in the cellular world. Although he could not comprehend and control the power of various laws, he was able to incorporate them into the cellular world. Develop cells of law. After years of baptism by the laws, his body is infinitely close to the body of laws. At the same time, almost all the skills, martial arts, and secret techniques he practiced were perfected. In this case, what can Bashan use to compare with him? Rumble. As he spoke, the small cellular worlds in Suyu's body were lit up, although the power of the quasi-emperor's law could not be unleashed here. But there is no limit to the power under the law. Almost in the blink of an eye, dozens of extreme powers appeared on Suyu's body. The colorful lights are entwined, like a colorful dragon condensing into shape. A weakened version of the gold law, a weakened version of the earth law, and many other powers are present, including the divine thunder law, the power of Emu, and the ultimate saint realm sword intent. Countless forces mixed together, like a pot of hodgepodge, are shocking. If it happened to an ordinary person, with so much power manifested, the most intense conflict would definitely break out. Not to mention using it to attack, it would be good enough if it doesn't backfire. Hearing Suyu's calm and composed tone, Bai Shan's face became even more ferocious. He found every word Suyu said extremely harsh. I am a nine-tailed fairy fox. Even if I were in the upper realm, I could still become a disciple of the immortal lord. His talent is close to that of an immortal, rare in the ages. Bai Shan's tone was grim, his chilling murderous intent evident. He thrust his sword forward, roaring, "You are nothing but a worthless creature from the lower realms, fortunately having acquired a few secret techniques and a few opportunities. Why are you so arrogant in front of me and even want to kill me? Are you worthy?" Swish, the Qinglian sword intent reached a new level, and Bai Shan's aura became even more terrifying, like a young god or demon bursting out with supreme style. Green lotuses slowly bloomed, and the green lotus sword energy took shape. Those were divine swords formed from pure sword energy. The sharp edge was so fierce that the surrounding space was shattering. No matter how solid the space is, it can be broken by the power he explodes at this moment. Being able to break through the space of the secret realm means that his strength at this moment is enough to kill an ordinary quasi-emperor of the first level with the perfect power of the great saint realm. After breaking through the quasi-emperor level, he can still maintain top-level immortal level combat power. This is his peak state. Bai Shan held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and infinite power burst out from his body. Wherever the tip of the sword reached, the space was shattered, and there was no time to avoid it. When I step onto the path to becoming an emperor, the battle to become an emperor begins, and the guide descends to the mortal world. I will be the most honorable person in this Qingkang universe. No matter who you are, you must bow before me. While Bai Shan was roaring, he actually began to burn his own lifespan. He wanted to increase his fighting power by burning his blood. He wants to kill Suyu. This is his inner demon. If Suyu doesn't die, it will be difficult for him to become an emperor. Therefore, no matter what the purpose is, for him, Suyu cannot live, and the latter must die. Go die. You're just a piece of trash, but I've given you so many brilliant moments. You should be content. In Bai Shan's eyes, Suyu, a lowly person of humble origin, had come this far by accumulating merits over 100 lifetimes. Such an achievement was more than enough. If he went any further, it would be very rude. Go to hell. After he finished speaking, Bai Shan's body trembled slightly, and then, white mountains slowly appeared around Suyu. Clone. Dozens of clones. These dozens of Bai Shan wielded the green divine sword frantically. Each sword energy had the power to split stars and shatter the void with terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, he swung out thousands and tens of thousands of sword energies. These sword energies intertwined to weave a giant net, attacking from all directions, completely blocking Suyu's retreat. Looking from a distance, it feels like if it were placed in a star system, it would be able to crush all the matter in the star system into powder. Countless geniuses were trembling with fear because of this. If this trick is used on them, even if they have 100,000 people, they will probably perish here. Is this the combat power of a top-level immortal species? Someone said tremblingly. Obviously, this was the first time to see a life-and-death battle between top-level immortal species. I was so scared. With this kind of power, let alone a great saint, even if a quasi-emperor came, he would have half his life cut off. However, facing Bai Shan's attack, Suyu simply raised his eyes and took a look. Then, a creepy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "I told you, if it were in the past, this move of yours would have been enough to kill me." But now, the words fell. Suyu took another step forward, holding the sky sword of time in his right hand, and slowly stretched out his left hand behind his back, pointing towards the void in front of him. Certainly, Suyu opened his lips slightly and uttered a word lightly. The next moment, the terrifying sword energy star net was actually frozen the moment he finished speaking. This scene shocked countless people. The ferocity on Bai Shan's face was even more dull, and looked particularly funny. How is this possible? Bai Shan was shocked. This move of his was thousands of times more powerful than the full strength attack he and Suyu had used in the Tiandao competition. Result: he was actually frozen in place by Suyu's finger. The next second, Suyu's gaze suddenly locked onto him. In an instant, Bai Shan's hair stood on end, as if he was being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. A sense of crisis swept over his body like a tide. Not good. Bai Shan reacted quickly. After being locked, the shadow of the nine-tailed celestial fox appeared behind him in an instant. Defend with all your strength. Bai Shan retreated desperately. However, he discovered that the space behind him had solidified at some point, blocking his retreat. At this moment, Bai Shan was extremely frightened. However, the next second, a scene that made his scalp tingle appeared. Suyu took a step forward. This step was a matter of feet. This step was a matter of billions of miles. I've already told you that you're no better than trash in front of me, Suyu said in a light voice. The next moment, the endless energy of corpse immortals began to rise like a fierce flame. Corpse immortal prison blade. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind Bai Shan. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement, not understanding what was going on. However, when the sword energy star network began to collapse, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Suyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host success. Bite. A series of system prompt sounds exploded wildly in Suyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the son of the purple destiny and received a reward. Chapter 407. Who am I? My title is Quasi-Emperor of Time. Now, do you understand? Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Plus 199 million villain value, 9 slashes of the Emperor of Heaven, 5 fragments of the Heaven Deceiving Fairy Bell, Tao Suppressing Fist, and Flawless Heavenly Pill. 9 slashes of the Emperor of Heaven, a sword technique created by the Emperor of Heaven. The damage of each slash is cumulative. When it is mastered to the 9 slashes, one sword can cut through time and intercept a moment of time. It is the ultimate Emperor level martial art. Kishin Shenjiang, all its fragments can be combined into a complete Shenwang level battle weapon. Currently have fragments 14/20ths. Zhendao Fist, a boxing technique created by the Emperor of Heaven, an imperial martial art that reaches the pinnacle of physical strength. One punch can suppress the avenue, a top-grade imperial martial art. Flawless Heavenly Pill, a supreme imperial grade elixir, refined by the Heavenly Emperor. After taking it, one can ascend to a higher realm by one small degree. It is only usable by those of the Great Emperor realm. After seeing the reward given by the system, Suyu was a little stunned. Immediately afterwards, a wave of joy surged into my heart. Finally, time to unlock the Emperor level rewards. All along, the martial arts he used in battle were the same ones, which were still useful and could crush those below the quasi-Emperor level. But when he reached the quasi-emperor realm, he seemed a little stretched and could not match his combat power. The top immortal species have all practiced top-level imperial martial arts. After they reach the quasi-emperor level, their combat power will be greatly improved. All Suyu can do now is to rely on the power of endless laws that far exceeds that of his peers to crush the battle, and he is simply unable to burst out with all his strength. But now it's different. With the support of the top-grade imperial swordsmanship martial arts such as the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Emperor and the top-grade physical martial arts such as the suppressing down fist, his combat power can be fully exerted. Sure enough, the rewards for killing people are the biggest. Baishan is the son of deep purple destiny. If he can raise him to a great emperor or true immortal before killing him, the rewards will definitely be even richer. But unfortunately, I can't wait until then. Suyu knew very well that Baishan's value was far more than that, but he didn't have time to fatten Baishan up before killing him. There are a lot of threats nowadays. We can only do things that kill the chicken to get the eggs to make up for the shortcomings. Otherwise, when he meets the real body of Emperor Lin in the end, he might be suppressed. The Emperor is not weak. Before, outside the Imperial Pass, although he defeated the Emperor Lin with one punch, he failed to kill him. You know, he didn't hold back at that time. Even so, I couldn't kill a single clone. If the real me were to come, he would definitely be suppressed to death. However, if there's a chance to kill the Emperor, the reward should be even more generous, right? Thinking of this, Suyu's heart started to heat up. Of course, he also knew that killing Emperor Lin was not realistic. Let's not talk about the current gap in combat power. The fact that he is the descendant of a true immortal and is personally taught by the Immortal King is enough to ensure the safety of the Emperor. Even if I can defeat him, Lin Huang will definitely have a way to escape from the Qingkang universe and return to the upper realm. Even if he had a slight chance to kill Emperor Lin, once he reached the upper realm, unless Taishuan Immortal Sect could personally guarantee his safety, one Immortal Lord and 2 true immortals would be enough to crush him to death. So difficult. Of course, Suyu would not give up. If he had the chance, he would still choose to kill Emperor Lin. He is not the kind of person who looks ahead and behind. The future risks will be left to the future, and he only needs to demonstrate his value as much as possible. He doesn't have to worry about other things. It's that simple. As Suyu was checking the rewards he had received, Baishan's body was crumbling bit by bit behind him. Like porcelain, it broke into countless pieces and fell. Am I dead? Baishan murmured. Click. The body shattered into pieces. His remaining consciousness could still sense that there was a terrifying force cutting into his soul. That force made him unable to resist, and he could only allow his soul to be cut and destroyed. Until the end. Boom. With a loud bang, Baishan's body suddenly exploded, and the huge impact knocked over countless geniuses. At the same time, beyond the Imperial Road lies the ancient star of Qingzhou. Bang. As a blazing oil lamp suddenly went out and shattered, the kerosene inside flowed down the stairs. Seeing this scene, the old man guarding the ancient temple changed his expression drastically. Big things are happening. Ancestor, Baishan's soul lamp is broken. Boom. Soon after the words fell, ancient and terrifying auras rose from the depths of the ancient Qingzhou star. This aura shook the star field, and even the quasi-emperor hidden at the end of the universe felt it. Countless quasi-emperors raised their heads and looked in the direction of the ancient star Qingzhou with puzzled expressions. Why did the old thing from Qingzhou Mountain crawl out? Could it be that his time is up and he's about to die, so he's going out to fight his mortal enemy? A battle with a mortal enemy is something that only happens when the end is near. All top-level quasi-emperors will choose to fully revive on the day of their death, and then find the enemies of their sect or family and fight them to the death. Even if I can't take the enemy away, I must grind away half of his essence. This is so that after I leave, the other party will not be able to cause trouble to the sect. All the top quasi-emperors looked towards Qingzhou in confusion, wondering what this old monster, who had reached the perfection of the quasi-emperor level, was going to do. Qingzhou Ancient Star, in the ancient temple where immortal seeds and soul lamps of powerful people above the holy realm were placed. Several old foxes whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of quasi-emperor or above stepped in and watched the soul lamp belonging to Baishan shatter into countless pieces. They were all silent. However, his aura was surging, like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. The atmosphere was oppressive and the space was frozen. After a long time, a voice was heard from among them, but this voice was so desolate and filled with terrifying and violent murderous intent. Take our coffins and head to the end of the ancient starry sky road. When these bastards emerge from the Imperial Road, we will reach our ultimate state and kill them with all our might. I swear to skin him alive, tear out his tendons, and grind his bones to dust. Their tone was cold and at the same time, fearful. Nothing else. Now that a 9-tailed fairy fox has died, the guide will be furious when he comes to the mortal world in the future, and may even kill 90% of the people in Qingzhou Mountain. Because they destroyed the seed of an immortal king. Especially this immortal king, who is a descendant of the guide's bloodline. Rumble. After they finished speaking, several coffins flew out from the depths of Qingzhou Mountain, carrying a group of old foxes into the depths of the starry sky. Right now, within the secret realm of the 7th Emperor. After Suyu checked the rewards, he turned his attention back to the tens of thousands of geniuses who had taken action earlier. Suddenly, he laughed. The sky sword of time pointed at the group of geniuses and said, "Since you have attacked me, I believe you are already prepared to die here." Said. Suyu swept his gaze over the millions of powerful warriors from all races who were being held back by the human race's genius, and said calmly, "Who else wants the 9 secrets? Come on together, and don't say I didn't give you a chance. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of people are too few. I'm afraid they will be very lonely here after they die." Hearing Suyu's extremely arrogant words, many geniuses from all races were so excited that their faces turned red. What does he mean? Look down on yourself. Or, he already thinks he is invincible. Are you not afraid of facing millions of people? Hateful. The hot-tempered Tianzhao couldn't stand it anymore and roared, "Suyu, stop being so arrogant. Do you think you are invincible? How dare you look down on others like this? Superior. Fuck. Even if I die, I can't let this guy look down on us." Who does he think he is? In an instant, tens of thousands of geniuses rushed out at the same time and attacked Suyu with all their strength. However, their attacks had not yet reached Suyu. Buzz. The terrifying sword light burst out in an instant, defeating the joint attack of tens of thousands of people. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Destiny Child. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing. Bite. Countless prompts exploded wildly in Suyu's mind. This scene shocked everyone else. Everyone looked at Suyu with death in their eyes, so terrified. Who I am. I've already said it, my title is Quasi-Emperor of Time. Now, do you understand who I am? Boom. Chapter 408, hundreds of thousands of enemies. This time, all the cards are revealed. Suyu counted the number of kills he had made with this strike, and at least thousands of reminders of his kill rang in his mind. Although most of them are orange children of luck, they are still children of luck, aren't they? The profit from one cut is a terrifying number that is difficult to quantify. Bring it on. Suyu laughed and said, "Don't you think I'm ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? Waste. Looking at those geniuses who had shown signs of attacking earlier, he slashed with his sword without hesitation, regardless of their background, identity, or race. As long as he takes action. Then, he was locked onto by Su Yu. No surprises at all. There's one good thing about him, which is that he holds grudges. No matter who it is, he treats everyone equally. No matter if it is an immortal who has descended to Earth, or the heir of a top holy land, anyone who dares to attack him and shows murderous intent is an enemy. Must kill. Before he reaches the level of a quasi-emperor, he may have to endure it. But now, he is on the road to becoming an emperor, and everything depends on his own ability. Who can he be afraid of? As for whether I will be retaliated against after I get out. Feel sorry, that was not something he could consider. It is still unknown who will live and who will die after leaving the Emperor Road. At least, if he goes out, his cultivation level will be at least the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor. After breaking through the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, he directly activated the Heavenly Heart Seal. At that time, he will be instantly perfect. As for worrying about retaliation, that doesn't exist. Empress Chang, what you should worry about are those who have offended him, not those who want to take revenge on him. Looking at this group of people hesitating, wanting to go forward but not daring to, Su Yu felt a little bored for a moment. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a streak of light flew out and hovered behind him. Su Yu looked at them and said with a smile, if you want to get the 9 secrets, don't hesitate. Come, kill me, and the Jia secret and the Do secret will be yours. Don't dare to go up, then I'll give you some extra things and see if you are willing to come. Really, after hearing the secrets of Jia and Do, many geniuses showed fanaticism and greed in their eyes. Everyone knows it. If you get one of the 9 secrets, you can become a genius that everyone admires and have the qualifications to compete for the Emperor. If you get 2, he can be a top genius. If you get 3 of them, you can defeat the immortal species. If you gather all 9 secrets, even the son of a true immortal can defeat him with force. Su Yu's move not only reveals his background, but also tempts these cadres. Who can resist the temptation of the 9 secrets? As expected, after Su Yu revealed the Do secret and the Jia secret, at least 100,000 geniuses were ready to make a move. They all wanted to rush out and compete with Su Yu. We are all in the same realm. Even if you, Su Yu, have extraordinary combat power, so what? Can you, Su Yu, kill us all if so many of them come together? How many people would that offend? Does he dare? Even some of the human race's geniuses were a little shaken. After all, the 9 secrets are so precious that they can increase combat power by dozens or even hundreds of times. The effect of just one of the 9 secrets is so terrifying, who can resist 2 of them? Not to mention, among them is the Do ZMI, a secret method of fighting with unparalleled attack. If the 2 are added together, even they can completely rival the top geniuses. Are you looking for death? When some human geniuses wanted to struggle and fight, there would always be voices around to remind them, now the geniuses of all races have gathered together. If all races attack him, we humans must not attack him again. Humans can kill each other, but that's when there are no outsiders around. Now there are only outsiders here. What we have to do is to block some of the pressure for Su Yu and kill him until all the races are terrified. Although they were all very excited. However, there are always people who consider the interests of the race in a broader sense. Although there are tens of millions of them together, if humans attack each other, who will stand up for the weak humans in the future? Everyone is afraid of being backstabbed. If you take action, the Holy Land and ancient star behind you will be labeled as well. Traitor, even if the surface will not settle you. But, once you face the crisis of genocide, will others still help you? No, they are afraid that if they take action, it will be a conspiracy between you and others to plot against them. After hearing the reminder, those shaken geniuses came to their senses, hid their greed, and focused on the enemy. Except for their blockade, there are still hundreds of thousands of geniuses that they cannot keep an eye on. These hundreds of thousands of people happen to be the most greedy ones. They watched as Su Yu stood alone with a knife in his hand, with no one in the dark behind him. He took out 2 copies of the 9 secrets all by himself. And then just looked at them with a smile. This scene was like 2 extremely beautiful women in the world, wearing thin clothes and stirring their nerves. There are hundreds of thousands of them, and the other side has only 1 person guarding it. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. I must strive for the 9th secret. Boom, more than 1 person. In this situation, as long as 1 person moves abnormally, it will trigger a chain reaction and directly detonate the nerves of hundreds of thousands of people. Almost at the same time, hundreds of thousands of geniuses came out in droves. Among them, there are geniuses who have risen from small families, and there are also inherited immortal seeds from top sites. They have one characteristic, that is, they come from all races. Fuck, Su Yu, who do you think you are? Why are you so arrogant? Now everyone is at the same level. Do you think you can fight against them all by yourself? I'm telling you, I'm going to kill you today. Leave behind the 9 secrets and other things, and we will let you escape. Skylight slash, blood-drawn Shikigami. Countless roars rang out, and then this world was filled with hundreds of thousands of terrifying and completely different forces. These are not hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, but hundreds of thousands of great saints have reached perfection. The power that erupted at the same time would frighten even a quasi-emperor, not to mention those at the same level. Although not fatal. However, it can make the quasi-emperor's scalp tingle and feel exhausted to deal with it. Even if it's pigs, there are hundreds of thousands of them. I can kill you until I'm soft-hearted. Die. Someone roared, stepped on the void, as if turning the empty space into a substantial springboard, and with just a light leap, he was close to Su Yu. There are people everywhere. They roared and slashed at Su Yu. Looking at the densely packed figures, Su Yu's eyes were filled with weirdness, and then the corners of his lips rose slightly. Open. Boom. As soon as the word fell, an extremely strong aura burst out from Su Yu's body. And it's still increasing. The secret of copying characters. God's forbidden area. The secret of the word, fighting, evolved into the most powerful attack method he had ever seen. The remaining fragments of the previous secret chapter are complete, and can also predict a quarter of the future. The first saint fights against the devil and dies of longevity. Although he spoke extremely sarcastic words, his body was still very honest. Facing hundreds of thousands of people attacking at the same time, no matter how conceited Su Yu was, he did not dare to underestimate them. Everyone has his or her own strengths, and with hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, that means hundreds of thousands of ways to fight. How could he be conceited? This time, all the cards are revealed. There's a regret that I did not complete when I was in the Great Saint Realm. This time, I must do it no matter what. Here comes the knife. Su Yu shouted sternly. In his hand, the sky sword of time was buzzing and vibrating, as if it was excited. 9 Nether Prison. Click. Chapter 409, Invincible Style. 1 person suppresses hundreds of thousands of great saints. Compared to when he used this sword in the Great Saint Realm, Su Yu's current true realm is quasi-emperor. Even if he is suppressed to the perfect realm of the Great Saint Realm, he still has the state of mind and perception of a quasi-emperor. Not to mention, during the tens of thousands of years of training in the secret realm of time, you have already cultivated martial arts such as the 9 Nether Prison sword to perfection. Even his swordsmanship level is at the 8th level of quasi-emperor level. And he is at the middle level of the 8th realm. If he practices one more step forward, he will reach the 8th realm of perfection. At that time, he will be the #1 person under the sword emperor. Buzz, a knife chopped out. The sound of this sword strike was so powerful that the entire secret realm was shrouded in a huge shadow. That is the scenery of the 9 Netherworld, 9 Nether prison. The ones being suppressed are the evil spirits from hell. And under this sword, the evil spirits suppressed by the power of Juyu were precisely these hundreds of thousands of geniuses. In an instant, a huge force came from the 9 Nether Phantom, and the huge force instantly pressed on the shoulders of hundreds of thousands of geniuses, as if they were at the core of a terrifying red giant, enduring an unspeakable feeling of oppression. At the same time, the sword with the power of Juyu came slashing down instantly. Not good. Upon seeing this scene, the expression of the Tianjiao who was struggling to resist the power of the prison suddenly changed. The huge force on his shoulders dissipated, and what greeted them was the terrifying 9 Nether sword chi. With one slash of the sword, the 9 Netherworlds were shattered. Puff. The speed was so fast that these geniuses were unable to resist with all their strength and time, and could only make hasty moves to resist part of the force. However, this doesn't help at all. Those geniuses who survived all did so because the people at the front blocked most of the power. By reducing the level step by step, they will not get hurt. This knife, killing 100,000 people. With his full strength bursting out, Suyu's aura reached its peak, like a god or a devil, which was terrifying. He killed hundreds of thousands of geniuses with one sword strike, and his whole body was filled with murderous energy, which was terrifying. Even the air seemed to be fleeing from his vicinity, not daring to get too close. One of the prodigies was covered in a layer of golden blood, his pupils shrunk into a black dot, and he was obviously terrified to the extreme. He gasped for breath, his lips trembling. Demon, demon. It's a demon. Looking at the body that was cut in half and fell to the ground, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was obviously terrified to the extreme. This is not an animal, but a human. 100,000 people. He was beheaded just like that. There were broken limbs and bloody bodies everywhere. Who wouldn't be scared after seeing it? When the powerful men from all races who were being stared at by the geniuses of the human race saw this, their hearts began to twitch. So many people died with just one knife. Boom. Before they could react, Suyu's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Only bursts of explosions continued to ring out. That's it. Is that all you guys are going to do? What a bummer. Suyu activated the Shin character secret, and his speed was said to be the fastest in the world. Even the speed of Kunpeng was probably not much slower than it. Clang. The flash of time passed in an instant. In the flash of light, a large number of geniuses fell down, like wheat waves blown by the wind, falling down in groups. At this moment, Suyu's aura far exceeded the so-called perfection of the Great Saint Realm. First he unleashed his strongest combat power, and then he used the Lin character secret to step into the combat power level of the forbidden realm of the gods. It is not an exaggeration to say that Suyu is now a walking god and devil. Who can withstand his brilliance? No one can stop it. Harvest time. Suyu enjoyed this unbridled killing moment, where he didn't have to worry about whether the old monster would take action. That's what he deserves. Don't be bound by anyone or any rules. Anyone who goes against me will die by the sword. Seeing Suyu's killing spree, the Tianjiao were shocked and terrified, roaring, quick. Stop him. They wanted to prevent a counterattack and didn't want to sit back and wait for death. However, as soon as they started to move, they were interrupted by Suyu's speed, disrupting their formation. It is impossible to organize an effective counterattack. Coupled with the intentional interference of the human geniuses, it was even more difficult for them to cause effective damage. If it weren't for the delay of the human genius, their simultaneous resistance of hundreds of thousands of people would have achieved good results. At least they could have stopped Suyu for a while. Just for a moment. After all, the combat power that surpasses the quasi-emperor level is simply not comparable to that of these great saint-level geniuses. Soon, more than half of the hundreds of thousands of people were killed by Suyu. Suyu did not go to kill them until there was not a trace of ashes left. Instead, it can be chopped into countless pieces. The bodies of 330,000 people were piled up below, and blood was flowing all over the ground, almost turning into a small river. A real river of blood. The pungent smell of blood made the fear in their hearts even more solid. Seeing that Suyu's aura was undiminished and his killing speed was getting faster and faster, they finally couldn't suppress their fear anymore and started shouting, "Run! Run! This is a lunatic, murderous maniac, escape!" As soon as this thought came up, it was like a flooding tide, madly hitting the dam that was at its limit. In an instant, countless geniuses turned into birds and beasts and began to flee in all directions. One after another rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Only, when they fled, they turned their backs to Suyu. Looking at this scene, Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. The cold light in his smile was like the cold land of the far north, chilling to the bone. Escape, let me give you a hand. Suddenly, Suyu put away the sky sword of time, stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. In an instant, as his fist trembled, an invisible force of suppression spread. With this punch, the aura of the great Tao was suppressed for a moment. Zhendao fist, Suyu shouted softly, then threw a punch. Wherever the fist went past, the space collapsed. The best imperial martial arts. This punch was no weaker than Suyu's full strength unleashed, 9 Nether prison blade, and was even more powerful. After throwing a punch, Suyu could feel the spiritual power in his Dantian disappearing rapidly. But he was not panicked. Only one of his Dantian's GCs was exhausted, but he still had 20 small cell worlds that were only half a level weaker than his own Dantian to provide himself with nutrients. Boom, a punch was thrown, and the genius squeezed at the back had no time to react before he was ground into powder and dissipated. One punch once again killed tens of thousands of geniuses. The others were blasted out of the secret realm by the terrifying impact force. When everything was settled, Suyu's breath gradually subsided. At this moment, no one dared to move. Suyu looked at the group of powerful warriors from all races who were stopped by the human race's genius before they could even start fighting. His eyes were cold and his voice was calm. Do you also want to test my sword? Hearing Suyu's words, the expressions of the powerful men from all races kept changing. Finally, someone left in disappointment. They didn't take action because they were stopped by someone. Otherwise, they might have been among the dead. When one person leaves, the rest no longer persist. No matter how greedy you are for the 9 secrets, you have to leave. With the help of powerful human beings, Suyu didn't feel much pressure at all. Soon, the geniuses of all races were unwilling to leave. At this time, only the human genius was left standing in the secret realm, looking a little confused. All the tribes left. What about them? I came to a secret place. Did I work for nothing? Although I feel unwilling, I can only endure it. After all, this time I am competing with all the races. In silence, Suyu suddenly spoke and said to the group of human geniuses who had tried to stop the 10,000 races, "Thank you all for your help this time. I don't have anything good to give you, so I'll just give you a copy of the immortal scripture. After he finished speaking, the place fell into silence. Millions of geniuses showed very wonderful expressions on their faces. There's nothing good to give, so you're just going to give me the immortal scripture. Chapter 410, Guardian, your gift is a bit too big. Looking at the extremely wonderful expressions on everyone's faces, Suyu put away his hostility, turned off all the amplification effects, and returned to his harmless appearance. This immortal scripture cannot improve your combat power. After hearing this, the human geniuses who were originally expectant all lost interest. But then Suyu's words made them burst into even more intense glares. However, this immortal scripture can increase your lifespan. The basic lifespan of a quasi-emperor is 5,000 years. If you lay a good foundation, you can extend it further. Generally speaking, the longest lifespan of a peak quasi-emperor is no more than 8,000 years. If you practice this immortal scripture, you can increase your lifespan to 10,000 years or even more than 10,000 years. Suyu said, looking at their dazed eyes, and continued, and it doesn't conflict with longevity pills and spiritual medicines and can be used together. If you live a second life, it will be just as effective. This sutra is called the Eternal Life Sutra. As Suyu spoke, he flipped his palm and a ball of memory light appeared in his palm. Of course, this sutra is not given to you unconditionally. You must swear to never reveal this scripture. Only you may practice it. Anyone who passes it on without authorization will have their souls condemned to eternal damnation in the 9 netherworlds, where they will be punished for 10,000 years and reincarnated as pigs and dogs for 100 lifetimes. Everyone, are you willing? These geniuses were able to help him, although it was only because they were of the same human race. But that doesn't mean he can take it for granted. Accepting these represents cause and effect. If you bear the cause, you must pay for the result. I don't want to leave behind such a big cause and effect, so I might as well repay them with the Eternal Life Sutra, which would be considered to be fair to them. After all, such an immortal scripture, not to mention these great saints, even quasi-emperors, emperors, or even true immortals would be excited. Even some elderly and powerful people are absolutely willing to pay a huge price to obtain this immortal scripture. Granting them access is already a great gift. Anyway, Suyu didn't want to owe these karmas. For him, there was no benefit in owing so many karmas, so he would rather take out the immortal scriptures to settle it. Of course, if someone is unwilling, Suyu will not refuse. Anyway, there will be a chance to repay it. However, these millions of human geniuses obviously had no idea what was going on. They were all deeply attracted by the effects of the Eternal Life Sutra. I do, too. Almost the moment Suyu finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to agree. Then, without waiting for Suyu's reply, they swore an oath on their own. Then he stepped forward to touch the ball of light and receive the memory of the Eternal Life Sutra. For them, breaking through to the great emperor is obviously impossible. Instead of doing that, they might as well think about how to prolong their lifespan and live longer. It's not bad to be an ancestor-level figure. They have sufficient lifespans, and in the Dharma ending age, an era without great emperors, they are the strongest group. I want one too. Soon, millions of geniuses took oaths one after another and chose the Eternal Life Sutra as compensation for this action. No one can resist the temptation of the immortal scriptures. Suyu took in the entire scene and nodded with satisfaction after finding that no one made a different oath. He said no more, left the ball of memory light behind, turned around and left the secret realm. Although there are still many treasures here, but he doesn't need this. If he could get the secret of the word, Jia, his trip would not be in vain. It took Suyu only about 10 days from entering the secret realm to leaving. During these 10 days, he killed hundreds of thousands of people and frightened many others. Wait until he comes out. At this moment, the geniuses gathered outside the secret realm took a step back unconsciously after seeing his figure, with eye and fear in their eyes. Gurgle, someone swallowed. Although Suyu did not have any murderous intentions at this moment, his brutal fighting record really frightened these people who were known as geniuses outside. Of course, anyone who reaches the upper 3 realms can be called a genius. Not until Suyu left did these geniuses dare to relax their tense bodies and let out a long sigh. Oh my god, is this the god of death? His aura is so strong. Even if he doesn't reveal the slightest aura, I feel like I'm being stared at by a ferocious beast. How could he not be cruel? Who would dare to think of killing hundreds of thousands of people of the same realm? I really don't know how this monster cultivates. Won't his Dantian Chi be exhausted? Who knows? It is said that he has created more than one small world, and his spiritual power may be stored there. Is it fate? It seems that the only person in the world who has cultivated 2 small worlds is the Emperor of Heaven, right? Have you forgotten? Suyu's talent surpasses that of the Heavenly Emperor. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Beyond the Emperor of Heaven. Now his cultivation has reached the level of a quasi-emperor, and with the blessing of infinite luck, it would be quite difficult for Suyu to die. That is to say, he is destined to become an emperor in this life. When everyone is suspicious, Suyu has arrived at the City Lord's mansion of the 7th Imperial Pass. When he arrived, the soldiers from the City Lord's mansion saluted him respectfully and then welcomed him in. Enter the reception room. The garrison commander Lu Qingyan seemed to have expected his arrival and had been tasting tea here early. When Suyu entered the hall, he smelled a fragrance, which was the unique fragrance of the Enlightenment Spirit tea. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist is here, come, take a seat. Seeing Suyu, Lu Qingyan stood up with a smile and welcomed him to sit down. Send the servants away. Lu Qingyan looked at Suyu with a warm smile. This time when Suyu entered the secret realm, he just hoped that Suyu could muddy the waters and cause the death of 10,000 geniuses, which would be enough to replenish the manpower of the 7th Emperor's Pass. Who would have thought he was so awesome? Directly killed 470,000 people. What does this mean? It means that he will have an additional 470,000 people under his command. In the future, when you go to the battlefield, you don't have to worry about not having enough people on your side. Certainly, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the fighting power displayed by Suyu surprised him greatly. One person killed hundreds of thousands of geniuses alone. And still unharmed, even the legendary Emperor of Heaven did not possess such terrifying combat power. Such a person is destined to become an emperor, so this time he took out the spirituality that he had treasured for countless years. He eagerly brewed tea for Suyu and said with a smile, I'm considered dead. I can only live in this imperial pass for the rest of my life. So, I will give these things to you, fellow Taoist. I hope you and I can meet on the battlefield in the future. After that, he put down the teapot, took out a bright golden storage ring and pushed it in front of Suyu, saying seriously, I hope. In the future, I will be able to see you commanding the imperial pass to resist darkness on the battlefield outside the domain. Command the battle at Daguan Pass. This is an honor that only the emperor can have. Suyu glanced at the storage ring and picked it up. After sensing it with his spiritual sense, his pupils suddenly shrank in an instant. When he looked at Lu Qingyan, there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Guardian, your gift. It's a bit big. Chapter 411. A cup of tea enters the 2nd level. Fellow Taoists, watch me how I smash the faces of those who claim to be chess masters. The moment his spiritual sense swept across the storage ring, Suyu took a breath of cold air. After calming down, he looked at Lu Qingyan deeply with a deep gaze. This garrison commander is quite something. Although the fragments of the secret composition of characters only support quasi-emperor level formations, they can instantly comprehend formation diagrams and are famous for being able to form formations with just a wave of the hand. In these several volumes of imperial level techniques in martial arts, the gift is really quite generous. There aren't many things in this storage ring, and the resources for cultivation are quite few, but these few books of martial arts techniques are the only ones that are priceless. Even the top Holy Land would be jealous if they saw it. Just gave it to him. This gift is indeed very big. Lu Qingyan was not afraid of Su Yu's scrutiny at all. He drank a sip of spiritual tea and smiled. No matter what, I was a child of destiny back then, so naturally I had my own opportunities. As he spoke, he also revealed some regrets, saying, but the only regret is that I was not able to complete the secret of the word brew. If I had gathered all the secrets of the word formation, I might have had a chance to compete for the title of emperor instead of dying here. Recalling what happened back then, Lu Qingyan felt a little emotional and dazed. According to the normal flow of time, he has been dead for many years. But for Di Lu, he still has most of his life left. In other words, he will be trapped in the imperial road for thousands of years. Putting away the look of nostalgia, Lu Qingyan continued, in addition to the secret of the word formation, the Lingtian War God Art is an emperor-level technique created by the Lingtian Emperor, and the original life martial soul technique was created by the Yuantian Soul Emperor. It can kill any race except the human race, turning them into one's own martial soul. Fusing with the martial soul can enhance the corresponding advantages, such as the strong defense of the stone race, and can also be stolen. These techniques are all extremely unique imperial-level techniques. If they were sold to the outside world, they would be worth a fortune. If Lingtian Holy Land and Yuantian Holy Land hadn't been destroyed, I naturally wouldn't dare give them to you. But now, they've long been lost to history and you can use them as you please. These techniques should be helpful to you. During the time that Su Yu entered the secret realm, he also collected all the information about Su Yu. He rose suddenly, and his cultivation level improved at an abnormal speed. Such a person fits the image of a genius in troubled times. Having family and valuing friendship. Time to make friends. If the investment is successful, and Su Yu can truly reach the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, or even become a true immortal, who knows, maybe he can also receive some benefits. Not to mention resurrection. At least, it would be better to let yourself die. No need to suffer here. Back then, with the help of the word-forming secret and these emperor-level techniques, I was also a strong contender for the position of the great emperor. But later he died in an ambush and a trap set by the emperor's tomb. When he said this, Lu Qingyan's eyes revealed hatred, a hatred that was deep-rooted. The damned emperor's tomb coveted the fragments of my secret composition and set numerous ambushes for me, ultimately causing me to perish here, becoming an existence even more pitiful than a wandering ghost. Although I was ambushed, I'm no pushover. Over 400 quasi-emperors of the same rank attacked me simultaneously, yet I still managed to kill half of them. Of course, all this is thanks to the secret of word formation. If it weren't for the secret of combining characters to form a formation instantly, and he happened to have several quasi-emperor level killing formations, he might not have been able to kill so many people in that battle. Putting away all his emotions, Lu Qingyan finished the tea in the cup and put it down heavily. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. He shook his head, changed the subject, and then said, with your talent, it shouldn't be difficult to master the secret of word formation. Although your combat prowess is astonishing, don't underestimate the geniuses of all races. You are an outlier, and other races also have outliers. In the beginning, strive for luck and opportunities as much as possible to quickly improve your cultivation, but always keep some things in reserve. When you reach the 100th Imperial Pass, the real killing will begin. Remember, don't let yourself get into a state of exhaustion. Although I didn't make it past level 100, ha 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 ha. Su Yu listened quietly to Lu Qingyan talking about the past. After the other party finished speaking, he slowly said, my goal is to defeat everything and become invincible. Lu Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Invincible. What a ridiculous word. Since ancient times, geniuses have been as numerous as the stars in the sky, but how many are truly invincible? You can count them with one hand. The Emperor of Heaven, the great Emperor of mortals. The unparalleled sword master. 3 people. Throughout the ages, there have been only 3 people who have been invincible and have never been defeated in their lives. The Emperor of Heaven, the most powerful talent throughout the ages, of course, has now been surpassed by Su Yu. How many eras does it take for a mortal emperor to appear? As a mortal, without any spiritual roots or special physique, he achieved the highest level with pure mortal blood and defeated all the immortals and saints at that time. His invincibility illuminates the entire universe. It also started the process for all sects to screen their disciples. You can have no talent, no physique, and no spiritual roots for cultivation. As long as your combat power can surpass that of your peers, you can join the sect. This is truly changing the rules with one's own strength. The unparalleled swordmaster, a natural-born swordmaster, a natural-born sword emperor, was born with visions, with all the swords chiming in unison, bowing to him as the master. At the age of 3, he had mastered the art of swordsmanship, and at the age of 15, he had mastered the art of swordsmanship, reaching the realm of sword saint. After a 300-year period of silence, he entered the path of emperorship at the age of 315, achieving his goal in just 48 years. Push through the Imperial Pass. He has never been defeated in his life. Even if a cultivator of the same realm has reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor, he cannot last more than 10 moves. When he was proving his truth, the Lord of the restricted area attacked him, intending to take over his body. Result. The unparalleled sword master endured the baptism of thunder tribulation for enlightenment, and within 1,000 moves, he killed the Forbidden Zone Supreme who had sublimated to the ultimate realm, and he was a second-generation Supreme. Several Forbidden Area Supreme beings were injured and retreated, and no one dared to take action. After the peerless sword master became an emperor, when he ascended to heaven, he leveled 18 forbidden areas of the universe with just one sword. Among them is the immortal Supreme who has lived for 8 lifetimes. This is what it means to be invincible. Su Yu, is there any hope? Maybe. I hope that when I wake up next time, I can hear the news that you have become an emperor, and I hope even more to hear the news that you can destroy the emperor's tomb. Lu Qingyan smiled. Drink this cup of tea and set off on your journey to conquer the world and become invincible. After making a gesture of invitation, Lu Qingyan looked at Su Yu with a smile full of expectation. Su Yu nodded slightly and said, yes. The day he becomes a quasi-emperor is the day he will no longer hide his edge. Now he is not afraid of anyone. Open up the road to becoming an emperor. No matter who comes, the master of the restricted area or anyone else, they must bow down. After drinking the spiritual tea in one gulp, Su Yu's aura began to boil. In an instant, a surge of energy swept across the entire 7th Imperial Pass. Boom! Thunderclouds filled the air and everyone looked up in horror. Each level of quasi-emperor will trigger a thunder tribulation, and every time you pass through a thunder tribulation, it is proof of climbing towards a higher peak. This is a quasi-emperor tribulation. Someone screamed in horror. However, before they could react, an extremely huge fist shadow rose into the sky in the city lord's mansion, and with one punch, it shattered the thunder tribulation. Boom, the next moment, in the city lord's mansion, the energy and blood were like a dragon, and a terrifying pressure swept out. Only one voice was left for Lu Qingyan. Walking on this road, I will not hesitate, and I will not regret it. Fellow Taoist, watch how I crush the faces of those who claim to be chess masters. Chapter 412, Su Yu's invincibility leads to different reactions from all parties. Su Yu left and headed towards the 8th Imperial Pass. To him, other opportunities are no longer important. He only needs to break through the Emperor's Gate, gain the luck of heaven, and enhance his cultivation. Unless it was a secret technique like the 9 secrets, he might stop to collect it. Nothing else is as important as breaking through the Imperial Pass. Watching Su Yu turn into a stream of light and disappear into the distance, the 7th Imperial Pass guardian Lu Qingyan sat in the reception room, looking at the light disappearing into the sky with a look of emotion in his eyes. Qi and blood are like a dragon, vigorous and full of vitality. If I can remain invincible all the way to becoming an emperor, I'm afraid that within 50 years, I can break the record of the fastest emperor to become an emperor, just like the peerless sword master. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Certainly, there was one more thing he hadn't told Su Yu. That was the actual time when the peerless sword master broke through the Imperial Pass, which should have been 18 years. For the previous 30 years, he was silent in the first 10 Imperial Passes. After that, it took him only 18 years to break through all the Imperial Gates. Almost every time he broke through 10 Imperial Gates, he could break through one level of cultivation. The 9 Imperial Passes ahead. It is safe, and is similar to the 7th Imperial Pass. It is an adventure secret realm where you can unlock the coordinates of the next Imperial Pass by communicating and obtaining random opportunities in the Heavenly Dao secret realm. After passing the 9th Imperial Gate, every Imperial Gate thereafter requires defeating the Imperial Gate garrison commander in order to pass. Only by plundering the luck in the Imperial Pass from the garrison commander can you obtain the coordinates of the next Imperial Pass. That is the combat type Emperor level. The first 9 Imperial Gates are all guarded by those at the 4th level of Quasi-Emperor, while the 10th to the 29th Imperial Gates are all guarded by those at the mid-4th level of Quasi-Emperor to the peak of the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor. But you should be able to. If Su Yu was at the 1st level of Quasi-Emperor, he might not think he had the ability. But now, Su Yu has already reached the 2nd level of Quasi-Emperor. As long as he plunders and devours the energy crystal cores at the 8th Imperial level, he will be able to reach the peak of the 2nd level of Quasi-Emperor. After that, when you reach the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor at the 9th Emperor level, you may be able to try to challenge the 10th Emperor level. Go, time flies. In the Emperor Road, news about Su Yu's performance in the 7th Emperor Pass spread throughout the entire Emperor Road within just 1 month. After learning the whole story, countless geniuses were dumbfounded. Fuck, he's at the same level and can kill hundreds of thousands of geniuses by himself. Is he really a human? This is a monster in human skin. Oh my god, with a monster like this living in the same era as us, do we still have a chance of becoming an emperor? Don't panic. No matter how strong Su Yu is, he's just one person. If he takes his heavenly heart seal, there are still 11 spots left for the great Emperor of Enlightenment. We can't match him, so we should think about the other spots. That's right, there are only a few top-tier geniuses this time. Excluding Sun Shengwang, Beishan, Lin Wang, Wang Hang, Ji Shijun, and the 3 quasi-emperors of the demonic path, the others are not well known either. We still have a chance. Yes, now that Baishan is dead, we have lost another strong contender for the throne of the great emperor. Our chances are better now. With Beishan's death, there are only 7 world-famous top-level immortals left, and there are at least 4 imperial thrones for them to covet. Let's go, keep up. Let's go to the 8th Imperial Pass together. After Su Yu's battle record was revealed, countless people were shocked. And on a Death Star within the 7th Imperial Pass. The figure of Lin Huang, with white hair and wearing a black and white robe, burst out from the ground and arrived above the planet in the blink of an eye. He looked at Xi Shin who was shaking violently below, with a playful look on his lips. In his hand, within a ball of light, there was an irregular round core. This is the core of the planet. He used magic to shrink it into a small ball. After the darkness eroded the Death Star, the mutated core was used to refine combat soldiers. We can refine combat soldiers with attacks that devour and consume spiritual energy. If it were an ordinary person, he might not know where to start. But I am different. My master once gave me the supreme weapon refining method, which can be used to refine special combat weapons. Emperor Lin was talking to himself, but after he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp and he said, "Go, find the dead stars that have been devoured by dark creatures, and bring me all the mutant cores." The words fell. The space behind him suddenly twisted, and then several young men with the aura of perfection in the great saint realm stepped out, saying solemnly, "I will follow the young master's orders." "Young master, there's news about Su Yu." Suddenly, a young man came forward and told all the information about Su Yu. After hearing the news, Emperor Lin fell silent. However, he soon laughed and said, "Multiple small worlds of spiritual energy storage. Nothing more than that. You guys go down, he's not important." Yes, several young men nodded, and soon their bodies disappeared into the void again. Standing there for a long time, Emperor Lin watched as the Death Star below began to tremble violently and gradually disintegrate until it was completely reduced to pieces. Only then did he turn and leave. With multiple small worlds we don't have to worry about them bursting. Snort. 1,000,000 years have passed since I was sent down to this Qinggang. Converted into the time of the upper realm, it should have been 10,000 years, right? Once we take control of this place we can go back. Father, mother, master, I will make you understand that I am your only pride. Swish. The Emperor's body twisted instantly, and then disappeared. Another place. Wang Heng and his companions also walked out of a secret realm of heaven. Judging from the smiles on their faces, they must have gained a lot from this trip. Let's go, let's head to the next Imperial Pass. Ji Shijun put away the energy crystal core and said with emotion, only the first 9 Imperial Passes have such benefits. There are countless secret realms for us to explore. Once we pass the 9th Emperor level, we'll have to start experiencing real life and death battles. The first 10 Imperial Gates are a hurdle, because in order to pass through each Imperial Pass and obtain the coordinates of the next Imperial Pass, you must defeat the garrison commander. The minimum clearance ability for the first 29 Imperial Gates is the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor. The road to becoming an emperor is the final watershed for separating mediocre people from geniuses. If you can pass it, you are a genius. You can constantly improve your cultivation. You can choose to give up, or enter the Emperor's Pass normally to communicate, or do some Emperor's Pass tasks, get some rewards, and then slowly pass the level. There are no other shortcuts. Wang Heng nodded and said, "Let's go." As they chatted, they headed towards the coordinates of the 8th Imperial Pass. But, just as they approached the 8th Imperial Pass and the magnificent walls of the 8th Imperial Pass appeared in their sight, the terrifying pressure that could frighten the great saint to his knees and prostrate himself suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, they saw Su Yu rushing out from the 8th Imperial Pass. Seeing this scene, the three of them looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. It's only been a short time since Su Yu conquered the 8th Imperial Pass. Chapter 413, breaking through the 8th Emperor's level in one day. Demonstrating invincibility. Several people stopped where they were and looked at the direction where Suyu was going away, feeling a little dazed. The gap between them and Suyu was very small 10 years ago. Others may not know how much Suyu has improved, but Wang Heng definitely knows. He had met Suyu when he entered the Jianyang realm. At that time, he had fought with Suyu. Although he did not fight to the death with Suyu, he could still feel Suyu's limits. It is an existence that is not much different from him. However, after Suyu broke through to the celestial realm, the gap suddenly widened. To the Holy Land, Great Saint Realm, the gap between the two has gradually widened. Although he was now stronger than his ancestor, the Void Emperor, who was at the same level as him, he became mediocre compared to Suyu. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. If one can remain invincible at the same level even at a high level, he is already considered an extremely terrifying genius. However, Suyu has always maintained the ability to fight across levels. Now, everyone is at the same level, but he is far ahead. Let's go to Emperor's Pass first. Putting aside his depressed mood, Wang Heng cheered up and said with a smile, let's find out what he did to be able to pass the Imperial level so quickly. Ji Shijun and Fan Jian nodded and said okay. The three of them stepped into the Imperial Pass. Once you enter Daguan, you can see tens of thousands of Daguan residents discussing what happened before. Tisk, so strong. The Void Emperor of the same realm, who evolved from the destiny of heaven, was defeated by him just like that. This is the first person who was able to complete the secret realm in one day, and the energy crystal core was taken away just like that. Yes, if we clear the level so quickly, those who come later will be in trouble. The power they gain will definitely be reduced by 50%. After Ji Shijun heard the content of their conversation, his expression became a little strange. He turned his head and said to Wang Heng, look, they say that in the secret realm of the 8th Emperor's Pass, there's the Void Emperor of the same realm who evolved from the destiny of the heavenly Tao. Your ancestors, being beaten by Suyu's one-day speedrun. Wang Heng's face flushed red as he said, I can hear you. Can you please stop talking? Suyu quickly defeated the Void Emperor who was at the same level. This is the ancestor of their Wang family, the proudest person in the Wang family, and the ancestor who created their imperial clan, the Wang family. They have always aimed to become as invincible as their ancestors. Result, their family's legend was shattered by Suyu. Thank you, I'm really pissed off. Fan Jian said seriously, it's not that the Void Emperor is weak, it's that Brother Su is too strong. Brother Wang, please don't mind it. The Void Emperor has been invincible his entire life. There is no way he can be weak. Hearing this, Wang Heng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I don't know whether to thank him for his comfort or what to do. Are our ancestors weak? No, our ancestors are definitely not weak. Our ancestor had once raised a restricted area, how could he be weak? Let's go and enter the secret realm to test the strength of the Void Emperor who is in the same realm. Ji Shijun patted Wang Heng's shoulder and said with a smile. They are all people who have cultivated multiple small cellular worlds. Although his use of the cell world is not as good as Suyu's, the combat power he displays is no weaker than Baishan. Even, it can be said that it can completely kill Baishan in seconds. When Emperor Lin challenged them, they were all at the first level of Quasi-Emperor realm. Baishan was defeated by Lin Huang in less than 10 moves. Fan Jian lasted 12 moves, and Ji Shijun lasted 20 moves. As for Wang Heng, his talent and comprehension were even stronger, and with the blessing of the Void Beast's bloodline, his comprehension of the Void laws was naturally stronger, so he persisted longer for a full 50 moves. Therefore, the combat power of the three of them is far beyond Baishan. Baishan, a top-level immortal species during the Great Saint Realm period and held in high regard by the Qingqiu Fox clan, has grown a nine-tailed beast after entering the Quasi-Emperor realm and has undergone another rebirth. Still lagging behind, this is the realm of cultivation. The further you advance, the harder it is to maintain top-level combat power. The reason why they were able to cross the border to fight in the early stage was that their own development had not yet reached its limit, and it could even be said to be a very small part. But when you reach a higher level, the situation is different. The skills practiced are of similar levels, and the development of the human body has also reached its limit. Want to accumulate different combat power? Then we have to find another way. Soon, the three of them entered the secret realm of the 8th Emperor's Pass at the same time. But, a few days later, Wang Heng was the first to come out, followed by Ji Shijun, and Fan Jian came out a day later than them. After coming out, the three of them gathered together again. Who did you meet? Wang Heng couldn't help asking as he looked at the two silent people. Fan Lan raised his head, opened his mouth, and said, I encountered a top-level immortal species from our Tianlin ancient star millions of years ago. I fought him for 5 days, and we were evenly matched. In the end, I relied on the power of the small cellular world to defeat him. Originally, he wanted to rely on the power of his own Dantian to fight against the top immortal species. After all, he was confident that he was not weaker than the top-level immortal species. Well, the fact is just as he expected. His personal limit is comparable to the top-level immortal species. If it were not for the power of the small world, he would not be able to defeat the top-level immortal species at all. This is the top-level immortal combat power that has broken through to the Quasi-Emperor. If he had not cultivated the cellular world, his combat power would have been one level weaker than that of the top-level immortal species after he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor level. This result was a little hard for him to accept. Hearing his words, Ji Shijun raised his head and said bitterly, I met the ancestor of my Ji family, the supreme being who wields the power of Shaoyan. I mobilized the full power of the 11 small cellular worlds at my disposal, and ultimately defeated the ancestor at the cost of severe injuries. I recovered after swallowing the rewarded heavenly Daoluk energy crystal core. For a long time, the Ji family has had a very low understanding of their ancestor, believing that they were at the level of top-level immortals. But the truth is, the ancestor Xuanyuan is far superior to the top immortal species. It is truly a posture that is close to that of an immortal. If the top-level immortal species were in front of the ancestor, they would only be crushed and blown up. He also estimated his true combat power. In terms of the power of the basic small world and his basic cultivation, if he did not use the cell small world, his combat power would not be stronger than Baishan. Even weaker, more than 2 levels weaker. What about you? The two looked at Wang Heng and asked. Hearing this, Wang Heng fell silent, his eyes fluctuating. Finally, he sighed and said, I also met the ancestor of my Wang family. Without using the small world, my attainments in the void are not stronger than those of my ancestors at the same level and are even much lower. Only by harnessing the power of the cellular world can one be on par with ancestors of the same realm. It will take all our strength to defeat the ancestors in 4 days. After saying this, the three of them fell silent. So, we've been left so far behind. At this moment, the 3 self-important top geniuses fell silent. Chapter 414, the universe is in turmoil and the forbidden area is beginning to revive. When leaving the 8th Imperial Pass, Suyu naturally noticed Wang Heng and others who had just arrived at the Imperial Pass. However, he did not go up to say hello. Everyone has their own opportunities, there is no need to stop. The most important thing is that there has always been a vague sense of crisis lingering around the Mike's immortal platform, which makes him a little nervous. This has never happened before, and there is a sense of crisis now. It must be because something happened that could threaten his life. And in this world, if you want to resolve these crises, you can only continuously improve yourself until you reach the supreme realm, so that you will not be afraid of any threat. It's still weak, Su Yu sighed. During the flight, he took out the energy crystal core he obtained when he defeated the Void Emperor in the Tianyao secret realm. The crystal core is blue, and is surrounded by the rhythm of the Tao. If you swallow the crystal core, he felt that his cultivation might lead to the third level of quasi-emperor. Swallow it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Su Yu put the crystal core into his mouth. With his current physical strength, let alone chewing the crystal core, even eating fairy gold would be easy for him. Although the magical power of swallowing gold has been transformed into the power of law. However, the effect of swallowing metal to increase physical strength has not been diminished. He has also eaten a lot of rare fairy gold over the years. However, it was finally discovered that the immortal gold was not very effective in improving the physical body, and it was far inferior to keeping the immortal gold to forge quasi-emperor war weapons. After forging the quasi-emperor war weapon and gathering the basic conditions for the desolate infinite star sword formation, he also had a major life-saving trump card. The crisp sound of the crystal core breaking rang out in his mouth. As the crystal core shattered, a stream of pure and powerful energy also flowed through Su Yu's body. In an instant, the aura on his body began to vibrate. Then it kept rising. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the second level of quasi-emperor. In just a moment, the quasi-emperor's thunder tribulation surged in from the surrounding void, gathering towards Su Yu with the power of annihilation. Boom! In the Imperial Pass, Su Yu's realm rose like a rocket. And outside the Imperial Pass, the universe at this time is a completely different scene. Before and after the Emperor Road was opened, the changes were almost two completely different things. Above Xuantian, as the trembling of the Xuantian ancient star ended, countless ancient beings awakened from the top holy places of the human race standing in Xuantian, including the holy places of the Xuantian demon clan and the demon clan. Tianji Tower, the 9-story Tianji Tower, an immortal sect standing in the central region, looks like a building standing under a starry sky in the dark night. The galaxy is hanging down, and the starlight is shining against the background, making it look ethereal and fairy-like. The signs of the Forbidden Zone's revival are becoming increasingly apparent. It seems that even the Forbidden Zone can no longer withstand this final golden age. Everyone is making their last struggle. Entering the 9th floor of the Tianji Tower is like walking into the deep space of the universe. There are starlight spots everywhere, and each bright star represents an ancient star. Upon closer inspection, there are some small black dots spreading among these stars. The little black dot represents the Forbidden Zone of life dormant on the stars. Under normal circumstances, the black spots would disappear and could not be detected, but at this moment, all the restricted areas showed signs of recovery. Those terrifying beings are all preparing to awaken. The stars reflected in the eyes of the Holy Lord Tianyan, and as the light flickered, he slowly spoke, who can remain unscathed in the position of world destruction. They don't care if the universe ends, they only care about themselves. Everyone wants to harvest the last blood food, just to break out of the Chinkang cage and rush to the upper realm when the universe shatters. There was a hint of sarcasm on the old face of old man Tianji. Break out of the cage and rush to the upper realm. Joke. He stood up, picked up a star in front of him and examined it carefully, saying quietly, in that vast and boundless deep space, there are no precise coordinates, no teleportation formations, no true immortal cultivation. How can we even reach the upper realm beyond deep space? It's just the struggle of a dying man. Instead of doing those useless things, it's better to save your energy to fight against the darkness that is sweeping over us. How did a group of people who abandoned their race, their personalities, and everything else for their own sake become emperors? His words were full of disdain for the group of Forbidden Zone Supremes. How can such a person become an emperor? How did they become emperors back then? Hearing this, the Holy Lord Tianyan smiled, his tone a little emotional, and said, after being invincible, they know there are realms above, and they know there is a supreme fairyland. How can they give up the charm of immortality? Longevity. Since ancient times, it has been the target of countless powerful people. When they were young, they only wanted to be invincible and become supremely powerful. But when the time comes, they begin to fear death and desire immortality, no longer expecting to be invincible, but to live forever. This is the change in human nature. However, even the immortal lords and even the immortal kings cannot achieve immortality, so how can a few ants dare to dream of achieving immortality? Old man Tianji shook his head and added, longevity. Even in places like the upper realm, true immortals, immortal lords, and immortal kings dare not talk about immortality. They will also be troubled by their lifespan. A true immortal has a lifespan of 1 million years, an immortal lord has a lifespan of 10 million years, and an immortal king has a lifespan of 1 billion years. They are all constants. Of course, the speed of time flow in the upper world is completely different from that in the lower world. 10,000 years in the upper realm. It has been millions of years in the lower world. In other words, if the immortal king lies dormant in the lower world, it can be considered as immortality. The Holy Lord Tianyan smiled and said nothing more. However, just as the two were about to leave the 9th floor observatory, boom, the entire Tianji Tower began to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had erupted, with extremely intense shaking and tremors. At the same time, in the observatory, the stars with black spots also began to tremble. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two men changed drastically. They looked at each other and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Dark turmoil. The restricted area is revived. How could it be so fast? Generally speaking, the time for the Forbidden Zone to revive usually comes when the Emperor's road is about to be broken, because at that time the Heavenly Heart Seal will appear. In order to hunt for the best blood food, the Lords of the Forbidden Zone will launch a dark turmoil at this time to harvest the entire universe. Because only after harvesting the universe can they instantly recover to their peak. Only then were they considered complete and supreme. Instead of being mutilated by cutting yourself, swish. For a moment, the two did not dare to delay for a moment and walked out of the observatory at the same time to the outside world. When they walked out, he saw that above a life-restricted area on the edge of the central region, the space had been completely shattered, turning into a void deep space, completely different from the bright blue sky around it. The shattered space was filled with a sense of dead silence and destruction, which made people begin to feel fear in their hearts. When Saint Tianyan and old man Tianji saw this scene, their expressions suddenly turned ashen. Damn it, why is the restricted area resurrecting now? Boom, at this moment, a black beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky from the shattered space, revealing a strong aura of death and extremely strong pressure from the incomplete Emperor realm. Let's begin, harvest time. Hee. Chapter 415, Crisis abounds, the death side hangs overhead. This clear and cold voice came to the ears of both of them at the same time, carrying with it bloodthirstiness, expectation, and a brutal emotion that penetrated deep into their bones. Hearing the sound, the two of them looked extremely ugly, then soared into the sky and flew towards the restricted area of life. In just a moment, the two of them arrived outside the penalty area. Looking at the bloody and deadly aura below, a forbidden area rife with evil, the Holy Lord Tianyan shouted like thunder, Bloodblade Supreme, the world is not yet stable, why are you reviving now? They could ignore everything else, but this time the forbidden areas of the entire universe revived at the same time, which was an unprecedented event. In the past, when restricted areas were revived, they would be revived and harvested in turns. Otherwise, how could there be enough creatures in the universe for them to divide up? This full recovery obviously has huge problems. Upon hearing the voice of Saint Lord Tianyan, a tremendous divine thought was suddenly released in the restricted area. Even the quasi-emperor would tremble in fear before such a powerful divine thought. It turns out to be Tianyan and Tianji. Sensing the breath of the two people, the divine thought in the restricted area sent out a hint of surprise. But soon, that cruel voice sounded leisurely. You two should stop meddling in other people's business. Qingkang is about to enter an era of chaos and disorder where order will collapse and the laws of the universe will be in disarray. The encroachment of darkness grows stronger and stronger. What if the entire universe mobilizes to resist darkness? It will still face collapse, just 1,000 or 800 years later. Instead of doing that, why not help us and preserve a little spark for this universe? Once we break through the boundaries and reach the upper realm, perhaps we can even continue the spark for Qingkang. The order of the universe collapsed, darkness prevailed, and the laws were in chaos and disorder. These are all signs of collapse. Then, the voice full of cruelty and unbearable bloodthirstiness sounded again. In this life, too many great medicines have appeared. It's enough for all of the supreme beings to divide up. You, Tianyan and Tianji, carry the will of the guides and observers of the upper realm. Even if the future collapses, there is still hope of escaping. There was a hint of regret in his voice when he said this. What a pity. If we hadn't been hunting you down, the higher realms would have sensed it and sent down a world-destroying catastrophe before we even had time to escape. Otherwise, we can go further by hunting down those who are killing you, Tianyan and Tianji. So get out of here. You two, the people from the two great sects, are nothing more than poison tonics in the eyes of the supreme beings. If you eat it, you will die. We are too lazy to kill you. All supreme beings will choose to avoid people from Tianyan and Tianji. Nothing else. Very confident. Anyone who dares to challenge the two major immortal sects, no matter whether he is the supreme or the true immortal, will be wiped out. Are you a true immortal? Then they will send out the immortal lord. If you have the fighting power of an immortal lord, then their immortal king will also take action. That's what's so scary. No one dared to challenge their majesty. Saint Tianyan wanted to speak, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. Not fighting. What are they fighting for? How could they not fight for blood and food? They don't care about the rise and fall of the universe, life and death. They only care about themselves. Seeing him like this, Blood Saber Supreme's voice rang out again, with a hint of amusement, saying, by the way, although all our restricted areas have revived much earlier than before. But they still have some time to survive. In 20 years, when the dark creatures begin their general offensive, we will take action. Ha ha ha, remember to tell them that in 20 years, those ants can still live peacefully for another 20 years. Ha ha ha, boom, in an instant, the aura that the heaven and earth could not bear suddenly disappeared, and the broken space gradually healed. Everything returned to calm, only, all the top holy places were in turmoil, and countless old monsters crawled out from the ground and walked out of the immortal marrow. Even if it means losing countless years of their lifespan, they don't care. Right now, in the eastern wasteland, in the Jushao Holy Land. People from Tianshuan and Zaiwei Holy Land have already arrived here, and dozens of quasi-emperors have gathered together. The restricted area is resurrected. For the three religions of the eastern wasteland, this is not a good thing. The powerful quasi-emperor 7th level skeleton spoke in an extremely solemn tone. A Taishuan that has been split into three religions is not recognized by the upper realm, the quasi-emperor sighed deeply. If Taishuan's sect's magic was still there, then he would still be Taishuan. Even if the sect did not have a quasi-emperor, those supreme beings would not dare to act rashly in front of Taishuan. If you dare to destroy Taishuan, then wait for the arrival of Taishuan from the upper realm. But now, they are not Taishuan, they are just the three inheritors of Taishuan after its destruction. These three religions only have Taishuan roots, instead of the branch of Taishuan immortal sect. What a pity. If given more time, Suyu might be able to comprehend the Taishuan immortal technique. In this occasion where only the quasi-emperor was present, the elegant and holy Lord Zhao Hongjun was also among them. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his cultivation had already reached the quasi-emperor level. Zhao Hongjun looked at the size of the ancestors and said in a deep voice, back then, junior brother entered the thatched cottage of the first ancestor and inherited the Taishuan true meaning according to the first ancestor's will. At the same time, when he returned to the sect last time, he had already learned all the 9 peaks kung fu techniques. With the addition of Zaiwei and Tianshuan's methods, we have gathered everything. Hearing his words, the quasi-emperors looked at him, somewhat surprised and doubtful. You mean, that little guy has already obtained all the skills? Zhao Hongjun smiled and said, yes, my intuition tells me that his talent and understanding are extraordinary, far surpassing those of immortals. Therefore, as early as when he was still a great sage, I asked the Saint Masters of Zaiwei and Tianshuan to pass on the Dharma to him. So, we are not without hope. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant brilliance. Good. As long as they can quickly leave the Imperial Pass, and Suyu can comprehend the Dharma within, then when he emerges from the pass and returns to the Nine Heavens ancestral land, he can inject the Dharma into Taishuan Peak, and the upper realm will immediately sense it. Then we can only leave it to fate and see who is faster. Well, that's fine. When the three sects gather together, everyone will burn their lifespans regardless of the cost and activate the remaining formations of the former immortal sects. This will also allow them to resist the Great Emperor's erosion. Unless a supreme being who has lived 4 or more lifetimes comes in person, we can stop them. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was not as depressing as before. In this atmosphere of discussing the relocation and merger of the three religions, only Zhao Hongjun, with a smile on his face, quietly retreated. And his smile gradually faded. Walking out of the sect hall, he looked up at the sky that had just healed in the life forbidden zone in the distance. Looking at the forbidden zone that had just fallen silent in the distance, he felt that it was like a scythe of death lying across Jushao's head. As soon as he explodes, he will instantly be killed by Jushao. Well, junior brother, I hope your breakthrough in the Imperial path will be as smooth as ever. Chapter 416, if you dare to speak so arrogantly, I can send you to reincarnation with one shot. At the easternmost end of the universe, there is a void. There is not a single star in the area within billions of light years. It is like a place of nothingness. And in this land of nothingness, however, there are countless terrifying existences, and each of them has an aura that is not weaker than that of the 9th level of the quasi-emperor. They stood majestically in the void, sitting cross-legged and practicing. Only a little spiritual consciousness is communicating in the void. Quasi-emperor Dudian, I didn't expect you to be able to survive in the restricted area. Looking at the posture of your body, are you living a second life as a quasi-emperor? A streak of light passed by and stopped in the void. Countless divine thoughts enveloped it in an instant. Under the pressure of such a terrifying existence, even if there were a third-level quasi-emperor strongman here, his soul would be instantly annihilated by the countless divine thoughts passing by. Nothing else. Every divine thought has a terrifying aura. Even the heavenly Tao will deliberately ignore this place. However, facing the scans of countless divine thoughts, the aura of the person who came did not weaken at all. Instead, he was like a blazing fire, emitting his own pressure in this empty space. The pressure stretched across the sky, and his invincible spirit was displayed, as if even the will of heaven was on his side and he dared to fight. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the person coming was a middle-aged man with a majestic and handsome face, like a banished immortal. He had a tall and straight figure, dressed in a white robe, his long hair moving slightly, and his eyes were as dazzling as if they contained a vast sea of stars. A handsome middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, facing these spiritual senses that were sweeping like a storm, with arrogance in his eyes. He looked down on the world and did not take anyone seriously. A bunch of old immortals, surviving until now with the help of endless immortal marrow crystals. Even with their aura so rotten, they still dared to come out and fight for the throne. The voice of Quasi-Emperor Dudian was very loud and spread throughout the void. His tone was full of contempt. Obviously, he looked down upon each of these old monsters. But he does have the qualifications. In the Dharma ending age, one can reach the state of Quasi-Emperor great perfection by relying on oneself without relying on holy places and dare to challenge the forbidden areas. This is a courage that countless Quasi-Emperors and great perfection people do not have. This is because, even if someone who can defeat the Emperor enters, he will most likely die. But he came out alive, and he even came back to the present world. Live a second life, with the breath of a dragon, able to break the sky. Countless people's minds became dazed, but then, a cold laugh was heard. You're still as arrogant as ever. If the Yuha Forbidden Zone revives, Yuha Supreme will probably come personally and kill you, the thief who lifted the lid of his coffin, right? Just like your disciple, disgusting. When he comes out of the Emperor Road and reaches the end of the Emperor Road, I'm afraid he will be besieged by countless powerful people, right? Hearing this cold voice, Dudian Quasi-Emperor glanced over and instantly located the source of the voice. He then said calmly, you reek of vixen, and you are unworthy enough to be here and make trouble for my disciples. When he comes out, he and I will kill you first. After living out his second life, not only was his strength at its peak, but his soul, body, and spiritual power had also reached the extreme point. Even defeating the Emperor would be easy. He is in such a state now that even if the Emperor himself comes, he can't do anything to him. With the Do character secret and the Lin character secret given to him by Su Yu, few people here can be his opponent. He doesn't take these people seriously. Hearing what Dudian Quasi-Emperor said, the old fox was not angry. Instead, he smiled sinisterly and said, really, we'll talk about it after he can get out alive. On the contrary, you are too dangerous. You are so arrogant. When the heavenly heart mark appears, the first person to be liquidated will be you, right? Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying punch instantly exploded the void of space, and even the stars billions of light years away were dimmed by the aftermath. Dudian, what are you doing? In an instant, a huge eight-tailed fox appeared, standing in the empty space, with all the white hair on its body standing up. Obviously he was furious. Old fox, put away your disgusting face. I am not an old thing like you who needs to hide and conserve my strength and lifespan to wait for the arrival of the heavenly heart mark. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you right now. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the eyes of Quasi-Emperor Dudian. This murderous intent was so shocking that even the space could not bear it at all and cracked inch by inch. You, the white-haired old fox said in a shocked and angry tone. However, before he could finish his words, what greeted him this time was the fist shadows of Dudian Quasi-Emperor that rained down like raindrops. Boom, the great Tao was surging, and the space was shattered in an instant. The first layer of void, the second layer of void, the third layer of void, the fourth layer of void directly broke the sixth layer of void. The power was so strong that all the supreme powers looked solemn and fearful. What a powerful force. I told you, if you dare say another word, I'll chop you off right now, you old bastard. Quasi-Emperor Dudian raised his head slightly, his tone full of disdain. An old fox, why is he so arrogant? Hearing this, the old white-haired fox lost his temper instantly. Although his white fur was still standing upside down, he didn't dare to say another word. Although both are quasi-emperors who have reached the 9th level of perfection, he is also an 8-tailed celestial fox. If he really had to fight to the death with a fighting madman like Dudian, he would definitely be the one to die. Damn Dudian, you are so arrogant. When those restricted areas come into being, I will kill you first, the white-haired old fox cursed secretly in his heart. No one here dares to touch Dudian's edge. After all, this guy is a powder keg that can explode at any time. Countless powerful divine thoughts retreated like a tide, and Dudian Quasi-Emperor snorted and said, whatever plans you have, I don't care about them. However, if anyone dares to plot against my Dudian disciples behind their backs. Buzz. In an instant, an incomparable, skin-tingling, star-bursting gun energy suddenly rose. The blue divine spear fell into the hands of Quasi-Emperor Dudian. In an instant, unparalleled sharpness burst out, and billions of light years away, stars fell one after another. Then first ask Tianyuan in my hand if he agrees. Just like this old fox. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the Tianyuan divine spear shot out, directly breaking through countless layers of space and distance, and nailed to the tail of the white-haired old fox. Roar. An inhumane roar exploded, dimming countless stars. The aura of the Quasi-Emperor's great perfection burst out. For a moment, the entire universe felt this terrifying power rising from the end and covering the entire starry sky. Dudian, the roar of the white-haired old fox exploded, and countless Quasi-Emperors in the universe seemed to have heard this scream. For a moment, it caused all the strong men to feel a chill and get goosebumps all over their bodies. Quasi-Emperor Dudian retracted the Tianyuan divine spear, stood with the spear in his hand, the tip of the spear pointing in the direction of those with bad intentions, and his words were full of arrogance. If you dare to speak so arrogantly, I, the Emperor, can send you to the cycle of reincarnation with one shot. Boom. Chapter 417. The 9th Imperial Pass. Holy Son Su Yu, please come into the city for a chat. In the Emperor's Road, after Su Yu swallowed the crystal core, the huge amount of essence of spiritual energy was not enough for him to break through. It took absorbing the spiritual energy from billions of miles around before he was able to break through. After breaking through the 3rd level of thunder tribulation of the Quasi-Emperor, his cultivation gradually stabilized. Soon, Su Yu looked inward at his own data, and a transparent personal attribute panel appeared in front of him. The Destiny Villain System. Host Su Yu. Fate Raging Purple Light. Cultivation. Quasi-Emperor Realm 3rd level plus. Title. The First Appearance of Invincibility. Villain value 2,172,145,300. System Mall. Plus. Kung Fu Column Transformation. Void Sword Skill. Magic Toad Swallowing Moon Magic Skill. Corpse Immortal Tribulation Heaven. Tao Suppressing Fist. Titan Howling Moon. 9 Slashes of the Emperor of Heaven. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power. Golden Crow Transforming into Yang Visualization Method Automatically Practicing. Backpack Time Sky Sword. Beluo Sword. 5 Animals Demon Feather Fan. Futian Stick. Killing Sword. Soul Refining Banner. Sunfire God Plate. Wandao Soldiers Natal Combat Weapons. Current task Devour the Azure Universe 3% 100%. After looking at the rough data given by the system, Su Yu felt a little more at ease. The improvement of cultivation and the accumulation of villain value are the basis of one's confidence. However, the data provided by the system panel is only approximate. As of now, my true combat power should be comparable to that of a Quasi-Emperor at the peak of the 4th level. If I unleash my full strength and use all my trump cards, I might even be able to fight against a quasi-emperor at the peak of the 6th level. Su Yu thought to himself, the progress over fighting the small cellular world hasn't fallen behind too much. He knew very well that the data was just superficial. In reality, his combat power could easily reach the forbidden realm of the gods. There are currently over 70 small cellular worlds, but only the 13 that I am most familiar with have been transformed into the power of laws. But even so, there seemed to be endless fighting spirit burning in Su Yu's eyes. I've used all my trump cards, and the power of the small world has fully erupted. I can try to challenge the 7th level of quasi-emperor or even the peak of the 7th level. Now he no longer bothers to use the entire power of the small world. If all are used, his fighting power is completely at an incredible level. Once you reach the 9th level, you can defeat the emperor or even kill him. Of course, the Emperor of Destiny is different. He is not in the same league as the Emperor at all. The difference between the Great Emperor and the Emperor of Destiny is almost out of a class. The supreme being who entered the secret realm of time, give me some time, and I'll tear your bones apart and make soup. Su Yu's current progress is all arranged to conquer the Imperial Pass. And while pushing forward, you can also comprehend the power of the laws and improve the small cellular world bit by bit. Master all the laws and condense tens of thousands of law cell worlds. Enough. Suppress the true immortal. Let's not talk about the progress of the technique for now. Even if Washang hasn't reached its peak, it's no weaker than the so-called Emperor level techniques, and even no weaker than the true immortal techniques. It's completely a system of getting stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Secondly, as for martial arts and secret techniques, except for a few, the rest have all been mastered. That's enough. Although Su Yu is very confident, his current foundation is still not enough. Only by constantly accumulating small cellular worlds. This is your real combat power. Of course, the improvement of the physical body is absolutely indispensable, because if you want to unleash spiritual power that exceeds countless levels of yourself, the strength of the physical body and tendons is also indispensable. Otherwise, before he could release his killing move, he would explode and die. While Su Yu was thinking, a huge city wall suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the 9th Imperial Pass. It is also the last outpost of the entire Imperial Road. The last place where the geniuses can obtain the coordinates of the next Imperial Pass by seeking opportunities. Past here, when you reach the 10th Imperial level, you have to rely on combat power to break through all subsequent Imperial levels. There is no safety at all. Arrived in front of Daguan. Rumble, there was a roar from the 9th Emperor's Pass. Obviously, this is to awaken the residents and garrison commanders inside. Su Yu was not in a hurry to go in. Because the Imperial Pass cannot be crossed by flying, one can only enter through the main gate, or with special approval from the garrison commander, release an entrance from the protective formation. Not long, from the walls of the 9th Imperial Pass came the deafening clashing of armor and the sound of orderly footsteps. Immediately following, soldiers wearing blood-stained armor and holding spears appeared one after another. There was no expression on anyone's face. He looked as if he had become numb. As all the soldiers climbed up and stood on the city wall, lights gradually lit up on the wall. Immediately afterwards, the aura of a quasi-emperor gradually spread. In an instant, a figure appeared on the top of the city wall. The man was wearing white armor with many damages and dark red blood stains on the armor. The aura is sharp and the edge is intimidating. If there were a weak person here, he would probably be killed easily with just a glance. Who is coming? Su Yu raised his head slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, Xuantian human clan, Jushao Holy Land, Su Yu. When the man in white armor heard the word Jushao, his eyes actually showed some ripples. Jushao, yes, Su Yu nodded and replied. Then, the white-armored general slowly took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face. However, this handsomeness was tinged with a hint of numbness and a deep-seated bloodthirsty aura. I am Zhao Mingyuan, the 97th holy son of the Jushao Holy Land. Now, how many holy sons has the Jushao Holy Land passed down? The holy son of the Nine Skies appears once every 1,000 years. By the time of Su Yu's lineage, he was already the 199th generation. Su Yu calculated the time frame and concluded that the window for becoming a heavenly emperor was once every 100,000 years, while the window for becoming an ordinary emperor was once every 50,000 years. He was the 97th holy son. Upon hearing this, Su Yu looked at the young man and said seriously, I am the 199th holy son of Jushao, Su Yu. Last name Su. Hearing this surname, Zhao Mingyuan was stunned and asked, how is my Shenshao Zhao family doing? Su Yu replied, the Zhao family still exists, but I am a foreign-born holy son personally appointed by the current holy lord and many ancestors. This answer left Zhao Mingyuan stunned. The son of a foreigner. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyuan looked at Su Yu with some consideration in his eyes and asked, it seems you carry their hopes. Then you can. Boom. The next second, 9 completely different auras of martial arts appeared around Su Yu. That is the unique aura of the 9 Peaks Kung Fu. Bang. Before Zhao Mingyuan finished speaking, a huge divine consciousness suddenly appeared around Su Yu, mixed with some immortal thoughts. I have entered the thatched cottage left by the ancestor and received the immortal technique, Taishu and Zheni, bestowed upon me by the ancestor. Zhao Mingyuan felt that aura, which indeed caused the Shenshao Tianlei Ce. He practiced to have a slight tremor, which made him no longer have any doubts about Su Yu's identity. In an instant, the numb expression disappeared, replaced by a sense of nostalgia. It seems that in this life, my Taishu immortal sect will be able to regain its glory. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the gate of the 9th Imperial Pass burst open. Saint Sun Su Yu, please come into the city for a chat. Chapter 418 I am Taishuan finally going to reappear in the world. Obviously, Zhao Mingyuan also knew the importance of Su Yu. Although he was trapped in this dark Imperial road and didn't know how long it would take for him to die, and although he was suffering every moment. Even though the will has become numb, it can even be said to have collapsed. But his belief in revitalizing Jushao and restoring Taishuan has not wavered. He still has Jushao in his heart. This is a belief ingrained in him as a member of the Zhao family. Although his seniority and cultivation level were higher than Su Yu's, when he knew that Su Yu had been recognized by the ancestor and even unanimously recognized by all the heroic souls in the 9 skies, he regarded Su Yu as the number 1. As long as he could help Su Yu, he would have no regrets even if he died. Su Yu smiled slightly, then flew towards the 9th Imperial Pass. Enter the 9th Emperor's Pass. What caught my eye were the residents and soldiers who had just awakened from hibernation. Each of them had a cultivation level no lower than the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. Only, everyone's face was numb and empty. Unable to kill or commit suicide, they can only suffer endless torture. How can they endure such a life? If it weren't for the rules of the Emperor's Road. Judging from the state of these people, even if the geniuses of all races come here, they will only become their food. Take your eyes off their faces. Su Yu saw Zhao Mingyuan, a handsome man in white armor and a tattered cloak, slowly walking towards him. Seeing this, Su Yu clasped his fist towards him and said solemnly, Greetings, Senior Mingyuan. A smile appeared on Zhao Mingyuan's face. He returned the greeting and said, Saint Su Yu, you are welcome. As he spoke, a hint of self-mockery appeared on his face, and he said, I am just a loser, not worthy of the title of senior. Do those who died on the Imperial Road still have the qualifications to be called seniors by future generations? I don't have any qualifications at all. He's just a guy who wasted the sect's resources. Su Yu smiled slightly and said, this is different. Zhao Mingyuan waved his hand, not letting him continue, and said, let's go. The Imperial Pass has just opened, and there's nothing much to see. Come with me to the City Lord's mansion. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion and have a chat. Tell me what's happening outside now. Su Yu nodded and followed Zhao Mingyuan's figure to fly towards the City Lord's mansion. Soon, the two came to the City Lord's mansion. When they entered, Su Yu smelled a fresh and pleasant scent. After the two of them sat down, a soldier came forward to pour tea. Su Yu noticed that there was desire in the eyes of these soldiers who served tea, a desire for the taste of the tea. Go down, divide the tea among yourselves. Zhao Mingyuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, there's still some spiritual rice in the warehouse as well as some monster meat. Let's cook it. Everyone has just recovered, so let's eat a good meal to suppress the desire to die. Hearing this, the soldiers were overjoyed and quickly said, thank you, sir. Soon, a group of soldiers walked out of the City Lord's mansion and began to count the inventory. If it were the outside world, they would certainly eavesdrop, but since they were dead in the Imperial Road, they didn't want to hear any information. They just wanted to eat a bite of rice, a bite of meat, and drink something. After everyone left, Su Yu pondered for a while, then took out a storage ring and handed it over. There's rice, flour, grain, oil, and some spirit wine in here. Senior, please accept it. If an ordinary person were to receive a gift, he or she might refuse it. But it was different for Zhao Mingyuan and others who died on the Imperial Road. Upon hearing this, they immediately put away their storage rings. Even if he is a quasi-emperor, he needs these things. The torture of Emperor Lu is not as simple as staying awake all the time. There's also the feeling of hunger and various pains that will affect the body. Tell me about how Zhu Xiao is doing now. I also want to know something about what's happening in the outside world. Zhao Mingyuan said. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled, and then told him some of the things he knew. After all, he is a monk. If we really start talking, it will take days and nights to finish talking about these things. The two chatted. Time also passed by little by little. During this time, they drank cup after cup of tea. If we were to count the time, the two of them talked for a full 4 hours. The two were still not satisfied until the soldiers prepared the meal and brought it to them. The meals consisted of ordinary spiritual rice, some spiritual fruits and monster meat. Su Yu didn't eat anything, just watched Zhao Mingyuan show off his food. After eating and drinking, Zhao Mingyuan wiped his mouth calmly before getting into the topic, saying, you're the first one to come to the 9th Imperial Pass, so I won't delay you any longer. I will tell you in detail about the secrets of the 9th Emperor's Pass. The greatest opportunity in this secret realm is the blessing of heavenly luck. It is also a combat-oriented secret realm. It's the same as the 8th Imperial level. You need to fight with cultivators of the same level who have passed the evolution of the heavenly Tao before you can enter the next level. Well, mediocrities will naturally become mediocrity. But if one is gifted and strong, you will evolve into a great Emperor's Tao body. What you need to do is defeat those in the same realm. Of course, if you die in the secret realm, you won't die. Instead, you will lose some of your spiritual power and then be resurrected until you can challenge and clear it. It's a test to see if you're qualified to enter the Imperial Pass ahead. If you can pass the test in addition to receiving the blessing of heavenly luck, as the first person to pass, you will also receive an additional treasure as a reward. In the Imperial Road, you have a chance to die and be resurrected. Got it. So, I hope you can be the first to pass the level. It will give you an extra trump card for the future. Come on, I'll take you there. As he spoke, Zhao Mingyuan stood up and walked out, and Su Yu walked side by side with him. Pass through the Imperial Pass and arrive at the secret realm. Zhao Mingyuan stood not far away, pointing in the direction of the secret realm and said seriously, go ahead. You are the first one. I hope you can maintain this momentum and move forward courageously to become the Destiny Emperor of the world. Su Yu nodded slightly when he heard this and said, okay. Although there was no arrogance in Su Yu's words and his aura was not sharp, Zhao Mingyuan could clearly see that this kind of Su Yu was the most terrifying. Zhao Mingyuan was very pleased. The contemporary Saint Lord of the Nine Skies, in terms of seniority, should be a direct descendant of his lineage. Because the other party's generation name was Hong, which was the generation name in the family tree left by his lineage. He has good vision. He unearthed a peerless genius like Su Yu for Zhu Xiao. He now only hopes to see Su Yu be able to command the Imperial Pass to fight against the dark creatures in the future. Certainly. He also hoped that Su Yu could completely integrate the Nine Skies and Nine Peaks skills, as well as the Zaiwei and Tianshuan veins, sex skills, to restore the immortal skills and reunite Taishuan. Just when his thoughts drifted away, suddenly, Su Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Mingyuan Sr. Seeing Su Yu calling him, Zhao Mingyuan asked in confusion, what else? In response, Su Yu extended his hand. On the palm of his hand, a ball of light of memory emerged. Su Yu gently pushed the light towards Zhao Mingyuan, then turned and walked into the secret realm. The only sound left behind was the sound that exploded in Zhao Mingyuan's mind. This is the Taishuan immortal technique that I discovered when I entered the quasi-emperor stage by combining the 3 sects techniques into one. I'll give you a copy of the Taishu 5 Elements Divine Law and the Taishu True Meaning. Boom, these words were like thunder, leaving Zhao Mingyuan frozen in place. I don't know how long it took. Zhao Mingyuan's body, which seemed to be petrified, began to tremble gradually, and a line of tears slid from the corner of his eyes to the ground. Taishuan will finally reappear in the world. Chapter 419, Fighting in the same realm. You don't even have the qualifications for me to give it my all. Entering the secret realm, as the white light dissipated, what came into Su Yu's eyes was not the world like the traditional secret realm. But it was a foggy space. There is no end in sight, up and down, in all directions, as if it is boundless. Combat secret realm, Su Yu muttered to himself. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of golden light bloomed in front of Su Yu. The light was dazzling and contained the rhythm of the great Tao. Obviously, this is the reward of the secret realm, the great fortune. The light gradually bloomed and gradually condensed into a human shape. At last, a handsome middle-aged man in green stood quietly in front, his eyes slightly closed and then gradually trembled as if he regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, Su Yu had an illusion, as if he was not facing a person but the Tao. It makes people feel respect deep in their hearts. Emperor, the incarnation of the great Emperor. Su Yu was very sure that the other party was definitely the incarnation of the Emperor. Secret realm, the Imperial Road, the young man muttered after looking around with his long hair fluttering. Then, there was a divine light in his eyes. When he looked at Su Yu, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he said, yes, a new generation of genius can actually inspire a trace of my aura source. It's a great ingredient. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes narrowed and he asked, you are not dead. Previously, when he was at the 8th Emperor's gate, the Void Emperor he defeated was unconscious. Just a pure fighting machine, and this person in front of me can speak, and speak conscious words. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled softly and said, my title is Imperial Transformation. But I prefer others to call me Yuha Supreme. The Supreme Being. Hearing this familiar imperial title, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuha, is that the forbidden place that my chief master broke into? As if sensing Suyu's change in mood, Yuha Supreme looked at him with some surprise and said, I sense a hint of hostility from you. It seems to have some flavor of cause and effect. He was the Supreme Being and also the Emperor of Destiny at that time. Even if he was just an incarnation of the origin of the evolution of heaven, he still possessed incredible abilities. Therefore, he could sense the attitude of the young man in front of him towards him. Suyu nodded and said without hesitation, yes, my master, the quasi-Emperor Dudian, was seriously injured by you and almost died. Upon hearing this, Yuha Supreme was slightly stunned, and then he burst out laughing. So, you're the blood-eating person who didn't know how to live or die. No wonder. Back then, your master trespassed into my forbidden zone of feather transformation. I severely injured him with 9 strikes and he fled. I thought he had perished there, but I never imagined that he would live on in a second life. This blood food is probably a good opportunity. But it's okay. After a while, you two, master and disciple will eat together. Yuha Supreme spoke in a very light and casual tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, his words failed to scare Suyu, but instead made him sneer. Hee. Seeing him like this, Yuha Supreme frowned slightly and said, Aunt, what are you laughing at? Suyu looked at the incarnation of Yuha Supreme and couldn't help laughing. He said, back then, when my master achieved the 9th level of quasi-emperor during the period of spiritual energy depletion, he dared to enter your restricted area. As a supreme being who has lived through 3 lifetimes, you still need 9 moves to seriously injure my master. It seems that he is just a lucky loser. What realm was my chief master at back then? He was at the peak of the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm and had not yet reached the great perfection. Moreover, in that era, all the major holy places were sealed in the void and did not come out to the world, so the opportunities he obtained were just left behind outside. Apart from the Do character secret, the most powerful means are nothing more than the quasi-emperor martial arts and techniques. However, that's how it is. He was able to fight against the Yuha Supreme who had lived through 3 lifetimes and withstand 9 moves without dying. What does this prove? Prove Dudian's power. At the same time, it also proves that the strength of Yuha Supreme is not strong. Certainly, if the opponent reaches the highest level, he might be able to kill Dudian quasi-emperor without a single move and destroy his soul. However, the consequence of extreme sublimation is only destruction. Suyu's words made Yuha Supreme's face gradually turn cold, no longer relaxed and comfortable as before. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. Okay, kid, even though I'm here, I can't kill you. But it will also make you suffer. When you leave this path to becoming an emperor, I will make sure that both you and your disciple become my bloody food. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of Yuha Supreme shot out and turned into a stream of light. His whole body was filled with Yuha aura, as if he was transforming and getting stronger. The name of Yuha is due to the ability of Yuha Supreme. It can continue to grow stronger, just like an insect metamorphosing into a butterfly, and develop the power to escape from a cage. Yuha Supreme raised his hand, and a sword engraved with a dragon head appeared in his hand. As the knife fell, the energy burst out and the void shook. The Supreme Yuha, transformed by the Great Tao, has the same cultivation level as Suyu, both of them are at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. However, the first move of Yuha Supreme is enough to make people see the difference. Even a strong man at the peak of the 3rd level of quasi-emperor, or even a strong man who has just entered the 4th level of quasi-emperor, would have to avoid this move. If you are not careful, you may be seriously injured. Quasi-emperor level immortal combat power. None of those who can break through to the level of the Great Emperor are mediocre. Although your talent allows the Great Tao to evolve into my origin avatar, I will let you understand how powerful the origin avatar, controlled by my current will, truly is. The young Yuha Supreme's tone was arrogant and full of disdain for Suyu. Prodigy, immortal seed. So what? Over the years, countless geniuses of the immortal race were devoured by him as blood food. Even back then, he could single-handedly step on so many saints and immortal races to rise to the top. Even if a supreme being were to appear and snipe him, it would be difficult to stop his brilliance. He is just old, not dead. What's more, his current state is the peak of his transformation in his youth. Emperor slaying sword technique. Yuha Supreme shouted softly, and slashed out with a sword, carrying a terrifying power that could destroy a galaxy and slashing towards Suyu's eyebrows. If this knife lands outside, even galaxies will be annihilated. And, I will make you understand that your so-called talent, your so-called top-level genius, is nothing but an ant in my eyes. You think you can shake my edge? It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Boom. Facing this knife, even a top-level immortal would have to be cautious. If one is not careful, he might be chopped down by the knife. Suyu just looked up at the oncoming sword energy, then slowly shook his head. I don't know why. This glance actually gave Yuha Supreme an illusion, as if Suyu seemed to be feeling regret. The next second, before he could react, Suyu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In just a moment, he broke through his chi blockade. Before he could catch Suyu's aura, he heard Suyu's calm voice. Too weak. It turns out that my guess was right. You are really weak. In a battle on the same level, you're not even worthy enough to let me give it my all. Zhendao Fist. Bang. Chapter 420. Defeat the young emperor with one sword. Refresh the record of clearing the 9th emperor's secret realm. The Zhendao Fist, the wind of Zhendao swept across, countless laws were suppressed, and the power was less than half of its peak period. With a bang, the punch hit the head of Yuha Supreme. With one punch, he sent the latter flying billions of miles away. Even though the void was already in a state without any matter, it was still smashed into a dead visibly by this enormous force. Swish. Suyu's figure disappeared and caught up with the direction where Yuha Supreme was knocked away. The aura of immortality burst out, shaking the void. What are you? You're nothing more than a heavenly emperor who achieved enlightenment by chance. Why are you so proud in front of me? Here, you are only at the same level as me. Do you really think you are the supreme fighter now? In the same realm, killing you is like slaughtering a chicken. Suyu's tone was full of arrogance and disdain. Supreme. Hee. Yuha and the Void Emperor can't be compared at all. The combat power of the Void Emperor is definitely the top-level immortal combat power among the quasi-emperors. It is so strong that even he needs a day to defeat the opponent. What ingredients can be feathered? He doesn't even have the qualities to be an immortal, and even the guides look down on him. What can you use to be so arrogant in front of me? In addition to the cause and effect with him, Suyu would not show any mercy when he took action. Just beat him to death. Bang bang bang. The sound of punches hitting flesh was teeth grinding. In this battle, the young Supreme Yuha was completely suppressed by Suyu. Presumptuous. Damn man, how dare you insult me like this? I want you dead. Bang. Yuha Supreme was extremely angry and tried to raise his hand to resist, but was held down by Suyu, who then smashed his head madly, punching him like raindrops. Even if he was a quasi-emperor, he could not withstand such torture. In other words, he is now the incarnation of the origin of the evolution of the Great Tao. If it were a real physical body, Suyu's abnormal outburst would be enough to smash him into a bloody mess. Ants. Among people of the same realm, you don't even have the qualifications to let me take a second look at you. Why are you so arrogant? Crunch. Suyu grabbed Yuha Supreme's neck, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. You the weakest of the weak. Don't even think about me breaking through to the Great Emperor level. Even if I can reach the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor level, it would only take 100 moves to kill you. Boom. After saying that, Suyu casually threw Yuha Supreme out like throwing away garbage. Extremely rude. With your decent fighting ability, if you compete with me now, and I can't kill you in 10 moves, then I will consider you incompetent. By observing the previous situation where Yuha Supreme was beaten up, Suyu discovered that Yuha Supreme's combat power was only acceptable to him at the same level as the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor. He doesn't even have the qualifications to use secret techniques in the power of the cellular world. Just relying on his own Dentian, he could be killed in 10 moves. When Yuha Supreme, who was thrown out, heard this, he felt numb all over and his eyes were a little empty. Okay, fart, who am I? I'm the supreme being who has ascended to heaven, the emperor who has transformed himself into a forbidden zone and lived through 3 lifetimes. There are countless great emperors in ancient and modern times, but how many of them can live 3 lives in reverse? Even those who can live a second life are a minority. Am I mediocre? If I were mediocre, how would I have lived out this 3rd life? Damn thing, rumble. The eyes of the supreme Yuha were gradually filled with anger, and the aura on his body was constantly increasing wildly. Obviously, he had entered the Yuha state. Ant, you're very good. You've successfully provoked my wrath. Next, I will slaughter you here 1,000 times to relieve my anger. Here comes the knife. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon-headed sword that was knocked away instantly broke through the shackles of space and flew into the hands of the supreme Yuha. The moment he gripped the sword tightly, the aura of the supreme Yuha surged. Is he really a mediocre person who can break through the emperor? No, when he was in the same realm, his sword realm had already broken through to the quasi-emperor sword intent. With the help of an emperor-level sword technique, it would be no problem for him to kill a quasi-emperor in the same realm with one sword. Flying immortal sword, swish. The moment he held the knife, the cold voice of Yuha Supreme sounded, and the next moment, his body turned into a stream of light. The speed is so fast that it is even faster than 100 times the speed of light. In an instant, he came close to Suyu and slashed with a knife. Boom, a huge force poured out, and the void shook endlessly. The moment the sword bursts out, the void must avoid its edge. Even the power of the law will be cut in two by this sword. When I was invincible, your ancestors were not even born yet. Boy, today I'll show you what it means to be an emperor. Call out. Wherever the blade passed, the void vibrated. Even the vacuum that could not transmit sound gained some mass due to the compression of the void, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded. Outside the universe, this sword is enough to destroy any matter within billions of miles. Even if a star is placed within this range, its eternal flame and light will be extinguished by the sword wind. Looking at the knife, Suyu's eyes did not waver at all. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Weak, too weak. As expected, you can't use a filter when it comes to the great emperor. Although you have reached the pinnacle, when you were in the same realm, you were unable to transcend the limits of life. There are still limits. Now, as he gets closer to the realm of the great emperor, the people he comes into contact with become more and more different. From the heavenly pride, the son of God, the immortal seed, the top immortal seed, to the great emperor's original incarnation of the same realm. Step by step, gradually approaching that invincible realm. The higher he went, the more he realized that those he once regarded as supreme and invincible were no match for him when they were in the same realm. If he were outside, he might be afraid of exposing his true identity. But, in this imperial road, any person and any force is useless. Only one's own force has the real say. Clear all the imperial levels. He is the quasi-emperor of the 9th level, who can activate the heavenly heart seal in an instant. Others may hone their realm to the great perfection of quasi-emperor and then activate the heavenly heart seal, thus starting the war to prove their way to become emperor. But he didn't think so. He has walked out of the path to becoming an emperor, and has reached the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. He can also compete with countless old monsters for the seal of the heart of heaven. As long as he can grasp the heavenly heart seal. Within a year, there will be no surprises in achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor. Boom. Thinking of this, Suyu's sharp edge was no longer concealed, and the terrifying power made people tremble instinctively. It was as if a giant dragon was reviving and suppressing those ants. Make all living beings involuntarily feel submission. Seeing Suyu taking a step forward, for some reason, Yuha Supreme felt that his brain was frantically sending out warnings, reminding him to stay away from Suyu. Because I felt a fatal threat. How is that possible? I am the great emperor, invincible in my realm. How could he make me retreat? While Yuha Supreme was still thinking, suddenly, a sense of death crisis instantly enveloped him, and in an instant, he felt that he had entered the countdown to death. Looking closely, he was shocked to find that Suyu was holding the cold gray sky sword of time in his hand, and the space around him had begun to collapse under this pressure. This sword is called the Heavenly Emperor 9 Slashes. Buzz. As Suyu swung his sword, the void became brighter and the scene could no longer be seen clearly. A moment later, only the ruthless and indifferent voice of heaven resounded throughout the 9th Emperor's pass in the secret realm. The fastest clearance record for the 9th secret realm has been refreshed. Challenger Suyu, the guardian of the realm, the incarnation of the Yuha Emperor. Boom. Chapter 421. Go ahead and become an invincible immortal. The light dissipated, but the void was still shaking, like a chaotic void turbulence, and its movement was impossible to figure out. Certainly, if anyone below the quasi-emperor level came here, even if he tried his best to resist, he would be shattered to pieces by the aftermath of the shock. Suyu put away his knife, and in front of him, a ball of light from the avenue of luck floated. He grabbed the ball of luck and light in his hand expressionlessly and then swallowed it. After a long time, he felt that his luck seemed to have increased a bit more invisibly. This feeling is very mysterious. There is nothing that cannot be seen to play the role of luck. If you encounter an opportunity to fight for treasure, or are chased by a strong person, then the effect of luck will be revealed. It can help you fight for treasures with a slim chance, but it can also put you in danger when a strong opponent attacks. The young emperor is not that strong. Their strength lies in their ability to prove the truth. As long as you reach the top, there will be people who will come after you to chant scriptures and defend you. Through the battle with the young body of Yuha Supreme, Suyu discovered that the emperors were not the embodiment of invincible combat power. But at the same time they were all too weak. In his lifetime, countless immortals were born, which was simply not comparable to the ordinary window period for becoming an emperor. In other times, in this life, many immortals can become emperors. Among those he defeated, no less than 10 of them could become emperors. Yuha Supreme haha, this feud is completely settled. Suyu smiled. But he didn't care. Anyway, he and Supreme Yuha have a cause and effect relationship, and he has already worshipped quasi-emperor Duty and is his master, so naturally he has to take on his cause and effect. I wonder how strong the true supreme combat power is. For some reason, Suyu felt a little excited. I haven't reached my limit yet, and there's still a lot of room for improvement. The early and middle stages, as well as the late stages and even the great perfection of the quasi-emperor stage are all a huge transformation, which is a leap of life. It's a qualitative improvement. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the void and slowly floated towards Su Yu. Seeing this scene, Su Yu's eyes moved. He stretched out his hand to hold the light, and when it dissipated, what lay in Su Yu's hand was a compass. There are obscure runes engraved on it. His mind moved, and a ray of divine thought reached out, and then the information about the compass appeared in his mind. Compass of destiny. By taking a wisp of soul and breath into it, there will be a chance of resurrection in the Emperor's road. A disposable imperial treasure. Su Yu smiled and put it into the storage ring. This is a good thing. With this, even if you encounter any danger in the future, you will have another chance without worrying about death. That's very good. Then we can explode without restraint. Although with his current combat power, he is already far ahead of others, with an all-round lead in realm and combat power. Those immortals and Emperor's sons can't catch up with him at all. Certainly. Also be prepared for accidents. Soon. Once again, a huge amount of energy from heaven and earth was infused into Su Yu's body, and this extremely pure energy continued to fill his body. Almost in the blink of an eye, his realm was raised to the late 3rd level of quasi-emperor. It's only one step away from the peak. Then there's no need to practice any more hardship. Just challenge the 10th emperor level directly. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation, another piece of information also appeared in his mind, which was the coordinates of the 10th emperor's pass. After waiting for a while, there was no more movement in the void. Su Yu stretched his waist, waved his hand to open the exit of the secret realm and stepped out. After walking out of the secret realm, Su Yu saw Zhao Mingyuan in front of him, looking at him with extremely fiery eyes. Ha ha ha. Seeing Su Yu coming out, Zhao Mingyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, okay, Zhu no. Taishuan will definitely rule Qingkang in this life. Invincible. Truly invincible. You know, the secret realm of the 9th Emperor's Gate took even the Emperor of Heaven and the Peerless Swordmaster a whole day to break through. But Su Yu only took 6 hours. In just half a day, he defeated the incarnation of the Emperor in the secret realm. And he is the Emperor Yuha. He is the Emperor who is known for being stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Even if the opponent is an immortal species stronger than him, he can still turn the tide when no one is optimistic about him. Such a powerful Emperor only lasted 6 hours in Su Yu's hands. If such a person is not invincible, who else can be called invincible? The surrounding soldiers were the same, their eyes filled with awe. Even though they were at the great saint level and were once arrogant and proud geniuses, when faced with someone like Su Yu who could defeat the young Emperor in just 6 hours, they could only bow their heads in submission. Zhao Mingyuan flew over to Su Yu, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said loudly, very good. You're really good. He had been dead here for too long, and had seen too many powerful saints and immortals from Jushao, Zaiwei, and Tianchuan come here. But I have never seen anyone as evil as Su Yu. No, perhaps he cannot be called a monster, he can only be said to be a future immortal. Seeing him so excited, Su Yu just chuckled and asked, Senior, besides the Emperor's past secret realm, are there any opportunities in other secret realms? Hearing Su Yu ask this, Zhao Mingyuan put away his smile and asked doubtfully, are you missing any skills? Still lacking cultivation resources. Su Yu was startled when he heard this, then shook his head and said, nothing is missing. Zhao Mingyuan looked at a loss for words and said, you already have the Taishuan true meaning, to cultivate your soul, and the Taishu 5 elements divine method, as your main method. Both are immortal methods, and are the highest grade true immortal methods of the Taishuan immortal sect. Even if Jushao doesn't have enough resources, Zaiwei and Tianchuan also have some. Why would you bother looking for those rubbish from the secret realms? Zhao Mingyuan then said earnestly, if you are confident that you are invincible, then go straight for the Imperial Pass and don't bother with those trivial secret realm opportunities. The greatest opportunity is to enter the secret realm for the first time. Go ahead, make your first pass with invincibility, and you can collect everything you want in the next Imperial Pass. If it were before, you would definitely let Su Yu train safely. Go explore other secret realms. But now, the fighting power displayed by Su Yu is enough to aspire to be the Emperor. All he has to do is to leave everyone behind. If I can break the records of the Heavenly Emperor and the Peerless Swordmaster. Only then can you catch the enemy by surprise when you achieve enlightenment, leaving those restricted area masters unable to react, and then achieve enlightenment and become Emperor with the force of thunder. This way, no one can snipe you. Su Yu heard this and nodded thoughtfully. But, I want to collect the 9 secrets. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan's smile widened and he said, then go ahead. The Emperor's pass ahead contains all the 9 secrets created by the Heavenly Lords. If you can defeat them, they will all be there. 9 secrets revealed themselves. Hearing this, Su Yu nodded without hesitation and said, okay. Then there will be no worries. Come on, I'll take you to the teleportation array. In the Imperial Road, Su Yu and Zhao Mingyuan were chatting. In the universe outside the Imperial Road. Metamorphosis restricted area. Boom. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire universe. Countless powerful people woke up and looked towards the direction of the Yuha restricted area. Damn it, how dare you, a mere ant, insult my incarnation. When I am born, I will capture the souls of you and your disciple and burn them for 100,000 years to appease the rage in my heart. Boom. Chapter 422. The Su family, a family of good fortune, is so terrifying. A few days later, Su Yu had already stepped onto the teleportation array and started heading towards the 10th Emperor's Pass. In the starry sky, distance is no longer measured in simple miles, but in the speed of light. The distance between 2 Imperial passes is calculated based on the range of the garrison commander's spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness of a garrison commander at the 4th level of the quasi-emperor level has a maximum range of about 500 million light years, but the construction of the Emperor's Pass will definitely not be calculated based on this limit. Therefore, the distance between each Imperial Pass is 300 million light years. It ensures that the Guardian can cover the entire range without overloading his spiritual consciousness. Su Yu is on the road to becoming an emperor, so naturally he doesn't need to worry about other things. But in the outside world, it is completely different. The premature revival of the restricted area naturally caught the attention of all living beings. As the news of the Forbidden Zone's revival spread throughout the universe, countless creatures of all races fell into an unspeakable panic. Burning, killing, looting and wanton indulgence continued unabated. Nothing else, because the dangers of the restricted area's revival are truly engraved into the bones of all living beings. Because, even the top holy places could not escape the disaster. In this universe, how many quasi-emperors and great emperors have been created over countless epochs? There should be countless top-level holy places in aristocratic families, but so far, how many top-level holy places exist in the universe? Even a powerful ancient star like Xuandian, the first of the human race, has only more than 20 top-level holy places. There are also many who rose to prominence during the reign of the last Emperor Chang. If holy lands had been passed down from generation to generation, then in this era, there should be at least 100 top-level holy lands standing above Xuandian. But unfortunately, there are only more than 20. Because those top holy places without foundation may seem invincible, but when the darkness revives, they are all not worth mentioning. Vulnerable. Countless masters of restricted areas will regard it as the most delicious medicine and pick it. Those who are already the strongest will not care about the forces behind you. In short, there are people behind you, and those restricted areas exist at the same level as the people behind you. Even stronger, countless ancient stars are filled with chaos. Because everyone is afraid, especially those creatures above the innate. Ha ha ha, everyone, enjoy yourself to your heart's content. I only have a few years left to live anyway. How can I justify my hundreds of years of hard training if I don't enjoy myself properly during this time? Good, kill them hard. Why should we who have worked so hard to break through the Shantian spiritual sea die, while those ants below the Shantian level can live in peace? It's not fair. They are the ones who shouldn't be living in this world and are wasting resources. Why don't you harvest them instead of harvesting us? Countless living beings have resentment and fear. They worked so hard to break through to this level, why should they be harvested as blood food when the forbidden area revives? And those weak ones who are eliminated can survive. Aren't they the ones who deserve to die the most? In the entire universe, except for the areas where there are branches of the immortal sects, all races and other places have fallen into chaos. Slavery, brutality, and the ultimate debauchery. It is prevalent in the cultivation world. Eastern wilderness. It's not that messy, because the life forbidden zone in the eastern wilderness has never slaughtered too many living beings since ancient times. On the contrary, during the recovery stage of the forbidden zone, his existence made the masters of other forbidden zones bypass it. The forbidden zone of life in the eastern wasteland is called Undead Forbidden Zone. In the restricted area, stands an eternal ancient tree. Its name is the immortal tree. It is an elixir of immortality. The immortal tree bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and one fruit can extend the life of the supreme being by 1,000 years. The master of the immortal forbidden zone is also an invincible supreme being who has lived for 8 lifetimes. At least, according to the time he has existed, he has lived to the end of the 8th life in the undead forbidden zone. This life should be the 9th life. Life 9 lives in reverse and become an immortal in the mortal world. In the mortal world, one can achieve enlightenment and become an immortal, and in one leap reach the top level of true immortality, even comparable to the realm of immortal kings. Yes, invincible. The one in the immortal forbidden zone has never relied on harvesting blood food to prolong his life. He seems to have another method that allows him to live 9 lives in reverse. This is very strange, but overall, his silence is a good thing for the creatures in the eastern wilderness. After all, they don't have to worry. Compared to those creatures living in the restricted area, they are already much better off. Creatures from other places will be harvested into blood mist the moment they revive in the restricted area, and even their souls will be collected. Truly free from reincarnation. Sioux family. Now the entire Sioux family is in a tense atmosphere. Even the quasi-emperors guarding the outskirts of the Sioux family were on high alert, with extremely serious expressions. The rebuilt Sujia square is bigger and more magnificent than before. Moreover, the construction materials used were something that the Sioux family had never dared to dream of in the past. Today, the Sioux family has a population of nearly 20,000, making it a truly large family. It's just that the clan members' cultivation has not kept up with the pace. Now the backbone of the Sioux family has also been promoted from the original Jia Yin Yang realm to the current Tian Ren realm, and there are even many quasi-saints and saints. Roar. In this tense atmosphere, the body of the Earth Keelan slowly walked out of the square. In this huge square, his figure appeared so huge and dazzling. The aura on his body also became more terrifying. Periphery. When the quasi-emperors hidden in the void saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. The Sioux family is truly blessed with good fortune. Even the Earth Keelan was cultivated so quickly. The Ji family's quasi-emperor withdrew his gaze and immediately said with a smile, "A family of destiny, its reputation is truly well deserved." Ever since Su Yu achieved the rank of the greatest genius of all time and won first place in the 10,000 races prodigy competition, the Su family's luck has actually risen. From what we have seen in the past few years, how many celestial beings, quasi-saints, and saints have been born in the Su family? There are no less than 200 people in total. At this point, the Ji family's quasi-emperor's smile gradually faded, and he said seriously, "Maybe we don't think they're that strong, but think about how much progress these people from the Su family have made." The other quasi-emperors fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After thinking about it carefully, they found that the Su family was indeed very powerful. If one day Su Yu becomes an emperor, these bloodlines of the Su family may reach the peak and have more foundation than the strong ones of the immortal forces. Moreover, they are all in their prime. This is the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the 13th elder of the ancient demon emperor clan, a powerful being of the 4th level of quasi-emperor, also stepped forward. A smug look appeared on his old face as he said, "Don't overthink it. Our lifespans haven't run out yet, and now we have the Eternal Life Sutra, given by Su Shengxi to extend our lives. We will all see that day. And my Taigu demon emperor clan's friendship with the Su family is like timely assistance. In the future, my Taigu demon emperor clan will definitely benefit from it." Hearing this, many quasi-emperors couldn't help but curl their lips. This quasi-emperor of the ancient demon royal family is really lucky to be able to encounter such a big thing, soon. A loud rumble of thunder rang out, focusing everyone's attention on the sky above Su family square. The quasi-emperor thunder tribulation is coming. Double thunder tribulation. Chapter 423. The 2 quasi-emperors of the Su family succeeded in attaining enlightenment and appeared unexpectedly. Boom. 2 white air columns spurted out of the Earth Keelan's nose, and the embryonic form of the Earth's law surrounded its body, as if it had reached the pinnacle of the great sage realm. A few years to get to this point is not slow, but he was not satisfied. As the last Earth Keelan in Qingkang, he carries the hope of the Keelan clan. Even if I don't become an emperor, I can still achieve enlightenment and become an emperor. Even if I can't become an emperor, I can still ascend to the immortal realm. 2 Keelan's voice was still as childish as ever. After all, at his age in the Keelan family, he can only be considered a 12-year-old boy. However, in terms of lifespan, he is actually 100 years old. Master, today you and I will become quasi-emperor together. After that, we can go out of the family to gain experience. There are people in the family to watch over us. You and I don't need to stay here any longer. This will make our progress very slow. As he spoke, 2 Keelan looked to the side. There, Su Yuxing has now changed his state. He used to be passionate, but now he is more like a piece of ice and has become silent and taciturn. But the momentum became more and more fierce. Obviously this was caused by practicing the Taking Yansha Sutra. Those with weak minds who practice this immortal technique will be affected by the technique and gradually become bloodthirsty people. But if one has great perseverance, then it will become an invincible skill. Su Yuxing walked step by step to the side of the Earth Keelan. Looking at the Earth Keelan in front of him, which was as strong as a divine elephant, he reached out and patted the latter's glittering scales and said, "Today, you and I will both achieve quasi-emperor status. In the future, we will also be able to embark on the path of conquering the starry sea step by step." Boom. The quasi-emperor thunder tribulation was spreading in the sky, dark thunderclouds were surging, and the lightning flashes that appeared from time to time revealed a breath of destruction, making people feel so depressed and fearful. That is the fear of the power of the Tao. Cultivation is against the will of heaven, and thunder tribulation is an obstacle that stands in their way. Go over it and the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely. Can't get past. It is just a pile of dry bones on the road. Hee, the Earth Qilin laughed happily. Only then can you be worthy of being his master. Su Yuxing is now completely different from the past. In terms of qualifications, he is only 30 years older than Su Yu and the others. Root bone. It has also transformed into the immortal level. And it is a top-level immortal species. Boom. The accumulated thunder tribulation reached its peak. In an instant, countless thunders of law struck down like raindrops, hitting the Su family on the ground. If such dense thunder fell on the Su family, the entire Su family would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even the land within a radius of millions of miles will be affected. The thunder tribulation is filled with the laws of the earth and the laws of killing. The laws of the earth belong to the Earth Qilin. And that pure law of killing is Su Yuxing's. The two of them simultaneously attained the state of being a quasi-emperor and caused the thunder tribulation. This level of thunder tribulation, let alone a great saint who had reached perfection, even a quasi-emperor level warrior would have his hair stand on end and his scalp would go numb with fear. But the two of them were not at all panicked. Boom. They took a step at the same time, and with this step, the stars moved and space shifted. In a flash, he was in midair. Feeling the two people rushing up, countless thunders became angry and began to churn, like a violent storm, striking down continuously. But even so, the two of them didn't show any fear. On the contrary, every thunder tribulation was swallowed alive by the Earth Qilin, and the killing thunder tribulation was directly refined by Su Yuxing. Others have to make all the necessary preparations before they dare to bring about the thunder tribulation. But, for the two of them, the thunder tribulation was not their death warrant, but instead became a catalyst for their growth. This scene shocked the quasi-emperors hidden in the void so much that they could have closed their mouths. Tisk tisk, these two really are displaying their invincibility. I never thought that everyone would focus on the Emperor's path. Who would have thought that there were two top-level immortal species left outside the Emperor's path? The Su family master is truly as talented as a top-level immortal. I didn't realize it before. Some people were amazed, but more of it is amazement. Seeing them like this, the 13th elder of the ancient demon Emperor clan couldn't help but snort, his beard trembling again and again. He said proudly, how could the master of our ancient divine mountain be compared to the immortals of the lower realms? This lord is from the upper realm, the only son of a great figure in the Qilin immortal realm of the upper realm. Upon hearing this answer, all the quasi-emperors were horrified, and some even cried out, what? The Earth Qilin is actually the son of God from the upper realm. Then his contract with Su Yuxing will. The 13th elder interrupted, don't worry. Although the mountain master status is noble, the matter of contracts in the Qilin immortal realm is based on fate. Those important figures will not interfere with anyone who can make a contract with a Qilin, let alone force the contract to be terminated. They treat everyone equally. Because of this nature, many stories have been circulated in the Qilin immortal realm. They are about the immortal Qilin and mortals who made contracts. Then, these mortals, who were supposed to have ordinary fates and bones, eventually broke through the immortal king realm and became nobles of the Qilin immortal realm. The Qilin clan values following one's heart, one's nature, and one's fate. If the guy from Qilin fairyland comes down to earth, the mountain master and Su Yuxing will be taken to the fairyland. You don't need to worry. Upon hearing this, the group of quasi-emperors did not feel relieved but instead became more envious. The Su family is so lucky. Even if Su Yu fails to become an emperor, there will be someone in the Su family who can enter the fairyland. Depend on, if they had known what the Earth Qilin clan's contract was like, they would have fought to the death to snatch it. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Such an immortal species would actually appear during the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao, when the saints were dormant. Otherwise, I won't let Su Yu snatch it away with his Jiayang realm cultivation. It's really fate. Above the Su family, a violent thunderstorm was raging. The space within a million miles was shattered, the spiritual energy within tens of millions of miles was exhausted, and the roar of thunder could be heard within billions of miles. Everyone waited quietly. I don't know how much time passed. The thunder tribulation with its vast and world-destroying power gradually weakened, and all the quasi-emperors also perked up their spirits. It's over. Taking, stop killing, treading on the sky. Bang! As Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin roared angrily, divine light bloomed above the sky. The moment the light faded, the sky, which had been dark for a long time, finally burst into its original blue light. At this moment, the power of the law fell down in strands. Boom! After absorbing all the power of laws and converting all the spiritual power in their bodies into the power of laws, the power of the quasi-emperor began to spread from Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin, shocking all the creatures in the entire eastern wilderness, and countless creatures were in awe. Above the Su family, Tu Qilin and Su Yuxing opened their eyes at the same time, and in an instant the light of law flowed in their eyes. It's done. Seeing this scene, all the quasi-emperors guarding in the dark breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then all showed joy. However, before they could rejoice for too long, waves of terrifying quasi-emperor power swept over with endless murderous intent. The Earth Qilin has finally become a quasi-emperor. The elixir is ripe. It's time to start harvesting. Chapter 424, The Su family, my holy church is determined to take over. You people can't stop me. Snap, a terrifying shattering sound was heard. After hearing this sound, everyone in the Su family raised their heads in horror and looked towards the sky. The space behind Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin suddenly shattered. The broken lines were like marks all over fine porcelain, constantly expanding, the breath of darkness and desolation spread, and a bloodthirsty aura suddenly appeared. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. The shattered space collapsed with a loud bang, and a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun stretched out from the void. The palm is so big that it can hold the space within a radius of 100 miles. Buzz! A roar was heard, and the giant hand appeared. Without stopping at all, it grabbed Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What is that? It's a palm. Oh my god, such a terrifying pressure. Even though it can't be used against us, it makes me lose the will to fight. Oh no, the patriarch and the great Qilin are in danger. The people of the Su family screamed in horror. Even though this was an invincible existence, they still wanted to rush up to resist. However, the pressure that spread all around pinned them down and they were unable to move at all. Gritting their teeth and not crawling on the ground was already their limit. Grass, it's the scent of those rats in the sewers of the Emperor's tomb again. Is this the move of a 7th level quasi-emperor? No, come on, no, these aren't people from the Emperor's tomb. These are those quasi-emperors from the outside world. The desolate aura seems to be that of the great sage Tianhuang from the past. What, great sage Tianhuang, didn't he already fall? How could he break through to the quasi-emperor level, and even become a powerful quasi-emperor at the 7th level? When the quasi-emperors of the major forces hidden in the void saw this situation, their faces changed drastically. Bang! In an instant, dozens of quasi-emperors rushed out from the void, among whom there were even strong men at the peak of the 5th and 6th levels of quasi-emperor. The 6th level quasi-emperor was sent by the Jushao Holy Land. They all came out with bloodshot eyes and ferocious faces. Everyone holds a quasi-imperial weapon of extraordinary quality, which was given by the sect as a reward for coming to guard the Su family. It can greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. Sky-splitting power, sky-breaking slash, sun-slaying spear technique. In just a moment, countless terrifying attacks swept across the sky, instantly breaking the space of tens of millions of miles in radius, and instantly plunging the land into a darkness where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Dozens of laws of power erupted, and the terrifying giant hand was also repelled back into the void. Swish, dozens of quasi-emperors appeared in front of Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin at the same time, looking solemnly at the space in front of them that was shattered into an abyss. Hee. Soon, the giant hand retreated, and a sinister laugh was heard. This sound makes one's scalp tingle and blood seems to burst out of the body. Soon, under everyone's solemn gaze, a figure slowly walked out. It was an old man wearing coarse linen clothes, with messy hair, like a beggar. He is not tall, in fact he is short, very short. It's only about 4 feet high. His face did not have the kindness and gentleness of an ordinary old man, but was ugly and cold and bloodthirsty. He stood with his hands behind his back, slowly walking out of the void abyss. Just standing there quietly, he gave people an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. The power of the quasi-emperor bursts out, making people nervous. It's you, the great sage Tianwang. The moment the short old man appeared, the 13th elder of the ancient demon emperor clan's face gradually became solemn. Because he and Tianwang Dasheng were contemporaries. Hearing the voice, old man Tianwang looked over and immediately sneered, saying, so it's the 13th of the ancient demon emperor clan, Emperor Xing. However, I want to correct you on one point. Now please call me quasi-emperor Tianwang. Of course, you can also call me old man Tianwang. Di Xing didn't care when he heard this. Instead, he looked at him with a deep fear in his eyes and said, what do you want to do by coming to the Su family? This isn't the place for you. After hearing this, old man Tianwang burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, shouldn't I have come? Qingkang is so vast. Apart from the restricted areas, there's no place in Tianwang that I cannot go. I came here to follow the holy order and capture 2 powerful medicinal plants. Are you sure you can stop me? Boom. As he spoke, the mighty pressure belonging to the 7th level of quasi-emperor suddenly erupted. In an instant, the 3 layers of the void suddenly collapsed, unable to withstand such terrifying power. If he takes action, he might be able to break through the 7th layer of void. If you go deeper, you will be able to touch the edge of the universe. Such power is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Holy Church. A quasi-emperor caught the key words, his face turned extremely ugly, and he said, you actually joined the emperor's tomb. The word, holy teaching, is only used by people in the emperor's tomb. Old man Tianwang's laughter is very terrifying. If it were placed in the void, it might be able to shake the stars down. Hee. My holy church is the place where the bones of emperors are buried. No matter whether you are a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, my imperial tomb can still assassinate you and send you into reincarnation. Only such a great holy religion can carry my everlasting dream. The origin of the emperor's tomb is not a casual statement. Emperor's tomb. However, this terrifying immortal sect branch that has destroyed many great emperors and quasi-emperors has existed for countless years. Even the lord of the Forbidden Zone would not provoke him. Hearing these almost crazy words, all the quasi-emperors frowned. Then why did you attack the Su family? The 9th ancestor of the Jushao Holy Land slowly spoke and asked, the Su family has nothing to do with your emperor's tomb. Su Yu. Before Juzu could finish his words, he was interrupted by old man Tianwang. You've already stated your reasons. Su Yu, his existence is a disgrace to the holy church. He is also a powerful medicine, a medicine that can drive people crazy. Even the master of the restricted area would be unable to resist picking them. Ha ha ha, if we kill him and the entire Su family, our holy church will have 4 more emperors in this lifetime. Do you understand this concept? Ha ha ha, I forgot. In this life, you 3 religions of the eastern wasteland should have been destroyed. Back then, we defeated the Taishuan immortal sect, leaving only a few of you little guys. I never thought you would become something powerful. But it doesn't matter. In this life, you will all be destroyed. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, old man Tianwang took a step forward and his body suddenly grew larger. That is not the illusory body of the Dharmadhatu, but a real physical body. The power exuded by the 100,000-meter tall body standing there is simply not something that ordinary people can resist. Su family, my holy church is determined, and you people can't stop me. Heavenly axe, desolate slash, boom. With one axe strike, the sky was split in 2 in an instant, leaving only a straight abyss along with the starry sky. Even the stars that were who knows how far away were turning into falling meteors. Chapter 425, on the brink of despair, an unexpected appearance, the extreme emperor's soldiers are revived. With this axe, the desolate aura dissipated all the energy, air, and spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With one blow of the axe, he was aiming to destroy everything. Back then, the old man Tianwang used his Tianwang Qi to turn a planet into a dead star. Now that he has entered the late stage of quasi-emperor in return, one axe is enough to smash everything. Resist with all your strength. We must not let him hurt anyone in the Su family. Through what old man Tianwang had said before, they also understood the importance of the Su family. If you were allowed to take all the people of the Su family away, then there would be 4 more emperors in the imperial tomb in this life. It is already the end of the world. If the emperor's tomb is allowed to gain such a huge advantage, then the universe will really come to an end and there will be no salvation. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful warriors who had reached the middle stage of quasi-emperor level tried their best to attack. One terrifying attack after another was launched. Above the sky, the power of law was in chaos and disorder. If they hadn't resisted, the Su family below would have been crushed into dust the moment the aura exploded. The weak. In front of the supreme power, he is truly weak. Even an unintentional sneeze can kill these weaklings. The strong prey on the weak. It's no wonder that the division of resources is so extreme. It is difficult for the weak to have room for improvement. Except for those ordinary people who are lucky and talented and can break the shackles and sprint towards a higher realm, others will find it difficult to surpass their innate abilities throughout their lives. Rumble. A wisp of breath leaked out and fell to the outside world, and hundreds of thousands of mountains were razed to the ground in an instant. All living things died, and all plants and trees died. The cracked earth looked as if it had not been watered by rain for thousands of years. Looking from a high place, it looked like a spider web, with the cracks swallowing everything. Boom. Although there were more than a dozen quasi-emperors trying their best to resist, the gap was still too great. A quasi-emperor of the 7th level is a person who has reached his limit. Even if more than 10 people join forces to resist, it is still difficult to resist. A breath of air leaked out. Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin were hit hard, and their bodies were blown away hundreds of thousands of miles like cannonballs. Still too weak, there was resentment in Su Yuxing's eyes, and his fists were clenched tightly. So many people protecting, but he could do nothing. Even if he broke through to the quasi-emperor level, it would be of no use. Boom. Another series of loud noises rang out from all directions. Looking up, the quasi-emperors were nowhere to be found. Without exception, they were all knocked down by the attack. Hee, a bunch of weaklings, you want to stop me? Do you really think I'm still the Tianlong whose skills in martial arts are inferior to yours? I am now a high-ranking official in the Holy Church. You should be thankful to die at my hands. Old man Tianlong laughed very arrogantly, but he had the capital to be arrogant. The 7th level of Quasi-Emperor, the pinnacle in the world. Apart from those monsters at the 8th and 9th levels of the Quasi-Emperor realm, who else in the world can be his opponent? No one. Ahem. From the ruins in the distance, dozens of Quasi-Emperors crawled out at the same time. They all had injuries to varying degrees, and the weaker ones even had an arm broken. 7th level, invincible. Why hasn't the sect support arrived yet? The 9th ancestor swallowed a recovery pill, and then his face became extremely ugly. Logically speaking, the Su family has already built a teleportation array with the 3 religions of the Eastern Wilderness. Sensing the changes here, the Quasi-Emperor and the sect should have arrived long ago. But no one has come until now. 13th Elder Dixing shook his head and said, for Tianlong to show up, he must have made every possible preparation. Don't forget the evil nature of the Emperor's tomb. This guy is completely comparable to the foundation of an entire clan, and it's a powerful clan. They can easily send people to hold back the 3 Eastern Wasteland sects. That is to say, the sleeping technique of the 3 religions in the Eastern Wilderness is too amazing, and there are many old monsters at the 8th and 9th levels of the Quasi-Emperor level buried there. Otherwise, Emperor Tomb would have sent people to destroy the 3 religions long ago. Those dormant Quasi-Emperors of the 8th and 9th levels have basically reached the end of their lives. Unless it is a critical period, they would not be willing to wake up any of them. This one is the foundation, the pillar that can support a great religion to survive in troubled times. What should we do then? Asked the Quasi-Emperor from the Ji family and the Wang family in a deep voice. They also have ways to contact their families, but who can guarantee that the family will send a powerful person of level 7 or above to provide support? Boom. At this moment, on the dome, old man Tianlong swept his gaze in the direction of Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin, and saw a red light flashing in their eyes, which was a bloodthirsty light. Tisk, these are 2 really good herbs. You should take them, you should take them. Ha ha ha, 2 ants, come and die for me. Buzz. In an instant, the healed space was broken again. Even though he was very short, this bomb still covered the sky and the sun. The surrounding space was completely blocked and there was no way to escape. I could only watch and take pictures of this giant hand. Seeing this scene, a group of Quasi-Emperors were furious. Fuck, this bastard is really not slow to act. Hurry up and send a message to the sect, have someone rush over. We will protect the Su family at the risk of our lives. Judging from the information revealed by old man Tianlong, the Su family is very crucial. If he really takes down the Su family, there will be 4 more emperors in the Emperor's tomb in this life, which will definitely be a disaster for them. Whether for public or private reasons, he must not succeed. Bang, one after another, the Quasi-Emperors crushed the jade talismans in their hands. In an instant, the space channel began to be constructed. Just as they rushed forward to block the attack and delay time, old man Tianlong simply swept his axe across, and the terrifying force knocked them away. Holding an axe in one hand, he grabbed Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin with the other. The power of the Quasi-Emperor is fully demonstrated. You useless people are worthy of stopping me. After suppressing them, old man Tianlong turned his gaze back to Su Yuxing and said with a sinister grin, come, follow me back to the Holy Church. This is the greatest honor in your life, an ant like you. Rumble, layers of space exploded. All the Quasi-Emperors who were knocked away had bloodshot eyes. No, below, the people of the Su family showed resentment and despair on their faces when they saw the palm that covered the sky and the sun. Why do I have to die like this? Why? Are we so weak? Why do we have to live under the wings of others and be protected by them? I'm not willing to accept this. Just when the palm was almost pressing down. Suddenly, the terrifying sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable power of the Emperor swept across the entire venue. This extreme power was so strong that even a strong man at the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor had his spine bent. Phew, my palm. The screams of old man Tianlong suddenly shook the heaven and earth. Then, everyone looked up and saw a demonic pillar that could hold up the sky suddenly falling down. The magic pillar pierced through the palm of old man Tianlong, golden blood dripped down, and the space shook continuously. In an instant, the power of the extreme is everywhere. Seeing this black pillar wrapped in demonic energy, countless people widened their eyes with a look of horror and disbelief. This is the ultimate imperial weapon. A fully fledged imperial weapon capable of self-recovery. How is that possible? While their minds were blank and they were wondering whose imperial weapon this was, an illusory figure slowly took shape within the magic pillar surrounded by demonic energy. The spirit of the imperial weapon. When he opened his eyes, he felt the sun and the moon appearing at the same time, which made him surrender involuntarily. Because, this is the rich imperial power. How dare you harm my master's family? Seal the Sky, Chapter 426, The Power of the Extreme Tao. One strike, killing the 7th level Quasi-Emperor. The Emperor's weapon spirit was not as old as ordinary weapon spirits. On the contrary, he looked very young, probably in his 20s. But the overwhelming demonic energy almost covered the entire Eastern Wilderness. The power of Jadao is too strong. It's hard to adapt. After the spirit of the weapon appeared in the form of a young man, he stretched out a hand and then held it tightly. Bang! In an instant, the space within a million miles suddenly solidified. It was so solid that even a mid-stage Quasi-Emperor might not be able to break it if he used all his strength. Moreover, the sealing power is too overbearing. Even the power of other laws cannot penetrate it at all. After doing all this, the young weapon spirit turned his gaze towards old man Tianlong, his eyes filled with indifference and overbearing murderous intent. He said, you old thing are really quite bold. Do you think you are worthy enough to harm my master's family? Faced with this extreme power that almost oppressed his life, old man Tianlong felt his heart tremble violently. He looked at the weapon spirit, then at the imperial weapon that looked like a pillar supporting the sky, emitting a strong and powerful aura. He couldn't help but ask, whose imperial weapon are you? Throughout history, I've never seen an imperial soldier as strange as you. Possessing the power of sealing, in such a domineering power at that, should not be unrecorded. And, this terrifying aura of full strength is obviously from a full-strength imperial weapon that has not experienced the baptism of time. Being able to recover on his own is simply unimaginable. In Qingkang, apart from the supreme imperial weapons forged by the great emperors who achieved enlightenment within 500,000 years, there are no imperial weapons as powerful as these. But there are only a handful of great emperors in these 50 years. The imperial weapon in front of me is obviously not it. Upon hearing this, the young weapon spirit raised the corner of his mouth with a proud arc, and said, I am the supreme imperial weapon of the heavenly demon immortal realm, the direct disciple of the heavenly demon immortal king. I now give it to my master Su Yu. This is the imperial weapon in my master's hands. Who the hell are you? The demonic fairyland. After hearing these 4 words, everyone felt as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. My soul was shaken. Imperial soldiers from the upper realm. Moreover, it is the supreme imperial weapon of the immortal king's direct disciple. directly under the immortal king. At this moment, countless people felt their mouths dry and their tongues parched. This news was too shocking. If it were to spread, the entire universe would probably be shaken. A gift from the supreme power of the immortal king in the upper realm. Oh my god. Old man Tianlong's expression changed drastically as he asked, are you an imperial soldier from the upper realm? Why are you in the lower realm? At this moment, the murderous intent in his heart quickly receded. You know, anyone who has any connection with the upper realm is not someone that people from the lower realm can mess with. Don't look at the emperor's arrogance. That's because they are the disciples of the demon-greedy immortal lord from the holy church in the upper realm, and they have received the true teachings of the immortal lord. This is the capital that allows them to act so recklessly. But now, the weapon in front of you was made by a disciple of the immortal king. The immortal king and the immortal lord are completely different. The difference between the two is not one of heaven and earth, but that between the universe and a speck of dust. And, what do I need to answer you for? The young weapon spirit was very unruly. Then, he looked at Su Yuxing, respect and piety reappearing in his eyes, and said, Grandmaster, please take charge of the soldiers. Kill this beast for the family. Don't worry, master, I am still an imperial soldier in his prime. You only need to control my body to kill the invaders. I will take care of the rest. The imperial weapon in its heyday did not require the user to inject any energy into it. Unless you want to unleash power beyond the limits of your own imperial weapon. However, in this situation, there is no need to unleash the ultimate power of the imperial weapon. Because the limit of the imperial weapon in its prime is enough to kill a quasi-emperor of the 9th level. The reason why the imperial weapon is called the imperial weapon is that it possesses some of the power of the emperor. The so-called bare-handed shaking of the emperor's soldiers. That is something that only a 9th level quasi-emperor of the abnormal level can barely achieve. Obviously, the old man Tianlong in front of him is not yet. He is just a quasi-emperor of the 7th level. In the eyes of the young spirit, he can be destroyed with just a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Su Yuxing was a little confused. Grandmaster, is this my son's imperial weapon? Of course, he was not the kind of indecisive person. He was confused for a moment and then became fierce in an instant. His killing intent was very strong. I am too weak, I need someone to save me right now, my son can also save me. You have to become stronger too. Kill this man and devour his soul. If you kill a supreme being who is at the 7th level of quasi-emperor and then devour him, you will also become stronger, very strong. As a father, I must be more independent and learn to protect my children. Why should we let the younger generation work so hard? Although there's an old saying that one hopes his son will become a dragon, in his eyes, if his son becomes a dragon, that is his business. He also wants to be a towering tree that can protect his children from wind and rain. Troops are coming. Su Yuxing took a step forward and stretched out his hand. In an instant, the supreme divine weapon that was like a pillar supporting the sky shrank instantly, and then turned into a pillar as thick as a bowl and was held in Su Yuxing's hands. The moment he grasped the imperial weapon, an invisible force surged into his body. It was as if he suddenly turned into a giant, and the things in front of him kept shrinking. The name of this weapon is the Great Sumeru Heaven Sealing Demon Pillar. Boom! The light in Su Yuxing's eyes transformed into purple demonic energy, and he was surrounded by demonic power, as if a demon emperor had descended. He growled, I will never be a weakling again. Seal it off. Bang! At this moment, the space around Su Yuxing was completely shattered, and the overwhelming power of the extreme wave surged, giving people the illusion that a violent storm was gathering in the sky waiting to land. One pillar to seal the city. When the Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven pillar fell, old man Tianlong had long lost his previous arrogance and defiance. His eyes were already filled with deep fear. No. You can't kill me, I am the Holy Church. Before he could finish his words, the sealing aura sealed the space around him, making it impossible for him to break the blockade and escape, and even more impossible for him to avoid the sky-overturning force of the falling demonic pillar. Boom! In just a moment, old man Tianlong, the previously extremely powerful quasi-emperor. He was smashed into a bloody mist by a pillar. However, the Great Sumeru Heaven Sealing Demon Pillar understood Su Yuxing's thoughts. After killing old man Tianlong, it used its supreme demon sealing power to seal all of his origins. The essence of the soul power that wiped out consciousness was also sealed. After killing old man Tianlong, the Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar instantly broke away from Su Yuxing's control and turned into a sky-supporting pillar standing in the center of the Su family. With the magic pillar as the center, an invisible sealing force instantly blocked the surrounding area within a million miles. These millions of miles. It is the territory of the Su family. Seeing this, the Earth Qilin on the side also rushed out instantly, bit the sealed crystals of original power and soul power in his mouth and retreated. After Su Yuxing caught the crystalline power spit out by the Earth Qilin, he was also in a trance. All the power of the 7th level of quasi-emperor. This is the first step towards my becoming stronger, right? Chapter 427. Time passes, rapid growth, and the situation becomes urgent. At this time, the quasi-emperors who had come to their senses also adjusted their breath and walked over. They looked at the huge Sumeru Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar standing in the center of the Su family, as if supporting the sky for the Su family, and couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Good job, this Su family really has great luck. Even the ultimate imperial weapon is available. In addition, there are now 2 quasi-emperors, which can be called atop Holy Land. Di Xing, the 13th elder of the ancient demon royal family, withdrew his gaze and asked, Master Su, what is this imperial weapon? Hearing his voice, Su Yuxing recovered from his trance. He turned around to look at the great Zumi Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar standing quietly there, and then said softly, he was left behind by Ayu. It's Ayu's imperial soldier. Upon hearing this answer, all the quasi-emperors were shocked. Good job, it's really Su Yu's imperial weapon. Was this kid trapped in the secret realm of time before entering the imperial road? Result. He didn't even return to his family after coming out, but left behind an imperial weapon as a backup. This is too powerful. You know, the imperial weapon is the most precious treasure of any big sect, and it will never be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Even a sect as wealthy and powerful as Jushao would not easily use imperial weapons. Unless there is an extremely critical situation. However, these quasi-emperors soon came to their senses and said with a wry smile, it seems that we are still a little redundant. So many people came, but they couldn't protect the Su family. Having this imperial weapon is enough. Seeing them like this, Su Yuxing smiled bitterly and said, Seniors, you are really joking. If it weren't for you, my Su family wouldn't know what to do. No matter what, my Su family recognizes this affection. The Su family will never forget the kindness of all the seniors. Who could have known that Su Yu would have kept the imperial soldiers? If not, can he and Tu Qilin come up with any good solution? No, absolutely not. Their existence is truly a timely help and something that should be remembered for a lifetime. No matter what, if you, the seniors, need any help from our Su family in the future, please feel free to let us know. The Su family will do its duty. Su Yuxing said with a serious face, I really want to thank all the seniors for sacrificing their lives to save me in this matter. A group of quasi-emperors smiled bitterly and then chose to say goodbye. With the quasi-imperial soldiers guarding the Su family, they can also go back to the sect and report what happened here. After seeing off the quasi-emperors, Su Yuxing did not say hello to the people of the Su family, but went straight to seclusion with Tu Qilin. The affairs of the Su family were handed over to Su Tianming for management again. After all, Su Tianming is now a powerful saint, deep inside the Su family. Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin stood in the barrier, and the former had 2 more crystals in his hands, one of which sealed the original power of the law and the spiritual power of old man Tianwang, and the other crystal sealed the power of the soul whose consciousness had been erased. Pure spiritual power can enhance the strength of his soul. Su Yuxing stared at the crystal for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Aside, the Earth Qilin spoke softly in a childish voice, Master, if you devour this crystal, you will be able to break through to the 4th level of quasi-emperor. If you can suppress the murderous intent and various chaotic wills in your heart, you can ascend to heaven in one step with the help of the Taking Yesha Sutra. When you break through to the 4th level of quasi-emperor, I can also devour endless resources to break through to the 4th or 5th level of quasi-emperor. Then, you and I can travel the universe, hunt, and seek opportunities. In this life, there may be opportunities to compete for the throne. Su Yuxing heard this and said softly, I know. I've been wondering how strong do we have to be considered strong. Why, there are always accidents that happen to my Su family. Tu Qilin immediately took over the topic and said firmly, I don't know what it means to be powerful. I only know that we must become strong, so strong that no one dares to covet us. We must be strong enough that just hearing our names can shatter their hearts and stop those evil thoughts. In his opinion, the definition of powerful is simple. That is to make others dare not plot against you, dare not attack you, and dare not have any bad thoughts about you. This way, it is powerful. Su Yuxing smiled with relief and said, you are right. We should become stronger. We can't always rely on our children for protection. This way of living is very frustrating. Although I am their father, but I'm not old. I am just like them. I am also a young person. I am also a newborn. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuxing suddenly crushed the crystal that sealed the origin and power of the law. In an instant, the entire secret room was filled with spiritual energy that was refined to the point of condensing into liquid. This is the lifelong cultivation of a 7th level quasi-emperor. At this very moment, the great Sumeru Heaven sealing demon pillar also cast a sealing force, confining these forces within this range. Taking leads the killing scripture and swallows the sky. In the secret room, Su Yuxing's extremely firm voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, his journey to becoming stronger officially began. Time is the least valuable in the world of cultivating immortals. A powerful cultivator could possibly survive 10 or even 100 years with just a simple practice. 2 years passed quietly. During these 2 years, everything that happened to the Su family was reported truthfully by more than a dozen quasi-emperors. On that day, more than a dozen top sects were all shocked. Then, strong men at the 6th and 7th levels of quasi-emperor joined the team guarding the Su family. At the same time, dozens of major sects sent countless cultivation resources at the same time in order to supply the Su family. Of course, the ancient royal family and the imperial family headed by the Taigu Divine Mountain sent extremely terrifying devouring resources to the Earth Qilin. The Su family's performance has become invincible. When Su Yu appears in the future, the Su family will definitely become a top force. In addition, the Su family possessed the imperial weapon bestowed by the upper realm, so the major sects paid even more attention to it. They did not hesitate to awaken the ancestors of the 8th level of quasi-emperor to be on standby at any time, and even brought out an imperial weapon to keep it in a semi-recovery state at any time. Time passed little by little, and soon, 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, the universe has fallen into complete chaos, the trend of the Forbidden Zone's recovery has become increasingly obvious, and the pressure of fear has enveloped the entire universe. People's hearts began to become evil and broken. The collapse of order will also trigger a series of events. For example, how many beauties on a certain beauty ranking list have been ruined, or how many top geniuses have been assassinated, or how many holy lands have been destroyed. All of this is happening. It's happening all the time. The competition for the throne has entered a white-hot stage. During these 5 years, countless geniuses on the road to becoming emperors found opportunities and entered the quasi-emperor realm. And the most dazzling one is Su Yu. In 5 years, we have reached the 49th imperial pass. And the cultivation level of the guardian of the 49 emperor gates is at the peak of the 6th level of the quasi-emperor realm. After breaking through, it is to start the battle of the late quasi-emperor stage. This undoubtedly made the entire imperial road tremble. At the same time, the outside world, Xuantian East Wilderness, Su family territory. Compared with 5 years ago, the Su family has undergone tremendous changes. With the great Sumeru sealing demon pillar sealing 1,000,000 miles of land, and the continuous absorption of spiritual energy, energy from heaven and earth, and the power of laws, the Su family has now been built into a holy place for cultivation. In the past 5 years, the older and middle-aged generations of the Su family, led by Su Tianming, have successively broken into the realm of saint and great saint. And in the 6th year, in the secret room deep inside the Su family's house, after all the spiritual power was absorbed, 2 streams of light quietly escaped and left the Su family. Without alarming anyone, Master, I have now reached the 5th level of quasi-emperor. Only a great emperor can detect our whereabouts by concealing the secrets of heaven. Where are we going next? The response to the tender child's voice was a cold voice. Destroy the Emperor's tomb, find all the branches of the Emperor's tomb, eliminate them one by one, and then move forward in the direction of Chengdi Road. I want to compete for the qualification to become an emperor. Chapter 428, Strong Crush. 3 months later, Su Yu broke through the 49 emperor levels. The Emperor's path has gone through 6 years of development. Now, there are no less than 10,000 people who have broken through to the quasi-emperor level in the entire Emperor's path. This number is undoubtedly staggering. Throughout the dynasties of emperors, there has been basically no generation that could achieve tens of thousands of quasi-emperors within 10 years. If one wants to open up the path to becoming an emperor, it will normally take a lot of time to accumulate experience. In 10 years, at most you can reach the 9th imperial level. But now, we have arrived at the 49th imperial level. Certainly, the only one who could reach the 49th imperial gate was Su Yu. The rest, even Sun Shengwang and others, could only stay at the 29th imperial gate. I thought everyone who emerged from the golden age would be a monster like Su Yu. Ha ha ha, on the city wall of the 29th imperial pass. The young man in blue armor laughed heartily and said, keep working hard. Look for opportunities nearby. Within 2 years, you might have a chance to defeat me. Ha ha ha, as the guardian of the 29 imperial passes, the cultivation level of the young man in green armor is naturally extraordinary. The peak of the 5th level of quasi-emperor. Moreover, this is an immortal species that can maintain the combat power of a saint son in the middle stage of quasi-emperor. Not mediocre. Anyone who wants to defeat him must be either a saint son in the middle stage of quasi-emperor, or quasi-emperor at the peak of the 4th stage of immortal level. Work hard, and the city gates will be open for you. Also, don't even think about ganging up on me or taking turns to wear me down. In this imperial pass, as soon as the battle ends, my condition will instantly return to its peak. I'm tireless. It's useless for you to gang up on me. If you all attack me here, it will only allow Guan to raise my cultivation limit to the same level as your explosive combat power. Hey. After saying that, the young man in green armor sat down surrounded by soldiers. In front of him were piles of freshly cut meat. Those were left behind by the demons who came to challenge. Although they could not actively harm people, they could do whatever they wanted during the challenge. Whatever was looted could be preserved. A copper pot was set up, and the garrison commander of the 29 imperial passes actually started to fry the meat in front of everyone and then ate it with a satisfied look on his face. Everyone is already used to the scene. After all, it is already amazing that these residents of Guan can remain calm. Now it's just some meat. Others thought it was nothing, but a quasi-emperor genius from the barbarian bull clan had a dark look on his face. Because they eat their own flesh. The front. Sun Shengwang pressed the broken arm at the break, and then a green light emerged, and the broken arm was reconnected. Hey, Emperor Zun, a top-level immortal from the ancient demon Emperor clan, walked up to Sun Shengwang and couldn't help but spit. He said indignantly, how come these people from Emperor Guan are more perverted than the other? My cultivation level of the third level of quasi-emperor is actually comparable to that of a deputy governor of the same level. Upon hearing this, Emperor Sun said calmly, normal. Who among the quasi-emperors who could make it this far and perish wasn't a natural talent? They are able to maintain immortal level combat power in the same realm. You are already very strong if you can match him. What else do you want? A quasi-emperor at the third level could maintain the combat power of an immortal, which meant he could be on par with a normal quasi-emperor at the early fourth level. A person's potential is limited. It doesn't mean that if you are invincible now, you will definitely be invincible in the future. Your current combat power and talent are that of an immortal, but at the watersheds, such as the Saint Realm, the Great Saint Realm, and then the Quasi-Emperor Realm, your performance will drop from immortal to weak immortal. After breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor, you may only be able to maintain the same sun level. This is a sign of exhausted potential. When your potential is exhausted, it means that it will be difficult for you to break through to a higher level. It is like some Quasi-Emperor ancestors who, throughout their lives for thousands of years, always maintain their cultivation at the second or even first level of Quasi-Emperor without making any further progress. This means that the potential has been exhausted. Encounter the so-called bottleneck. If one has unlimited potential, then no matter which realm one breaks through, one can maintain the combat power of a top-level immortal. Like Holy Emperor Sun, his current cultivation level is at the peak of the fourth level of Quasi-Emperor, but he is able to compete with the Guardian Envoy at the peak of the fifth level of Quasi-Emperor. And the Quasi-Emperor fifth level Guardian in front of him. Another one who has reached the peak of the fifth level of Quasi-Emperor while maintaining the combat power of the Son of God. The actual combat power is comparable to the sixth level of Quasi-Emperor. The fact that Saint Emperor Sun was able to fight him without losing shows that he has firmly maintained the combat power of a top-level immortal. But that's not enough. He is still not satisfied. His limit is not just this. If the fighting bloodline is burned, it will be enough to defeat the 6th level mid-stage Quasi-Emperor. But he didn't have to. This desperate fighting style is kept as a trump card, not wasted here. Fighting with the garrison commander can hone his realm well. It can allow him to reach the top in the future. Tisk tisk, Wang Hang, you're in quite a mess. Emperor Zun ignored Sun Shengwang's words and turned to look at Wang Hang, who was taking elixirs to recover from his injuries. He said with a tut-tut, you also fought the Guardian. What do you think of his combat power limit? Wang Hang opened his eyes and pondered, limit. I'll be able to defeat him once I break through to the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor. Hearing this, Zun stopped talking. Another person who can maintain the combat power of top-level immortal species. Annoying. In fact, he was also very curious. The reason why Sun Shengwang was able to maintain this combat power was because all the foundation of the fighting saint ape was left to him. What about Wang Hang? Why should he do that? Could it be that cultivating an extra small world could really increase one's potential so much? Soon, the quasi-emperors who stayed outside the 29 emperor gates all entered the state of cultivation. Those who can reach level 29. Only 50 people. 3 months passed in a flash, and when the news that Suyu had successfully opened the 49th emperor level and reached the late quasi-emperor level spread throughout the emperor road. The 29th emperor is outside the pass. Emperor Sun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, then stood up and walked towards the city gate. Boom, with just one punch, a space channel was formed instantly. Seeing the channel appear, he drilled in with ease. When the young man in green armor on the city wall saw this, he chuckled softly and disappeared. And a month later, the news that Sun Shengwang successfully passed the 29th level spread completely. Following closely behind was Wang Hang, who successfully passed the level in 1 month and 5 days. The two broke records one after another, but this did not attract much attention because everyone's attention was focused on Suyu. Because at this time, Suyu had already arrived in front of the 50th Imperial Pass. In the void, Suyu came alone in front of a larger and more magnificent Imperial Pass, and he was still holding one of his feet in his hand. At the broken end, there was an extremely terrifying sword energy that prevented the wound from healing. Of course, this sword energy has now been almost wiped out by Suyu. A few more days passed as I stood in front of the 50 Emperor's Pass. Suyu reconnected the broken leg and then took a step forward with an expressionless and stern face. Buzz, the moment the time sword appeared in his hand, he slashed it out without hesitation. Boom, a terrifying roar suddenly appeared, completely awakening the ancient Emperor Guan who had been sleeping for who knows how many years. When Emperor Guan revived, Suyu's voice was also transmitted into it. It was like the sound of the great way exploding in the ears of the newly revived Emperor's Pass guard. Human Suyu, come and challenge me. Chapter 429 I am a demon, and I am more like the light than these beasts in human skin like Bill. The momentum of the Emperor's Pass revival is very huge, because those who can reach the later Emperor's Passes by their own strength are either geniuses with low realms but strong combat power. Or they are monsters with high combat power and high realm. Suyu, it's the latter. With high combat power and high cultivation, no matter how he breaks through, his potential seems to have no limit and can always be tapped. Even now, it also maintains a combat power that is stronger than the top-level immortal species. This is what is called immortal resources. Only the true possessor of immortal resources can thrive among those below the true immortals and always remain invincible. Therefore, in order to deal with these unruly immortal species, the guards of the Emperor's Pass, including the residents of the Emperor's Pass, are all top-level immortal species who once died on the Emperor's Road. It is said that, when we arrived at the last Imperial Pass, we found that all the people living there were quasi-emperors. The garrison commander even has the cultivation level of the 8th level of quasi-emperor. Moreover, he is maintaining the peak of the 8th level of quasi-emperor at the Son of God level, and is already capable of challenging the 9th level of quasi-emperor. So, those who can pass the last Imperial Gate, when they come out, will gather all the luck in themselves and can immediately achieve the peak of the 9th level of the quasi-emperor. Can instantly possess the combat power to compete for the great Emperor's Dao Fruit. At this moment, Emperor Guan revived, and the power of the quasi-emperor in the sky made the void become oppressive, and the space continued to solidify. Because, this is the peak of the 6th level of quasi-emperor. In the assessment of the Great Dao, the combat power of this quasi-emperor at the peak of the 6th level is even stronger than that of the 49 Imperial Guards. Soon, a figure gradually took shape on the wall of the Guan. He also looks young, because in the Imperial Pass, only those under 500 years old are qualified to enter, so everyone still looks young and no one is an old man. Challenger, how many years has the Imperial Road been open? The ordinary-looking young man spoke slowly, his tone filled with desolation. The voice was totally inconsistent with his appearance. Su Yu looked at him and replied, it has been open for 8 years and 5 months. 8 years. The young man didn't react for a moment, then after savoring these words, he suddenly said in a somewhat out of control, what, it's only been open for 8 years. Su Yu nodded and said, yeah, hiss. At this moment, the ordinary young man, who originally felt a little desolate, suddenly took a breath and his eyes were filled with shock. Holy crap, 8 years. The road to becoming an emperor has been open for 8 years and now you're allowed to beat me. He even suspected that he had been demoted and couldn't help but glance at his badge. If it weren't for the words, defender of 50 towns, written on it, he would have doubted himself. Are you a monster? The young man couldn't hold it in any longer and said this through gritted teeth. Throughout history, has anyone ever fought here in 8 years? Do you want to break the record left by the sword master? Su Yu smiled and didn't answer him, but said, have you recovered and adapted to regain control of your body? Then let's start, I'm in a hurry. He is now accustomed to this kind of high-intensity combat. The time spent on the way to the next Imperial Pass is used to digest combat experience and summarize. And, the reward for the first pass is enough to make him give up the things in other secret realms. In this underworld, there was nothing else that could move his heart. Although there is no system reward for defeating these guardians, he has saved up a lot of villain points at this stage, and when he opens the road to becoming an emperor and reaches the battle to become an emperor, there are plenty of people there for you to kill. Plundering and improvement are what he has to do at this stage. Fighting can help him develop his physical potential more fully. Hearing this, the young man was also confused, but he quickly reacted and said immediately, since you are short, then come on. You are only at the 6th level of quasi-emperor, while I am already at the peak. Before my death, I had already touched the 7th level. Now that I've been trapped here for a long time, my combat power has been honed to the point where it's comparable to that of an immortal. I can fight against a quasi-emperor in the middle 7th stage. Are you sure you want to fight me? Su Yu's aura was not hidden, so he could sense that Su Yu's current cultivation level was only the middle stage of the 6th level of quasi-emperor. I'm sure, the combat power of the 7th level of quasi-emperor. She is actually better than the female guard at the 49 Imperial passes. That guard was able to unleash the combat power of the peak of the early 7th level of the quasi-emperor, which can be regarded as the combat power of the immortal level. Good. Seeing that Su Yu did not hesitate, he did not hesitate either and directly opened the ban. Moment. A space channel took shape in front of Su Yu. Seeing this, he stepped in decisively. Swish. Soon, both bodies disappeared at the same time. Boom. Not long after, a terrifying wave suddenly came from the 50th Emperor Gate. If it were not for the Emperor Gate restrictions, the area within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years would be shattered in just a moment. The battle lasted for a long time. The aftermath never stopped for a moment, hitting the Imperial barrier every moment. The faint light began to shine after the two of them entered, and until now, it has never dimmed for a moment. And now, more than 2 months have passed. Boom. 3 months later, the gate of the 50th Imperial Pass opened, and a slightly embarrassed streak of light flew out from the Imperial Pass and rushed towards the deeper starry sky. Soon, on the city wall of Daguan, a young man with an ordinary face reappeared. Looking at Su Yu's departing back, and then looking down at his blood-stained armor, a hint of fear emerged in his eyes. What the hell is this monster? A quasi-emperor in the middle stage of the 6th level actually managed to cut off my life-threatening attack. During the 3 months of fighting, he fought with all his might and didn't let up at all. He used various forbidden secret methods to enhance his combat power, and even paid with his life for the final blow. His combat power burst was comparable to that of a quasi-emperor at the peak of the 7th mid-stage. But even so, he still lost to Su Yu, in the other party. Only an arm and a thigh were lost. These injuries are of no importance to Su Yu. Combat madman, even crazier than Wang Zukong back then. Watching Su Yu go away, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by reminiscence. He murmured, Wang Zukong, this kid might be able to accomplish what you failed to do back then. Darkness is madness, but the collapse of humanity is the most terrifying. Those forbidden areas that have obliterated humanity are the greatest obstacle to eradicating darkness. Boom. At the same time, Su Yu broke out from the 50th Imperial Gate, and in the outside world, after a long period of evolution, the world gradually collapsed. The top dynasties found it difficult to maintain order within their territories and began to gradually withdraw their troops to defend the imperial cities. And those who have lost the guardians of order, under the dual threat of fear and death countdown, they began to become crazy and no longer had any moral constraints. Unbridled release of the evil in one's heart. Zhangyu. Inside the Yaoguang Holy Land, the once glorious Holy Land had now been reduced to ruins by the flames of war and the might of the quasi-emperor. The entire Holy Land was filled with the smell of blood and broken limbs. Ahem, Su Yuxing, you are a demon. You slaughtered my entire Yaoguang clan. You are the devil. An old man with the cultivation level of the 5th level of quasi-emperor had his limbs cut off and turned into a human pig. His face was pale and he lay on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, but he was still roaring and screaming with all his might. However, the person standing in front of him had a blank expression on his face. Beside him, the divine light of the earth Gilin was blooming, extremely holy, forming a sharp contrast with the tragic scene. I am a demon, and compared to beasts like Yebel and others who are in human skin I am more like light. Chapter 430. Any evil thoughts are not tolerated, the great Zhou must be destroyed. Master, all the people at this branch of the Emperor's tomb have been killed, and those who escaped have also been apprehended. What should we do? At this time, a middle-aged man who had reached the Great Saint Realm stepped forward, bowed to Su Yuxing's back, and said respectfully, all the branch's resources have been seized and are being counted. In addition, all those abducted and imprisoned in the Imperial tomb have been found. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Su Yuxing, his eyes full of awe and admiration. These days, he has been impressed by Su Yuxing's swift and decisive methods. In half a year, he destroyed the Yaoguang Holy Land, which was the strongest among the top holy lands in the central region. One man killed 5 quasi-emperors. The human pig under his feet is the ancestor of the Yaoguang Holy Land, and his cultivation level is the 5th level of quasi-emperor. However, in front of their leader, they had no power to resist. Su Yuxing said calmly, take away and release all the prisoners, and erase their memories of this period. Civilians will be given some resources and released. Those from well-off families can be placed in any city. During these days, he gradually understood a truth. Fighting alone is far less easy than fighting in a team. So, he formed a force called Resurrection Sect. And he is the leader. In half a year, he has won over many powerful people, including 2 quasi-emperors. There are also more than 10 people in the Great Saint Realm. Although such a force is not top level, but it is also in the first tier. Resurrection, so that the world can be reborn from this hellish era and no longer suffer from the pain of the collapse of order. Because of his strong methods, he successfully established a prototype of a top-level sect in a very short period of time. The cities, dynasties, and sects that were saved. Many people are willing to join. Of course, this is limited to those who are unwilling to see order collapse and still have justice in their hearts. Yes, master, the middle-aged man responded respectfully and then stepped back. After the people left, Su Yuxing turned his gaze back to the human pig. His indifferent eyes made the human pig, which was still shouting, choke instantly. The people of the Emperor's tomb were as annoying as ever. I don't need to elaborate on what you've done in these troubled times, do I? Upon hearing this, the old man who had been reduced to a human pig retorted, what do you know? The philosophy of the holy religion is not something you mediocre people can understand. We were saving the world. As he spoke, his eyes gradually became fanatical and his tone became intense. Once the Holy Church's goal is achieved, we can then ask an immortal lord to intervene and save Qingkang from collapse. How can the people dying now compare to the lives of all the living beings in the universe? Moreover, for someone of their lowly bloodline to be able to make the young master, that is the greatest honor of their lives. Ha 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 ha, Su Yuxing, you devil, you know nothing. What qualifications do you have to preach to me? In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with what he did, he was doing it for the universe. For all living things, what's wrong with killing some people? It's better than everyone dying. Anyway, when the dark chaos strikes, they're all going to die. Instead of becoming blood and food for the lords of the Forbidden Zone, it's better to contribute to the success of my holy religion. They still have a chance to continue the incense. Ha ha ha, the human pig laughed crazily, and in excitement, its body without hands and feet kept squirming. Snort. When Su Yuxing heard this, the cold light in his eyes grew even more intense. He said in a cold voice, extracting bones, sucking blood, devouring souls, anything useful, you did it all. Is this your dream, to prevent people from entering the cycle of reincarnation? Boom. The human pig wanted to say something, but Su Yuxing didn't give him any chance. He stretched out his finger and pierced his forehead. Destroy them together with their souls, and they cannot die again. After doing all this, Su Yuxing escaped directly. He did not participate in the subsequent events. Here, it was enough to have the disciples of the resurrection sect to handle it. Owner, your murderous nature is getting worse. Tu Qilin was beside Su Yuxing, and looking at his earth-shaking changes, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he has a strong murderous nature, but these murderous intentions do not mean killing innocent people indiscriminately. But, become more jealous and vengeful. He does not change at all towards ordinary people, those who have not done evil, but towards those who have done evil, especially those whose crimes are punishable by death, he will burst out with astonishing murderous intent. Even it found this murderous intent a little shocking. Too rich. In just this short period of time, Su Yuxing had already wiped out dozens of branches of the Emperor's tomb and killed countless people. After a rough calculation, Tu Qilin was even shocked to find out. The number of powerful warriors from the Emperor's tomb who died at Su Yuxing's hands has reached 100,000. 100,000. As long as they are die-hard fans of the Emperor's tomb, no matter if they are the quasi-emperor or the body-tempering realm, they will be killed without mercy. This is a terrifying number. Certainly, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Yuxing doing this. On the contrary, Tu Qilin thought it was a good thing. As long as he didn't fall into the evil of killing innocent people, Su Yuxing would have a bright future. After all, the Taking Yinsha Sutra, it gave the Su Yuxing created an immortal king. Although the highest level of cultivation of Taking Yinsha Jing can only be reached to the level of true immortal, the influence caused by this technique will not disappear with the change of techniques. Now there's the heavenly punishment immortal king and the heavenly punishment immortal realm in the upper realm. He is the creator of Taking Yinsha Jing. If his master could maintain this mentality and continuously improve himself, he would definitely attract the attention of the heavenly punishment immortal king after ascending to the upper realm. This is an opportunity he can give to Su Yuxing. If Su Yuxing couldn't hold on, he would have to fall with Su Yuxing. Become a fallen Qilin. But now, Su Yuxing still maintains this state of mind, and he will have great potential in the future. Su Yuxing didn't know what Tu Qilin was thinking. He just sighed and said, he has a strong murderous nature, I don't think so. But I don't feel any pain when I can't see those who abandoned order in the Emperor's tomb. But when I sense the presence of evil, I become agitated. I don't want to be threatened by these evil thoughts anymore. I want to eliminate them all. I can still vividly remember the scene a few years ago when I was beaten to my doorstep and was powerless to do anything. I could only passively wait for others to rescue me. It was so frustrating. Why do those malicious people target the Su family? Them. Why can't you just die? Seeing that something was amiss with him, Tu Qilin changed the subject and said, Master, where are we going now? Upon hearing this, Su Yuxing's eyes became clear again. He glanced at the blood-red sunset and said solemnly, in a way religion, retreat and devour. In 3 years, we will eliminate all the minions of the Great Zhou. I have already found out what the Great Zhou and the Emperor's tomb have done over the years. This cancer of the Great Zhou must be destroyed. Chapter 431. So this place is a hell standing on earth. Tu Qilin was shocked when he heard this and said, the Great Zhou dynasty is an immortal dynasty ruled by an almighty powerhouse of the ninth layer of quasi-emperor heaven. Moreover, the Great Zhou dynasty still has 2 imperial weapons. Even an ordinary emperor would find it difficult to destroy them. It's not that he has any awe for the Great Zhou dynasty. Rather, the current Great Zhou is not someone they can afford to provoke. If he were to be promoted to the 9th level of quasi-emperor, then his Earth Qilin would be able to destroy the Great Zhou dynasty. Now Su Yuxing is only at the 4th level of quasi-emperor. And he is only at the peak of the 5th level of quasi-emperor. With such strength, if they go to cause trouble for the Great Zhou dynasty, let alone whether they can succeed, I am afraid that they will not even be able to enter the imperial city when they arrive in the Great Zhou. Even though Su Yuxing gained a lot from this trip. But after swallowing it, he could only break through to the 5th level of quasi-emperor at best. I simply don't have that ability. Su Yuxing shook his head and said, not now, but to eliminate all the people from the Great Zhou outside. The Emperor's actions are really too big. Now, with the advent of troubled times, they no longer need to conceal their actions. They are openly hunting down geniuses and those with special physiques. Although I don't know why they do this, but we absolutely cannot allow these people to kill indiscriminately. Killing and devouring can make one stronger. It took him less than a year to advance from the 4th level of quasi-emperor when he first came out of seclusion to the 4th peak level now. The time is very short. This promotion speed is even faster than those geniuses competing in the Imperial Road. He had already wiped out the Emperor's tomb branch in the eastern wasteland. Now, his first stop in the central region was to successfully destroy the Yaoguang Holy Land that was secretly supported by the Emperor's tomb. After this battle, his cultivation will definitely be promoted to the 5th level. With such cultivation, one can be said to be invincible in this era. If Xuantian can't make it anymore, he is also prepared to go to other ancient stars to develop. Anyway, he must go on the road to becoming an emperor. Others can compete for the title of emperor. Hisu can do it, and why not? After eliminating the minions of the Great Zhou outside, prepare to leave Xuantian and head towards the central star region. After hearing Su Yuxing's arrangement, Duqilin nodded and agreed, okay. Having made up their minds, the two began a new round of retreat. Today, Duqilin is very wealthy. The resources he has obtained, plus the cultivation resources sent by the ancient royal and imperial families of the Tiger Divine Mountain, are enough for him to safely break through to the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor. As for the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, that is a hurdle that cannot be easily overcome by relying on resources. It requires the understanding, potential, and bones to reach this level before a breakthrough can be made. Coincidentally, Duqilin does not have this worry. As long as the resources are in place, he can easily break through. However, he would not blindly break through just for the sake of realm. He would also follow Su Yuxing to fight and completely consolidate his own cultivation realm before breaking through to the next realm. The man and the beast didn't say anything else and went straight into seclusion to practice and break through. Bang! Where did this resurrection cult come from? In the void of a certain area in Xuanyan continent, amidst the terrifying void turbulence, a huge island stands in the middle, unaffected by anything. In the center of the island, inside a floating temple, a terrifying pressure arose, forcing hundreds of people in the hall to be unable to raise their heads. That is the pressure of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. Why, none of you Quasi-Emperors who are in charge of all Xuanyan affairs have found out the origins of the resurrection cult. The old man at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor did not sit on the first seat above. Because he is not qualified. He stood one step below the first seat, his sharp and terrifying gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he said in an unhappy tone, Now, Xuanyan's business has stagnated by 70%. If we let this continue, Xuanyan's plan will come to a complete halt. What are you guys going to do? Hearing these words that hinted at murderous intent, the Quasi-Emperors felt a chill run down their spines. One of them said, Master, the master of the resurrection cult cannot be found. Even if a divine fortune teller were to be summoned, he still couldn't find out. His secrets have been completely obscured. The divine calculator was a Quasi-Emperor level expert. Even he couldn't figure it out, so naturally, they in the Imperial Tomb had no means to detect it. It's not that they don't want to solve it, but they can't find anyone. Including the destruction of the Yaoguang Holy Land this time. It was only when the battle was over that they realized it. Upon hearing this, the supreme being of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor snorted softly, the murderous intent in his eyes faded, and he continued, Now, what forces are still operating in Xuanyan? Go, set it up. Since the other party was able to destroy Yaoguang, there must be a powerful Quasi-Emperor 6th level in charge. You guys go and make arrangements, and find an opportunity to kill them. The cultivation levels of these people in charge of Xuanyan are not particularly top-notch, but the strongest one is at the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor. There are also 3 people at the 6th level of Quasi-Emperor. As for the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor, those are almost decayed. The slightly younger ones are also trying to break through to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, preparing for the hunting battle on the road to becoming an emperor. There are no extra strong people to be transferred out. The same is naturally true for other sects and forces. If there is a powerful Quasi-Emperor level 8 who is hunting them, then they can only accept defeat. But, with the life-saving talismans bestowed upon them, even if they encountered an 8th level Quasi-Emperor, they would not suffer any losses and could easily escape. Yes, with the permission of the leader, these Quasi-Emperors of the Xuanyan branch retreated immediately as if they had been pardoned. After they left, the legendary leader of the Emperor's Tomb suppressed his displeasure and became profound. Tisk tisk, in a great world struggle, all kinds of unexpected things can happen. The moment he finished speaking, the old man suddenly became distorted, and then he turned from an old man into a young man, confident and full of dominance. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plans, everything is fine. Boom, as he spoke, he raised his hand and waved, and the throne above suddenly moved, and then a hidden space passage appeared. Seeing this, the domineering young man walked straight in. If others saw the scene inside the space passage, they would definitely vomit uncontrollably. Because the surroundings were filled with bones of various creatures, still covered with traces of flesh and blood. In the empty passage, the screams that shocked the soul continued and were creepy. The young man walked into the depths with his hands behind his back and a calm expression. Along the way, there were complete skins of various creatures, both human and animal. The surrounding walls are embedded with hideous souls, and wherever you pass by, your soul will be greatly impacted. If a powerful person of the Quasi-Emperor level passes by here, I'm afraid that before I even finish walking through the passage, I'll become mentally disturbed and lunatic. When he reached the end, the domineering young man stopped and looked ahead quietly. At the end of the passage, there is a huge deep pit, which is filled with bright red blood. Here is a huge pool of blood. And around the deep pit are countless busy figures, they are busy. Cut the throats of the captured creatures and let them bleed. What is hell like? So this is a hell standing on earth. Chapter 432, Emperor's Tomb's Actions, Hunyuan Immortal Body. How's the blood pool's reserve? The domineering young man walked to the front of the deep pit, looked at the pool of blood below which was constantly bubbling like boiling water, and said calmly, how much more is there? Swish. The moment he finished speaking, an old man in a black robe came up behind the young man and knelt on one knee, supporting himself on the cold floor with one hand. He said respectfully, young master, the blood pool has already absorbed 90% of the existing physical qualities in this world. In addition, after millions of years of covert operations, except for the blood of the chaos body and the flying immortal body, all other blood has been collected. Possessing millions of different blood and physical essence powers. The reserves are almost full. All that is left is for the young master to retrieve his clone, fuse the clones together, and achieve the realm of kings and princes. The realm of kings and princes, that is, the emperor of the lower world. In the upper realm, kings and princes can break through at will. The rules of the upper realm are perfect, unlike the lower realm, where the rules are incomplete and there's only a chance to achieve enlightenment during a specific period. The domineering young man nodded and said, okay. Old Zhu, you have been with me in the lower realm for a million years. Your realm has been cut. When I condense the Hunyuan immortal body and break through to the great emperor and return to the upper realm, I will definitely help you break through to the pseudo-immortal. The pseudo-immortals in the upper realm are in a realm that is beyond the kings and princes and below the true immortals. It is between immortals and mortals, and is halfway to becoming an immortal. Only when ordinary people become pseudo-immortals can they have the opportunity to become true immortals. The person kneeling behind him was a powerful king in the upper realm. Since they are from the upper realm, they are not affected by the long river of time in the lower realm at all. People from the upper realm who are at the quasi-king level can easily live for 50,000 years. 50,000 years in the upper realm. The underworld 5 million years. Comparable to the supreme being who has lived 5 lifetimes in reverse. Hearing the words of the domineering young man, the black-robed old man named Zhu Lao was overjoyed and kowtowed, saying, thank you, young master, for your cultivation. After breaking through the pseudo-immortal, you can accumulate resources to become a true immortal. As long as he can achieve the status of a true immortal, he can escape from the life of a slave and become a true person from the upper realm. The domineering young man nodded with satisfaction and said, go ahead. Don't worry too much about the affairs of this branch sect. Just use them to achieve our goals and give them some benefits when necessary. For him, the rise and fall of a branch sect in the lower world would not affect him at all. As long as you can achieve your goals. What if I give this place to someone else and destroy it? Anyway, when Qingkang is destroyed, they will all disappear in the smoke. In the future, I can just find a few decent slaves to take them away. Yes, young master, the old servant responded and then disappeared from the spot. Although he was forced to go down to the mortal world, his realm was greatly reduced and he was only at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. However, with his background as a veteran prince, this old servant, he also has the fighting power to defeat the emperor. If he doesn't care about life and death and reaches the highest level, he can kill even the emperor. Hunyuan immortal body. After the old servant left, the domineering young man stood in front of the blood pool with his hands behind his back, looking quietly ahead. His thoughts had already returned to the scene when his immortal master was talking to him when he went to the lower world. Disciple, although you are my last disciple, you have a good chance of becoming an immortal lord in the future. But I hope you can train in the lower realm for 10,000 years, utilize the resources of the lower realm's branch sects, and strive to achieve the Hunyuan immortal body. Only then can you secure your place as a true immortal. There may be a chance to reach the immortal king realm in the future. Master, what is the Hunyuan immortal body? The Hunyuan immortal body is formed by absorbing and refining the physical qualities and original blood of all the universes. This is a forbidden method, lost for eternity. I was lucky enough to obtain a fragment of it that year, and I have kept it ever since and never handed it in. You are ruthless enough and have the talent of an immortal lord. If you can cultivate it, you may be able to reach the immortal king realm in the future. I was injured by the aura of the immortal king back then, suffering an irreversible injury to my immortal foundation. Now that I'm in the middle ranks of the Holy Church, I'm under constant scrutiny, unable to reincarnate and rebuild my foundation. My 10 clans were wiped out by the enemy back then, leaving me without any offspring. Over the years, I've treated you like my own son. So, I, the master, hope that you can accomplish all this. Do you dare to fight in the lower realm? Of course, if you perish in the lower realm, your master will not be able to avenge you. Master, I will do my utmost to condense my primordial immortal body. When I return to the upper realm, I will definitely have broken through to the true immortal realm. Ha ha ha, okay, then go ahead. I've chosen a great place for you, the Qingkang universe. This universe is about to collapse, so you should start here. In this chaotic world, all kinds of physiques will emerge, and this will be your greatest opportunity. Okay, I'll follow master's instructions. Thinking of this, a trace of nostalgia appeared on the domineering young man's face. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. Master, oh master. My disciple will soon be able to condense the Hunyuan immortal body and return to the upper realm soon. I wonder how many of my brothers and sisters have been sent down to the lower realms to cultivate their primordial immortal bodies during these 10,000 years. Being in the holy religion, he is said to be the only disciple. This is so false. Time flies quickly. In the golden age, time is the least valuable thing. Every minute and every second, there will be a strong breakthrough and big things will happen. Many talented independent cultivators who were originally limited by resources, skills, and martial arts have risen up. Countless secret realms began to return to the world and recover because of the abundant spiritual energy. Therefore, a treasure hunting craze was created. During this time, countless first-rate forces in ordinary holy places were destroyed. They were all destroyed by the geniuses. However, those independent cultivators who defeated their enemies should have become famous and known by countless people. But in the end, after they defeated their enemies, they all disappeared mysteriously. No one ever saw them again. The only news is that it is rumored that he was abducted by the emperor's tomb. Certainly, none of this matters anymore, because no matter how things develop, ordinary people no longer have the energy to discuss or spread them. Because they don't have so much free time now. Now they want to live more. The collapse of the order of cultivating immortals has caused the degeneration of countless powerful cultivators. They are all taking advantage of the dark chaos to enjoy the ultimate luxury of being an emperor on earth. With wanton indulgence, the darkness in people's hearts is constantly magnified. The final result is, it has created countless, righteous, cultivators who are not demonic cultivators but are more terrifying than demonic cultivators. If they disagree with you, they will exterminate their entire clan or even massacre the entire city. They use women for pleasure and even use the son of man as food. Already many places have become hell on earth. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. During these 10 years, before the dark turmoil could reap the rewards, the infighting among all races had already resulted in the death of 10% of the peak number of creatures of all races before the turmoil. Don't underestimate the number, it's only 10%. But this is the population of the entire universe. If there is a loss of 10% of 100 million lives, that means more than 10 million people have died. Immortal, please be merciful. My child hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. Please, Immortal, save my child. Chapter 433. Compared to the dark turmoil, the scene you created is more like darkness. Tianying Ancient Star is an ancient star where multiple races live, including humans, demons, shadows and stone spirits. It was originally a quiet and peaceful planet for retirement. Many saints come here to retire in their later years, and over time, it has become a retirement planet. But, the ancient star of Tianying, which originally lived a peaceful life and did not fight with others, has now become a completely different scene. Corpses are everywhere, the earth is dry, and the trees have been stripped of all their leaves and bark. Because these were all taken away to satisfy people's hunger. Because the spiritual veins that exist in these lands, whether they are low-quality spiritual veins or chaotic spiritual energy, are all absorbed by the cultivators with their great supernatural powers. Make this place no longer suitable for life. Ordinary people and creatures that have not reached the innate realm cannot practice fasting and still need to eat grains to sustain life. But now, there is no longer any life here, only plague and death coexist. This town has been suffering from drought for several years. Countless water veins have been drained, the spiritual energy has been drained, and the vitality of the plants has been squeezed out. People have no way to survive. Now, lying at the feet of Su Yuxing and Tukilin was a half-naked woman with disheveled hair and an unpleasant stench. In her arms, there was a child who looked a little shriveled, about a year old. Due to long-term hunger, the child, who should have the energy to cry loudly, is now unable to make even a sound. If it weren't for the slight movement, it could be basically concluded that he was dead. Immortal, please save my child and take him away. When he grows up, he can be your slave. The woman knelt on the ground, holding the child, and got down. The dry ground was broken into pieces by her knocks. Blood kept flowing from his forehead. On the side, there were countless pairs of eyes like hungry wolves staring at this place. Even though they had reached the point of madness, they did not dare to move forward rashly because of the faint pressure emanating from Su Yuxing. Of course, this is already very good. The fact that they were not scared away means that these people are not far from collapse. It has reached the point where people are eating their own children. To them, children are a delicacy from heaven. As long as Su Yuxing showed no concern, they would definitely rush over and eat all the women and children. Su Yuxing watched this scene calmly, without any expression on the surface, but in fact, a terrifying murderous intent was already rising in his heart. Darkness and turmoil unbridled human nature. He has not experienced suffering, but that does not prevent him from walking around the world and witnessing this scene with his own eyes, thus empathizing with it. If I didn't have this level of cultivation, will my fate be better than theirs? No, I'll be like these refugees, starving and desperate, even forced to learn cannibalism. Extremely evil. Even if you didn't take any action, just a word or a few actions could cause the order to collapse and plunge the world into chaos. I want to change all this, so that there will be no more darkness in this world. Coming out of the terrifying murderous intent, Su Yuxing looked at the scene in front of him again, stretched out his hand and gently touched the storage ring. In an instant, a streak of light flashed, and a huge deep pit suddenly appeared in the center of the town, which gradually turned into a pool of water. The water in the pond is rich in spiritual energy. When ordinary people drink it, it can satisfy their hunger, give them a sense of fullness, and replenish the nutrients needed by the body. You can drink this water. It will make you feel better. As Su Yuxing finished speaking, a group of hungry people, with gluttonous glints in their eyes, rushed frantically towards the pool. The moment they drank the spiritual water, they could feel their bodies gradually recovering. The impending collapse caused by hunger and mental oppression also gradually disintegrated. After everyone had finished drinking the water, the woman tremblingly scooped up some water and dropped it on her child's lips. After 3 drops of spiritual water, the child, who was already very weak, gradually recovered. Finally, after the child cried loudly, "Plop!" Every living being in the town, whether human, shadow, or stone spirit, knelt down in Su Yuxing's direction. Each of them prostrated themselves on the ground, their voices trembling as they held back their tears as they shouted, "Thank you, immortal, for the water." Looking at this scene, Su Yuxing felt even more touched. He did not say anything and let these creatures kneel down to worship him. For a long time, he turned and flew out of the town. He was going to the center of the ancient Tianying star, which was also the less prosperous place on the planet. There, it's a wonderland. The entire planet's water veins, spiritual veins, mineral veins, all valuable resources are all concentrated there. Here, it is the residence of those immortals mentioned by ordinary people. It's also a fairyland. At this time, in the fairyland, the rich spiritual energy turned into water mist, and countless creatures with cultivation lived here like fish in water. Some mortal spirits above the body refining stage were working hard to build a fairy palace under the command of the supervisor. And in the city in the center, the immortals and their descendants are enjoying the ultimate indulgence of desires. No one practices cultivation, only indulgence, wanton indulgence. They enjoy chopping people and forcing others to eat their own children in public as a form of entertainment. Ha ha ha, so refreshing. This is the life that cultivators like me should live. Those mortals should be like this, just for our amusement. That's right. No wonder they say that once a cultivator enters the mortal world, his heart will be clouded by dust. It turns out that it's this wanton enjoyment and indulgence that clouded his heart. Come, it's time to eat and drink. Since we've been enjoying ourselves, our cultivation has actually improved. Ha ha ha, that's right, eat it. We're going to die anyway. If we don't enjoy it now, will we have to wait until we reach the underworld to enjoy it? Those voices filled with evil thoughts and indulgence exploded in this fairyland. The descendants, enjoyment was naturally seen by the saints who were high above them. Of course, they just smiled slightly, and then tasted the roasted liver with a look of satisfaction on their faces. No wonder the demons say that the hearts and livers of human cultivators are comparable to dragon livers and phoenix gallbladders. They are not lying to me. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept across this fairyland, on Earth with a radius of 10,000 miles. This terrifying feeling of oppression makes people despair. Even an immortal, who had reached the peak of the great saint realm, was prostrated on the ground the moment the pressure came over him. Like dead dogs. Yes, who is this powerful person? Boom. In an instant, in the horrified sight of these immortals, a tall and majestic figure slowly appeared. Its huge body illuminated the entire fairyland, making the immortals despair. Quasi-emperor. There was no emotion in Su Yuxing's eyes. He glanced at the immortal world, and then his indifferent voice fell into the ears of every immortal, like a death note. You are so heartless and insane, even worse than the devil. You deserve to die and be killed. However, these words made the eyes of those great saints bloodshot and they roared. What do you mean by worthy of death? Now that the dark turmoil is approaching, everyone is going to die. We are simply trying to restore what we haven't been able to enjoy these years. These mortals have lived and worked peacefully under our protection for countless years. What's wrong with us collecting a little interest? Should we die? Darkness is the culprit. The words fell. Bang. As soon as the words fell, this paradise on Earth was completely destroyed. And those plundered spiritual veins, water veins, and countless materials were sent back to various places on the Tianying ancient star. Compared to the dark turmoil, the scene you created is more like darkness. Chapter 434. What is your Tao and what is your philosophy? Traveling through the world, I've discovered that the dark turmoil isn't what's scary. What's scary is the collapse of these monks who have mastered the power. The damage they cause is far more terrifying than the darkness itself. In the deep space of the universe, Su Yuxing walked leisurely in the void with his hands behind his back as if he was strolling in a back garden. However, every step he took was to cross a distance of billions of miles. Beside him, the earth Qilin was covered in golden dragon scales and had hair glowing green, looking extremely handsome. Just standing here can keep away all kinds of evil spirits. Master, what do you want to do? Qilin would not interfere with any of Su Yuxing's choices because he felt that his master was a strong man with a very determined heart. He can definitely find his own way. The path that can lead directly to the true fairyland. Su Yuxing smiled softly when he heard this, and his eyes were no longer as cold as before, but gentle instead. When I was young, I wanted to be a chivalrous knight who fought for justice, punished evil and promoted good. Later, after the old man failed to break through and returned to the family to take over the position of head, I just wanted to protect my clan members from being bullied by other forces. Later, as he spoke, a touch of tenderness and nostalgia appeared on Su Yuxing's brow. I met Aru and found someone I wanted to protect. Then Qing Ying was born. At that time, I just thought that wrinkled little thing was so adorable. For them, I would give my life. Then Wan Qing and Miao were born one after another, and I felt that life was nothing short of wonderful. Until Io was born and Aru passed away for some reason. I was heartbroken and even wanted to go with her. But they were still young, so I had no choice but to endure it. During those 10 years or so, I poured everything I had into them. During this time, I thought my life was complete. He really misses that time. It was the most unforgettable day of his life. However, it wasn't until the 4 of them displayed extraordinary talents and connected with the cultivation world that I realized the danger was not far away. It's becoming more and more terrifying. Afterwards, a quasi-saint came and attempted to destroy my Su family. After that, countless people wanted to attack my Su family, but they were all stopped by the powerful people guarding in the dark by Jushao. Until, when Su Yuxing said this, he paused, and there was gradually a look of unwillingness in his eyes. I found that I was becoming less and less able to protect anyone, and that's when I started to hate myself for not working harder. And now everything I encounter while walking in this world. Su Yuxing took a deep breath and said, besides wanting to avoid causing trouble for the siblings, I also want to protect them. Furthermore, I also want to do my part to protect the shattered world. Protect those mortals. I want to create a brand new world, a world without dangers, a world without super powerful people ruling the world. This is a mortal world that belongs only to mortals, where they can change their fate by themselves and create everything by their wisdom. Practicing is too hard. In a world with monks, life for mortals is even harder. Tu Qilin listened quietly to everything Su Yuxing said. At this time, he felt that Su Yuxing might be able to do it. His path was already clear. It was an unparalleled path for the common people in the name of protection. This is the path created by the immortal king of heavenly punishment. Punish evil and protect the people. Provide those who want a stable life with a stable living space. Although it is called heavenly punishment, but it is the way of life. He has endless murderous intent in his heart, but when it comes to people who have no evil intentions, he has no deterrent effect at all. It's very similar to Su Yuxing's current situation. So similar. Master, yes, I can do it. I will follow you and accomplish this goal together. Tu Qilin's childish voice was full of determination. Hearing this, Su Yuxing turned his head to look at him, reached out and stroked his head, and smiled. As for me, I just want to have a stable life. I just want to do my best to bring peace to this world. Those people who have suffered so much, I will protect them. No one should dare to bring war upon them. Boom. After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Su Yuxing's body. Swish. This sudden change made him stop in his tracks and he could no longer move forward. Because endless thunderclouds began to emerge in the void. That's a thunder tribulation. The quasi-emperor thunder tribulation appeared out of thin air. However, the aura of this thunder tribulation is different from the previous ones. It is more perfect and more terrifying, making people feel awe from the depths of their souls. It was as if a force from a higher dimension had torn the universe apart and descended here. Bang! This thunder tribulation was not that loud and powerful, only the endless aura of divine punishment was surging. Even, full of fairy spirit, seeing this scene, Tu Qilin's eyes widened and he exclaimed, a thunder tribulation from the upper realm. Cross-domain arrival. How is that possible? How could a master like him actually trigger the arrival of a thunder tribulation from the upper realm? This is simply a fantasy. Wrong. Perhaps, it is not such a fantasy. If the one who brought down the thunder tribulation was the heavenly punishment immortal king, who stood at the pinnacle of the upper realm and was ranked in the top 10 even among the immortal kings, then perhaps it would be reasonable. The immortal king of heavenly punishment personally unleashed a divine thunderbolt, just for Su Yuxing. A mere quasi-emperor, no, a quasi-king, could actually attract the attention of a powerful immortal king. Perhaps others will find it outrageous. After all, outside the universe, there are so many universes like Qingkang, even billions and billions. But in Tu Qilin's opinion, although it seems incredible, it also seems reasonable. Because that person is the immortal king. The immortal king can descend to any corner of the heavens with a thought, and at a glance, he can turn a universe into atomic dust. Even if you just think of the immortal king's name in your heart, he will also be able to sense it. This is the power of the supreme immortal king. Supreme, the true supreme giant. Just thinking of the immortal king's name can be sensed by him, not to mention that Su Yuxing has already embarked on the path of the heavenly punishment immortal king, so he can sense it even more. Especially Su Yuxing's ideas are very consistent with those of the immortal king Tianfa. This is a perfect successor. For the immortal king, background and talent are nothing. As long as someone can perfectly match his path, then he will be his successor. The new immortal king of the future. Master, can you actually make it this far? Can you even attract the attention of the immortal king giants? Before Tu Qilin could think about it, his body was suddenly sent out of the range of the thunder tribulation by a powerful force. Within the range covered by the thunder tribulation, the great Tao of the Qingkang universe did not dare to approach at all. In the face of the might of this divine punishment, the power of Qingkang's laws was like a frightened quail, hiding aside and trembling. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, piercing through Su Yuxing's obstacles and enveloping him completely. Before he could figure out what was going on, an indescribable voice sounded in his ears. What is your Tao? What is your philosophy? Chapter 435, The Supreme Giant's Divine Thought Arrives. Kill me Ming Dao. Hearing this voice, Su Yuxing was shocked to find that he could not control himself, but answered in a calm tone with his truest thoughts. I don't know what the Tao is. I only know that I want to protect everything I want to protect. My philosophy is to do my best to create a peaceful afterlife for all living beings. I am tired of fighting and I hate those who look down on the world and do not care about any life. These words may sound childish, but these are Su Yuxing's true thoughts. Perhaps he is such a naive person in the eyes of others. To try to overthrow the emperors who control all living beings. Use this tiny power to imagine all this. In the eyes of others, it is too naive and narrow-minded. However, the voice of the supreme being actually had a hint of a smile, as if revealing a hint of satisfaction, and said, the concept is very good. Then let me see if you can realize all this. After saying this, the will of the supreme being instantly dissipated. As if it had never appeared. Only the thunder tribulation above Su Yuxing's head proved that all this was not an illusion. But it's what really happened. When the thunder tribulation began to accumulate power normally and explode, Su Yuxing came to his senses. Boom! The thunder tribulation came, but this time it did not have the destructive power of the previous tribulations. Instead, it brought with it a test and scrutiny. Facing this thunder tribulation, for some reason, Su Yuxing had an illusion. That is to step over he can control everything he wants. Enlighten the great way, cut off your past self and start a new life. Buzz. As the thought arose, a long spear appeared in Su Yuxing's hand. This long spear was a quasi-imperial weapon that he had refined through sacrifice. Its name, Chengyin, carrying the dream hidden deep in his heart, that wishful thinking that is like a dream bubble. A peaceful world, no disputes, no evil people. Come on, I will never run away again. I will do my best to clean up this world. Swish, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Su Yuxing held Chengyin in his hand, and an unprecedented high fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. This calamity is a past calamity. Cut off the past and realize the true self. Kill me Ming Dao. Boom. In an instant, Su Yuxing collided with the thunder of judgment. In front of this thunder of judgment that could almost destroy an entire star field, his figure seemed so small. But it was this tiny figure that blocked the thunder. And defeated inch by inch. It is unknown how long this process lasted, until this only thunder calamity was completely crushed by Su Yuxing. Buzz. In an instant, when the thunder was crushed, infinite immortal power was infused into Su Yuxing's body. Although it did not make his cultivation level increase wildly, the immortal power that carried the power of complete laws also allowed him to successfully break through 3 small realms. Quasi-Emperor 7th Heaven. At this moment, Su Yuxing officially stepped into the late stage of Quasi-Emperor and entered a road that the Qingkang universe could not bear. If it is divided according to, at this time, Su Yuxing could perhaps be called a cultivator from the upper realm. And when Su Yuxing broke the thunder tribulation, at an unknown distance from Qingkang, countless universes are suspended around it, like black dots, inconspicuous and unremarkable. And in the front, there is an extremely huge and terrifying continent that is billions of times larger than any universe. It just floats in the endless space, so sacred and majestic. This is the upper realm of the fairyland mentioned in countless cosmic legends. Upper realm, in the Tianfa fairyland, located in the Tianfa temple in the center of the fairyland. A figure in purple slowly opened his eyes. The human-shaped figure's face was blurry and unclear, because no one could look directly at him, let alone see his face clearly. Because, this is the Immortal King. Those who have no karmic connection with the Immortal King cannot see his true form. When he opened his eyes, he felt that countless worlds were evolving from birth to destruction in his eyes. Even just a glance can kill a strong man in the realm of the Emperor, without leaving any trace in this world. Interesting. I have been developing the way of heavenly punishment for a billion years, and no living being has been able to step into it and comprehend even a fraction of it. Now I'm being taken over by a little fellow from the lower realm. Using another path of common people to escape into the path of heavenly punishment is in line with my own 80 to 90%. Ha 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 ha, it's not that I don't accept disciples, but among all the countless creatures in the universe, not a single one is worthy of my attention. This little fellow has caught my eye today and has inherited my heavenly punishment. While muttering to himself, the hazy humanoid creature looked to the side. This glance, spanning countless times and countless cosmic distances, accurately locked onto Su Yuxing. When you use your own strength to break through your limits and ascend to the upper realm, I will personally guide you. After Su Yuxing broke through to the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor, he practiced on the spot for a whole month before consolidating his cultivation. When he came out of his cultivation state and opened his eyes, he saw the Earth Keelan looking at him with curious eyes. It's like looking at some rare treasure. Master, how do you feel? Hearing this childish voice, Su Yuxing patted Tu Keelan's forehead and said softly, it feels good, I have understood the truth. The 7th level of Quasi-Emperor is Mingdao. Understand the great path of oneself. At this point, one's own potential is no longer important. What is important is how deep the foundation of the Tao is. This is the important factor that determines how far you can go. But Su Yuxing's path is unfathomable. In other words, the Emperor is no longer his bottleneck, nor is it a threshold, but the starting point. Upon hearing this, Tu Keelan nodded and said, is that consciousness descended? He didn't dare to say the name of the heavenly punishment Immortal King directly. Because this will be sensed by the Immortal King of heavenly punishment. Although he has no ill intentions, he should try not to attract the attention of people at this level. After all, if the other party is not careful, a single thought can make him disappear from this world without leaving any trace of himself. Su Yuxing nodded, did not deny it, and said, I guess so. Let's go, it's time to continue. After seeing his master's affirmative answer, Tu Keelan was overjoyed and said quickly, okay. Oh my god, what a treasure. The owner actually got the recognition of the heavenly punishment Immortal King. In the following time, Tu Keelan accompanied Su Yuxing to travel in the universe to see those ancient stars that had no strong people in charge and no order constraints. He was unable to eradicate the root cause of the collapse of order and could only rebuild the collapsed order bit by bit. And now the purpose of his journey is to eradicate the darkness. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. In 5 years, less than 15 years after the Emperor Road was opened, the Emperor's Pass has been built to the 89th level. This also made Lu completely boiling. Shock, the 88th level has been broken, and Su Yu has already reached the 89th Imperial level. Chapter 436, Astonishing Speed of Breaking Through the Barriers, 15 years, 89 Imperial Barriers. The 89th Imperial Pass, what kind of ridiculous speed is this for breaking through the pass? This isn't how challenges are supposed to be conducted, right? He reached the 89th Imperial Pass in less than 15 years. What is the limit of his combat power? If nothing unexpected happens, the 89th Emperor level will be at the late Quasi-Emperor level. Going beyond that will require the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor cultivation. The final 108th Emperor level will require combat power comparable to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor to successfully break through. Has Su Yu already attained the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor combat power? On the Emperor's road, countless people were shocked. They knew very well how outrageous this speed of breaking through the barriers was. Throughout the ages, the fastest records for breaking through barriers in history were only left by the peerless swordmaster and the Emperor of Heaven. It took 49 years to open up the Imperial Pass. And now, Su Yu reached the final step in less than 15 years. If you practice diligently for a few years, I'm afraid that I can break through the Imperial Gate in one fell swoop and start to become an Emperor. And what about them? Now, in the entire Emperor Road, apart from Su Yu, the people with the highest cultivation level are also those of Sun Shengwang. Sun Shengwang, early stage of the 6th level of Quasi-Emperor. Wang Heng, early 6th level of Quasi-Emperor. Then came Ji Shijun, who ranked 3rd with his cultivation level at the peak of the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor. Certainly, there are also a few people whose existence others would not have thought of, namely Su Yu's 3 unknown sisters and his so-called fiancée Chen Yanxi when he was young. Chen Yanxi, whose cultivation level is the early 7th level of Quasi-Emperor. Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Su Miao followed closely behind, all 3 of them were in the middle 6th level of Quasi-Emperor. The speed is astonishing. The 4 women all achieved breakthroughs during these 5 years, and their speed of breakthrough is no less than that of Sun Shengwang. Especially Chen Yanxi, his speed is extremely ferocious. Now, I have already stood in front of the 81st Imperial Gate. Shortly after the news that Su Yu had arrived at the 89th Imperial Pass spread, news came again that Su Yu had successfully defeated the guardian of the 89th Imperial Pass. It's too fast. In front of the 75th Imperial Pass, Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng stood side by side, both covered in wounds. These are all injuries left by high-intensity breakthroughs. Although it will be repaired later, it looks a bit awkward hanging on my body now. Wang Heng listened to the Imperial Pass guard narrating Su Yu's speed in breaking through the barrier and couldn't help but sigh, this guy is really getting more and more abnormal. Although he sighed, he also understood how exaggerated the amplification of the small cell world that Su Yu created was. Especially in a place like the Emperor's Road, there is no shortage of the power of rules, allowing him to refine the small cellular world unscrupulously. Even he increased the number of cells in his body to more than 170 in less than 15 years. In other words, he has successfully refined more than 170 rules. Although his potential is not as great as Su Yu's, it is also improving slowly. In other words, he has surpassed the limits of his ancestors and even the limits of most of the brilliant emperors in history. There were only a handful of people standing in his way. The Emperor of Heaven, the peerless swordmaster, and the mortal emperor. There are also the 9 secret creators, the 9 heavenly lords of the mythological era. There are probably few people who can be compared with him now. Upon hearing this, Sun Shengwang couldn't help but glance sideways at Wang Heng and muttered, he's a pervert but you're actually not bad either. His and Wang Heng's advancement speed was almost the same. When he was in the Great Saint realm, his talent was able to crush Wang Heng. When you reach the level of Quasi-Emperor, you can barely suppress it. However, as he began to break through to the middle stage of Quasi-Emperor, the gap between him and Wang Heng became smaller and smaller. He has gradually been able to feel that his potential is weakening. Now that he is at the 6th level of Quasi-Emperor, he can barely maintain the combat power assessment of the top-level immortal species. However, Wang Heng's combat power has been assessed as being barely below the top-level immortal species in the early stage of Quasi-Emperor, but after the middle stage of Quasi-Emperor, he has begun to stabilize his combat power at the top-level immortal species. Now he has reached the 6th level of quasi-emperor, and he is still stable. It seems that as Wang Heng's cultivation level improves, his potential is also improving. It was simply unbelievable to him. Wang Heng paused for a moment after hearing this, then burst out laughing. Actually, if I hadn't been friends with Su Yu back then and learned the cell world technique he created to increase my combat power, I would only be able to barely reach the middle stage of quasi-emperor at best. He knew very well that to be able to reach the middle stage of quasi-emperor in 15 years was already a rare talent among men, and could be considered a leader among the great emperors of all dynasties. The middle stage of quasi-emperor is the beginning of the 4th stage of quasi-emperor. The 1st to 3rd levels of the quasi-emperor are the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels are the middle stage, the 7th to 8th levels are the late stage, and the 9th level is the peak. Above the peak, after entering the 7th level, one walks out of his own path and walks this avenue to the end, which is the realm of great perfection of the quasi-emperor. The strong ones, at the peak of quasi-emperor, can defeat the emperor. There have been many evildoers in history who have been able to do this. Such as the fully accomplished holy body, tyrant body, flying immortal body, tyrant immortal body, sky-breaking axe body, chaos body, Titan body, sun holy body, etc. can all demonstrate the combat power to strike the emperor. And he, Wang Heng, has the blood of the void and is born with the holy body of the void. Physical constitutions are also divided into different levels, such as the basic spiritual body, mysterious body, divine body, holy body, and immortal body. The void holy body is ranked among the top 100 physical constitutions, and it is no problem for the possessor to become an emperor. But physical fitness is not omnipotent, it only enhances certain aspects. If he simply possessed a complete void holy body supplemented by the void beast, his realm and combat power would only be 20% to 30% stronger than his ancestor, the void emperor, of the same period. To reach this level, it will take at least 30 years. Listening to Wang Heng sigh, even with Sun Shengwang's character, he couldn't help but express his emotion. He truly is the greatest evildoer of all time. He created a revolutionary cultivation system. I don't find it surprising that he could make it this far. Wang Heng nodded in agreement and said, yes, practicing this system is almost constantly strengthening our foundation and potential, allowing us to break through the shackles of innateness, and even allowing ordinary saint sons to cultivate to the potential of top-level immortals. Of course, there are no restrictions. There are also conditions for cultivating a small cellular world. One must either master different great quasi-emperor level techniques, or comprehend and capture the power of different laws to condense a small world. There's no other way. At this point, Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh, and then said, after my cultivation has reached this point, I have almost reached the bottleneck period of potential improvement. After consuming these foundations, I will have to practice multiple techniques or use others to capture the power of the law before I can continue to condense it. Hearing that he seemed to have some regrets, the corners of Sun Shengwang's mouth twitched slightly. Are you still not satisfied? You should be content to be able to cultivate to this level. He can guarantee that based on Wang Heng's current potential, if a fairy messenger comes to the earth in the future, he will definitely take Wang Heng to the upper realm. This is definitely a future true immortal. Now he is still not satisfied. Judging from Wang Heng's previous physique, at most he was at the level of the great emperor of destiny, and it was a bit difficult for him to enter the eyes of the immortal envoy. Boom. At this moment, the imperial pass in front suddenly began to shake violently. What happened? Chapter 437. The imperial gate is shaken, the great emperor level dark creature. Not only Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng, but even the 75th imperial pass standing in front of them was alarmed. Several quasi-emperors appeared on the city wall at the same time. However, at this time they did not pay attention to Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng, but looked in a certain direction at the same time. That is the direction deep in the imperial pass. There was an extremely terrifying aura of oppression sweeping across the place, spreading outward from the depths of the imperial pass. Even a strong man in the middle stage of the quasi-emperor would feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and his whole body would tense up. Enemy attack. The guard of the 75th imperial pass had an extremely ugly expression on his face and spoke in a calm voice. Boom. Sudden. Another deafening roar came from the depths. Even the emperor's gate was shaken by the terrifying noise. At this moment, everyone's face changed drastically. Enemy attack. Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng sensed the movement and rushed up the city wall in an instant. Following their gaze into the depths, they couldn't help but ask, what's going on? What happened at the end of the imperial pass? This kind of movement that affects the entire imperial road is definitely not something that an ordinary person can cause. At least, only the combat power of the emperor can achieve this. Emperor. In the world today, those who possess the combat power of the emperor level are undoubtedly the supreme ones of the restricted areas. Or maybe, dark creatures. Hearing their question, the guardian replied in a deep voice, it must be a dark creature attempting to break through the cosmic barrier. Judging from the movement this time, the one who attacked is at least a great emperor level warrior. Emperor level dark creature. He has been guarding the 75 cities for a long time, and he knows the habits of dark creatures very well. Upon hearing this, Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng were horrified. Emperor level. If a creature like this appears to attack the universe's restrictions, will we have strong people on our side to resist the invasion? Hearing what Wang Heng and the others said, the garrison commander immediately laughed. There was a mixture of disdain and sadness in the smile. Hee, what do you mean by whether there will be a strong person to resist the ban? Hearing the disdain in his words, Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng frowned and said, although our universe has not yet produced a great emperor, there are many powerful people at the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Shouldn't they take action? There are also restricted areas. In their view, the restricted area is also inhabited by people living in Qingkang, so it is understandable that they do not take action when encountering normal situations. But if the emperor level dark creatures invade, they will also be in trouble, right? After all, they are just emperors, not true immortals. But we can't live without the universe. Before they could finish speaking, the garrison commander ruthlessly interrupted them. To resist the invasion of darkness, this imperial road is the outpost. It is difficult to enter the outer battlefield without being a great emperor. Unless someone with the strength of a great emperor leads his troops to the outer realm, even if he is a quasi-emperor, it will be difficult for him to fight outside the realm. And normally, if a great emperor level dark creature invades, all the emperor gates will be revived and sent to the outer battlefield to fight. The great emperor level combat power can be resisted by the great Tao, but the great Tao has begun to collapse in recent years. In other words, this golden age is the final masterpiece. In the golden age, the great emperor appeared. The great Tao collapsed, order collapsed, and restrictions dissipated. Just like during the time of the heavenly emperor, darkness invaded massively and there was no resistance. In this life, we don't have time to wait for the emperor of heaven to appear. Of course, if those forbidden zone supreme beings with the fighting power of great emperors are willing to come out to resist, perhaps we can still buy 1,000 or 10,000 years. But, at this point, the garrison commander of the 75th city sneered, they're all rushing to harvest one last life to help themselves recover to peak condition, so that when the universe collapses they'll have enough strength to escape from here. They would rather be wanderers than guard their homes. They are unworthy of being emperors. Pooh, how can a group of cowards who only love life and fear death be worthy of becoming emperors? Speaking of this, he became extremely excited, even extremely angry, and was very disdainful of those emperors who cut off a path on their own and became the masters of the restricted areas. These restricted area masters can abandon everything, how can they be worthy of being emperors? Listening to the garrison commander's roar filled with complaints and anger, Wang Heng and Sun Shengwang fell silent. Because, they had no way and no reason to refute this statement. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone is not worthy of being an emperor. Is there no way for us, the 10,000 races, to resist the encroachment of darkness? After a long while, Wang Heng finally spoke out of silence. His tone was low and seemed very dull. The garrison commander calmed himself down, glanced at him, and said, myriad races, unless a great emperor leads his troops to break through the 9 layers of void and go outside the domain, no one can go outside the domain to fight. If the time really comes for all races to resist. That was when the frontline Imperial Pass was destroyed, the first line of defense against darkness completely collapsed, and darkness began to formally invade the universe. This is a sad fact. These losers who died on the road to becoming emperor will spend their entire lives on the front lines of fighting against darkness. Only when they die, only then can I be liberated. Their death means they will never enter reincarnation and will completely disappear from this world. However, you may not be able to resist the darkness in this lifetime. By the time you get out, those restricted areas will have fully taken action and started harvesting the lives of the creatures in this universe. This universe can basically be declared over. Ha ha ha. The governors of these 75 cities were very pessimistic, because their cultivation was strong, they had resisted the darkness for a longer time, and naturally knew more things. He was desperate and had no hope. However, at this point, the garrison commander changed the subject and said, of course, there is still a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Wang Heng and Sun Shengwang looked over sideways, somewhat surprised. Where does the hope come from? The guardian pointed forward and said, the first person to break through the barrier, that little fella named Su Yu, if he can break through all the imperial barriers in 5 years perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for Qingkang. He had fought with Su Yu before and knew how terrifying Su Yu's potential was. If we really want to compare, the Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng in front of him are not as good as him. When the first great emperor successfully attains enlightenment, you will also gain some time. Every year, a new opportunity to attain the great emperor title will open up. In this golden age, there are a total of 12 thrones. If he can buy you 11 years. The universe, perhaps there is still a slight chance. Ha ha ha, however, that is impossible. Now that the dark invasion is imminent, all restricted areas are also preparing for revival. Even if one becomes an emperor, it will be difficult to resist. Ha 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 ha, enjoy the rest of the time. Boom, just when the garrison commander was about to burst into laughter, suddenly, an extremely terrifying space crack was torn open in the depths of the Imperial Pass. Roar, when this roar filled with brutality and bloodlust sounded, everyone's face changed drastically. The great emperor torn the barrier apart. Chapter 438, the terrifying darkness, despair, and boiling. Boom, a loud noise was heard, and everyone's faces changed drastically. Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng looked into the depths at the same time. The next scene made their hearts stop suddenly. Roar, I saw that in an unknown distance ahead, a purple crack with a diameter almost running through the entire Imperial Road was suddenly torn open. A pair of extremely huge claws tore through the space. Waves of roars and roars rang out. Buzz, the terrifying pressure of the Emperor swept over, covering the entire Imperial Road. The weak ones were all shocked into unconsciousness under this extremely powerful pressure of the Emperor. Those who were able to remain conscious were also suffocated by the pressure. The knees show signs of bending. Obviously, he couldn't bear this kind of pressure. If he wanted to relieve the tremendous force on his shoulders, he had to bend his knees and kneel down. Fortunately, this terrifying feeling of oppression did not last long. On the Emperor's road, the Imperial gates emitted dazzling light, and then a powerful formation rolled up dust, resisting the pressure of the Emperor. Immediately afterwards, the torn abyss crack began to heal gradually. It was stitched together by Dilu's repair mechanism. The moment the crack in the abyss was stitched together, all living beings couldn't help but exhale a breath of foul air and then began to breathe heavily. Thump, there were sounds of people collapsing on the ground in various places in Diguan. When the 75 emperors closed their doors, the tense bodies of Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng suddenly relaxed. Oh, what a terrifying pressure. Is this the power of the great emperor? Wang Heng had never experienced the suppression of the power of the emperor. Although he came from an extraordinary family, he had never seen the emperor. So the moment he resolved the crisis, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had always been instilled with information about the great emperor's extraordinary power, but he had never experienced it firsthand, so he felt that the great emperor would only be slightly stronger than the ancestor who was at the peak of the 9th level of quasi-emperor and not difficult to resist. Until just now he felt it for the first time. The pressure from the great emperor is far stronger and more terrifying than that from a peak quasi-emperor. That is supreme power. It's hard to muster the will to resist. The pressure from his own ancestor who was a perfect quasi-emperor was almost like a firefly in front of this great emperor level pressure, while this pressure was like the bright moon. Powerful, so strong. Anyone who can defeat the emperor at the quasi-emperor level is definitely a person of extraordinary talent. Sun Shengwang remained silent for a long time before finally saying, this is simply the pressure generated by the countless light years of distance. If we were in front of you, you and I wouldn't be able to hold out for long, you would kneel down. Only when you reach the late quasi-emperor stage, the 8th or 9th level, can you not kneel before the great emperor, but you still have to bow your head. Both of his parents are powerful emperors, and he knows best how terrifying the emperor is. When my parents were alive, even the quasi-emperors of the 9th level of each race had to bow their heads and salute respectfully when meeting their parents. He has a deeper understanding of the emperor. I also know more about the horror of the emperor. Therefore, he never had the ambition to become the great emperor. He just wanted to have a chance to compete for the title of great emperor. It's really terrifying. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. Although he was frightened by the emperor's pressure, he was not afraid. On the contrary, this experience made him more determined to become the strongest. He also wants to be such a person. Haha, isn't it scary? At this moment, the 75 guards of the Imperial Pass spoke with a smile. The two nodded without comment. Seeing this, the former laughed, turned around with his hands behind his back, and with one sentence the two fell into silence. The garrison commanders and soldiers at the Imperial Pass have seen this kind of experience countless times when no one is around. This time, the space staring is more frequent and deeper than before. I estimate that within 30 years, the dark creatures will have broken into the Imperial Pass. By then, the entire universe will be doomed to destruction. As long as the dark creatures break into the Imperial Pass, the obstacles of the universe will no longer be a problem in front of them. They will tear apart the Imperial Road, head towards the universe and the starry sky, and start wreaking havoc. Plus the movements of the masters of the restricted areas outside. You still have 5 years. 5 years. If the first one to break through can become an emperor, it can buy you some time. If he can't break through to become a great emperor. Everyone, just wait for death. The avenue of the universe is already in danger. These words made Wang Heng and Sun Shengwang's expressions become serious. After looking at each other, they said, Guardian, continue the challenge. They can't drag on like this any longer. Although I want to calm down and hone my skills, now is not the time. After hearing what they said, the garrison commander paused, turned around and said, your injuries haven't healed yet. Are you sure you can continue? He himself naturally has no problem. He was originally a dead man, and was just a prisoner who relied on the Emperor's road to exist. Once the challenge is over, he will be able to return to his peak form directly. But the two of them couldn't do that. They were both injured. If they couldn't escape this time, they would die at their hands and become part of the Emperor's road, becoming the same existence as themselves. No one can escape from this for eternity. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the bloodline of the fighting holy ape in Sun Shengwang's body fully opened. In an instant, rich blood energy surged out, and behind him appeared the shadow of a holy ape with the power to not fear heaven and earth. I haven't used my full strength yet. Wang Heng smiled and took a step forward. In an instant, the power of hundreds of small worlds exploded. And when the power of hundreds of small cell worlds is connected together, even Emperor Sun and the garrison commander held their breath. My full strength has not yet appeared. Boom. Soon after, bursts of explosions were heard from within the 75 Emperor passes. Afterwards, Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng walked out at the same time. The direction they walked was towards the next Imperial Pass, rather than being blocked in front of the Imperial Pass after failing the challenge. Wait until they leave. On the wall of Daguan Pass, the figures of the 75 Daguan Pass garrisons reappeared. Looking at the direction the two people left, there was horror and confusion in his eyes. They actually have such a powerful trump card. Not long ago, he fought with Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng successively. However, the second battle was not as hard fought as the previous ones. Instead, they were quickly suppressed with lightning speed. Sun Shengwang's fighting power is earth-shaking. He expected that he could reach such a speed when he burst out with all his strength. But Wang Heng's aura was very strange. One person holds the power of hundreds of laws. Although he cannot connect all the laws in series at the same time, he can still connect and explode the power of dozens of laws in series. Less than 100 moves. Then he was killed alive. Could it be that the two of them can also reach the Great Emperor? There will be 5 of them at once. Chapter 439, Retracing the Ancient Path of the Human Race. Terrifying cultivation speed. Under the dual pressure of the Dark Invasion and the revival of the Forbidden Zone, the order of the entire universe completely collapsed. Originally, the top sects and first-rate forces were still able to maintain order. But as time went by, these great sects and first-rate forces began to show signs of decline, and they also began to expose their power unscrupulously. Exploitation began. Start attacking everyone. Nowadays, in the entire universe, except for the Holy Land where the Quasi-Emperor is in charge, there are almost no other forces that can remain rational. Them. Everyone is afraid. After all, if the restricted area is revived, even the Holy Land cannot remain immune. Even most of the holy places will become the priority targets of the masters of the restricted areas. Because there are too many powerful people in the Holy Land. In the eyes of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, these strong men are rare and powerful medicines. If a more powerful Lord of the Forbidden Zone appears, even the former who has reached the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor will become the one to be harvested. No surprises. At this time, 17 years have passed since the 20 years mentioned by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. In these 17 years, Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin travel in the universe. The planet he was walking on was an abandoned ancient starry sky road, the old road leading to Emperor Chang. Here, there is also an opportunity. There are traces of a wild era that is even more distant than the mythological period. Along the way, they have experienced too many things and witnessed too much collapse of order, chaos in holy places, and even dark creatures that sneaked into the universe through cracks. They have seen ancient stars being enslaved and star fields being devoured by dark creatures. Whatever he saw, all of them took action. He attacked and killed all enemies, and there were even several times when he and Tu Qilin were seriously injured and almost died. But fortunately, we all got through it. Now, Su Yuxing's cultivation has completely reached the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor. Retracing the ancient path of the human race through the starry sky, he encountered countless secret realms, and even the immortal destiny hidden in black holes and white holes. For him, the improvement of his cultivation level is like riding a rocket. We have found the coordinates of the ancient starry sky road abandoned by the human race. Master, our cultivation is gradually approaching perfection. The Earth Qilin stepped on the auspicious clouds and carried Su Yuxing to fly towards the next ancient star field coordinates. And the next ancient star field coordinates is the Big Dipper star field. It is also the star field closest to the road to becoming an emperor. Travel across the Big Dipper constellation. They will be able to completely enter the Zyway star region and compete with all the supreme powers for the position of the emperor. Now, as his practice becomes more advanced, Su Yuxing's temperament has changed from gentleness to sharpness and silence. It's like a sword waiting to be unsheathed, ready to unleash its sharpness at any time. He only restrains himself when facing his loved ones. Hearing the words of the Earth Qilin, Su Yuxing, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Earth Qilin, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the bright stars in front of him, and said with emotion, I hope you and I can complete the ancient starry sky road faster. The abandoned ancient human starry sky road. After walking here, even if I don't compete for the emperor, I can walk the path of the human race's holy emperor again. The road to becoming the holy emperor of the human race. It was an abandoned ancient starry sky road. It is also the path to the emperor of the human race. Just like the 3 emperors, only in this way can he be one step ahead and be promoted to the emperor level combat power sooner, so as to protect his children. He has the hope of becoming stronger, so he will naturally not miss it. Before, they didn't dare to act recklessly in order to protect me, but this time, I will walk ahead of them. When they embark on the path to becoming an emperor, I will be the first to achieve the combat power of the great emperor. Defend them against the darkness. He doesn't follow the path of the great emperor, he follows the path of the emperor of the human race. Along the way, he saved all the remaining ancient stars of the human race on the ancient starry road of the human race from danger. Gained countless human faiths. The improvement of cultivation level is extremely rapid and stable. After traveling through the Big Dipper star region, he will completely break the shackles of the extreme realm by following the path of the ancient emperor. He will not be at the great emperor realm, but he will have the combat power of the great emperor. He is the king of a race. Master can definitely do this. Tu Qilin's tone was very firm. He believed that he, as the master, could do it. If someone who is recognized by the heavenly punishment the mortal king cannot even do this, it means that the heavenly punishment the mortal king is really old. And, in the years that he has followed him, he has been extremely impressed by the courage and means that Su Yuxing has demonstrated. It has already begun to show its invincibility. The true immortal's appearance has appeared. Now, all that's left is time, and the opportunity to become an immortal is yet to come. Reach the fairyland in the future. Su Yuxing will show his true style. Let's go. After Su Yuxing finished speaking, the Earth Qilin's speed suddenly increased to a higher level, and it instantly rushed towards the direction of the Big Dipper star field. And when they entered the Big Dipper star field, in an instant, this hidden ancient starry sky road of the human race was suddenly filled with endless darkness. As well as intense despair. The moment they entered the Big Dipper star field, they saw that 1/3 of the entire star field had been swallowed up by the fog of dark creatures. This is the main place where darkness falls. Su Yuxing's eyes fixed, and he immediately sensed the strong corrosive force of darkness. If he had practiced the techniques of the Qingkang universe in the past, it would have been very difficult for him to deal with these dark invasions. But now it is completely different. The taking Yanxia Jing is a martial art passed down by the heavenly punishment immortal king, used to select successors. Its grade is at the level of true immortals in the upper realm. The laws and spiritual power condensed by practicing the taking Yanxia Sutra were not comparable to the exercises in the lower realms. Human Emperor, could it be that the human race today has already forgotten us, the people of the ancient starry sky road? Why is there no human support when darkness rages? Have we really been abandoned? At this moment, Su Yuxing closed his eyes, and suddenly an extremely clear picture appeared in his mind. Countless weeping voices rang in his ears, which were cries of unwillingness and despair. It is the sound made by countless human beings. In the Big Dipper Star region, all the quasi-emperors of the Holy Land shed their last drop of blood to resist the darkness. Are we really guilty? Why torture is like this? Kill, never surrender. All monks, even if you die, you must die before ordinary people. Even if there is no hope, we must strive for even a second of light for those behind us. Kill. The roar shook the sky, and countless firm and powerful wills gathered into a dam, trying to resist the dark invasion like a raging flood. Even if the dam is very weak, it will be vulnerable to darkness. But it can still block out the darkness a little. Even if they can only delay for a second, they are willing to die. Su Yuxing opened his eyes and immediately laughed. These are the people worth protecting. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuxing's body suddenly disappeared above the head of the Earth Qilin. When he disappeared, instead, in the star field ahead where there should have been only darkness, there appeared a supreme giant that was shining brightly and emitting divine light. This shot split the sky. This moment, the light of hope suddenly rose in the dark Big Dipper star field. Boom. Chapter 440. He can do it, he is invincible. At this moment, the 5 major domains of Xuantian, the East Wilderness, the South Wilderness, the North Region, the West Region, and the Central Region, except for the Western Buddhist Kingdom and the East Wilderness, the rest of the domains have fallen into chaos. Countless people from the Central Region flocked to the sphere of influence of Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower to seek refuge. The other monks who were unable to leave began to give up on themselves and release the depression in their hearts. The massacre launched in the restricted area did not discriminate based on race, so even the demon realm and monster realm on the Xuantian ancient star fell into serious chaos. East Wilderness, deep in the Jushao Holy Land. This is the ancestral land, and it is also the place where countless dead spirits are suppressed. And in the endless deathly aura, a huge black dragon was entrenched in the vortex of death, and the death energy became its nutrients and was constantly being absorbed. The black dragon was sleeping, and every breath it took carried an extremely terrifying pressure. Even if it did not intentionally release this power. But it still makes people feel a deadly threat. Outside the dead air area, several quasi-emperors stood in the void, quietly watching the sleeping black dragon. The black dragon left behind by Su Yu has almost completely absorbed all the deadly energy left by the suppression of the 9 heavens Holy Land over the years. However, his cultivation realm has also improved significantly. 9th level of quasi-emperor. These 3 quasi-emperors are the oldest existences in Jushao today. They are the first ancestor, the second ancestor, and the third ancestor. The 3 of them were all from the Zhao family of Shenshao Peak. Their lifespan was already limited, and they couldn't even survive this golden age. However, as the Eternal Life Sutra that Su Yu gave to the 6th patriarch spread throughout the 3 religions, all the quasi-emperors with a short lifespan got the opportunity to be reborn. The 2 of them were no exception. All 3 of them extended their lifespan by 2,000 years. This is the limit, because they had taken too many longevity pills and elixirs, and even some immortality pills. Behind the 3 people, the elegant and holy Lord Zhao Hongjun stood quietly. Ancestor, although I still have some 9 heavens death chi, it is absolutely impossible to support the black dragon to break the restriction and possess the combat power of the great emperor. We also need to fetch the death energy suppressed by the Zaiwei and Tianchuan 3 religions. Zhao Hongjun said this while bowing slightly, because the people standing in front of him were the oldest surviving members of his Zhao family. Each of them was an invincible person who had competed with the emperor for the qualification to become a god. Everyone has the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. If the 3 of them join forces and cooperate with the backup plans left by the successive emperors of Jushao, they can defend Jushao even if the emperor comes. At that time, many of the ancestors of Jushao were nearing the end of their lifespans and all fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, the people from the emperor's tomb dared to come forward and provoke without restraint. But now, Jushao is not afraid at all. If they dare to come again, he will definitely make sure that no one will ever come back. The 3rd ancestor was in charge, controlling all the quasi-imperial weapons, and even the ultimate imperial weapons. Even if the emperor comes, we can still stand up straight. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancient ancestors nodded slightly and said, this is as it should be. The black dragon is not bound by the heavens and the earth. As long as it has enough nutrients, it can continuously improve its combat power. For us, this is a good thing. I have informed those old ghosts to use the Supreme Emperor's weapons to gather the death energy and send it here. Their existence is very ancient, and the first ancestor has existed millions of years ago. For millions of years, Jushao had wasted countless immortal essences and precious imperial weapon materials to seal him up. The purpose is to preserve the fighting power of Emperor Hengji. The first ancestor withdrew his gaze from the black dragon, turned around, looked at Zhao Hongjun, and said calmly, Xiaozhao, go. The chaotic world is coming, and Jushao cannot remain immune. Some restricted area masters will also target me, Jushao. You take a handful of imperial weapons and head to the hidden void that was opened up that year to settle some disciples. I will settle the descendants of my Zhao family here and wait for the future. Even if there's no future, they can still survive for a while. Zhao Hongjun's heart trembled upon hearing this. For the first time, his voice was filled with a hint of reluctance as he asked, Ancestor, is there really no future in this chaotic world? The first ancestor calmly met Zhao Hongjun's gaze and nodded, no. After I revived, I spent a great deal of money to peer into the long river of time. Now, although the long river of time has not been broken, it is also extremely dim, like a candle in the wind, which can be extinguished at any time. Time has come to an end, and there is no possibility of rejuvenation. Unless a powerful being takes action to nurture Qingkang again, Qingkang will eventually collapse. Hearing this affirmative answer, Zhao Hongjun immediately smiled bitterly, raised his hand and bowed, saying, Disciple understands. After saying that, he did not stay any longer and turned to leave. If a figure like the first ancestor said so, it would seem that Qingkang is doomed to perish. And what he can do? Only by preserving some of Jushao's bloodline can we preserve the Zhao family bloodline. In the hope that when Su Yu returns, he can reorganize the Taishuan immortal law, Taishu 5 elements divine law, so that the Taishuan immortal sect in the upper realm can sense it. Only in this way can the bloodline of the 3 religions be prevented from being cut off. After Zhao Hongjun left, the second and third ancestors turned their gazes towards the first ancestor and asked, Uncle, will my Jushao be extinct? Others don't know the strength of the first ancestor, but they know it. Already able to peek into time, if there was really no hope, he would have made preparations long ago, and would even leave the 9 heavens and transform himself into a restricted area. Then he hid his identity and harvested blood from the world, just to be able to lead Jusha to float in the endless space when the universe collapses. But he didn't. Instead, he stayed in the ninth heaven, quietly waiting for the changes here. Obviously there is something left unsaid. When the second ancestor asked this question, the first ancestor slowly said, yes. Upon hearing this affirmative answer, the second and third patriarchs were both stunned. Then why do you? He didn't tell the whole story. After all, these things couldn't be said openly, and no one knew if the secret would be discovered. The first ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, his terrifying aura causing the space around him to solidify. Jusha will be destroyed, and so will Tianxuan and Zaiwei. But, Daizan will appear. These words stunned the second and third ancestor simultaneously. Then, their eyes gleamed with brilliance, and they asked anxiously, Uncle, is what you said true? The three religions are destroyed, and Taishuan appears. That is to say, in this life, someone will be able to condense the Taishuan immortal technique. Who is it? Su Yu. As they expected, under their anxious gaze, the first ancestor nodded and said, it is true. Think of it as the Emperor's road appears and Taishuan is born. These words undoubtedly confirmed their guess that Su Yu had really reunited the Taishuan immortal technique. This surprising information made the second and third patriarchs feel a little dizzy. They were the closest to Taishuan when it had not yet disintegrated, and they understood very well how terrifying Taishuan's power was. Even though it has disintegrated for a long time, Taishuan's remaining power still shocks the universe. Uncle, are you and I going to the Emperor's path to help Su Yu become the Emperor? No. Why? The world is in chaos right now. Countless powerful people at the ninth level of the quasi-emperor are all focused on becoming emperors. They all want to become emperors in these troubled times and have the qualifications to protect their lives. Can Su Yu handle such a large number of powerful people? He can. He is already invincible. Chapter 441, Total Chaos. Great Zhou Patriarch Zhou Kongyang enters the Emperor's tomb. Zhangyu. The central region today is no longer what it was in the past, a place that everyone yearns for and where powerful people abound. But chaos, nothing else. The harvest time of the restricted area is like a sword hanging over people's heads. No one can avoid this sword. They can only wait quietly for the time to come and wait for the moment when the sword falls. Countless people are in despair, and no one is spared. There have been dark turmoils in the past, but the harvest of dark turmoil in previous years was irregular and occurred at any time. But this time, the masters of the restricted areas seem to deliberately watch everyone's ugly behavior. Make the time of the massacre public. It caused countless people to panic. There was no chaos in the past because they didn't know, so they just did what was right. But this time it was different. Countdown to death. Especially every time there is a dark turmoil, only mortals and those whose cultivation is not enough can avoid it. This also causes those powerful monks who have practiced hard for a lifetime to begin to have a distorted mentality. How do you think mortals can survive? They practice hard, why do they end up being eaten by others? Under this idea, the monk's mentality began to distort, and he began to enslave and kill mortals. They are enjoying the bliss of life. Within a limited time, all the rights that were not enjoyed before will be made up for. Driven by this atmosphere of fear, the monks who used to abide by the rules now completely disregard them and vent their emotions at will. Certainly, although they have collapsed, they still retain some sanity. That is, they don't dare to act recklessly in top holy places or places guarded by powerful people. The Great Zhou dynasty. Today's Great Zhou no longer cares about the affairs within the imperial territory. All the powerful men of Great Zhou have gathered in the Emperor's imperial city. Only the imperial city can be considered a place where people can live and work in peace and contentment. In the majestic and magnificent imperial palace. Deep in the palace, the current emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Qi, was still like a waiter, standing not far away, with a reserved and respectful look on his face. Sitting at the stone table in front of him was Zhou Kongyang, the 14th emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, who had reached the peak of the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. At the same time, the person sitting opposite Zhou Kongyang was from the emperor's tomb. A skeleton man, surrounded by black fog and wearing a black robe, had lost all his flesh and blood, leaving only his bones and internal organs. His cultivation is also extraordinary, the same cultivation level of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Zhang Zhang, all the Tiandao and the Great Zhou have been captured and sent to the emperor's tomb. Plus, the time given by the restricted area is almost up. How do you plan to place my Great Zhou clan? Zhou Kongyang's voice was cold and emotionless. What he has done for the Great Zhou over the years has made countless holy places wary of him, and even attracted the attention of Tianji Tower and Tianyin Holy Land. He doesn't want to work for nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhang, the skeleton man in a black robe, laughed sinisterly. His laughter was hoarse and as sharp as a branch scratching against glass. Don't worry, I came here this time just to inform you. You can go to my holy church headquarters now. The restricted areas have all revived, and the invasion of dark creatures has become increasingly fierce. This universe is about to turn into purgatory. In the future, only the strong will survive. Fortunately, our holy church has a supreme figure like the young master, who can help us avoid the fate of destruction. The holy church has naturally seen what your Great Zhou has done. The leader and the young master have specially approved that your Great Zhou and 1,000 of your direct bloodlines can enter the holy church and become part of our holy church. Hearing this, Zhou Kongyang paused, his eyes fixed, and said, Supreme figure young master. Could it be that it comes from? As he spoke, Zhou Kongyang stretched out his finger and pointed toward the sky. Good. Zhang Zheng did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. Young master comes from the supreme sect in the upper realm. Both his parents are true immortals. His master is a core figure in the holy sect and a direct disciple of the immortal Lord realm. Being able to follow the young master is a blessing we have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Hearing these somewhat fanatical words, Zhou Kongyang was not disgusted but agreed with them very much. If the origin is really that great, then, following him is really a blessing. Even, if you perform well, you might even have the chance to follow this young master to ascend to the upper realm. When he thought of this, a hint of anticipation and enthusiasm flashed in Zhou Kongyang's eyes. The upper realm, this is the lifelong dream of a great emperor. How could he not look forward to it as he is a quasi-emperor and a loser? His reaction naturally did not escape Zhang Zheng's eyes. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneer. Zhou Kongyang, although you and I are regarded as supreme quasi-emperors by others, if we return to the holy church, we will be nothing more than dogs in the eyes of the young master. So put away that worthless pride. Zhou Kongyang nodded in agreement and said, yes, you are absolutely right. He did have this idea at the beginning. After all, as a powerful person at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor heaven, he has a place no matter where he is. What's more, he is also a quasi-emperor at the 9th level who can control the supreme imperial weapons left by the emperor of the Great Zhou. Even if the Forbidden Zone Supreme wanted to kill him, it would take some time. But after hearing what Zhang Zheng said, all those little thoughts immediately disappeared. A big shot from the upper realm, his parents are both true immortals, and his master is even at the level of an immortal king. Such an existence is simply noble to the extreme. How could someone like him dare to offend the other party? Alright, now go gather your Great Zhou's troops and select 1,000 of them to follow me back to the holy church. Zhang Jiang said casually while drinking tea. Zhou Kongyang nodded, then turned to Zhou Qi, who was already a little dazed by the sudden surprise, and ordered, "Go, gather everyone here." Certainly. Zhou Kongyang is not a fool. Apart from his direct bloodline, the only people he can bring with him are at most those capable ministers. As for the other collateral quasi-emperors, hee. In this limited time, let them enjoy a peaceful life in this great Zhou and then die peacefully. Yes, ancestor. Zhou Qi nodded repeatedly, then walked out of the back garden quickly. Even the way he walked seemed a little shaky. After Zhou Qi left, Zhou Kongyang finished the tea in his hand, stood up and disappeared. And soon after, in the ancestral land deep within the great Zhou Imperial Palace, the aura of the Supreme Imperial Weapon suddenly revived. This is the Supreme Imperial Weapon that was sacrificed and refined by the Emperor of the great Zhou dynasty back then, the Emperor's Imperial Axe. Encased in a strong aura of the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven, not the Emperor of Man. Since it is an Imperial dynasty born from heaven, the Emperor's axe will not weaken like other Supreme Imperial weapons. He is a pinnacle Imperial weapon maintained by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and human popularity. Although not as good as the peak. However, the Emperor's royal axe can also be fully revived at any time and unleash its ultimate power. A few days later, the peace of the great Zhou dynasty was suddenly broken. Many quasi-emperors attacked in anger, roaring and shaking the sky. The terrifying power of the quasi-emperors made the stars dim, and the sky of the central region collapsed for several hours. Damn it, Zhou Kongyang led his direct lineage and my great Zhou's imperial soldiers to surrender to the Emperor's tomb. I've been abandoned. From this day on, the events of the great Zhou dynasty were like a spark, igniting all unstable factors. At this moment, Xuantian was in complete chaos. Chapter 442, on the road to becoming an emperor, the supreme medicine has matured. Even the great Zhou dynasty, a top power that has dominated for countless years, has fled. What reason do we have to continue to hold on? Do we really have to pin our hopes on those geniuses who are still on the road to becoming emperors and fighting for the qualification to attain enlightenment? Ha ha ha, it's over, this life is all over, it's all messed up. Resources, grab the resources. As long as I grab enough resources and find a place to bury myself, I might be able to escape this disaster. The emotions of collapse and despair spread like a plague, quickly infecting everyone. In less than a month, the entire central region was in complete chaos. This mood of despair and pessimism is spreading to other major domains. However, they could not spread to the eastern wilderness and the western region's Buddhist kingdom. The East Wasteland is guarded by the Jushao, Zaiwei and Tianxuan sects. At the same time, the people of the East Wasteland are not so pessimistic. They also spontaneously resist this behavior, so there is not much chaos. As for the western regions, the Western Buddhist kingdom is originally a missionary branch of the Buddhist realm in the upper realm, so it is naturally not afraid of chaos. Any cultivator who entered the western regions with the intention of stealing resources or even killing people would be suppressed by the 7 Buddhist kingdoms in the western regions. Some people with good cultivation were even taken back to the Western Buddhist kingdom to become ascetic monks. Over time, no one went to the eastern wilderness in the western regions. 2 years later, in the central region, in the 9th floor of the Tianji Tower, in the stargazing tower. Well, a long sigh sounded. Inside the building, Tianyan Shangju gently waved his hand, closing the screen in front of him, then looked at Elder Tianji and sighed, "Brother, do you think Qingkang can be saved?" Now, people everywhere are suffering, and the world has been driven mad by the actions of the Forbidden Zone. Although Tianyan and Tianji are detached from the world and are immortal sects, the rules are as follows: they are not allowed to interfere with the operation of the universe or the decisions of their races. All we do is observe and guide. But now, is our guidance really useful? He has always been a strong person, but facing the current situation, he feels deeply powerless. Even though he couldn't bear to see all living beings like this, but his identity restricted him. He can't interfere with anything. After listening to him, old man Tianji slowly opened his eyes and continued, "Is it useful or not? Things have come to this point, and it's beyond your and my control. All we can do is wait for the path to immortality to open. When the immortals from the upper realm come down to earth to guide us, we should bring as many races as possible to other universes. Their cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Now that their mission of observing the Qingkang universe has been completed, when the immortal road opens, they can ascend to the upper realm. Or, is to go to other universes and continue to serve as an observer. Now, all we can expect is to place our hopes on Suyu. I just hope he can break through sooner." Having said that, there was a deep sense of helplessness in his cloudy eyes. Even if Suyu's talent surpassed that of the Emperor of Heaven. Can anyone really do it in such a short time? Is it true that there will be a genius who is more terrifying than the mortal Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Peerless Sword Master? All 3 of them achieved enlightenment and became emperors within 50 years. And, after achieving enlightenment, the mortal Emperor and the Peerless Sword Master possessed the combat power to kill the 3 supreme beings. The Emperor of Heaven is even more terrifying. Even if the 4th generation Supreme tried to kill him, he was still suppressed by him. Such a peerless person, how many can one cosmic destiny give birth to? 3. This is already the limit. After all, any one of these 3 people, if placed in the upper realm, would have the qualifications to become an immortal king. The luck of the universe is limited. Especially in today's universe, the luck is not as good as in its peak period. Being able to create several true immortals is probably the limit. But, when asking for the secrets of heaven, all the hope pointed to Suyu. The Holy Lord of Tianyan naturally knew that these were just words of comfort to himself, and sighed, "There are still 3 years. Those Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings mentioned a 20-year deadline. It's almost here." They knew very well that this movement was the result of discussions among all the restricted area masters, and they would all be revived. This time the goal is to collect all the blood-eating and medicinal herbs that can be collected, the kind that only mortals can keep. It's almost digging up the roots. Why only mortals are left? The reason is that mortals' chi and blood are chaotic and contaminated by the chi of grains, which means they are turbid. Not only do their chi and blood have no amplifying effect, they can even be considered a nuisance. Moreover, exterminating all mortals will only bring endless karma upon you. It's a completely thankless task. Therefore, this time, except for mortals, the rest as long as they have the cultivation level of the body tempering realm and above, will become their blood-eating medicine. The entire universe will be divided up by restricted areas. Along with the Holy Land, all top holy places and top races will become great medicines. There won't be a single survivor. No one except the immortal sect can escape. Even the Emperor's tomb may become the target of the masters of the restricted area. So what? Elder Tianji smiled bitterly and said, "No matter what, you and I can't do anything. We are only here because we have the status of an immortal sect. Otherwise, wouldn't our blood and energy be the supreme medicine in the eyes of those Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings? In front of the Supreme Being, the Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens is nothing more than a great medicine they have nurtured. Only those Quasi-Emperors and Great Emperors who have forged their own unique paths can escape disaster. Otherwise, everyone is a big medicine. In this blue universe, all elixirs of immortality have owners. Nearly 70% of the elixir of immortality. All in the restricted area. The remaining 30% is divided up among the so-called top sects. The reason they can sit here safely is simply because the restricted area doesn't dare to take action against them. Otherwise, they will try every possible way to avoid the world. There are so many quasi-emperors now searching for secluded places all over the universe. Upon hearing this, Saint Tianyan burst into laughter. Yes, they are also great medicine. After saying this, both of them fell silent, just as they were about to continue using the power of Tianji Tower to monitor the universe. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly rose. Even though they were powerful warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, they still felt the trembling pressure while being in the observatory. Even the hairs on my body were standing upside down. Boom, in an instant, a deafening roar suddenly exploded. The sound was so shocking that even the earth was shaking. Invincible, indescribable. At this moment, the two men's faces changed drastically and their figures quickly disappeared in the observatory. And when they walked out of the observatory and came to the outside world, a burst of evil laughter that made their souls swell exploded. Hee. On the road to becoming an emperor, a great medicine has matured. Ha ha ha. Chapter 443, Kill me, you beasts are not worthy. Boom, the deafening sound alarmed the entire Xuantian, and countless creatures looked up at the sky in horror. I saw that the sky of Xuantian was cracked. It takes a long time to heal. It's like a broken mirror, only endless darkness remains. Nearly 2 supreme beings have walked out from the direction of the restricted area. They took a step forward, but the space here was simply unable to bear the tremendous power emanating from them. Shatter the sky in one step. When their pressure disappeared, Saint Tianyan and old man Tianji looked horrified. They turned their heads and looked at each other, and both saw fear in each other's eyes. Go back to the observatory. After the two returned to the observatory, without any nonsense, they directly used the stargazing method to start searching for the truth. And the goal of the exploration is naturally the path to becoming an emperor. The road to becoming an emperor now gathers too many powerful people at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Even if those powerful people do not deliberately take action, their powerful cultivation can still affect the destiny. The two of them spent countless resources and even sacrificed 100 years of their lifespans before the observatory began to operate. I saw that the observatory, which originally belonged to the starry sky scene, was undergoing tremendous changes at this time. The picture went from blurry to clear. The last picture appears. After seeing the content of the picture clearly, the two men's pale faces showed a bit more shock and surprise. This is Quasi-Emperor Dudian. Beside him are Tu Qilin and Su Yuxing. How could it be? Why did Su Yu's father come to Chengdi Road? At this moment, the two were shocked beyond words. Right now, in the deep space of the universe, on the outskirts of the road to becoming an emperor, Su Yuxing held the magic spear Chengjing in his hand, standing in the deep space like a god of war, and countless divine thoughts around him looked at him with great shock. Drops of golden blood dripped from the tip of Chengjing's gun. Every drop of blood weighs 1,000 pounds. This is the blood of a quasi-emperor. Su Yuxing exuded a murderous aura that made people frown. Even a strong man at the 9th level of quasi-emperor couldn't help but frown at this moment. Such a strong killing intent. Who is this person? How could he actually come out of an unknown ancient starry sky road? Judging from his physique, he's only about 200 years old, yet he's already broken through to the 9th level of quasi-emperor. After exploring Su Yuxing's bones, they were all shocked. 9th level of quasi-emperor. Such a young quasi-emperor of the 9th level. Not only that, even the Earth Qilin accompanying him has reached the peak of the 8th level of quasi-emperor. Judging from his posture, it seems that he may break through to the 9th level of quasi-emperor at any time. What a terrifying talent. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look up in the direction of the Lu. However, the space where Emperor Lu is located is still stable, and no one can find any trace of it. Since the road to becoming an emperor has not been broken, then where did this young 9th level quasi-emperor come from? Snort. How dare you? How dare you kill me, the quasi-emperor of Qingzhou Ancient Star? Which faction are you from? How dare you suddenly kill me, the quasi-emperor of Qingzhou? At Su Yuxing's feet, he was stepping on the lifeless corpse of a huge and old yellow-skinned fox, and the remaining blood on the tip of the gun showed his battle record. When all the quasi-emperors of the 9th level closed their eyes to practice, restrained their breath and waited for the opportunity to become emperors, Su Yuxing suddenly emerged from an unknown ancient starry sky road, and immediately after appearing, he killed a yellow-skinned man at the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Facing the harsh questioning from the fox tribe quasi-emperor, Su Yuxing glanced at him indifferently and continued, Su family, Su Yuxing. Su family. Upon hearing about this strange family, countless quasi-emperor spirits were stunned at the same time. Because they had never heard of the Su family. Even for countless years, there has not been any imperial family with the surname Su. However, the fox tribe quasi-emperor suddenly froze, his voice gradually becoming colder as he asked, Su family, who are you to Su Yu? Other old quasi-emperors may not know, but he was clear about it. Because of Beishan, he naturally knew the surname Su. The human genius who defeated the top-level immortal from his fox clan was named Su Yu. The quasi-emperor who killed his fox vassal after a disagreement also had the surname Su, so these two people were very likely from the same family. Su Yuxing shook his hand lightly, shaking off the remaining blood on the tip of the Chengjing divine spear. He looked in the direction of the fox tribe quasi-emperor and said calmly, Su Yu, he is my biological son. Didn't your fox clan say that they would fight my son to the death and destroy my Su family? Why, you don't even bother to investigate my identity. In the past, in his eyes, the Qingzhou Fox clan was an unattainable and magnificent fairy mountain, but now times have changed. The Fox clan is no longer worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, the spiritual thoughts of many quasi-emperors around trembled violently. Su Yu's father. They are all close to Su Yu. During their recovery period, people from the sector family will naturally report to them and bring them the information. After all, if one wants to send a mid-stage quasi-emperor to guard the Su family, no one can control those old antiques without the consent of these ancestors. However, among the information they collected, Su Yu's father, Su Yuxing. His cultivation level is just barely enough to become a great sage. How come only a few years have passed and Su Yuxing has already reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor cultivation and is on par with them? And his fighting power is even more terrifying. Facing a quasi-emperor 9th level weasel of the same realm, he killed it in less than 3 moves. If the other party had such combat power after entering the Emperor's Road, they would not be surprised. But Su Yuxing did not enter the Imperial Road. Instead, he came out from an unknown ancient starry road. It's completely different from the way they came. After hearing Su Yuxing's report of his own information, the eyes of the Fox clan quasi-emperor became even colder. In an instant, an aura that made the heaven and earth tremble swept up. This is the aura of a quasi-emperor who has reached great perfection. In the moment his hostility arose, terrifying quasi-emperor power rose one after another around him. Each of them has the cultivation level of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. There is even a peak of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Okay, I never thought that such a small ant family could produce two quasi-emperors at the same time. In fact your talent may be even stronger than Su Yu's. But it's useless. Since you're exposed here, even if it costs me a little of my essence I'll kill you right here. Boom, in an instant, this piece of deep space shattered at the same time, and the void collapsed layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying battlefield in the void. Bang, the next second, dozens of figures appeared at the same time, each of them bursting out with extremely terrifying aura and rushing towards Su Yuxing. Faced with the sudden murderous intent, Su Yuxing remained calm. Cheng Ying, who was held in his hand, suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying murderous intent that filled half the starry sky suddenly erupted. Kill me, you beasts are not worthy. Time gun technique. This shot will give you 100 years of life. Chapter 444 You are our most precious supreme medicine. Facing the attack of dozens of quasi-emperor level beasts, Su Yuxing just sneered, then stabbed out with a gun. The space seemed to be folded up, and the tip of the gun stabbed out in the blink of an eye. Boom, on the tip of the gun, the murderous intent was condensed and almost turned into substance, and was filled with a devouring force. The power of this shot was not too earth-shattering. On the contrary, compared to the martial arts that can easily shatter the void, this shot seems unremarkable. However, just such an ordinary shot caused the pupils of several giant beasts at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor level to tremble violently, and then they retreated in horror. But their retreat was too late. Just as they retreated for a moment, the spear tip pierced through their huge bodies. Roar! In an instant, the roar shook the earth and the stars became dim. The affected area is extremely wide, and all the stars within billions of light years are shaking, as if they will fall at any time. Take back the gun. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Yuxing's eyes, and the aura on his body vibrated, as if he was savoring it. The devouring power on the tip of the spear penetrated the body of the giant beast and directly took away 100 years of its lifespan. And this devoured lifespan naturally fell on him. Tisk tisk, a bunch of old bastards. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're just a bunch of old guys nearing the end of their lives. After taking away their 100 years of lifespan, Su Yuxing immediately showed a look of sarcasm and said with a sneer, I only took away 100 years of your lifespan, and you only have a few decades left. Hee, old bastards, do you dare to come to the imperial road to compete for the qualification to become an emperor? He didn't show this disappointed expression intentionally, but he truly felt disdainful. Nothing else. He has always believed that anyone who can reach the 9th level of quasi-emperor must be very powerful, but what is the result? That's it. Those who are high and mighty are nothing more than a group of ordinary people with higher cultivation. Hearing Su Yuxing's undisguised sarcasm, the giant beasts that had attacked earlier all showed ugly expressions. Even though they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to act rashly at this moment. He didn't even dare to rush forward and cause trouble for Su Yuxing. Nothing else. If his lifespan is cut off again he will really die. Boom, not far away, the earth Keelan also transformed into a huge Keelan body, emitting a cyan gold light all over, looking extremely handsome. With just one strike, he defeated an old fox man who was at the 9th level of quasi-emperor. He was fighting against the 9th level quasi-emperor with the 8th level quasi-emperor, and he even had the upper hand. Such a situation is enough to shock the people around. The earth Keelan retracted its massive body and came to Su Yuxing's side. It still used the childish voice and sneered, Master, I thought these rubbish were so powerful. In the end, he couldn't even stop a kick from me. This blatant irony made the face of the quasi-emperor Juchong, who had been kicked away by the earth Keelan, turn pale. Earth Keelan, this is a fairy beast. Although there are fairies in their fox clan, these foxes from the lower realm are not fairy foxes. The bloodline of the earth Keelan is far more noble than theirs. This is a sacred beast. Clang, there was a sound of metal collision. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw that the old white-haired fox who had threatened Su Yuxing earlier was forced back by a shot. And the person who took action was none other than quasi-emperor Dudian. Dudian quasi-emperor held the cyan Tianyuan divine spear in his hand, looked at the white-haired old fox with indifference, and said lightly, with your strength, you are still not my opponent. An 8-tailed white-haired old fox who has reached the great perfection of the quasi-emperor level. Hee, if he had not yet lived a second life, he might have been a little afraid. But now, he is not afraid of the white-haired old fox at all. Even, if you put all your effort into it, you might as well kill him. In their first clash, the Fox clan had over a dozen supreme beings of the 9th level quasi-emperor and above, while Su Yuxing only had Earth Keelan and Dudian quasi-emperor. The three faced 10 of their own. Not at all inferior, even gained the upper hand. Such a result was not expected by the countless powerful quasi-emperor 9th level warriors around. Although they thought that Su Yuxing and his party would be very strong, but facing more than a dozen strong men of the same realm, and even a supreme being who had reached the great perfection, they were able to gain the upper hand with just one move. Such a scene shocked everyone. Even Zhu Xiao, Chen Shuan, Zai Wei and the quasi-emperors of the Wang and Ji families who were preparing to take action did not expect this. Powerful, how can these people be so strong? So what if they're strong? No matter how strong they are, can they really take on all of us at once? Becoming an emperor is not about who is stronger, but about who has stronger luck. The divine thoughts around were whispering. Although they were shocked, they did not take it too seriously. After all, to become an emperor, what matters is who can pick the fruit of the great way, rather than who is stronger. Of course, being strong also has its advantages, that is, one person can stop everyone, and then forcefully take the seal of the heart of heaven, or the fruit of the great Tao to become an emperor. Well, but there are only a handful of such people. Throughout history, there are no more than 10 strong people who can achieve this level. After defeating the white-haired old fox, quasi-emperor Dudian returned to Su Yuxing's side. Looking at the divine spear Cheng Ying in the latter's hand, he couldn't help but grin and said, are you the father of my chief disciple? It seems that I have accepted the wrong disciple. You and I are both masters of the way of spear. It seems that I should accept you. Haha, the hearty laughter of quasi-emperor Dudian was heard, and Su Yuxing also glanced over. This was also the first time he faced his son's master. Looking at the handsome and extraordinary Dudian quasi-emperor in front of him, who looked like a banished immortal, with his white hair flying behind him, Su Yuxing smiled and said, greetings, fellow Taoist Dudian. Su Yu became his disciple and was theoretically of the same generation as him. If his cultivation level was still the same as before, he would definitely not dare to call me fellow Taoist. But now it's different. He and quasi-emperor Dudian are at the same level, so he can call him fellow Taoist. Dudian quasi-emperor waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. Friend Su, what do you think of the current situation? What he asked was, of course, what Su Yuxing was thinking. Did he want to kill these old white-haired foxes right here, or did he want to keep the peace, gather his strength, and wait for the opportunity to become an emperor? Upon hearing this, Su Yuxing turned his gaze towards the group of quasi-emperors of the Fox clan. As his gaze swept over, a group of quasi-emperors of the 9th level actually tensed up under his gaze. The murderous intent is too strong. When he was talking to quasi-emperor Dudian, there was almost no murderous intent in his body, but when he looked at them, there was a terrifying murderous intent that could almost cut through the void. The deterrent effect is too strong. I think, kill. Su Yuxing withdrew his gaze and was about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted by a terrifying force. Boom! In an instant, as the first pressure that surpassed the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor appeared, it was followed by the second and the third. In the end, there were 5 bursts of aura that surpassed the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, shaking this star field. Kill, I don't like you guys fighting and killing each other. You are our most precious supreme medicine, hee. Chapter 445, on the road to becoming an emperor, the 5 supreme beings appeared together. Hearing this voice full of greed and evil, the faces of countless powerful people at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor changed drastically, and then their spiritual thoughts were withdrawn like a tide. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, powerful men of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor appeared one after another, from all races. Of course, the human race is still dominant. Not long after, all the powerful Quasi-Emperors of the 9th level appeared. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of Quasi-Emperors of the 9th level. When they appeared, they didn't target anyone. Instead, they all turned their gaze towards the entrance of Chengdi Road. Who is it? An old voice shouted harshly, but upon closer inspection, one could actually discover a slight tremor in his voice. It's life. It's fear. Yes, fear. What they fear is the one coming. This pressure is completely different from that of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, and is much more terrifying and frightening. This is the aura that only the Supreme has. The Supreme Being today is not the Emperor of ancient times. It refers to those emperors who cut themselves with a sword, or those who have achieved enlightenment in an alternative way. Without exception, all of them were once great emperors, or were comparable to great emperors. He is now the master of the restricted area. Even Su Yuxing and the other powerful people from the Fox clan were no longer hostile, but looked towards the entrance. Under everyone's gaze, in an instant, 5 completely different terrifying auras suddenly tore through the void and appeared. Some of their figures are old, some are young, and there's even one that is in the state of a child, who looks only about 7 or 8 years old. However, without exception, they all possessed a pressure that was above the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. It's like the 9th level of perfection, but even stronger than the 9th level of perfection. Hee what? I've only been dormant for tens of thousands of years, and you've already forgotten my presence. A hoarse voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the fog covering the 5 people dissipated, revealing their true appearance. The moment they saw their true faces, the pupils of most of the powerful Quasi-Emperors at the 9th level suddenly shrank, followed by horrified voices. Emperor Senling, Emperor Wangshan, Emperor Polaris, Emperor Yuha, Emperor Tianri. 3 of them were enlightened 200,000 years ago, and 2 of them were enlightened 100,000 years ago. They have indeed become the masters of the restricted area. The 3 emperors who lived 200,000 years ago came out of their 3rd life, and the remaining 2 were both emperors who came out of their 2nd life. The emperor who cut himself with a sword had to use the time of reversal as the threshold for his life from then on. The emperor who cut himself with a sword in his 1st life, after living again, his combat power is only slightly stronger than that of a quasi-emperor. After all, he lost the fruit of the great way in the throne, so his combat power naturally declined seriously. The 2nd emperor already has the combat power of a half-step emperor. As for the 3rd emperor, he is slightly weaker than the real emperor. If one can live 4 lives in reverse, he will be a true emperor-level fighter. The leader is Emperor Wangshan, who is also an emperor of the ultimate realm of physical body who has lived for 3 lifetimes, and his combat power is slightly stronger. If we could harvest so many great medicinal herbs, perhaps when the universe collapses, they would be enough to support us in finding another suitable home to survive. The body of Emperor Wangshan is extremely developed, and his appearance remains that of a middle-aged man. His muscular body makes him look more than a human. Instead, it looks like a monster. He was over 3 meters tall, with terrifying blue veins bulging out of every muscle, like a coiled dragon. It seems that just a slight movement can unleash terrifying power that can destroy galaxies. His eyes were extremely greedy as he swept across the faces of each quasi-emperor one by one. He grinned sinisterly and said, "Not bad, not bad. They are a group of excellent blood food. If you swallow it, it will definitely be delicious." Every quasi-emperor level 9 is a supreme medicine, comparable to the elixir of immortality. Emperor Senling was an enlightened being of the Linghu clan. He was also a great emperor who had lived through 3 lifetimes. He smiled faintly and said, "God Huang, while those guys haven't woken up yet, would it be too much for you and I to divide the people here into 1/5? There are more than 10,000 quasi-emperors of the 9th level, and if divided into 1/5, that would be 3,000 people. One person can get 600 quasi-emperors of the 9th level. That is equivalent to 600 immortality pills. Do you think they are kind by only taking 1/5? No. They just don't have the courage. After all, among those strong people who have not revived there are people who have lived for 8 or even 9 lifetimes and are also watching this place. If we really take them all, then maybe they can be refined into supreme medicine." Emperor Polar Star played with a shrunken star in his hand and said playfully, "Let's take it down first." While they were still discussing, Emperor Tianri on the far right took action silently. The blazing sun burns the sky. Boom. In an instant, the cold void was suddenly dispelled by a terrifyingly hot temperature. In just a moment, the terrifyingly high temperature burned the space to melting. Tick-tick, the space is like liquid, dripping continuously. And each drop of this spatial liquid can cause terrifying void turbulence, and even one drop can kill a quasi-emperor. Ha, Tianri, it's been so many years, and you're just a 2nd-generation emperor, but your temper is even more violent than ours. As they spoke, the 3 emperors did not hesitate and attacked without hesitation. Although they were once great emperors, now that they have lost the blessing of the fruit of the great Tao and the seal of the heart of heaven, they can only crush the quasi-emperors with their fighting power, and cannot suppress them with their status. These beasts, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Kill. Seeing the 4 former emperors brazenly attacking, a group of powerful 9th level quasi-emperors were shocked and angry, and then roared furiously. There are so many of us, how can we be afraid of them? Kill. Boom. In an instant, the star field outside Chengdi Road was in chaos, space and time were in chaos, and even the secrets of heaven were disturbed. No quasi-emperor dares to take advantage of this situation, and everyone is trying their best. After all, if he tries to take advantage of the situation, he might be the one to die. When tens of thousands of quasi-emperors and 4 supreme beings were fighting. The other side, Su Yuxing, Dudian quasi-emperor and Tu Qilin all stopped where they were, their eyes as sharp as knives, staring straight at the emperor in the distance who had not moved. All 3 of them were locked down. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard, and the emperor in front waved his left hand. A sword with a dragon head engraved on it appeared from the void and fell into his hand. Boom. The moment he held the dragon-headed sword, the emperor's aura suddenly changed and became terrifying, as if a divine weapon was unsheathed, and a slight movement could shatter the void. Quasi-emperor Dudian in the aura of the young man who defeated my incarnation on the emperor road. Today I will harvest the 3 of you. Looking at the old man in front of him with an indifferent expression, a strong murderous intent emerged in the eyes of quasi-emperor Dudian. At the same time, the Dudian chi in his body began to awaken like a real dragon, becoming terrifying, causing the star fields billions of light years away to tremble. Kill me. You are not qualified now. Feathered Supreme. Bang. Chapter 446, Battle of the Supreme. Dudian and Su Yuxing's power to strike the emperor. Boom. The murderous intent in Quasi-Emperor Dudian's eyes was extremely strong, and he had a reason to kill Supreme Yuha. Qingtian. A spear was thrust out, and Dudian's pressure swept over like an overwhelming force. Dozi Mi. After sensing the aura of the Supreme Yuha, Quasi-Emperor Dudian has been trying to trigger the Do character secret. The Do character secret is a secret method that can evolve any offensive moves in the world. Moreover, it is 100% simulation. At this moment, the aura of Quasi-Emperor Dudian rose infinitely. Feeling the fighting spirit emanating from him, Yuha Supreme's originally indifferent expression suddenly froze. So strong. This guy unexpectedly became so powerful after reborn into a second life. Yuha Supreme's emotions were in turmoil, as if he had not expected that Dudian Quasi-Emperor had not only recovered to his peak state, but was even stronger than before. Such a terrifying power. It's enough to fight with the Emperor. Strike the great Emperor's fighting power. Snort. Emperor slaying sword technique. Yuha Supreme held the dragon-headed sword in his hand and swept it out. In an instant, the space was completely shattered. Although the strength of Quasi-Emperor Dudian was beyond his expectations, he was no pushover. Back then he was the Emperor Tianming. Even though he had cut himself down to the supreme level, he still lived through 3 lifetimes. And he also created his own imperial-level skills in martial arts. His fighting power is no less than that of the Emperor. Even if Quasi-Emperor Dudian has the fighting power to defeat the great Emperor, doesn't he have it? Even if you can't burst out your full strength, you can still be invincible. Shattered Moon Spear technique. Just as he was fighting fiercely with Quasi-Emperor Dudian, suddenly, Su Yuxing's voice came to his ears. The next moment, a very faint sense of threat came from behind. Clang. Yuha Supreme didn't hesitate at all. He raised his foot and swept it behind him, only to hear the crisp sound of metal colliding. His foot actually blocked Su Yuxing's attack steadily. Roar. Earth's fury. At this moment, the power of the law of the earth swept over from under the Supreme Yuha. In just a blink of an eye, the law of the earth transformed into a sword that slashed into his abdomen. Call out. In an instant, the figure of Yuha Supreme was knocked away. Immediately afterwards, Quasi-Emperor Dudian and Su Yuxing did not hesitate at all and rushed towards the direction of Supreme Yuha. The fierce battle between the 4 people almost turned this space into complete ruins. Under the destructive force of such a powerful law, the space within a radius of dozens of light years will be difficult to restore to its original state without thousands of years of self-repair process. If any creature below the Quasi-Emperor level steps into the damaged space, it will be strangled to death in an instant. Because this place is filled with the residual power of the Quasi-Emperor. In the destroyed space, the figure of Yuha Supreme went from being calm and composed at the beginning to gradually becoming unable to cope in the end, and even became embarrassed in the end. Although the Earth Keelan's realm is only at the peak of the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor, when he bursts out with all his strength, even the powerful Quasi-Emperor will look at him with awe. Although Su Yuxing is only at the early 9th level of Quasi-Emperor realm. But his murderous aura and terrifying devouring power were able to plunder some of the power of the Supreme Yuha for his own use. It is no exaggeration to say that the more we fight, the stronger we become. Quasi-Emperor Dudian is even more powerful, with a fighting spirit, which is an offensive attribute in the world. Combined with the Do character secret that simulates any attack effect, they can be regarded as 2 Quasi-Emperors who have reached the 9th level of perfection. Snort. Just as Dudian Quasi-Emperor and Su Yuxing stabbed out at the same time and successfully pierced the shoulder blade of Yuha Supreme, who had nowhere to retreat. Boom. That's enough. After being injured, Yuha Supreme's expression changed drastically, and then the extreme pressure that erupted from his body seemed to have reached the realm of a true emperor. After this terrifying power erupted, Su Yuxing and Dudian Quasi-Emperor's expressions changed, and then they quickly retreated. Faced with the sudden outburst of the Yuha Supreme, they retreated decisively and at the fastest speed in the world. It wasn't a big shock. However, Qilin was a step slower. When he wanted to retreat, Yuha Supreme seized the opportunity and punched out, breaking the Earth Qilin's hind legs directly. Boom. After collecting and swallowing the Qilin blood spurting out of the Earth Qilin, the pressure from the Supreme Yuha actually returned to its peak and even exceeded it. I admit that I underestimated you. Yuha Supreme wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was his own imperial blood, not that of the Earth Qilin. His eyes were extremely cold. If you looked closely, you would find that there was a hint of fear and shock lingering in the depths of his eyes. Your strength is beyond my expectations, but if you think you can kill me like this, then you are wishful thinking. Yuha Supreme stretched out his hand and stroked his pierced shoulder blade. In an instant, an extreme imperial power slowly emerged, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You know, it is extremely difficult to heal from injuries caused by the power of law. Rumble. Even as he was speaking, a thundercloud suddenly emerged from the depths of the void above his head. There seemed to be anger hidden in the thunderclouds. That is the anger of the Tao, because Tao sensed the aura of the agent he had chosen that year. He should have died, but now he showed up. Obviously, he was faking his death. He stole his own power and only returned the Tianxing seal. The power that he had given him was not returned. This is not a treatment only for the Supreme Yuha, but a calamity that all Supremes will face. They can't use their full strength because it will attract the attention of the Avenue. To put it simply, the Tao is the actual owner of the universe, and the Emperor is merely a steward. The Emperor's power and authority all come from the seal of the heart of heaven and the fruit of the Tao, which are gifts from the Tao. After the Emperor was dismissed, power and authority should be returned to the great Tao. However, the Emperor who cut himself was just faking his death, and then his authority was revoked, but he secretly took away the wealth in his treasury. The fully recovered Emperor is like coming to him with his money to buy things. How could the Tao not be enraged by this? The appearance of the thunderclouds of the great Tao represents that the Supreme Yuha is reviving his own power, and at the same time, it is also sensed by the great Tao. This sudden change caused the quasi-emperors and supreme beings who were fighting on the other side to stop their actions at the same time and look towards this side in surprise and confusion. What's going on? Is the Yuha Supreme being forced to ascend to the ultimate realm by these 4 people? Yuha is such a loser. I really don't know how he was able to suppress us from obtaining the heavenly heart seal back then. He was actually forced to unseal himself by 4 people. The rough voice of Emperor Wangshan was unconcealed, and it was like thunder, resounding for billions of light years. Facing the ridicule of Emperor Wangshan, Yuha Supreme simply roared furiously, "Wangshan, if you say another word, I will ascend to the highest realm and kill you first." He was really angry at this moment. Could it be that this bunch of idiots really can't see the weirdness of Dudian Quasi-Emperor and Su Yuxing? They all have the fighting power to fight against ordinary emperors. After yelling at Emperor Wangshan to shut up, Supreme Yuha looked at Su Yuxing and Quasi-Emperor Dudian with a resentful look. Okay, Dudian has wiped out my vitality, and Su Yuxing has stolen my lifespan. Since you want to fight to the death, I will grant your wish. Boom. Chapter 447. You want to kill my master and my father in front of me. Have you thought about how you want to die? Seeing Yuha Supreme's action, the 4 Supremes frowned at the same time and cursed inwardly, madman. Then they stopped pestering each other and quickly left the place. Anyway, they have each harvested dozens of medicinal herbs, so even if they evacuate now, they won't lose anything. After all, rather than harvesting great medicine, they would rather be safe and sound. If we attract the attention of the Great Tao, we might be able to detect them. By then they will have to passively upgrade to the extreme realm. They don't want to die. Now is not the time to reach the ultimate level. The real time to reach the ultimate state of sublimation is when the Emperor of Destiny descends. At that time, the Tao will hand over the authority to the Emperor of Destiny, and he will kill the exposed Supreme. But even Emperor Tianming finds it difficult to kill the Supreme. More often than not, the Emperor and the Supreme will live in peace. Only those crazy people who have lived for more than 6 lifetimes would confront the Emperor head-on. Rumble. In the void, countless thunderclouds are gathering, and power enough to destroy the heaven and earth is accumulating. If the thunderclouds explode, star regions with a diameter of tens of billions of light years will be destroyed. At this moment, not only the Supreme Beings were retreating, but even the strong ones at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor were retreating. You're crazy. I'm not surprised that Quasi-Emperor Dudian has the fighting power to defeat the Great Emperor, but how can Su Yuxing do that? He is just a person who has just entered the 9th level. How can he have such terrifying combat power? If this man doesn't die, he could become Emperor in this lifetime. Many veteran Quasi-Emperors and powerful men were looking at the two with extremely complicated expressions, and they had mixed feelings in their hearts. It can force a Supreme Being of the 3 worlds to reach the highest level. How could such a person fail to become an Emperor? Faced with the resurgence of this earth-shaking might, Su Yuxing suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and turned to the Earth Qilin, saying, "Stay away from here. Don't come near." But Tu Qilin became anxious when he heard this, and was interrupted ruthlessly by Su Yuxing just as he was about to speak. "Don't say but, you can't handle it with your current fighting strength. We'll talk about it when I break through the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor." The peak of the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor seems to be only one step away from the 9th level, but this step is like an insurmountable chasm. Good. Faced with his master stuff attitude, Tu Qilin swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knows too, he couldn't take part in the next battle. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden and distract Quasi-Emperor Dudian and Su Yuxing. Soon, taking advantage of the gap when Yuha Supreme was unable to take action during his sublimation, Tu Qilin quickly withdrew and stopped at a distance of millions of light years. Looking at the barrier gradually forming in front of him, Tu Qilin became very anxious. Damn it, why is my realm lower than my master's? The resources he had already been used up. For this final step, he only needed a few months to absorb enough strength to break through. But it happened that the 5 Supreme Beings revived early. This made him secretly hate himself for not being able to get more resources. Suddenly, he looked towards the 9th-level Quasi-Emperor of the primordial divine mountain in the 3 sects of the eastern wasteland. His eyes flickered slightly, and then he roared, "Who among you still has cultivation resources? Give them all to me." Hearing the roar of the Earth Qilin, more than 20 Quasi-Emperors of the 9th level of the Taigu divine mountain and the ancestors of the 3 religions of the eastern wasteland all looked over. Then one storage ring after another turned into streams of light and flew towards him. After receiving these storage rings, Tu Qilin took out all the cultivation resources in the rings with just a thought. The next second, his body grew huge, and he opened his mouth to swallow the massive resources directly. Boom! After swallowing the resources, thunderous sounds came from the Earth Qilin's body. The next second, the rich spiritual energy actually made his body swell up, and wisps of spiritual energy opened his pores and floated out. Refine it for me. Boom! At this moment, Quasi-Emperor thunderclouds floated out. The 9th level of thunder tribulation of the Quasi-Emperor. Being able to force me to reach the highest level, your debts are well deserved. The other side, Yuha Supreme felt that the blocked power in his body was gradually recovering. The feeling of regaining control of the long-lost power of heaven and earth made him a little intoxicated, but what followed was a huge bolt of lightning that struck down. Boom! Just the first thunder of the Great Tao caused tiny cracks to appear on his body. Although they were extremely tiny, they were real. Throughout 3 lifetimes, I can withstand the thunder of 26 great ways. In the state of extreme sublimation, I will kill you in the time it takes to unleash 9 great thunderbolts. At this moment, Yuha Supreme possessed the true cultivation of an emperor. This is his trump card and his last resort. As long as he can kill Su Yuxing and Dudian Quasi-Emperor within the limited time, you'll have enough time to release the extreme sublimation state. Although it is inevitable to leave a wound on the road, there is nothing that can be done about it. Swish! The moment the words fell, Yuha Supreme, who was gradually recovering to the peak of his cultivation, suddenly shot out. At this moment, his speed is unmatched. Slay the Emperor's sword technique, sever destiny. In the void, only the voice of Yuha Supreme, filled with endless murderous intent, was heard. The next moment, click! Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the space within a million light years instantly turned into nothingness, and the void was broken layer by layer. Feeling this fatal threat, the expressions of Dudian Quasi-Emperor and Su Yuxing changed drastically. The Emperor of Destiny who lived through 3 generations. Is the power really so terrifying? God-killing spear technique. Emperor-killing spear technique. Locked down by the Supreme Yuha in this barrier, they have no way to escape. The only way to resist is to fight to the death. The 2 men shouted at the same time, then held the guns in both hands and stabbed directly towards an empty space. Any shot has the power to directly penetrate a Quasi-Emperor. However, clang! After a flash of fire, the surging power swept around like a raging wave. The 2 figures flew away like kites with broken strings. At this moment, the void was filled with imperial blood mist. In an instant, the 2 auras that were originally very powerful began to disappear rapidly at the same time. One strike, countless Quasi-Emperors were speechless. Just one strike was enough to make 2 Quasi-Emperors with the fighting power to defeat Emperors lose their ability to resist. Destiny Emperor. Is he really more powerful than the Emperor? In this extremely short period of time, Yuha Supreme endured the bombardment of the 6 great thunders. If you don't stop and kill the 2 of them, you really won't have to resist the 9 thunders of the Great Way. Owner, when Tu Qilin, who was undergoing the 9th level of thunder tribulation as a Quasi-Emperor, saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. He struggled to rush over to resist, but it was too late. HMPH, it's over. After breaking the 2's defenses and watching them fly away, Yuha Supreme sneered, with endless murderous intent in his eyes, go to hell. Yuha Supreme raised the dragon-headed sword, and the aura of destiny that was powerful enough to cut through the laws swept over the sword. Swish! He used all his strength in this strike. The sword light illuminates the heavens, and even the star fields 20 billion light years away can be seen, and the entire universe can feel the blooming of this imperial power. Is it over? Looking at the sword that was coming with the power of annihilation, Su Yuxing and Dudian Quasi-Emperor opened their blood-blurred eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Emperor, is he really that invincible? Just as they closed their eyes and prepared to face death. Suddenly, rumble! In the direction of the end of the imperial road, the originally calm void suddenly cracked open a huge hole. Immediately afterwards, a figure with a murderous aura that froze even the space walked out. Swish! As this figure walked down at a speed that shocked even the great Emperor, a sound that seemed to be able to freeze time suddenly exploded in this star field. You killed my master and my father in front of me. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Buzz! At this moment, time seems to be frozen. Then, an even more terrifying aura instantly rose up. Chapter 448, Kill the Supreme Being. Quasi-Emperor 9th level Kill the Supreme Being. With the sudden appearance of a sharp sword light, the barrier created by Yuha Supreme collapsed instantly. And in the next second, Suyu walked out from the opened exit of Emperor Road. Boom. Taking a step forward, Suyu's eyes were filled with coldness. At this moment, his aura was extremely powerful, the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. When he no longer concealed his aura and fully displayed himself in this world, the time in the surrounding area of tens of billions of light years seemed to be frozen in place. In his hand, the mysterious sword that flashed with a cold grey light was trembling. Time Sky Sword, 9 Nether Prison Blade. Suyu shouted softly and raised his hand to slash out with a knife. Wherever the sword passed, space was shattered into pieces. The power was so strong that it was far beyond what they had seen or heard. Even a powerful warrior who had reached the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor could not help but tremble under the pressure of this sword. Because they feel that there is a possibility that they will fall. If this sword were to strike them, none of them would be able to resist it. The Great Emperor, the true power of the Great Emperor. This is the power that strikes the Emperor of Destiny. Countless powerful warriors at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor screamed. Wherever the 9 Nether sword light passed, all matter turned into nothingness and was suppressed by the invisible force attached to the light. Before anyone could react, the Emperor's barrier was broken with one strike. Then he knocked away the dragon-headed sword that was about to fall on the heads of Suyuxing and Duty and Quasi-Emperor. This scene made everyone stunned. Even Yuha Supreme was stunned for a moment. Suyu, how is this possible? He was very sure that only about 10 years had passed since Suyu defeated his incarnation. At that time, Suyu was only at the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor. Why? How on earth could he break through to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor in just a dozen years? And it can actually burst out such terrifying combat power. Even he, who was in the process of sublimating to the extreme, could not withstand Suyu's sword. His own Emperor-slaying sword technique was actually easily broken. How is that possible? Before Yuha Supreme could react, Suyu's body seemed to have distorted time and instantly appeared in the broken barrier. He then grabbed Duty and Quasi-Emperor and Suyuxing and threw them to a safe distance. Then he stood steadily in front of Yuha Supreme. Boom! The 8th Great Avenue of Thunder fell with a bang, and the increasingly powerful destructive force brought Yuha Supreme back to his senses. He looked at Suyu, his eyes flashing with confusion and jealousy, and gritted his teeth and said, "How could you break through the Emperor's gate so quickly? How many years has it been since the Emperor's pass was opened?" Less than 20 years. Suyu successfully passed 108 Imperial levels, and his cultivation level steadily reached the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. And there is no sign of instability. It's even extremely thick. Could it be that his talent is really countless times more terrifying than that of the mortal Emperor, the peerless Swordmaster, or even the Emperor of Heaven? Facing Yuha Supreme's questioning, Suyu's eyes were unusually cold. He said, "I told you back then that if I could reach the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, I wouldn't need the cultivation of the Great Emperor to kill a piece of trash like you. In the battles over the years, I had forgotten about you. But you insisted on jumping out. Now, his cultivation has been perfected and he is completely at the top of the world. Unless the top Supreme appears. Otherwise, he is invincible." Yuha Supreme is only the 3rd generation Supreme. After reaching the ultimate state, he can only burst out with his previous peak combat power. He has not yet broken the taboo and embarked on the path to becoming an immortal in the mortal world. If one wants to become an immortal in this mortal world, only the Supreme Being who has lived through 4 lifetimes can be considered to have embarked on this alternative path to becoming an immortal. Bang! The moment the words fell, Suyu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Next second, a force comparable to the power of the extreme Tao suddenly erupted. "Today, I will kill you to celebrate my imminent ascension to the throne of the Great Emperor." Boom! Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yuha Supreme became furious. The two men burst out with all their strength, and the moment they fought, the star field was completely transformed into nothingness. Only the terrifying power of the Quasi-Emperor is spreading. And somewhere else, in the universe, deep in a star field that is rarely visited by humans and has few stars, there is a dead star. Above the dead star, there is a terrifying gale that can cut off the flesh and blood of the great sage. The Death Star's winds were fierce and fierce, and the eternal fire of hell was burning fiercely with souls as fuel. This place is hell. Even if a strong man in the great saint realm steps into here, his flesh and bones will be cut off by the strong wind, and his soul will be devoured by the fire of hell in an instant. And in the depths, a palace of fire stands. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and with a gloomy temperament slowly opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. This light would make even a strong man at the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor tremble with fear. Huh, interesting, truly interesting. In just 18 years, you've already opened up the path to becoming an emperor. Okay, you are indeed the perfect body that I have set my sights on, the one who has realized my ideals. He. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in Taoist robe stood up. When he stood up, the space around him collapsed at this moment, and the pressure of the great Tao came down with a bang, intending to suppress him. However, even if the power of the great Tao descended, it would be difficult to stop his actions. The middle-aged man in Taoist robes frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Qingkang, since you have reached the end, why do you have to restrict our actions anymore? You are destined to die." In the darkness, a voice that was extremely weak, like a candle burning in the wind, was heard. "It is destined to fall. We will talk about it after we fall." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in Taoist robe laughed angrily. "You can't trap me. He is my prey." Bang! A punch suddenly flew out, and the resistance that was originally interfering with his movements disappeared instantly. Swish! Without the interference of the Tao rules, the middle-aged man in the Tao robe instantly disappeared in the fire palace. As he left, endless Tao magic thunders gathered above his head and followed his movements. The direction is exactly Chengdi Road. ... Bang bang bang. In the star field outside the road to becoming an emperor, countless quasi-emperors stayed billions of light years away from this place and did not dare to get close at all. And in this cleared void, only terrifying sound waves are raging. Every sound wave is like the clanging sound of a heavy hammer hitting steel. The sound waves alone can shock the mind of the quasi-emperor. Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell, and the lightning pillar struck down, causing countless quasi-emperors' eyelids to twitch, and even the 4 supreme beings who had already dodged were a little frightened. The 18th Great Road of Thunder. Emperor Wangshan looked at the scene in the void and said in a serious tone, "Yuha is finished. He is an emperor in the flesh, and he knows best the limits of the 18 Great Thunders. Because even if it is also difficult to have the strength to break the state of extreme sublimation after withstanding the thunders of 18 Great Roads." It seemed to confirm what he said. In the void, the voice of Yuha Supreme, filled with resentment and malice, exploded, shaking the stars into pieces. "I am unwilling." Boom! As soon as the 4 words were spoken, an extremely bright and dazzling light suddenly burst out from the void. Then, all the powerful people's heartbeats stopped for a beat. Because the aura of the Supreme Yuha has completely disappeared. Chapter 449. I told you that soon I will be the emperor. Why don't you believe me? Yuha Supreme is really dead. What kind of freak is this Suyu? With the cultivation of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, he actually wiped out a Supreme Being who had ascended to the ultimate realm. Oh my god, has the 3rd Supreme been wiped out just like that? The Quasi-Emperors of all races were all in shock. This was the first time they witnessed the fighting power of the Horizontal Strike Emperor with their own eyes, and it could not even be said that this was the Horizontal Strike Emperor. But the combat power of the Emperor level, if such a person were to achieve enlightenment, it would be hard to imagine how high his combat power would soar. It has never happened before that he has conquered the world in just over 10 years. Outside the road to becoming an emperor, countless Quasi-Emperors were shocked. In the void, a system prompt sounded in Suyu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of Golden Destiny. Rewards, plus 5,000,000 villain value, 1 fragment of the bullying bell, 1 Heavenly Emperor Sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword, the Emperor Sword forged by Qing Kang Tiandi, a top-grade Emperor weapon, in perfect condition. In the void, Suyu's injuries gradually heal. Even when fighting with a Supreme Being who has reached the ultimate level, he is not truly invincible and will get hurt. But even so, it is extremely terrifying. Even though he was nearly cut in half by the Supreme Yuha, and the wound was covered with the aura of the Great Emperor that was wiping away his life, Suyu did not change at all. Even the Dalrime of the Great Emperor was being devoured by him. Very reluctant, this is Suyu's evaluation of himself. It is still too difficult to fight against the Supreme Yuha with the cultivation level of the first 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. If he could have more time to refine more cellular worlds. Maybe it will be different. By the time he had refined 3,000 small cellular worlds, even if the Supreme Yuha who had reached the ultimate state of sublimation attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to defeat him with just one punch. Call. Suyu exhaled a breath of foul air filled with evil thoughts. It is the impurities left after devouring the soul and refining the power of the Supreme Being Yuha. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, the first void cell in the Mike's immortal platform suddenly began to emit extremely strong danger signals. The stinging pain between his eyebrows made Suyu's eyes suddenly freeze. Beyond the void, the Quasi-Emperors who were still marveling at Suyu's mighty power suddenly stopped talking. Immediately following, a terrifying aura of death swept over, and this power made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. Puff, not long after, some of the Quasi-Emperors of the 9th level on the periphery suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the vitality in his body began to drain away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this sudden strange scene, many powerful people who had reached the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor became solemn. Hell, it's the breath of hell. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Quasi-Emperors changed drastically, and then they retreated one after another as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Hell, this is not talking about the underworld, but a restricted area, Hell's restricted area. This is the unique aura of the Lord of Hell, and he is also the only emperor in the entire Qingkang universe who walks this path. Lord of Hell. 2 million years ago, the Emperor of Destiny established his way based on the laws of the underworld and built Hell. At the peak of Hell, it is a terrifying force that controls the souls of all fallen people in the entire universe. But then, Hell disappears. Because the Lord of Hell felt that the Emperor who had achieved enlightenment with the Heavenly Heart Seal could not break through to the true immortal, he cut himself with a sword, and Hell also turned into a restricted area with him. Boom, just as they retreated to a safe area, the next second. Outside the void realm where Suyu and Yuha Supreme were fighting, the scene of Hell slowly emerged and rose like a mirage. And in the shadow of Hell, a figure walked out slowly. This person was wearing a Taoist robe, looked middle-aged, and had a stern expression. There was no life in his eyes, only endless deadly aura. The overwhelming aura emanating from his body even caused the thunder of the Great Tao to show signs of dissipating. The Supreme Being who has lived against the odds for 6 generations has already faintly surpassed the realm of the Great Emperor. The threat of the thunder of the Great Tao to his level has become very weak. So, this is a peak Emperor who always maintains his prime. The middle-aged man in Taoist robe stepped out of the shadow of Hell, put his hands behind his back, and paced in the void. With a glance, all the Quasi-Emperors of the myriad races on the periphery lowered their heads. The middle-aged man in Taoist robes did not linger on them, but looked at the void in front of him that was pierced, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he stomped lightly on the air. Boom, endless ripples of Dalrime appeared and surged towards Suyu. Wherever the ripples passed, the pierced void was instantly repaired and restored to its original vacuum. Soon, this black hole that spans hundreds of millions of light years has been completely restored. And in the center, Suyu was standing there holding the sky sword of time, staring at the Lord of Hell from an endless distance. At their level, there are no longer any restrictions on distance. They can see the scenery beyond the end of the universe at a glance. Looking at the unfamiliar middle-aged man in Taoist robes in front of him, Suyu knew very well in his heart that this was the black fog in the secret realm of time. The two looked at each other for a long time, neither speaking. A moment later, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes looked at Suyu, a smile on his lips, and said, "I am the Lord of Hell, Lu Yu." Finally we officially meet, Suyu. Listening to the other party's gentle voice and feeling the extremely evil deathly aura emanating from Lu Yu, Suyu's heart sank slightly, but he appeared unusually calm on the surface. The Emperor of Time, Suyu. After hearing Suyu's title of Quasi-Emperor, not only Lu Yu, but even the Quasi-Emperors around him were stunned. Time Emperor, you are a Quasi-Emperor, and you dare to use the real title of Emperor. Certainly, they didn't dare to say out loud what they wanted to complain about in their hearts. After all, the person standing in front of them was not a good man or a believer. Suyu killed Yuha Supreme with 1,000 moves. Lu Yu is even more notorious as the Lord of Hell. No matter which one it is, they cannot afford to offend. It is not something they can laugh at. Besides, it doesn't seem to be against the rules for Suyu to use the title of the Great Emperor. After all, he has the ability to kill a third world supreme who has ascended to the extreme realm. He is already on par with the Emperor and possesses the combat power to kill an Emperor. The Quasi-Emperors did not dare to laugh, but Lu Yu dared. When Lu Yu heard Suyu say the title, he was stunned at first and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are just a Quasi-Emperor who has just entered the 9th level. You killed a supreme being. Do you really think you can stand on equal footing with the Emperor? You are not the Emperor yet. Besides, even if you are the Great Emperor, are you worthy enough to use the word, time, as your title? As he spoke, Lu Yu stopped smiling and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Suyu met Lu Yu's slightly greedy and murderous eyes and immediately grinned. Yes, I'm not an Emperor yet, but I will be soon. Hearing this, Lu Yu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Immediately, with your cultivation level just entering the 9th level, how can you open the path to becoming an Emperor and awaken the Heavenly Heart Seal to descend? However, you are unable to activate the Heavenly Heart Seal, but I will be qualified to do so if I take over your body. I said it all those years ago, your perfect immortal foundation and body will eventually be mine. However, he had just finished speaking. The next second, the whole person suddenly froze in place. Boom, Suyu suddenly had a flawless pill in his hand in full view of everyone. It was filled with the purest power in the world. Click. Suyu threw the pill into his mouth, and the next second, his cultivation level increased rapidly. Mid-ninth level of Quasi-Emperor. Late ninth level of Quasi-Emperor. The peak of the ninth level of Quasi-Emperor. The ninth level of Quasi-Emperor is perfect. Bang! When his cultivation broke through to the ninth level of Quasi-Emperor, Suyu's face turned red and then he punched out. The next moment, the barrier of Chengdi Road shattered. I told you, soon I will be the Emperor. Why don't you believe it? Boom. Chapter 450. You are still 100 million years too early if you want to take over my body. When the barrier in front of the Emperor Road was shattered by Suyu's punch, the terrifying power of luck accumulated in the eternal prodigy list, the 10,000 races prodigy competition, and the Emperor Road gradually emanated from him. This is the blessing of the great Tao. It is also a guarantee for Suyu Cheng on his journey. The barrier to becoming an emperor can only be broken by the first person who walks out of the Emperor's Road. Even, as long as Suyu wanted, he could drag it on and prevent anyone in the world from becoming an emperor. But he won't delay, because, at this point, the heavenly heart seal can only be taken by him personally. Under the stunned expression of the Lord of Hell, Suyu smiled brightly. Do you really think that I dared to embark on the path of becoming an emperor without any backup plan? Although the ninth level of Quasi-Emperor is qualified to compete for the heavenly heart seal. But, he has always been on guard against the appearance of the Lord of Hell. Therefore, he never used the flawless heavenly pill that the system rewarded him. Because of the generous rewards for clearing each imperial level, combined with the terrifying devouring power of Washang, he can also ensure his safe advancement. As long as you reach the ninth level of Quasi-Emperor, it doesn't matter even if it's just the first time. He can also save a lot of effort. The flawless heavenly pill can break through any small realm below the great Emperor. And he already has the cultivation base of the ninth level of Quasi-Emperor. After swallowing the flawless heavenly pill, his cultivation base has directly reached the limit below the great Emperor. Even calling him half-step Emperor would not be an exaggeration. Old bastard, you're 100 million years too early to try to take over my body. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's body froze in place. This is an afterimage. Because his speed has exceeded the speed of light countless times, the remaining figure has not dissipated for a long time. It is imprinted on the spot as if it were a real person. But he himself had already rushed towards the path of becoming an emperor. At the entrance to the broken space, there is a straight and magnificent road. At the end, there stood an extremely huge ancient tree that stretched as far as the eye could see. The ancient tree is filled with the lingering charm of the great Tao, the Tao is flowing, and countless forces of laws surround the ancient tree. Upon closer inspection, you will find that this ancient tree is actually a tree of rules formed by the convergence and interweaving of all the laws of this blue universe. Or it can be called the tree of the avenue. At the top of the avenue tree, there is a ripe heart-shaped fruit. This is the seal of the heart of heaven, and below the Tianqin seal, there are 11 unripe Tao fruits, each of which symbolizes an imperial throne. Boom. At the same time, beside the tree of avenue, a single tree of law is actually forming. There are 2 fruits on it. What is that sapling next to the Tao tree? Why does it also bear Tao fruit? This scene not only stunned all the powerful people at the ninth level of Quasi-Emperor, but even the Lord of Hell was stunned for a moment. But then, he couldn't help but raise his brows and said in a deep voice, the Tao fruit of the ancient starry sky road. In this day and age, is there anyone who can still walk out of the ancient starry sky road? Who is it? The fruits of the Tao in the old days were much better than the Tao fruits of today. They were the true pinnacle Tao. Those who became emperors by following the ancient starry sky road could even break through to the realm of true immortality on their own. If he could possess the body of someone who had walked out of the ancient starry sky road. You can also break through the shackles of the universe and break through to the true fairyland. Thinking of this, the Lord of Hell immediately began to look around. However, before he could make any move, 2 figures rushed towards Chengdi Road. Boom, it's Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin. Watching their actions, the quasi-emperor of the Qingqiu Fox clan suddenly roared. Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin didn't enter the emperor path. His cultivation was only at the great sage realm at the time, but in just over a decade, he broke through from great sage to the ninth level of quasi-emperor. And the way we came here wasn't the starry sky route we're familiar with. He must be the one who walked out of the ancient starry sky road. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Lu Yu, the Lord of Hell, suddenly burst into an extremely strong murderous intent. Boom, then he no longer hesitated and attacked boldly. He stretched out his hand and a trident appeared out of thin air. The moment he grasped the trident, Lu Yu shouted angrily, stop. Death Harvest. This halberd directly broke through the spatial limitations and stabbed towards Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin. The power was so strong that it made the quasi-emperors around him groan. Even if it was just the aftermath, it could injure a quasi-emperor level warrior. Clang. Facing the attacking trident, the disappeared Su Yu suddenly appeared, slashed with a knife and directly distorted the time around him. Boom. The equal forces collided, and the residual power spread. At this moment, the entire universe felt the explosion of the Emperor-level combat power. Above countless ancient stars, the residual power of the Emperor swept over, and all the creatures below the Holy Realm were pressed to the ground. The Great Emperor is the power of the Great Emperor. Has a Great Emperor been born? No. If it was the Great Emperor, there would definitely be a projection of the Great Emperor's majestic figure. Clearly, this was the Forbidden Zone Supreme taking action. Countless creatures were terrified. When the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone takes action, it means it's time to reap the rewards. Su Yu defeated the Lord of Hell's attack with a single blow. Looking at his increasingly ugly face, he suddenly grinned, Lord of Hell Lu Yu, right. Next either you enter the Emperor's path and kill me. Or, after I remove the Heavenly Heart Seal I will personally kill you with my sword. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu, along with Su Yuxing and Tu Qilin, instantly stepped into the space channel and headed straight for the road to becoming an emperor. Looking at this scene, countless quasi-emperors reacted and their eyes suddenly turned red. Emperor Cheng's road appears. Charge, charge. While those cubs haven't come out yet, let's quickly enter the Chengdi road and wait for the fruit of the great Tao to mature. Su Yu's decisiveness in embarking on the path to becoming an emperor without even waiting for others to come out caught this group of ninth-level quasi-emperors by surprise. But after they came to their senses, they realized that this was their opportunity. After the Heavenly Heart Seal matures, the other fruits of the great Tao will ripen once a year. So, they have the next 12 years, and one of them will definitely have the opportunity to become emperor. At this moment, all the quasi-emperors went crazy. They didn't expect Su Yu to be so decisive. Facing the attack of the Lord of Hell, he did not even think about mediating with him or anything else. Instead, he directly swallowed a mysterious pill, and then in the blink of an eye he entered the ninth level of perfection, and then he directly started on the road to becoming an emperor. Damn it! The Lord of Hell's face turned ashen, and he rushed forward with a trident in his hand, attacking the entrance of Chengdi Road. However, before his attack could land, it was completely wiped out by the surrounding laws. Boom! As Su Yu officially embarked on the path to becoming an emperor, at this moment, all races and all living beings in the universe felt it in their hearts. The road to Emperor Cheng is open. Also shocked were countless supreme beings in the Emperor's tomb sect leader. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Who could have opened the path to becoming an emperor in such a short time? Boom. At this moment, countless masters of the restricted areas came out. Chapter 451, the situation suddenly changes. The supremes of the Forbidden Zone all resurrected, and the Emperor himself appeared. Damn it. Soon, countless masters of the restricted areas began to wake up regardless of everything. And the first one to arrive outside Chengdi Road. It's the domineering young leader of Diffin. He was dressed in a black and white robe, and his domineering aura made people look sideways. Beside him, there was an old man following. The aura of the old man was particularly terrifying, even the Lord of Hell couldn't help but look over. The domineering young man came to the outside of Chengdi Road, and then glanced at the exit of Chengdi Road. Seeing the exit without any movement, he finally lost his composure and suppressed his anger, saying in a low voice, "What's going on? Who opened Chengdi Road?" He was naturally speaking to the Lord of Hell. The tone was domineering and unquestionable. The Lord of Hell was already furious, and now faced with the rude tone of a quasi-emperor of the 9th level, he immediately scolded, "Who do you think you are? How dare you question me in such a tone?" Bang! However, just as he finished his words, a terrifying force that made him turn pale suddenly poured down on his head. "How dare you bark in front of the young master? Kneel down and talk to me." The old man in black robe suddenly appeared behind the Lord of Hell and stepped on his head. Bang! The terrifying immortal power poured out, and the Lord of Hell's knees couldn't help but soften, and then he knelt upright in front of the domineering young man. Until this moment, the Lord of Hell was still confused. Why are you kneeling? Moreover, he was stepped on the head by an old man whose aura was only that of a 9th level quasi-emperor. What is his identity? The only people who could defeat him so easily, apart from those supreme beings who had lived for 8 lifetimes, it was almost impossible for anyone to crush him silently. He didn't even have time to unleash the strength to resist. However, the domineering young man paid no attention to the Lord of Hell's shock, but repeated indifferently, "Tell me, who opened the way to becoming an emperor?" Hearing the young man's tone turn hostile, the old man in black robe exerted a little force on his feet. In an instant, immortal power filled the air. It seemed that if the Lord of Hell under his feet could not answer, he would crush the Lord of Hell's head without hesitation. Feeling the breath of death coming from his brain, the Lord of Hell came to his senses, his eyes filled with horror, and then he said, "It's Su Yu." Su Yu broke through to the 9th level of quasi-emperor perfection in an instant, and then began his path to becoming an emperor. Hearing this answer, the domineering young man's eyes were frost-covered. Su Yu. When he said this name, he actually gritted his teeth. Damn it. Bang. After saying this, the domineering young man exuded an aura of pressure that was comparable to that of an emperor. This sudden change shocked the Lord of Hell. Another one who was on par with the great emperor. Who is he exactly? In fact, he could also guess that the domineering young man must have an extremely terrifying origin to be able to make an old man with a faint immortal power willing to call him the young master. Maybe he is the reincarnation of a powerful being, or maybe he is the direct descendant of an immortal who came down from the upper realm to gain experience. No matter which one it is, he can't afford to offend them. Boom. While the Lord of Hell was thinking, the domineering young man in front of him actually blasted open the road to emperor with a punch under his horrified gaze. Directly opened a gap, and at the gap, there was a young man looking at this place with a look of astonishment. This young man is also very extraordinary. His cultivation had actually reached the 8th level of quasi-emperor. Asshole, I told you to fight for opportunities on the Imperial Road and pass it quickly, but what on earth were you doing? Su Yu actually cleared it first. The domineering young man grabbed the young man who was also wearing a black and white robe, and then shouted angrily, "Good for nothing." If the people of Delu saw this scene, they would be shocked. Because the person caught by the domineering young man was actually the Emperor Lin, who had stirred up quite a lot of troubles on the road to becoming emperor. The young master of the Emperor's tomb. Facing the questioning of the domineering young man, the Emperor Lin said with a look of fear, "My lord, I have tried my best. In this Emperor Road, I have devoured tens of thousands of special physiques, and I'm almost catching up with the reincarnation of the immortal lord of the Hallyu immortal realm. He tried his best to explain, not daring to hide anything. However, the Emperor Lin himself had no interest in listening to his excuses, and he was squeezing his hand harder and harder. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. I created this incarnation of you to do things for me, not to let you quibble. Since you are so useless, there's no need to keep you. Hearing this extremely cold voice of the deity, the Emperor Ellen actually shouted in fear, "No, no, no, deity, you can't kill me. I am useful. In this life, I can also become an emperor. You and I, the twin emperor bodies, both cultivated to the peak of the king realm at the same time and then merge, and we can become a true immortal in one fell swoop." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Lin crushed his head without hesitation. In an instant, endless essence of power surged into his body. Bang bang bang, a series of muffled sounds came from the body of Lin Huang. In an instant, his cultivation showed signs of bursting. It's like becoming an emperor. The black-robed old man who was standing by and stepping on the Lord of Hell saw this scene and his expression changed. He said hurriedly, "Young master, don't delay any longer. Enter the emperor's path and fight for the heavenly heart seal. If you were any later, you would have become a king and an immortal." He knew his young master's goals and ambitions for coming to the underworld. That is to go straight to the avenue through the heavenly heart seal, and then use the countless kinds of magical physiques and divine blood collected to build the foundation of the 3 flowers and temper the legendary supreme physique. Snort, this clone's memory is truly even more arrogant than mine. After absorbing all the memories of the clone, the face of the Emperor Lin also changed, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. He is really even more arrogant than me. No wonder he lagged so far behind Su Yu. It turned out that he used half of his strength to transform into a clone to challenge Su Yu, but he didn't even have the strength to fight back and was almost beaten to pieces. No wonder he didn't stop Su Yu's progress. What a useless clone. Sure enough, having an independent consciousness is not a good thing. Certainly, now is not the time to complain. After absorbing the power of the external incarnation, Lin Huang's aura has reached a critical point. Now he is like a water tank full of water, just about to overflow. If you don't expand, you will either explode and die, or become a king and an immortal. If he were to become a king or an immortal, all his efforts along the way would be in vain. Boom. Thinking of this, Emperor Lin did not hesitate, his figure flashed, and he instantly stepped onto the road to becoming an emperor. On the road to becoming an emperor, countless quasi-emperors were desperately rushing towards the avenue tree. Get out of here, everyone. After Emperor Lin stepped onto the path to becoming an emperor, his unparalleled domineering pressure instantly dissipated, directly forcing back these powerful 9th-level quasi-emperors, and then rushed towards Su Yu who was at the forefront. When seeing Su Yu about to enter the range of the avenue tree, Emperor Lin's face changed suddenly. Buzz. Baxian Fist. Chapter 452. Let you, a native ant, see what the upper realm is like. This punch is not an imperial-level martial art, but a complete immortal martial art. With one punch, the power can shake the heaven and earth. The quasi-emperors who were originally rushing forward desperately were suddenly frightened and broke out in cold sweats when they felt the breath of death coming from behind them, and fled in all directions. Boom. The fist came behind Su Yu in the blink of an eye. Faced with this attack, even with Su Yu's current combat power, he couldn't help but stop and turn around to resist. Zhendao fist, Su Yu shouted softly and also threw a punch. One is the extremely domineering power to suppress immortals, and the other is a fist with the power to suppress all things. The collision of completely different forces caused the aftermath to shatter the space in an instant. This force spread outward, and those old quasi-emperors who wanted to take advantage of the situation and were nearing the end of their lifespan were also knocked away at this moment. Even if it's just the aftermath, they can't bear it. Boom, ripples emerged layer after layer, and lines filled with destructive power spread irregularly in the void. The power of the law is no longer worth mentioning in front of them. Boom, the two men were equally strong. After fighting for a while, they both took several steps back at the same time. The emperor looked at Su Yu, a chill gradually spreading in his eyes. He said, "You have some skills. You are indeed a son of destiny born to meet the calamity. When every world is about to collapse, one or two sons of destiny will appear. These sons of destiny are different from those who have attained enlightenment in the past. They were born to meet the calamity, and were able to rapidly improve their cultivation. Their combat power was also unprecedented and surpassed their predecessors. No matter what crisis this type of people encounter, they are lucky enough to turn danger into safety. In Su Yu, just this kind of people, he meets all the characteristics of a son of destiny who was born to meet the calamity. He rose to prominence in a very short time, his combat power was beyond everyone's comprehension, and he was extremely talented, so there was no bottleneck in his cultivation. If we calculate the time that has passed since his appearance. Century, in just 100 years, he broke through from a cultivator at the innate realm to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. And he also reached the realm of half-step emperor. His fighting power is comparable to that of him, the son of a true immortal who came down from the upper realm to gain experience. If this person is not the child of destiny, then what is he? Su Yu shook his slightly numb arm, then looked at the Emperor Lin and said expressionlessly, "You can't." Upon hearing this, Emperor Lin was stunned. "I can't." He acknowledged Su Yu's fighting ability, but the latter felt that he was not good enough. Su Yu stared at the extremely domineering face of the Emperor Lin and said seriously, "You just can't do it. I thought you would be very strong, so strong that you could even threaten me. Now it seems, you are in the same realm as me, even if you were from the upper realm you are no more than this." These words come from the bottom of my heart. For some reason, he just felt that Lin Huang was not capable of doing this, even though he came from an extremely noble background and was an existence that no one dared to provoke in any universe. But for him, background is nothing, only strong combat capability is the real hard power. Let's put it this way, if this is the only talent Lin Huang has, then when he breaks through the limit of the great emperor and ascends to the upper realm, he will not be afraid even if Lin Huang's true immortal parents come to seek revenge. In the same realm, he will be invincible, and will always be invincible. His potential is to be stronger than anyone else. Other people's potential will always be exhausted, but he can gradually increase his potential as his understanding of the laws and techniques deepens. The potential of the small cellular world is enormous. When one reaches the Great Saint realm, the area of the cell world is only comparable to that of an ordinary Great Saint world. But he broke through to the quasi-emperor level. The area of the small cell world also expanded. Today, the internal area of each small cell world is no less than 10,000 miles. This is the area of the quasi-emperor's small world. Others only have one, but he has countless, and you can continue to add small worlds. His limit is 36 trillion. If all 36 trillion small worlds were connected together, Su Yu estimated that even the so-called immortal king would not be his opponent in terms of the explosive combat power. Of course, the prerequisite is that these small worlds can be perfectly connected. Creating a small world is nothing, the most important thing is the connection of power. Just like practicing a martial art, one needs to find specific meridians and circulate spiritual energy along specific routes in order to have endless power. Of course, if the operation goes wrong, at best it could lead to obsession, and at worst it is possible that one could die on the spot. So, every time he created a small world, Su Yu would seriously consider which law of power to cultivate, whether it was the law of destruction, the law of vitality, or the law of unparalleled attack. There are some rules to follow for this. It is not something that can be practiced casually. Otherwise, if the power of the small world cannot be connected, or the forces repel each other, then Su Yu will be finished. Today, he is able to perfectly connect the power of more than 1,000 small cellular worlds. And, with the system's automatic training bar, Su Yu can simulate continuously and have endless trial and error. Therefore, his combat power improvement is not measured over the years. But it's about heaven. Even if you are lucky, you can calculate the time. Now he has no idea how outrageous his full-strength outburst is. If Lin Huang had not held back on this move and had attacked normally, Su Yu would have been really disappointed. Su Yu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He said, "Under the threats from Yuha Supreme, the Lord of Hell, and you, the young master of the Imperial Tomb, I have been forced to make continuous progress. If you are also weak, it will be difficult for me to deal with it. It's really difficult. I thought I would have powerful enemies, but it turns out that each one of them has a limit. Vegetable. The food is breathtaking, but I haven't even used the secret methods such as the Do character secret, Lin character secret, Xin character secret, and Jia character secret. Of the 9 secrets, 8 have been collected. I didn't use any secret techniques." Su Yu's disappointment naturally did not escape the attention of Emperor Lin. Seeing Su Yu like this, Emperor Lin was so angry that he laughed. It was the first time for him to be looked down upon like this. "I'm weak. You're kidding, right? Am I weak?" His current cultivation level is high enough to reach the level of Great Emperor at any time. He has practiced the techniques of the Immortal King and has also mastered several branches of true immortal martial arts. Not to mention the mere 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. Even if he is the Supreme, even if he is the 6th Supreme, he is still capable of fighting. He actually said that he was weak. Su Yu looked up at the angry Emperor Lin and then slowly took out the Sky Sword of Time. In an instant, the flow of time seemed to slow down. "Weak, you are not a threat to me." Even though the Emperor Lin was born into a noble family, it didn't matter, he didn't dare to kill. Just kill him. Boom. In an instant, on the road to becoming an emperor, the stable avenue space shattered, leaving only a thin film still supporting it from collapsing. Beyond the membrane lies the vast expanse of heavens. Emperor Lin waved his hand, and a long sword emitting extreme power broke through the air. Call out. The next second, Emperor Lin grasped the sword and charged towards Su Yu alone. Then today, I will let you die knowingly, and let you, a native ant, see what the depths of the upper realm are. Chapter 453. Who said my father and my master were going to take the heavenly heart seal? Lin Huang's speed is very fast. Although the body skills he practices are not the 9 secrets, they are true immortal martial arts from the upper realm. This is a crushing defeat in terms of level. Even a very rare and ordinary true immortal martial arts can crush the so-called top-level emperor-level martial arts. Certainly, the 9 secrets are different because they are secret techniques. It is about unleashing the potential of the human body's secret realm ahead of time, doubling the potential based on what you already have. The 9 secrets were created by a powerful heavenly venerable. His cultivation had reached the limit below the true immortal, and coupled with his astonishing talent, he created the 9 secrets, a heaven-defying secret method that can be said to be a gift from heaven. If it is in the hands of a truly skilled person, it can unleash power comparable to that of true immortal magic. Just like the secret of the word, soldier, they were destroyed alive by the Supreme Being, and even beings like Tianzun suddenly disappeared from the world, and their life or death was unknown. In the heavenly venerable who is able to destroy the strongest person below the true immortal, his cultivation level must be the true immortal realm. The characteristics of the military character secret. It's enough to make a true immortal afraid. Facing Lin Huang's attack, Su Yu smiled and was not afraid. Boom, the waves of the Xin character secret surged under Su Yu's feet, and his own speed suddenly increased to the fastest level in the world. This speed was enough to catch up with the flow of time. The two soon engaged in a fierce fight. The aftermath of the battle was extremely terrifying and was simply not something that ordinary people could witness. Even a strong man at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor cannot get close to the Tree of Avenue in the aftermath of this battle. There was a strong man who wanted to take the opportunity to bypass the two and go to the Avenue Tree to pick up the Heavenly Heart Seal. However, before he could get close to the Avenue Tree, he was hit by the aftermath of the two and vomited blood and flew backwards. Can't get close. Their true combat power is already on par with that of a true Emperor. It seems that this Heavenly Heart Seal cannot be won by anyone other than the great Emperor Hengji. Countless powerful men at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor showed despair on their faces. Of course, no matter how hopeless one is, on the road to becoming an emperor, spiritual energy is abundant, and the power of laws is even more abundant. All the laws of the world are here. One day of practice here is equivalent to 1 year or even 10 years in the outside world. So, some clever quasi-emperors of the 9th level did not expect to compete for the Heavenly Heart Seal, but instead found a slightly safer place to start practicing. Their cultivation has not yet reached the highest level. Practicing here can improve you a lot and increase your confidence in the upcoming fight for the fruit of the Great Tao. Aside, Duty and Quasi-Emperor and Su Yuxing looked on with anxious expressions. They couldn't get involved in a battle at this level. The combat power unleashed by Su Yu and Lin Huang was comparable to that of Emperor Tianming, while they were just attacking ordinary emperors. The difference is huge. The Great Emperor has the power to crush ordinary great emperors. Master, you and Quasi-Emperor Duty and go pick the Tao fruit. As they watched the battle, Tukilin withdrew his gaze from the Tree of 10,000 Paths and looked at the Tree of Laws beside him, which was constructed from the power of a single law. He said in a deep voice, that is the fruit of the ancient human race's starry sky road. Those two represent the will of humanity. This is not unique to humans. But any race that occupies more than 50% of the universe's love can form this Tree of Law. If the demon race occupied 60%, the fruit of this law tree, it is enjoyed exclusively by the demon race. Other races cannot covet it. In the past, there were not just 2 or 3 great emperors, but several. However, as the fortune of the universe declined and entered the countdown to destruction, the Emperor of Heaven continued the universe for millions of years with himself, and then this ancient starry sky road was also closed. Because the Emperor of Heaven brings endless luck to extend Qinkang's life, but there must be a certain price to pay. To suppress the darkness alone, one needs the support of another force. This old road is another source of power. Now that he and Su Yuxing have stepped onto the ancient starry sky road, they have gained more luck and fruits on the road to becoming an emperor. This explains. The Emperor of Heaven has fallen, and his luck has been taken back by the Great Tao. Only if you pick these two fruits can you become emperors together. Only in this way can we help the young master. Hearing this, Su Yuxing and Duty and Quasi-Emperor were both stunned, and both looked at Tukilin with surprise. This guy, you really know a lot. It is convenient for creatures to have inherited racial memory, as it can save a lot of learning process. Of course, they are envious but not jealous. After all, those who inherit bloodline memories are all other creatures, and their upper limits are locked by their roots. The human race believes in changing one's destiny against the will of heaven, and everyone has the hope of achieving enlightenment. The other races are. The upper limit of bloodline and foundation is locked, and the achievements are fixed. Otherwise, the human form will not be called Tao body. Good. Su Yuxing just took a look and nodded, then you better be careful. Tukilin's childish voice was filled with confidence as he said, don't worry, master. No one here can take my life. Boom. Seeing how confident he was, Su Yuxing and Duty and Quasi-Emperor did not hesitate and instantly rushed towards the direction of the Tree of 10,000 Taos. Certainly, their target is not the Heavenly Heart Seal, but the Tree of Law. When they approached the battle area between Su Yu and Lin Huang, although they both had the combat power to strike the Emperor, they were still affected by the residual power of the close-range battle. Snort. They both groaned at the same time. However, they were not knocked away like the others, but instead rushed towards the fruit of luck, enduring the fishy sweet taste in their throats. Seeing them pass by him, Lin Huang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Snort. What kind of person dares to fish in troubled waters? Clang. After forcing Su Yu back with one sword, Lin Huang casually slashed with a sword in the direction of Su Yuxing and the others. The sword light is so sharp that even space cannot block it. Boom. However, his attack did not hit Su Yuxing, but was blocked by Su Yu's sword. Looking at Su Yu's actions, Emperor Lin raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, are you going to hand over the Heavenly Heart Seal to someone else? Don't forget, to become an ordinary great emperor, even if you ascend to the upper realm, you still need to rebuild your foundation. In this lower world, there is no way for kings and princes to practice cultivation. What they rely on is the law of enlightenment. Without the blessing of the Heavenly Heart Seal, they would not be able to maintain their current cultivation level and would need to disperse their energy and cultivate again. Su Yu glanced at the gap in the time blade after blocking the attack, and then said calmly, who said my father and my master were going to take the Heavenly Heart Seal? Hearing this, Emperor Lin's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Aren't you going for the Heavenly Heart Seal? The fruit of the Great Tao will not mature until the mark of the Heavenly Heart is picked. If you don't take the Heavenly Heart Seal, then... Suddenly, Emperor Lin seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. No, he thought of another possibility. A race that accounts for more than 50% of the universe's love can condense the love fruit, which is a privilege belonging to a race. The Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and he stopped talking nonsense with Su Yu. He burst out with a pressure that was even more terrifying than before and rushed towards the Tree of 10,000 Taos. Swish. Before he could get close, the knife flashed from his side, as if it was going to cut him in half. If he didn't stop to resist, he would definitely be seriously injured. Bang. The sword light was blocked, but due to this delay, Su Yuxing and Duty and Quasi-Emperor also successfully picked the fruit of luck. The moment the two of them held the fruit of luck in their hands, they refined it decisively without any hesitation. Boom. At this moment, Chengdi Road was shaken violently. Chapter 454. If you force me to this point, none of you will be able to survive. When the two of them instantly refined the Qiandao fruit, the entire universe seemed to have an earthquake. Countless creatures felt something in their hearts, and all looked up at the starry sky, in the direction of the Emperor's road. Emperor. Whether it was the monks practicing in seclusion, or those fallen powerful beings, or ordinary people, they all felt it and couldn't help but say this word. Someone is trying to reach the great Emperor realm. Emperor. The spokesperson of heaven, even if he is just an ordinary great emperor, is an unrivaled existence. Someone has become an emperor. Apart from ordinary people, those powerful ones were even more shocked and horrified. How many years has it been since the road to becoming an emperor was opened? So someone became an emperor. All the top holy places were stunned. How long has it been since then, and someone has already become an emperor? It can be said that in the past 20 years, no holy land has had time to make arrangements. They are all waiting for the best time to awaken all the old monsters and make preparations. They all plan to make a great effort in the golden age and strive for better status and resources. But this era does not give them any time to react. Emperor Cheng is too fast. All the forbidden areas, even those that had existed for tens of millions of years and the supreme beings who had lived through 8 lifetimes, were stunned. At this moment, no one could sit still. Countless powerful people came out of seclusion and rushed to the road to becoming an emperor. Xuantian Central Region, inside the observatory on the 9th floor of Tianji Tower. At this moment, Saint Tianyan and Old Man Tianji were also stunned. The images in the observatory were interrupted by Emperor Cheng's fluctuations, and they could not see the images outside Emperor Cheng's road. Is this the great emperor of fortune of the human race? What's going on? Could it be that someone accidentally walked out of the ancient starry sky road? It's not the heavenly heart seal, it's the emperor of luck. Who could it be? This sudden change caught everyone off guard, and even those powerful people who were lurking in the dark and claimed to be chess players and in control of the overall situation were stunned. Everyone's expression was ashen, but most of them were terrified. Because, if someone becomes emperor first, all plans will be overturned, and then, everything they have planned will not work. Because when someone becomes an emperor, it means the road to immortality has been opened. The guide will come to Qingkang. Under the nose of the guide, they simply cannot plan for the entire universe. Damn it, who on earth is it? Boom, from this moment on, the entire universe is in turmoil. Boom, inside Emperor Cheng's road, 2 dull heartbeats sounded, accurately reaching everyone's ears. This sound made them tremble. Take action. As they were terrified, the emperor, who had been stopped by Su Yu, no longer had a calm or overbearing expression on his handsome face. Instead, he was filled with anger and rage. He roared, attack everyone. The roar of the emperor Lin startled all the quasi-emperors of the 9th level and woke them up. They looked at each other, not knowing what the emperor meant. But the next second, a total of over 1,000 9th level quasi-emperors, including over 100 powerful quasi-emperors at the Great Perfection stage, set off at the same time, each of them charging forward with intense murderous intent. Fearless and unafraid of death, even though Su Yu and Lin Huang's battle was as powerful as that of the great emperor, they were still running forward. This scene stunned all the quasi-emperors. But then, someone in the human race's quasi-emperor lineup also shouted. Go together and stop them. Soon everyone was fighting together. But many quasi-emperors also rushed over. Their target was none other than Su Yuhei, who wanted to interfere with Su Yuxing and quasi-emperor Dudian who were fighting the Dao fruit behind him. A clay chicken and a clay dog. You also want to stop me. Su Yu looked at them rushing towards him one by one with quasi-imperial weapons in hand. He did not feel any fear at all, but instead showed a sneer. Swish, with a thought, the time sky sword, which already had a missing corner, was put away. Immediately following, the imperial sword emitting extreme power appeared. Emperor sword. The moment Su Yu tightly grasped the heavenly emperor sword in his left hand, an indescribable pressure erupted from his body. He was not an emperor, but he was better than an emperor. 9 slashes of the heavenly emperor. A sweep of the sword, a cut to level the sky. It seemed like he was just swinging the sword easily with one hand, but the power it exuded was enough to frighten countless quasi-emperors of the 9th level. After this sword was swung, the power of tens of thousands of laws spreading around on the road to becoming an emperor surged like waves. Under the gaze of countless pairs of terrified eyes, the power of the law gathered. The sword force of the law swept across, shaking the entire road to becoming an emperor. The pressure even shook this world. Boom, this sword directly knocked away hundreds of quasi-emperors of the 9th level who were rushing towards him. If their cultivation had not reached the late 9th level of quasi-emperor, they would have died on the spot under the sword. Bang, as the sword continued to move forward, the emperor took action. He also swung out a sword, directly defeating Su Yu's sword energy. Damn it, I'm willing to go down to the lower world to make plans. Do you think a newly born ant like you can stop me? For this day, I have wasted countless precious treasures given to me by my parents and master to suppress my cultivation to this point. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? After blocking the sword, Emperor Lin looked extremely ferocious, and his eyes were full of murderous intent as he looked at Su Yu, like a mad beast. By this time he also understood that the situation was beyond his control. If you delay any longer, his plan will completely fail. If I fail to complete the plan, even if I return to the upper realm, my master will abandon me. My master is an immortal. How could a man like him send his only disciple to the lower realm to train? It's nothing more than raising poisonous insects. In some unknown universe, there must be brothers and sisters like him. They are all fighting. Whoever can condense the Hunyuan immortal body will be the true descendant of the immortal king. In the demon realm and the holy church, useless people have no need to survive. Even if I'm a legitimate son of a true immortal. If he succeeded, he would be the only legitimate son of a true immortal, the only legitimate son of an immortal lord, the future successor to an immortal lord, and a supreme genius who was qualified to strive for the realm of immortal king. Failed. Then, his true immortal parents will immediately train a new successor. The immortal master would also discard him as waste. He cannot lose. Thinking of the cruel rules of survival in the demon realm, Lin Huang's eyes gradually turned red, and he roared, no one can stop me. Click. After roaring, Lin Huang suddenly took out a small blood-colored ball and crushed it without hesitation. Roar. The moment the blood ball was crushed, a roar was heard that made even the quasi-emperor tremble with fear. That was the sound of resentment formed by countless souls. Even the roar spread across half the universe. It shocked countless lives and even shattered the souls of some ordinary people with weak wills. Snap. The next second, Emperor Lin's body suddenly grew huge, and then he swallowed the blood lake that was about to form in one gulp. In just a moment of swallowing the blood lake, countless cracks appeared on Lin Huang's body. Like the broken marks all over fine porcelain, it seemed that with just a slight touch, Lin Huang's body would be completely shattered. Do you think I have no backup plan? Call out. A shrill sound of breaking air was heard, and Lin Huang's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. His speed was so fast that it far exceeded the extreme speed of a quasi-emperor. Almost in an instant, he passed Su Yu and rushed towards the tree of 10,000 Daos. If you force me to this point, none of you will survive. Bang. Chapter 455. You dare to ignore me in front of me. Do you really think you are invincible? It swallowed up all the energy of the blood-colored ball. Even the body of Emperor Lin could not bear such a load. The energy of the blood cells comes from the blood, soul, essence and spirit of countless geniuses. This energy gathers the essence of all the supernatural physiques and special spiritual roots in the world. If he gets the heavenly heart seal and successfully refines it and swallows it when he ascends to the great emperor, then he will leap to the peak of the great emperor and have enough energy to impact the great Dao, and then swallow the great Dao and refine it into a Hunyuan immortal body. By then, his potential will be elevated to a terrifying level. Because this is equivalent to swallowing the essence of the universe. The person who can create the universe is a stronger being than a true immortal. Only a strong person at the level of immortal king can make the universe operate independently. After devouring a universe, his talent will be 100% fixed at the immortal king realm. And, this is just the starting point. Now, all his plans were disrupted by Suyu's appearance. He thought that someone could quickly pass the level and open the road to becoming an emperor. But, he had never imagined that in this lower world, there would be someone who could be compared with him at the same level. And, it seems to have a stronger taste than mine. This is what Emperor Lin fears the most. Everything he has comes from the upper realm and from his own talent. If he loses this opportunity, he will never have another one. He will die. He doesn't want to die, he wants to become an immortal. How could he fall into the hands of the ants from the lower realm whom he despised the most? In the eyes of Emperor Lin, he is an unrivaled genius from the upper realm, the son of a true immortal, a disciple of the immortal king, and has a bright future. And these creatures in the lower world that rely on the universe for their existence. In his eyes, they are just like pigs and dogs. He was a noble person from the upper realm, how could he be beaten to death in this pig cage by pigs and dogs? The tremendous energy and blood power was not something that Lin Huang could suppress at all. In just a moment, the energy and blood power burst through the pores all over his body and began to dissipate. Even though the signs of his body being shattered were very obvious, Emperor Lin still suppressed it with his powerful foundation. A pair of eyes were extremely scarlet, like a monster's. As he spoke, wisps of blood mist spewed out, looking extremely creepy. You ant, you keep ruining my plans. After today, I will extract the souls of your entire clan, make them into soul-burning lamps, and burn them for millions of years to relieve the hatred in my heart. Buzz. Emperor Lin held the supreme imperial weapon in his hand horizontally in front of him, stroked the sword with his left hand, and instantly his blood and energy rushed to the sky. The long swords that exuded the ultimate imperial power were all dyed blood red at this moment. Swish. The next moment, the Emperor Lin moved slightly, and with this movement, the space was completely shattered. The road to becoming an emperor became a little unstable, and the quasi-emperor was about to fall. Extreme speed. If it were any faster, Lin Huang's speed would even transcend the universe. Passing along the way, those quasi-emperors standing in front of the emperor didn't even have time to react before they were blown away by the world at a rapid speed. Even if the emperor did not take action intentionally. But this speed was beyond their ability to withstand. One after another, the figures of quasi-emperors flew backwards like kites with broken strings, and mouthfuls of quasi-emperors' blood sparkling with golden light spurted out, dyeing the area golden. The emperor ignored everyone. In his eyes, everyone can die, and it is their honor to die in his hands. Subordinates and strong men are nothing but pigs and dogs in his eyes. He is very fast. In fact, he did not attack Su Yu, but went straight towards the tree of 10,000 Daos. He didn't dare delay any longer. It was already unexpected that Su Yuxing and Dudian quasi-emperor were able to obtain the Dao fruit and achieve enlightenment. If it was delayed any further, until they both became emperors, it would be their turn to hold him back while Su Yu obtained the Tianqing seal. Then all his plans will be in vain. Everything that has been planned and prepared for countless years will all be in vain. He will stay here forever. Looking at Su Yuxing and quasi-emperor Dudian who were sitting cross-legged in front of the tree of 10,000 Daos and refining the Dao fruit, there was a fierce gleam in Lin Huang's domineering eyes. You still want to refine the Dao fruit and attain enlightenment in front of me? Dream. The emperor roared, and swung the sword with the hand holding the imperial weapon. This sword, with its powerful sword energy, broke through the power of all laws around it. This power did not belong to the Qingkang law, but was the might from the true immortals in the upper realm. Avoid in every possible way. The residual power of this sword alone frightened a group of powerful people at the ninth level of quasi-emperor. Everyone retreated billions of miles as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. No one dared to get too close, afraid of being hurt by the sword energy. The combat power of the great emperor is simply not something that the ninth level quasi-emperor can withstand. The power of the emperor at this time is so great that a casual strike of his sword can rival the power of Emperor Tianming. However, just as the sword was about to strike, bang, an equally sharp sword energy suddenly hit Lin Huang's attack. Different from the domineering sword energy of Emperor Lin that made all things retreat, the power of this sword energy was condensed from all things. 9 slashes of the heavenly emperor, heaven-shattering slash. A calm voice sounded, causing Emperor Lin to turn around abruptly. Then he saw Su Yu standing behind him nonchalantly, holding a sword in one hand, standing proudly in the heavens like an emperor. Seeing the emperor looking at him, Su Yu smiled slightly and said, "What are you looking at? Do you really think you are invincible?" Seeing him like this, Emperor Lin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What's the meaning? What does he mean? I tried so hard, but he just took it so lightly. You deserve to die. Emperor Lin roared to the sky, and the sound waves penetrated billions of light years, causing the starry sky to tremble. It is said that when the emperor gets angry, the universe will shake. And he is already a figure on par with the emperor, and this roar of his is enough to shake down the stars. Bang! Just as he was about to attack Su Yu, a wave of vibrations came from behind him that made his heart palpitate. Turning around, Emperor Lin saw that the Emperor Chang's thunder tribulation had already descended above the heads of quasi-emperor Dudian and Su Yuxing. This scene made his eyes bloodshot. Emperor Chang. If they were allowed to become emperors, he would be in the most passive situation. By then, the probability of him obtaining the Tianqing seal will drop sharply. We can't delay any longer. Although he really wanted to kill that bastard Su Yu, the current situation simply did not allow it. His physical body is on the verge of collapse. If he cannot obtain the heavenly heart seal in time, he can only take the path of becoming an immortal if he wants to survive. By then, his talent will be completely fixed. There is no possibility of breaking through to the immortal king level. Boom. In this situation, he didn't even need to think and immediately gave up the idea of attacking Su Yu. The mark of the heart of heaven. Only by getting the Tianqing seal can the situation be saved. By then, even if Su Yu wanted to take action, it would be useless. He was from the upper realm and could break through with the heavenly heart seal. If he could promise some benefits to the masters of the restricted areas, he would surely be able to complete the goal of this trip safely. Thinking of this, Lin Huang rushed out instantly, bursting out with all his strength, approaching the tree of 10,000 Daos. However, bang, at the moment when Emperor Lin was about to move, a terrifying force suddenly appeared above his head and then slammed down. Boom, when the dust settled, everyone saw a shocking scene. Su Yu put one hand on Emperor Lin's head and pressed his head down heavily. The body of Emperor Lin fell heavily on the road to becoming an emperor, shaking the entire road so much that it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. You dare to ignore me in front of me? Do you really think you are invincible? Chapter 456, hundreds of Supremes are attacking, including some crazy Supremes. Su Yu's blood and energy vibrated throughout his body, his spiritual power roared, and his surging vitality and the power of multiple small worlds connected in series made him reach an unprecedented peak. He is absolutely no worse than the current Emperor Lin. Even stronger. Of course, there's a price to pay. The power of connecting multiple small worlds needs to pass through the whole body. The emergence of this power also caused cracks to appear on Suyu's body. But it doesn't matter, he didn't care about the injuries at all. I really don't understand, you're from the upper realm, not transcendent. Why do you feel that your limits are beyond my reach? Do you really think that your true immortal parents and immortal master are so powerful? Suyu stepped on Lin Huang's back, pressed Lin Huang's head with one hand, and pressed him tightly into the starry land of the Emperor's Road. The Imperial Road is composed of countless stars connected in series and is a flat road. This one shot almost blew up an entire planet. I can kill the immortal dragon with a residual soul in the immortal lord realm. Isn't his foundation stronger than that of a disciple like you? Suyu smiled grimly, whispering to the Emperor Lin like a devil, you, at best, have more methods but I only need one method. Strength, it's his only means. Any strategy is insignificant in the face of absolute power. Boom, at this moment, the entire Chengdi Road suddenly shook. The people who were still in a state of shock came to their senses and looked around at the outside world. Suddenly, a scene that made them feel scared to death appeared. Bang bang bang, in the outside world, the barrier of Chengdi Road was being frantically bombarded by dozens or even hundreds of terrifying figures. The aura of each person is so shocking that even the quasi-emperor is shocked. That is the breath of the Supreme. The Supreme is coming. Are these Supreme beings crazy? They are actually attacking Chengdi Road. No, they are not crazy. Their plan has been completely disrupted before it even began. They are angry and embarrassed and are trying to stop Emperor Cheng. Because once the great Emperor appears, the path to becoming an immortal will be opened and the guiding immortal envoys will descend. Amid their panic discussions, Suyu also noticed this. He glanced around and his expression turned cold. Although his combat power is very strong now, he has not yet reached the top position. Facing so many Supreme beings, if they all reach the extreme state, he would also be beaten to death. Even, there is no need for too many Supreme beings. Just 2 Supreme beings who have lived for 8 lifetimes can beat him to death. Snort. Suyu snorted coldly. Then he grabbed the Emperor's hand and lifted him up with great force. Looking at the Emperor Lin, who was almost losing his mind, Suyu frowned and said, with this little strength, I really don't know where you get the courage to be so arrogant. True immortal parents, or the immortal master. Didn't they teach Lin Huang that no matter what he does, he should not wait until the last moment to take action? At that time, everyone was working hard, and no one cared about your background. The last moment is when there are the most unexpected changes. If you want to accomplish great things, you need the unexpected and speed. If you don't even understand this, how dare you plan a universe? Do you really think you are a true immortal? Wishful thinking. Boom. After saying that, Suyu threw his figure fiercely towards the entrance of Chengdi Road and threw Lin Huang out. Bang. The next moment, Suyu's body shot out and rushed towards the tree of 10,000 Daos. Outside the Emperor Road, countless Supreme beings saw this scene, their eyes bloodshot and roaring, little bastard, how dare you covet the throne of the great Emperor? Stop it. Dozens or even hundreds of Supreme beings simultaneously summoned their own imperial weapons, and then began to frantically bombard the barrier of Chengdi Road. Their attack was as fierce as raindrops. If several or even dozens of Supreme beings take action, the barrier will naturally be extremely stable. But, now, nearly 90% of the Supreme beings in the entire universe are taking action at the same time. This sharp edge is so powerful that even Emperor Tianming would find it difficult to resist it even if he fights to the death. Click. Under their fierce attack, a crack actually appeared in Chengdi Road's barrier. The appearance of a crack means that there's a gap in the airtight road to becoming an emperor. In an instant, countless Supreme Imperial powers surged in. Wherever the Imperial power passed, space was annihilated. The void could hardly bear this aura and continued to collapse until it touched the edge of the universe and stopped its trend of breaking through the air. Puff. The powerful man at the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor was so shocked by the overwhelming pressure that he vomited blood one after another. Although they are said to be supremely powerful. But their title of supreme power has always been that unless the great Emperor comes out and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone appears, they are the supreme being standing at the pinnacle of the universe. But now, the Supreme One has appeared, and the great Emperor will also appear. It is time for them to give up their supreme throne. Thump. The sound of people falling to the ground continued to be heard. The proud bodies of the Quasi-Emperors were like wheat blown by the wind. Their originally straight bodies were blown to the ground by the strong wind at this moment. The Quasi-Emperor's blood was all over the ground. The Supremes are trying their best. Save us, save us. If this doesn't end soon, we'll all die. The 9-level Quasi-Emperors who were crushed to the ground or crawling in the air by the Supreme Imperial power finally showed expressions of fear at this moment. This time, the Chengdi War. It is simply not possible for people of their level to take advantage of the situation. Not even qualified to get close to the battlefield. However, facing everyone's cries for help, Suyu's expression was indifferent, without the slightest change. Save. What are we saving? What can we use to save it? Now, the only one who can save you is me, who has to get the Heavenly Heart Seal as soon as possible. He would not waste his opportunity for these Quasi-Emperors. He knows it very well. Although the barrier is indestructible, it cannot withstand the attacks of so many top-level masters. Even the Yuha Emperor, who is the supreme ruler of the 3 generations, can injure him. Not to mention, this situation now, when Suyu rushed towards the tree of 10,000 Daos and the Heavenly Heart Seal, the chaotic and disordered power of all laws around him seemed to have activated a guardian program, and began to burst out with the power of the laws, blocking Suyu's steps. Countless laws of power were like tentacles, wrapping around Suyu's feet and pulling him back. Even if he now possesses combat power comparable to that of the Emperor of Destiny, it would still be difficult for him to pass through quickly. It is incredible that he can break the path to becoming an emperor. On the road to becoming an emperor, what is needed is not only combat power, but also an understanding of the laws. You don't have to understand everything. But, you must have a rule that has already reached the pinnacle. At this moment, Suyu not only had to face the entanglement of all things, but at the same time, the pressure from hundreds of supreme beings was also suppressing him, as if they wanted to beat him back to the mortal world after he ascended. In this situation, Suyu felt as if the weight of the entire universe was on his shoulders. This weight was too much for him to bear, so he had no choice but to kneel down. There is a possibility of relief. However, among all the laws, the power of the laws is like new sprouts, constantly breaking through the soil and growing towards the sun. The power of the law lifted Suyu up and sent him to a high position. I am destined to become an emperor. Click. At this moment, a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the barrier surrounding Chengdi Road shattered. The moment the barrier was broken, hundreds of supreme beings rushed towards the tree of 10,000 Daos at the same time. Suyu, die. There was a supreme being roaring and then launching a powerful attack. At this critical moment, clatter, the Heavenly Heart Seal hanging high atop the myriad Dao tree. It was taken off. Boom. Chapter 457. My goal is to devour the universe and become the only. Boom. The moment the Tianqing seal was removed, endless thunder surged out, the sky and earth changed color, and the entire universe felt this change. All things began to weave around Suyu like silk threads. It wanted to transform into a giant cocoon to wrap Su Yu up. Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the supreme beings changed drastically and their speed suddenly increased. Each of them possessed the fastest speed in the world. Take action. Don't let him successfully fuse the heavenly heart seal, otherwise it will be too late. Just as all the supreme beings attacked Su Yu, buzz. In an instant, two terrifying auras suddenly burst out, blocking their attack. The expressions of the supreme beings who were blocked by this strong imperial power changed. Then they looked at the void below Su Yu at the same time. At some point, two more people appeared there. They exuded imperial power, as if they were facing the way of heaven, which was terrifying. When ordinary monks saw this, they couldn't help but feel worshipful in their hearts. The great emperor, it's the breath of the great emperor. He really became an emperor. How could it be possible? How could they become emperors so quickly? Countless people were shocked. The speed at which Su Yuxing and Dudian quasi-emperor became emperors was too fast. The tribulation of attaining enlightenment was overcome so quickly. Looking at the two emperors who suddenly appeared, all the supreme beings had gloomy faces. When they looked at Su Yuxing and quasi-emperor Dudian, their eyes looked as if they wanted to skin them alive. The great emperor, you two, get out of the way immediately, or I'll kill you both. Although the emperor can make people below the 4th generation emperor fear him, he poses no threat to those above the 4th generation. The 5th emperor. It is enough to kill an ordinary emperor. There were dozens or even hundreds of supreme beings present, and most of them were 4 generations or more. Although the 8th and 9th supremes have not yet appeared, it is already easy to deal with everyone here. Even if two great emperors took action, they could not stop so many people from attacking together. The supreme beings of the 8th and 9th generations are already infinitely close to immortals. Naturally, they do not need to rely on harvesting blood and food to survive. They only need to wait until the universe shatters and then they can escape. Now the only thing that binds them is the Tao. Even in the eyes of the 8th and 9th supremes, helping the dark creatures defeat the avenue is their way out. Faced with the shouting of the supreme beings, Su Yuxing and Dudian quasi-emperor turned a deaf ear. After they looked at each other, they both saw strong murderous intent and fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Supreme. Oh, how long can it hold off? Su Yuxing said calmly, I will need some time to refine the heavenly heart seal, so you and I will try our best to gain more. Su Yu protected them in the past, and now it's his turn. Even if facing the attack of dozens or hundreds of supreme beings means death, he will not hesitate. If you don't protect your own son with all your strength, who will? Hearing his question, Dudian quasi-emperor smiled and said in a low voice, if we fight to the death, it shouldn't be a problem to hold them off for a day. One day. This is his limit, paid for with my life. Su Yuxing heard this and nodded, whether it's a day or a quarter of an hour, we'll hold on for as long as we can. He also knew, although he has now broken through to the great emperor realm, he is still just an ordinary great emperor, not a destined great emperor. If it is the emperor of destiny, there are still means of suppression. But now, one day is the limit. How can he, who has just entered the realm of the great emperor and does not have his own supreme imperial weapon, stop these supreme beings with deep roots? Each of them, but they all have the most powerful imperial weapons. Moreover, it is the emperor's natal weapon, always in peak condition and able to recover to its full strength at any time. While they were talking, behind, Su Yu's voice suddenly came, making the two of them turn around and look. In the middle of the giant cocoon that was about to take shape, Su Yu's face was looming, as if smiling at them, and said, it will only take a moment. Just a moment. You, Su Yuxing and Dudian quasi-emperor paused in their breathing when they heard this. However, before they could finish their words, dozens of supreme auras burst out at the same time. The pressure was so strong that the road to becoming an emperor, whose barrier had been broken, began to crack. Do you really think you are the emperor of heaven and can suppress the entire universe? Snort, arrogant. Even when the emperor of heaven was alive, he needed to refine the heavenly heart seal and push his cultivation to the peak of the great emperor to suppress all of us. Even if I give you 10 days, you will be beaten to pieces by us. The cold voices of the supreme beings resounded throughout the universe, and the vast pressure swept across the entire universe, causing all living beings to crawl on the ground and dare not move. The great emperor, the pinnacle of the universe, the one who holds part of the power of the universe. Their aura is enough to spread to every corner of the universe. Boom! All the supreme beings attacked at the same time, and the tremendous momentum that erupted, the life, sword energy, knife force, and countless forces combined together, instantly exploding an area of tens of billions of light years. This piece of space. Everything turned into nothingness, there was no so-called spatial limitation, let alone distance. Ah, save us, aren't you the emperor? Stop them now. At this moment, those powerful people at the 9th level of quasi-emperor were in despair. Countless people were roaring and resentment was rising to the sky. Why should the disaster you caused affect us? Why? However, their roars failed to attract anyone's attention. Even Su Yuxing and Dudian quasi-emperor were watching all this with expressionless faces. Distracted to save you, can't do it, go to hell. Boom! Dozens of supreme beings attacked simultaneously, wielding supreme imperial weapons as they charged towards Su Yuxing and quasi-emperor Dudian. Without hesitation or holding back, their attacks were all about killing. In this situation, anyone who holds back would be the biggest joke. Faced with this world-destroying attack, the two of them took a deep breath at the same time and suppressed the throbbing sense of death in their hearts. Extreme sublimation. Without any hesitation, the two of them triggered the great emperor's Tao fruit at the same time and began to sublimate to the extreme realm. At this moment, the entire starry sky was dyed black. I can't see anything clearly. It was as if everything had turned into nothingness. The void shattered and the stars were annihilated. Right now, inside the giant cocoon, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. It's all white here, no other colors, nothing at all. Only the breath of chaos is flowing. Here it is. This is the space of the avenue, and also the place of order. Suddenly, a voice with a distinctly old and tired tone sounded from Su Yu's left. Following the sound, Su Yu suddenly saw an old man in front of him. He looked very ordinary, but his temperament was extraordinary. Even though the aura around him was corrupted, it made people feel restrained. The old man met Su Yu's gaze and smiled at him. Are you willing to follow the will of the great Tao and become the heavenly emperor of Qingkang? If you agree, then I will grant you supreme power, the power to suppress all supreme beings. Under the old man's expectant gaze, Su Yu smiled. Then he slowly shook his head. I don't want to. Because my goal is to devour the universe and become the one. Chapter 458, The Great Way of Liberation. Child, let's give it a go. After Su Yu finished speaking, the smile of the old man in front of him froze. At this moment, the chaotic energy that was slowly flowing in the space of the avenue solidified. It's as if time has stopped. The atmosphere became particularly strange. The old man looked at Su Yu, his eyes gradually becoming deeper, and finally, he whispered, devouring Qingkang. That's quite courageous, but do you have the conditions and ability? Unexpectedly, as the manager of the avenue, the old man did not get furious and expel Su Yu from the avenue space. Instead, he seemed relieved. Qingkang, although it is on the verge of collapse, is still created by the most powerful immortal lord. Even Qing Kang is only one step away from becoming a super universe at the level of the Lord of the Universe. In other words, the one who created Qing Kang is an almighty giant who almost broke through to the level of a mortal king. The traces of Tao he left behind are difficult to erase even after countless years. The old man spoke very calmly, but if you listen carefully, you can easily find that there is a hint of pride in his words. That is pride in one's own background. Other great universes were created by immortal lords. When they faced collapse, they were powerless to resist and could only allow themselves to be devoured by the creatures of darkness. But I can extend my life for 1,000,000 years. Do you understand what that means? This is the foundation. Only those with a strong foundation are qualified to prolong their lives. It is the blessing of endless luck that can create a legend. For example, Emperor of Heaven. Su Yu met the old man's sharp gaze, not showing any fear, and said frankly, I dare to say it, of course, because I have the confidence to do so. Even if I have to die for it, I'm willing to give it a try. We have come this far. It would be a shame to give up just because the other party almost broke through to the immortal king level. When I was young, I had prepared myself for the possibility of falling at any time. What's more, now that we have come to this point, how can we give up so easily? This is the path of cultivating immortals. Instead of advancing, you regress. Without the courage to forge ahead, how can you ever achieve a breakthrough to the highest level? Good. The old man looked at Su Yu for a long time, then he said in a resolute voice, then I will give you this opportunity. Hearing this, Su Yu was stunned. A cosmic spirit, a heavenly being, actually. So easy to talk to. Seeing Su Yu's puzzled look, the old man smiled and said, I have lived for too long, so long that even I don't know how many years have passed. During these days, besides maintaining order, I also defend against the invasion of dark creatures. In fact, regardless of whether you succeed or not, Qing Kang will end in this life, and I will no longer exist. In the vast universe, there will no longer be any trace of Qing Kang. On the contrary, if you succeed, Qing Kang will be reborn in another form. My lord has passed away, and I want to leave some traces for him to prove that he was here. The longer you live, the less you know what the purpose of living is. Immortality. But why choose immortality? Nobody knows. To be invincible. There are so many geniuses in the world. Looking across the heavens, geniuses are like grains of sand in the desert, so numerous that they cannot be counted. But how many people are truly invincible? Only those great immortal kings who have existed for countless years can barely be considered invincible. But even a supreme giant like the immortal king, there will be a day when you will fall. He didn't know why people in the world were striving to become stronger, nor did he know what their purpose was in pursuing immortality. He only knew he didn't have such ambition. He is just the will of the universe. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape this cage. His master has passed away, and he has no desire to live alone. He has been holding on for all these years just to leave a little proof of his existence for his master. Putting away that trace of emotion, the old man looked at Su Yu and chuckled, you are very special. You don't look like a citizen born in Qing Kang. I cannot fathom your trajectory, nor can I see your future, recorded in the azure years. You are not from this world, nor do you belong to the upper realms, much less the heavens. Where are you from? When Su Yu heard this, he was stunned. He did not belong to this world, nor to the upper realm, nor to this world. So where am I from? After a moment of silence, Su Yu asked, you've already discovered me, haven't you? Then why did you bestow such great fortune upon me? He feels. The opportunities along the way, apart from the system, many of the things you have obtained yourself are very precious and very easy to obtain. To use the words of my previous life, he was a European emperor. This is weird. Now, after hearing what the old man said, he realized that this might not be due to his good fortune. But there is the instruction of heaven behind it. Facing Su Yu's question, the old man did not deny it. Instead, he looked into the distance, a trace of vicissitudes flashing in his eyes. He said, I think you are just like me. You have no roots and no trace. You are like a product created by humans. At the same time, no one in this universe can surpass the heavenly emperor. They wouldn't dare even think of coveting me. Their only hope is to expel the dark creatures, resolve the unrest, and restore peace to the universe. You are the only one who dares to think of devouring me. As he spoke, the old man laughed and said, I'll give you this opportunity, but without my protection, the dark creatures will invade in large numbers within 100 years. By then, only a red dust immortal can resolve it. The mortal immortal he was talking about was not the one who had lived through 9 lifetimes and achieved immortality in the mortal world with one leap to the ultimate state. But he is an immortal in the mortal world who has achieved this with all these myriad aspects. Becoming an immortal in the mortal world can be comparable to the peak of true immortals or even to the immortal lord. Only the immortal king can create the universe, and only the immortal king can solve the problem of the collapse of the universe and allow the universe to be reshaped and reborn. What do you need to solve during this 100 years? It's those supreme beings. They were created by Qing Kang, and they are also limited by Qing Kang. After I die, the first person they will attack will be you. What are the 8th and 9th generation supreme beings waiting for? What we are waiting for is his death. Only when he dies can those supreme beings escape from here, go to the heavens, or sneak into the upper realm. If he gave Su Yu a chance, then Su Yu would be equivalent to the new spirit of the universe. Only by getting rid of Su Yu could he completely escape from this universe. Clean him out, the Supremes cannot do it, but they can still eliminate Emperor Su Yu. Are you sure? If the old man guards Qing Kang by himself, he can still extend the collapse time by 1,000 years. If he is swallowed, then the dark turmoil will be at most 100 years away. Facing the old man's gaze, Su Yu did not hesitate at all. He raised his head, looked behind the old man, and said, I'm not sure. But, I still want to give it a try. The worst that can happen is death and the disappearance of the Tao. Seeing Su Yu so determined, the old man suddenly laughed, a bright smile with a sense of relief. In an instant, his body, starting from the soles of his feet, gradually turned into starlight and dissipated. Just as it was about to completely dissipate, his gentle voice sounded again. Kid, just give it a try. As the voice faded, the entire universe began to shake violently, and all things wailed, as if bidding farewell. Boom. Chapter 459. The great Tao dissipated, all things wept, now I'm really going to die. The great way disappears, and all things weep. All living beings in the Qing Kang universe trembled with fear, and a sense of sadness welled up in their hearts for no reason. Why am I crying? Why'd I cry when there's nothing to be sad about? It seems like something very important is going away. Why is this happening? How can a demon cultivator like me feel so bad? Is it possible for me to feel this kind of sadness? In the universe, all living beings are crying, with sadness surging in their hearts. It's out of place and very abrupt. Only the high-level monks couldn't help but clench their fists after sensing all this. Dao is dead. All living things are in sorrow, even the grass and trees are swaying. All things have spirits. Their patron saint is gone. In contrast to the sadness of all things, those forbidden areas that were still dormant also began to revive at the moment the avenue disappeared. These are the top supreme ones. They are recovering. Because they felt that the avenue that had been restricting and suppressing them was dead. Their chains are starting to loosen. The great Tao clearly still has thousands of years to live, why would it die today? What happened to the avenue? 9 terrifying divine thoughts intertwined in the universe. They were communicating with each other and were all surprised by the fall of the great Tao. But they soon turned their attention to Chengdi Road. Because of the current Emperor of Destiny, no matter what the reason, the Tao's death is a good thing for us. Without his restraint, there is nothing in this universe that can suppress us. Rush out of Qingkang and head towards the heavens. These top supreme beings are rejoicing. They are restricted by the avenue and have no choice but to choose to sleep and wait for the right time to wake up. Now that the avenue has died, his influence will soon fade away. By then, there is no one or anything in this universe that can restrict them anymore. They are free. Xuantian, the restricted area of Eastern Wasteland. A black figure rose into the sky. When he revived, the territory of billions of miles around the restricted area was turned into a scorched earth. All living beings, including the quasi-emperor, within this range were instantly turned into mummies. This is the influence of the top supreme. Even if you didn't deliberately target her, that power beyond the cosmic scope, even if it was just a tiny bit, it will also affect the surrounding areas. Bang! 9 figures rushed out from all over the universe at the same time. They easily tore through the 9 layers of void, came to the edge of the universe barrier, and tried to rush out in one go. However, when they were about to break out of the universe, the seemingly weak barrier actually withstood their impact. Not even a ripple appeared. What's going on? Why is this happening? The great Tao is clearly dead, so why does the cosmic barrier still exist? In the darkness, a vague and tall figure was roaring. They have been waiting for this day for a long time, but even though hope has arrived, they are still unable to break through the barriers. They are still trapped in the universe, like a prisoner. The Tao is indeed dead, but perhaps someone has inherited his authority and is preventing us from leaving. He never matter who it is, no one can stop me from leaving here. We have plundered too much of Qingkang's essence. As long as the great Tao and the person who holds the power of the great Tao are not dead, we will never be able to leave. Then kill him. For these supreme beings who have lived through 8 or even 9 lifetimes, killing no longer causes them any emotions. Neither nausea nor discomfort, nor excitement and bloodthirstiness have any effect on them. They just want to break out of the cage, go to the heavens, and go to the upper realm. They are the top supreme ones. If you break out of here, you will have a better chance of breaking through to become a true immortal. Let's go to Chengdi Road. I want to see who can inherit the authority of the great Tao and who dares to stop us from leaving. Boom. As they were talking, the 9 top supreme beings turned around at the same time and flew towards Chengdi Road. Them. Let's go. No one can stop it. Whoever tries will die. This change is naturally more than just affecting the universe. Beyond the blue sky, after sensing the passing of the great Tao, those dormant dark creatures also awakened from their dormant state, and then they roared excitedly, launching the most violent attack on the blue universe. Boom. Emperor's pass. As soon as the darkness hit, all the creatures in Diguan were transferred to the front battlefield. Whether it was the first Imperial Gate or the 108th Imperial Gate, all were teleported to the battlefield outside the domain. Is the darkness about to strike again? With all the Emperor passes mobilized, I'm afraid there won't be 2 great Emperor-level dark creatures leading the charge, right? These creatures from the Imperial class were no longer surprised by being suddenly teleported, and were even chatting and laughing about the lineup of the dark creatures this time. Boom. However, before they could prepare themselves, the space ahead was suddenly torn apart. In an instant, the 6 evil Imperial powers suddenly descended upon the entire extraterritorial battlefield. Roar. The roar resounded, causing all the creatures in Diguan to collapse to the ground at the same time. Looking at the dark creatures, line up this time, everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. 6 Emperor-level dark creatures. Qingkang is finished. Boom. Upper realm. In a giant palace surrounded by fairy air, an old man sitting at a desk carefully reviewing documents suddenly looked at a vortex in the corner. When the old man saw the vortex dissipate, he was stunned. The Qingkang universe has disconnected its channel connection. Qingkang was destroyed. Let it be destroyed, but the fact that he has been alive for 10,000 years can be considered as a testament to the great fortune of Qingkang, immortal monarch. The old man didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to review the documents. In the fairyland where he lives, he controls countless universes. Every once in a while, a universe will collapse, and at the same time, a new small universe will appear. This situation is all too common. What surprised him was simply that the Qingkang universe was the property of that top immortal king back then. Boom. 10 hours have passed. At this time, on Qingkang's road to becoming emperor, Su Yuxing and Emperor Dudian were covered in wounds. The emperor's blood covered his entire body. Every drop is a great tonic for creatures in the lower realms. 1 drop is enough to allow a saint to reach the peak of the great saint realm. Hee how tenacious. 2 of them can withstand our combined attack for 10 hours. A supreme being with a pair of curly goat horns lift the imperial blood stained on the imperial weapon, his eyes flashing with bloodthirstiness, and said excitedly, however, this is your limit. After killing you, we will definitely be able to recover 20% to 30% after sharing the food. Adding the influence of the great Tao's death, we will be able to fully unleash the power of extreme sublimation. Looking at the hungry wolf-like gazes of these supreme beings, Su Yuxing and Emperor Dudian both had extremely cold eyes. Die. I will hold you back even if it means death. If you want to share our food, then we'll see if you have the ability to do so. Upon hearing this, a group of supreme beings burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, don't we have this ability? You 2 have already reached the extreme realm upon entering the great Emperor realm. If it weren't for the help of the great Emperor Tao fruit, you would have been suppressed and devoured by us long ago. Of course, it's almost the same now. You are no longer able to resist, right? Die, 2 emperors. Boom. However, just as they were about to attack Su Yuxing and Dudian Emperor with all their strength, suddenly, 9 terrifying roars descended and suppressed them alive. Get lost. They are our prey. Buzz. The moment the words fell, in the void, a palm that covered the sky and seemed to be able to shatter the universe slammed towards Su Yuxing and Emperor Dudian. Under this palm, the 2 men felt as if they fell into an ice cellar. They are unable to resist this force. This time I'm really going to die. Chapter 460. You all want to kill me? Then let's give it a try. Boom. Before the palm fell, an aura that made the heaven and earth tremble and all things submit suddenly rose. Plop plop. All over the universe, countless creatures that were originally in a state of grief suddenly knelt on the ground. At this moment, they felt as if a vague human face rose in their brains. When the face gradually became clear, 4 words unconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Emperor of Time. All the creatures in the world were stunned when they saw the human face that suddenly became clear in their minds. Emperor of Time, Su Yu. Su Yu became emperor. At this moment, the top powerful beings of the human race fell into deep ecstasy after being stunned. Emperor, Su Yu has truly become an emperor. Time Emperor, what a domineering title. Central region, Tianji Tower. After Saint Lord Tianyan and Old Man Tianji withdrew from the sea of consciousness, they looked at each other and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. He really became an emperor. The record has been broken. From entering the imperial past to becoming a great emperor, Su Yu took 23 years. Brother, this is meaningless now. Becoming an emperor is the first step, but the real trouble is not over yet. The two of them were observers, so they naturally saw the true face of the universe today from the observatory. In ruins, the avenue dissipates, and the dark turmoil officially begins. Even if all the Imperial gates combined can withstand the power impact of the peak Emperor, it couldn't hold out for long under the onslaught of 6 Emperor-level dark creatures. Plus the collective resurrection of all the Supremes. This situation can be called a dead end, a real death situation. If the Great Tao persists for another 1,000 years, perhaps this universe can still be saved. Alas. The Holy Lord Tianyin put away his ecstasy and sighed heavily. Since the collapse of the Great Tao, the teleportation formations leading to the upper realm from Tianji Tower and Tianyin Holy Land have been activated. It's time for them to evacuate. This place is hopeless. The Great Tao dissipated too quickly, and even the road to immortality disappeared before it could be opened. Naturally, the guides would not go down to the mortal world. You could say, aside from their Tianji Tower and Tianyin Holy Land, which can still be evacuated, all other creatures will die here. No more surprises. Elder Tianji closed his eyes for a long time before opening them. He said with a complicated expression, let's go. You and I have done our best in guiding and blaming each other. It's too late to save the situation. Tianyan Shengju concealed the pain in his eyes, then nodded heavily and said, then gather the disciples and send them to the upper realm, or even arrange for them to be sent to other universes. We will eventually preserve some sparks for Qingkang. They were born in Qingkang, and although they have the qualifications to go to the upper realm, they are not happy. The destruction of Qingkang also means that they will soon become ruthless people. To put it simply, it is like the refugees of a lost country. After sighing, the two suppressed the grief in their hearts and quickly began to recall their disciples, preparing to leave Qingkang. In the eastern wilderness, as Su Yu's appearance clearly emerged in their minds, the people from the 3 religions in the eastern wasteland all cheered. This is especially true for the Su family. 9 skies. Inside the sect's main hall, the elegant Saint Master Zhao Hongjun, who had already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, looked at the 3 ancestors sitting at the head seat and said with a smile, Su Yu has become an emperor. However, it was different from the ecstatic scene of the ancestor he had imagined. Although the 3 ancestors were somewhat surprised, they were mostly sighing. Even Emperor Cheng is useless. The Great Tao has dissipated. This universe is beyond repair. Hearing this, Zhao Hongjun's smile froze. There is only one way to survive now. Either leave here through the teleportation array left by the immortal sect, or it means being able to escape quickly under the protection of the Great Emperor when the universe collapses, avoiding the pursuit of darkness. And our immortal sect's teleportation array cannot be activated without the Taishu 5 elements divine law. You and I will both die. Now we can only rely on the Black Dragon. However, before the first ancestor sitting in the first seat could finish his words, deep in the Jushao ancestral land, a dragon roar sounded. Upon hearing this voice, the 4 people's faces changed at the same time, and then their figures disappeared from the spot and appeared in the ancestral land. When they arrived at their ancestral land, the endless death energy here has been completely absorbed by the Black Dragon. The aura emanating from the Black Dragon was also extremely terrifying, making them unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. Emperor Realm, the combat power of the middle stage of the Emperor Realm. The 3 ancestors were deeply moved after sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Black Dragon. Great, with the Black Dragon, maybe we can escape. Forehead. After the Black Dragon woke up, it instantly flew away without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, the 3 ancestors were completely frozen before their surprise could fully show on their faces, which looked particularly funny. Hey, why did the Black Dragon fly away? It's over now. Without the Black Dragon's protection, are we really going to die? Call out. Before they could say what they wanted to say, a bamboo slip engraved with the supreme martial arts technique appeared in front of Zhao Hongjun. This is a bamboo slip made from Daoju, specially used for engraving martial arts techniques above the Emperor Realm. Seeing the martial arts technique floating in front of him, Zhao Hongjun stretched out his hand in confusion, and then the restriction on the bamboo slip was removed, lying quietly in Zhao Hongjun's palm. As he unfolded the technique, a vast amount of information immediately flooded into his mind. At the same time, Su Yu's voice rang clearly in his mind. Brother Saint, this is the promise I made to Jushao to restore the Taishu immortal technique. This is the Taishu immortal sect's technique, the Taishu 5 elements divine technique. Today, I am redeeming that promise. I also know that there are ways to leave the immortal sect. Junior brother, I only ask for one thing. Take all the members of the Su family with you, whether to the upper realm or to settle them in other universes. In addition, there is another immortal method engraved in the bamboo slips, which is of the chaos method. If the Taishu immortal sect is trustworthy, I can give them half of this method for them to appreciate. I believe they will not refuse. This is my reward to them. Besides, I will stay here. When he finished speaking, Su Yu's voice completely disappeared. Zhao Hongjun came back to his senses, spread out the Taoist bamboo slips, and after seeing the information about the exercises on them, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chaos God and Demon Soul Refining Technique, Grade Chaos Technique. Right now, outside Chengdi Road, at the exit of Biguan Pass, several figures walked out at the same time, looking at the scene in front of them with shock. Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Muyao, Chen Yanxi, Sun Shengwang, Wang Hang, Ji Shijun, and Diyu, 8 people exuding the aura of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. However, in this starry sky, they seem so small. It's like a drop in the ocean. This is the Supremes appeared together. After seeing clearly all the people standing against Su Yu and sensing the pressure emanating from them, the 8 people were collectively speechless. It just felt like falling into an ice cellar, suffocating. There were only 2 people besides Su Yu, Su Yuxing and Dudian Quasi-Emperor. Oh no, he should be called Dudian Emperor. Alone facing the entire universe, Chen Yanxi's cultivation has become more and more advanced, and he has awakened many memories, but he still finds this scene incredible. Facing so many powerful beings alone. Is Su Yu crazy? However, just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, suddenly, an angry dragon roar sounded in the void. Then, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, a huge black dragon, as big as a galaxy, broke through the air. The black dragon circled in the air, not afraid of the destructive aura emitted by these supreme beings. Seeing the arrival of the black dragon, a smile appeared on Su Yu's handsome face. He took a step forward and the black dragon bowed its head. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, climbed onto the head of the black dragon, and looked at all the supreme beings with an unparalleled attitude. You all want to kill me? Then let's give it a try. Chapter 461. Do you think you can stop the trend of destruction by yourself? Ouch. The black dragon roared towards the sky, and the dragon's roar shocked everything. The Emperor-level black dragon, its pressure is enough to crush all living things to death. The black dragon circled, carrying Su Yu and facing all the supreme beings in a condescending manner. This picture was almost deeply engraved in the minds of several people. Before they could react, Su Yu's voice penetrated their ears. All of you should retreat to the eastern wasteland. I have already made all the arrangements. You should leave Qingkang with the 3 religions. Hearing Su Yu's voice, all 8 of them were stunned. We have already broken through to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. As long as we refine the Tao fruit, we can become a great emperor. Then we can help you share some of the pressure. However, faced with their kindness, Suyu directly refused. No, you can go to the upper realm. You are not needed here. My target is Qingkang. After hearing this, several people immediately gave up all their ideas. Good, then take care of yourself. Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng were not indecisive people. Seeing Suyu's firm attitude, they had nothing to say and just said goodbye in a heavy tone. I hope we'll meet again someday. After saying that, several people instantly broke through the air and escaped. Su Qinggang and the other three girls stood still, looking at their brother in a daze. However, seeing that they were still not leaving, Suyu's voice was a little cold. Get out of here now, go back to the East Desert, and don't cause me any more trouble. So annoying, you are so ignorant. Seeing Suyu's attitude, the women came to their senses, smiled bitterly, looked at Suyu deeply, and left decisively. After they all left, Suyu whispered to Su Yuxing and his own chief master, Master, you should go back too. Return to the eastern wasteland. Hearing Suyu's words, Su Yuxing's heart trembled. You. Father, I'll be fine. Let's go, we can't stop you here. Su Yuxing wanted to say something, but after seeing the determination and madness in Suyu's eyes, he swallowed back everything he wanted to say. Good. Emperor Dudian glanced at his disciple and said with a smile, Good disciple, then if there's another chance, let's meet again. After the two of them said what they wanted to say, they decisively turned around and left. Before leaving, Su Yuxing reached into the void not far away and grabbed a unicorn with a broken body and in danger in his hand. It was a blessing that the Earth Keelan survived the previous storm. Now that he is still breathing, he can be saved. Now, both he and Quasi-Emperor Dudian have reached the level of Great Emperor, and can appear in any star field in the universe with just a thought. After the two of them returned to the eastern wasteland, the terrifying divine consciousness also sensed something. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky the next second. At this time, the Jushao Holy Land was already crowded with people. The three religions of the eastern wasteland, including the Su family and Chen Yenshi's Chen family, are all here. A full 180,000 people. The scale is huge and staggering. When the Confucian Saint Lord saw Su Yuxing, Dudian Quasi-Emperor, Sun Shengwang, Wang Heng, and others appear, he said to Wang Heng, Diyu, and Ji Shijun, you should also bring your family members here. We have a way to leave Qingkang. Hearing this, the three of them nodded slightly without hesitation, and then disappeared in an instant. Half an hour later, the three returned at the same time. With a wave of his hand, a full 50,000 people appeared in the square at the same time. Seeing this huge number of people, the ancestors of the three religions couldn't help but frown, looked at Zhao Hongjun, and asked, Xiao Zhao, are you sure you can take them away? So many people. Zhao Hongjun nodded and said with great confidence, yes. No matter how high the price, Taishuan Immortal Sect will agree. The martial arts technique that Suyu gave me was too powerful. If I didn't take more people with me, I would be at a great disadvantage. Since you are confident, let's start. Seeing this, several ancestors said no more and nodded at him. Zhao Hongjun took a deep breath when he heard this. The next second, he gradually placed the Taoist bamboo engraved with the Taishu 5 elements divine law into a groove in the ancestral land. Immediately afterwards, bursts of fairy light drifted down from the thatched hut on the top of Shenshao Peak. As time goes by, suddenly, the patterns of the formation suddenly appeared on the ground of the entire Jushao sect. The patterns of this formation were extremely mysterious and far beyond the reach of the so-called Great Emperor killing formation. When the light came on, the falling fairy lights gradually crocheted into a human figure. It was a middle-aged figure with an immortal look and an aura that could shake the universe. Buzz. The light dissipated, and the middle-aged man with an immortal appearance slowly opened his eyes. He glanced around and frowned. Qingkang. Why are there so many of you? Immediately clear out the irrelevant people. There's no need for anyone below the great sage to go. The middle-aged man was very unhappy. Although they were all Taishuan disciples, there were too many of them. There were even tens of thousands of people who did not have the aura of practicing Taishuan techniques. This is simply nonsense. However, before he could finish, Zhao Hongjun interrupted him, saying, Master, please review this technique before making a decision. After saying that, Zhao Hongjun handed the middle-aged man a fragment of the Chaos God and Demon Soul refining method without waiting for him to speak. Seeing Zhao Hongjun being so rude, the middle-aged man sneered, and his favorable impression of the Qingkang Taishuan branch suddenly dropped to freezing point. However, after he finished reading the fragment given by Zhao Hongjun, he suddenly froze in place. The next second, his voice was filled with excitement and ecstasy, even disbelief and horror. A fragment of a piece of writing made an immortal lose his composure like this. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and said, Is your technique complete? Zhao Hongjun said, I have it in my hand. It was given to me by a disciple of Qingkang Taishuan. He had only one request, which was to allow the 230,000 people here to leave Qingkang. Hearing this, the middle-aged man didn't even hesitate and said directly, I agree. Although it will consume 1/3 of the sect's resources, the conditions you offer the sect cannot refuse them. Even if the immortal king ancestor comes, he cannot refuse them. I'll report this to the sect right away. Because the matter was too serious, Zhongyan even violated many taboos, which directly caused Taishuan Patriarch to come out of seclusion. After that, when Patriarch Taishuan learned about the fragments, he personally took action to guide him. One day later, Jushao's immortal gate teleportation formation was activated, and everyone was covered by the formation. As the teleportation started, Su Yuxing, Su Qinggang and others couldn't help but look back at the black sphere that was getting farther and farther away. I hope we can meet again in the future. Jushao left, and Tianji Tower and Tianyan Holy Land were also taken away on the same day. At this moment, Qingkang no longer had Suyu to worry about. That day, when Su Yuxing and the others left, no supreme being tried to stop them. Just let them go, because their target from the beginning to the end was not anyone else but Su Yu. On the road to becoming emperor at this time, the war has lasted for a whole day. During this day, the aftermath of the battle has never stopped. Every aftermath is destroying all matter in the nearby star field. It is no exaggeration to say that countless lives were lost. Su Yu, how much longer can you hold on? Do you think you can stop the trend of destruction by yourself? Wishful thinking. Chapter 462. I will also let you taste what it feels like to take revenge at all costs. At this time, many of the supreme beings were injured, but the 9 supreme beings in the lead did not seem to be in much of a mess. Su Yu, who was standing opposite them, was naturally not in any better condition. There is no intact skin on the body. Countless scars. There was even a huge gap at the waist, obviously caused by a knife. Beside him, the Black Dragon was in an equally miserable state. Even though he possessed the combat power of a mid-stage emperor, he could not escape the fate of being injured under the attacks of dozens of supreme beings. Even one of the dragon's horns was broken off. 2 or 3/10 of the dragon's scales on his body were scraped off, and blood was dripping. If he were not an inanimate object, insensitive to fatigue and pain, such an injury would be enough to make him weak. Su Yu held the time sword in his left hand and the emperor's sword in his right hand. The spirits of the two weapons were also enraged. Even though they stopped at this moment, they still exuded a strong fighting spirit. Whether I can stop it or not is my business. Why waste your breath here just to have a moment of pleasure? Let's fight if we want to. Su Yu grinned, his cold white teeth were frightening. Faced with such a crazy Su Yu, even these supreme beings felt a little afraid. So crazy. The 9 supreme beings in the lead looked at the bruised Su Yu and said coldly, you think you can hold us back by yourself? Are you dreaming? Look behind you and see what the universe you wanted has become. Darkness is rampant, and all life is in ruins. It won't be long before this universe is destroyed. If you know what's good for you, let us go. We wouldn't mind cleaning up the battlefield for you before we leave. What they want is to leave, not to kill anyone. They besieged Su Yu simply because Su Yu held the power of the great Tao. Su Yu sneered when he heard this, what does their life or death have to do with me? All I want is the universe, not to be the master of all living beings. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. What he wants is the universe and the resources to become stronger. Since the task given by the system is to devour Qingkang, he must have his own intentions. Devouring Qingkang and becoming an immortal through the mortal world will definitely give him an unparalleled foundation. In that case, there is no way he would miss it. The condition for devouring Qingkang is naturally to take back the origin stolen by the supreme beings. Therefore, he would never let these supreme beings go. Everyone must die. If you want to escape, I won't stop you. Spit out all the origin of the great Tao that you have swallowed. Wherever you want to go, I will not stop you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the supreme beings suddenly became gloomy. Spit out the origin. This is tantamount to taking their lives. Why do they become supreme beings and harvest blood food regularly? It's all for the origin of the Tao. Only with the help of the origin of the great Tao can they break through to become true immortals. It seems that you are determined to kill us. Su Yu did not deny it and said with a smile, yes, my goal is to kill you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu activated all his secret techniques without hesitation. 9 secrets. The first saint fights against the devil and dies of longevity. There is even the magic of reincarnation. 9 slashes of the heavenly emperor, origin slash. Su Yu activated the Shin character secret, and his speed was almost fast enough to go back in time. Before all the supreme beings could react, he suddenly slashed down with a sword. This sword cuts off the origin. It is the supreme imperial law created by the Emperor of Heaven for these supreme beings. Faced with this sword that cuts directly into the origin, the faces of all the supreme beings changed. They did not dare to confront it head-on and dodged it one after another. After dodging, he attacked Su Yu without hesitation. In an instant, half of the universe became their battlefield. The aftermath of their battle was so fierce that most living beings were affected and killed. The battlefield even gradually moved towards Shuantian. In the headquarters of the Emperor's tomb. At this time, Emperor Lin had also broken through to the realm of King and Prince, and his combat power was comparable to that of the Emperor in the lower realm. When he stabilized his state of mind and opened his eyes, his face had turned pale. It's all over. The damage to my foundation is irreversible. I have no hope of becoming a true immortal. Without waiting for him to think about it, he sensed the terrifying battle fluctuations in the universe. After sensing Su Yu's breath, unstoppable hatred flowed in his eyes. It's all this beast's fault. The Emperor no longer had the aura of dominance, but instead became resentful. But even though he complained, he still understood the situation clearly. Qingkang was no longer under his control and was not a place he could stay. Mr. Zhu. After Emperor Lin shouted, a black-robed figure appeared in the secret room. After Zhu Lao appeared, he lowered his head slightly and said, young master. Lin Huang gritted his teeth and said, activate the teleportation array and return to the upper realm. This time it failed. Upon hearing what Emperor Lin said, old Zhu immediately smiled bitterly. Seeing his somewhat desperate look, the Emperor Lin had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, what's wrong? Zhu Lao said with a somewhat sad tone, the upper realm has destroyed the teleportation array. Master, we have been abandoned. In the demon realm and the holy church, there is no need for losers. They failed. It has no value. Boom. When the Emperor heard this, he stood up quickly as if struck by lightning, and cried out in a lost voice, what? My father and they also. Mr. Zhu lowered his head and said nothing, his attitude was already very clear. Abandoned him. For a long time, the Emperor Lin smiled bitterly, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. He did not give up on himself, but quickly adjusted his mentality and said with gritted teeth, then, kill through Qingkang and get out of here. I have a shuttle boat that can travel in outer space. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhu said, then the only way is to kill Su Yu. Kill. The Emperor's tone was like that of a devil from hell, and he had a strong murderous intent towards Su Yu. He didn't dare to hate his parents, let alone his master for abandoning him. So he could only vent all his anger and resentment on Su Yu. I want him to die. Boom. The two of them rushed out of the Emperor's tomb headquarters hidden in the void at the same time. Shortly after they left, the Emperor's tomb headquarters, which had lost its protection, was quickly reduced to ashes under the impact of the aftermath of the battle between Su Yu and the Supremes. Along with Zhou Kongyang, the ancestor of the Zhou family and others who were hiding there, they all turned into ashes. No one survived. Right now, Shuantian Star Field. As the battle between Su Yu and the Supremes gradually spread here, the entire star field instantly turned to ashes. Phew, the battle lasted for a long time, even for several years. Over the past few years, Su Yu didn't know how much power he had drained from the small cell worlds. I don't know how many times I have used the system to restore my spiritual power. Numbness, just numbness. The mechanical confrontation and fighting was like a mad dog, with only defense and attack left. Certainly, under this extreme pressure, his cultivation also improved rapidly. After several years, he reached the middle stage of the Emperor realm. From being able to fight back reluctantly in the beginning, to now being able to seriously injure the Supremes and even kill those Supremes of the 4th generation. Su Yu. At this moment, a voice full of resentment suddenly exploded. Su Yu's numb eyes regained some spirit, and he glanced in the direction of the sound. Then he saw Emperor Lin and a man in black robe attacking. Behind them, also following are countless dark creatures. Among them, there are even 9 Emperor-level dark creatures. You ruined my plan, so I'll let you taste the feeling of reckless revenge. Boom. Chapter 463, time to set off to the next stop, end of the book. After seeing the swarm of dark creatures behind Emperor Lin, the expressions of these supreme beings changed drastically, but then they were surprised. Although these dark creatures have no brains, they only know how to kill and devour, and are born for destruction. But their first goal is still the avenue. Only by eroding the avenue of the universe can their devouring footsteps be unstoppable. As expected, after the dark creatures entered the battlefield, those Emperor-level dark creatures first glanced at them, and then focused all their attention on Su Yu. Roar. Ferocious roars were heard, and dark creatures began to surge towards Su Yu. There are too many of them. It's almost immeasurable. Like a surging tide, all the dark creatures rushed towards Su Yu. Ha ha ha, let's go together. With the help of the dark creatures, if we kill Su Yu, you and I still have time to escape the universe. Countless supreme beings were ecstatic. Even the 9 supreme beings laughed. Qing Kang is destined to die. Su Yu still wants to plot against this universe. Dream on. With the addition of Emperor Lin, the men in black robes, and countless dark creatures, the black dragon surrounding Su Yu was finally depleted of its death energy after resisting for less than a year. Finally, he whimpered unwillingly and then died completely. At the time of death, Dragon Ancestor seemed to regain consciousness. With a sense of relief and pleasure, he glanced at Su Yu before his soul dissipated. That look seemed to say, I'm waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Boom. After the black dragon died, its body was quickly devoured by the dark creatures, leaving no trace. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time. They have set foot in the entire universe. Wherever the dark creatures passed, all matter was completely devoured by them. In Su Yu, however, even when he was on the verge of death, he was able to instantly recover some of his combat power. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. 10 years later, Su Yu's original power gradually became fuller. In these 10 years, he did not say that he could only passively defend in order to avoid being attacked, but that he would take the initiative to attack as soon as he found an opportunity. Killed one supreme being after another. After killing them, Su Yu devoured their power without any scruples. The power of origin becomes more and more abundant, and the cultivation level is also constantly increasing. Soon, Su Yu broke through to the late stage of the Great Emperor. At this point, ordinary supreme beings were no match for Su Yu. Any supreme being who could fight him alone, without 7 lifetimes of cultivation, would not be able to withstand his attack at all. Why are you so weak? Why haven't you been able to kill me after all this time? After 10 years, Su Yu spoke for the first time. But, at this moment, his voice was no longer as gentle as before, but became hoarse, like an old man with degenerated vocal cords. Faced with such an unkillable monster, the remaining 50 or so supreme beings had already shown their weakness. They asked for peace for the first time. Su Yu, you and I are not mortal enemies. As long as you are willing to let us go, we are willing to hand over half of our essence. What do you think? Even if they lose half of their origin, they still have hope of escaping to other universes. If they continue to waste time like this, not only will Su Yu be exhausted to death, but they will all be exhausted to death. Although dark creatures are a powerful helper, they are not real allies. Wherever they pass, no matter what material it is, they will devour it completely. One thing grows while the other declines. If they don't replenish their energy, they will surely die of exhaustion. Instead of this, it is better to lose half of your origin and leave Qing Kang to escape. However, facing the supreme being's plea for peace, Su Yu showed a creepy smile and said, what do you mean by half of the origin? That is my private property. You stole my things and you are only willing to return half. Hearing these shameless words, all the supreme beings cursed in their hearts. Don't even think about it. You all have to die. Su Yu sneered, and then stopped talking, as if he had really turned into a killing machine, fighting tirelessly. Holding the Emperor sword and the time sword, the power of each sword is enough to tear everything apart. If the previous quasi-emperor of the 9th level stood here, even if they were separated by half the universe, Su Yu could kill them with just the aftermath of his sword energy. Su Yu, let me go, my father and his companions are true immortals, you. Lin Huang's condition is naturally not much better. He is at the king level and is naturally suppressed by the rules in the universe. He cannot compare with the emperor. After 10 years of persistence, my body has already reached its limit. He wanted to beg for mercy, but... Bang! After hearing his voice, Su Yu allowed the attacks of the 10 supreme beings to fall on him, determined to kill Emperor Lin. The sword flashed, and Lin Huang's figure turned into spots of light and dissipated. Shut up. Of all the people here, you're the only one I despise the most. After beheading Queen Lin, Su Yu continued to fall into a killing state. But it is different from others. During the battle, others only consumed energy but could not get any replenishment, but he could rely on a system to automatically cultivate and feed back into his body. During the battle, time passed quickly like in shuttle. The first 100 years, Su Yu successfully killed the first of the 9th generation Supreme at the cost of a leg. After killing the 9th generation Supreme, Su Yu's original power was replenished to the maximum extent, and his combat power instantly broke through to a new level. Reached the peak of the Emperor. Kill him, we can't let him continue killing. The Supreme Beings were bloodthirsty and began to sublimate to the extreme, charging forward fearlessly. With the interference of the dark creatures, they also successfully hit Su Yu. However, with the help of the chain method Atlas, Su Yu kept switching his physique to recover. 500 years, Su Yu killed the 3rd 9th generation Supreme. Originally, he only had 50% of his original power, but after he devoured the 3rd 9th generation Supreme, it was successfully restored to 60%. From this moment on, the situation on the battlefield began to turn around. Originally, Su Yu was the most disadvantaged party. But now, Su Yu started his fierce counterattack, and began to attack madly against this group of supreme beings who were in a state of decline. 1,200 years. Among the dark creatures, as they devoured more and more of the universe, new Emperor-level combat forces gradually emerged among the dark creatures. From the beginning, there were 9 statues and gradually it became 18. The rate of growth is staggering, because at this moment, more than half of the universe has been swallowed up. I am unwilling. After waiting for tens of millions of years, this is the outcome. Boom, the 3rd millennium. With the successful killing of the last 9th generation Supreme by Su Yu, the power of origin in Su Yu also completely reached 99%. Just one step left. Ding. Congratulations to the host on your current mission, devouring the Azure universe. Progress, 85%, 100%. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Su Yu's eyes, which had almost lost their vitality, suddenly lit up. This moment, he regained his thinking ability and was no longer a killing machine. After looking around, he found that at this moment, there was no trace of any living creature in the universe except him. All the Supremes are dead. In the universe, only these endless dark creatures are left devouring everything. The Emperor-level dark creatures continued to attack him tirelessly. Feeling that his control over the Tao had reached perfection, Su Yu finally smiled. He looked at the group of dark creatures that were still devouring and trying to attack him. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you're the only ones left. Dark creatures are also products of the universe. You are also the origin of this universe. Boom, as the sound that resounded throughout the universe fell, countless dark creatures began to roar. Just when the group of Emperor-level dark creatures were about to attack Su Yu. Su Yu's body suddenly exploded. This scene left countless dark creatures stunned. However, the next second, the Qingkang Avenue, which had originally fallen into silence, began to revive. Then Su Yu's voice sounded again. You are also the origin of this universe, so swallowing you all together will naturally be no problem at all. Boom, at this moment, Su Yu's aura reached its peak, surpassing the great Emperor realm. Endless original power covers the entire universe. The terrifying devouring force that almost submerged the universe erupted. That was Su Yu's work. Transformation. Roar. Soon, endless devouring power and an aura more terrifying than immortal magic swept across the entire universe, completely drowning out the roars of the dark creatures. Viewed from outside the universe, the blue universe at this moment has already turned into a gaseous ball. Time passes by little by little. The originally emerald green universe was gradually being enveloped and replaced by darkness. Although the process is extremely slow, it has an unstoppable momentum. 5,000 years. The black color has swallowed up half of the blue color. 1,000 years, 20,000 years, until the last bit of blue was completely swallowed up and the entire blue universe exploded. It turned into endless dust and dissipated in the vast universe. However, another 10,000 years passed. At the center of the explosion, a black light gradually gathered. Finally it turned into a human form. When the black light dissipated, a young man with his eyes closed suddenly appeared in this endless space. Buzz. When the young man opened his eyes, the space around him was shaking violently. Those eyes full of life swept around, and finally, their gaze fixed on one direction, which was the direction of the upper realm. Looking away, the young man curled up his lips into a smile. It's time to head off to the next stop. Swish. End of book.